After dying, you find yourself reincarnated as a mantis, immediately targeted by its nemesis, the sparrow. You can't escape, and you can't fight back. In the midst of this dire situation, you laugh. A dead comrade is no concern of mine. Two large compound eyes fixate intensely on the sparrow bouncing behind you, each peck of its sharp beak creating a deadly wind pressure. You rely on the instincts of a human soul to frantically maneuver, dodging amidst the blades of grass, your heart nearly stopping. But deep down, you know this is just delaying the inevitable death. Out of the corner of your eye, you catch sight of a sleeping kin nearby. A malicious thought explodes in your mind. The next moment, you suddenly lunge toward that blade of grass, hoping to awaken your kin and create a chance for survival. Chapter 1: The Unruly Mantis. Hua never expected to be reborn as a green mantis after his death. In the food chain, the mantis is undoubtedly a lowly existence. Any small bird or frog could easily eat him. For the past 10 days since his rebirth as a mantis, he has lived every day with extreme caution. At this moment, Hua has caught a mosquito. In his previous life, mosquitoes drank his blood, but now he is relishing the taste of the mosquito with his chewing mouthparts. As the saying goes, the early bird gets the worm. Just after finishing the mosquito, Hua's large compound eyes notice a sparrow behind him. Run! Hua dashed away, as mantises are on the sparrow's menu, and he can't afford to stop for even a moment. The sparrow isn't very large, only about the size of an adult man's half palm. Seeing its prey flee suddenly, the sparrow leaps and bounds after him, pecking with its sharp beak. The two large compound eyes of the mantis can not only see forward but also glance sideways and partly back. Hua catches the motion of the sparrow's pack and quickly jerks to the left, narrowly avoiding the sparrow's attack. Hua now particularly envies the crickets and grasshoppers, whose strong hind legs allow them to jump far, while the mantis can only hop 2 or 3 dozen centimeters. The sparrow is much faster than the mantis, but Hua skillfully maneuvers, evading the sparrow's attacks again and again. If it had been any other mantis, it would have long become the sparrow's meal by now. The sparrow can fail to catch me countless times, but I cannot afford a single mistake. I can't fight it off, and I can't shake it off. I need to find a way. The more dangerous it is, the calmer Hua's mind becomes. Soon enough, he really comes up with a way to escape the sparrow. In the next moment, Hua runs to the left, with the sparrow in hot pursuit. To the left, there is a taller blade of grass where several mantises often rest and sleep. It is still quite early, and those mantises may not have left yet. A dead comrade is no concern of mine. Don't blame me, please. I had no choice but to resort to this desperate measure. Hua jumped onto a grass blade where 3 mantises were asleep, and with a sudden push of his leg, the 3 mantises were startled awake and instinctively leaped in different directions. One of the mantises jumped directly toward the direction of the gray sparrow. Of course, the food that was delivered to the sparrow's beak was irresistible, and it swiftly clamped down on the unfortunate mantis. The mantis that the gray sparrow caught did not die immediately. It continued to struggle desperately. To hasten the mantis's demise, the gray sparrow continuously opened and closed its beak, squeezing the mantis from head to abdomen and then back from abdomen to head with force. In just about 10 seconds, the mantis was dead. The gray sparrow tilted its head back and swallowed it whole, then glanced around, not spotting any other prey, and flew away. Hua, who had been hiding over 10 meters away under a small grass patch, let out a long sigh. The anxiety in his heart finally eased. If he were still human, he would probably be drenched in sweat by now. A mantis needs to consume around 20 to 30 mosquitoes every day to meet its basic nutritional needs. The one mosquito he had previously eaten was still not enough. Hua needed to continue hunting until he was full. As a carnivorous insect, the mantis's diet consists not only of mosquitoes but also includes many other insects. For example, flies, moths, butterflies, grasshoppers, crickets, cabbage caterpillars, and so on. In short, anything that a mantis can overpower is on its menu, including some very small juvenile geckos. Ding! Slaughter evolution system binding completed. At that moment, a female voice, reminiscent of a driver, suddenly echoed in Hua's mind. In the next moment, a transparent panel screen appeared before his large compound eyes. Host, Hua. Species, mantis. Lifespan, 7 months. Naturally dies after autumn. Skill, inspect skill can view data of other creatures, grants skills for the slaughter evolution system. Evolution count, none. Evolution EXP 0.01 10,000. Grade, common. Attack power, 19. Defense, 3. Agility, 87. Agility refers to body reaction. Speed, 15. Speed refers to running or flying speed. Stat points, shocked. Kill points, shocked. Introduction to slaughter evolution system. When the host kills other creatures, they can earn varying amounts of stat points, evolution EXP, and kill points based on the strength of the killed creature. Commands can be issued to the slaughter evolution system panel with thought. Stat points can quickly enhance strength. Evolution EXP can quickly complete evolution. Kill points, you can extract skills, but there's only a 1% success rate. The number of kill points required to extract skills varies with the number of evolutions. Special reminder, lifespan can be extended through evolution, and the more times you evolve, the longer your lifespan. The slaughter evolution system's voice ended, and the transparent screen disappeared from Guo's view. The transparent screen panel is controlled by thoughts. Guo thought about it appearing, and the transparent screen really appeared in front of him. He thought about it disappearing, and the transparent screen vanished from his sight. Guo looked at his data twice. His defense and speed were pitifully low, attack power was average, but agility was the highest. Actually, such data is quite normal. You see, a mantis's running and flying speed is not faster than that of a mosquito, bee, or fly. But the mantis is a predator, relying on its exceptionally high agility. As long as mosquitoes, flies, and bees are within its attack range, the catch success rate is 100%. At that moment, Guo's big compound eyes spotted a dragonfly. Inspect skill. Target, dragonfly. Attack power, 11. Defense, 2. Agility, 27. Speed, 287. The dragonfly seemed tired from flying and landed on the tip of a small grass blade beside Guo. The grass is green, and the mantis's body is also green. If you don't look closely, you wouldn't even notice its presence. Now as an opportunity, Guo cautiously approached the small grass and then slowly climbed along the grass blade. When he entered the effective attack range, Guo suddenly jumped forward, his two side-like front limbs darting out to grasp the dragonfly's head and body, pulling it towards him. The dragonfly did not die immediately. It flailed its wings desperately, trying to escape. But its body and the large eyes on its head had already been pierced by the barbs on Guo's forelegs, making escape impossible. Guo crushed the dragonfly's head with one bite, and the slaughter evolution system's notification sound rang out. Chapter 2, The Unlucky Ants. You killed the dragonfly, stat points plus 0.03, evolution EXP plus 0.01, kill points plus 3. Hui was greatly disappointed. Killing a dragonfly only yielded such a little data. Not to mention anything else, just the 0.01 evolution EXP from killing the dragonfly. At least he would need to kill 100,000 dragonflies to complete the evolution EXP. He still has 7 months of lifespan left, totaling 210 days at best. He needs to kill an average of 480 dragonflies each day. A mantis can only kill dragonflies by randomly encountering suitable distances for ambush, otherwise, it won't be able to kill a single dragonfly because they fly fast and high. Buzz. At this moment, a mosquito flew past him. Inspect skill. Target, mosquito. Attack power, 2. Defense, 1. Agility, 7. Speed, 84. Brush. Guo's front legs, as swift as a scythe, quickly caught the mosquito that passed in front of him, and he chewed it up and swallowed it. You killed a mosquito, stat points plus 0.01, evolution EXP plus 0.005, kill points plus 1. The data obtained from killing mosquitoes was less indeed. The stronger the creature killed, the more data could be collected. For now, this mantis really couldn't handle two powerful creatures. It could only bully weaker beings. In the food chain, although the mantis is one of the best predators, it relies on stealth to ambush its prey rather than chasing it down with speed. To put it simply, cockroaches can fly. But they can only fly about 10 to 20 meters at a time, and they can't fly quickly or high enough to catch up to mosquitoes or flies. Standing on a blade of grass and thinking for a long time, Wu finally thought of a way to quickly increase his data. In the next moment, he started running on the ground. While running, the two large compound eyes on his head were also observing the surroundings to avoid any enemies approaching without his notice. Before long, Wu stopped in front of an ant nest. Ants are easy to kill, and their numbers are vast. They are definitely much easier to hunt than mosquitoes or flies. Black ants crawled in and out of the ant hole, ignoring him, the mantis, and not attacking. It's not that ants don't eat mantises, but that ants can't outrun mantises and have a hard time catching them, so they rarely take the initiative to attack when seeing a mantis. Wu was very curious and wanted to know what data could be gathered from the ants. Inspect skill. Target, ants. Attack power, 7. Defense, 3. Agility, 3. Speed, 5. Wu speculated that the reason ants' attack power was much higher than that of mosquitoes could be due to the biting strength of their mouthparts. Brush. He grabbed an ant's body with his left front leg and its head with his right front leg, pulling hard to the sides. The ant's head was ripped off from its neck. You killed an ant, stat points plus 0.01, evolution exp plus 0.01, kill points plus 1. Next, Wu began to kill ants at the ant nest. Although ants do not actively attack mantises, having their companions killed by a mantis at the entrance of the nest is seen as a provocation. One by one, ants crawled out of the nest and launched an attack on Wu. But it was all in vain. Wu was not like those less intelligent mantises. The ants couldn't catch up to or surround him at all. They really had no chance of surrounding him. Meanwhile, Wu could continuously kill ants when tired. He would fly low to rest on a blade of grass a few meters away, and when hungry, he would eat the ants directly. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 hours passed, and Wu had no idea how many ants he had killed. He noticed that the number of ants coming out of the nest was getting fewer. He felt he couldn't wipe out the entire ant nest, so he walked away to find the next ant nest. On the way, Wu had a sudden thought. A light curtain appeared before his eyes. Host, Wu. Species, mantis. Lifespan, 7 months. Skill, inspect skill. Evolution count, none. Evolution exp, 7.23 10,000. Grade, common. Attack power, 19. Defense, 2. Agility, 87. Speed, 15. Stat points, 7.23. Kill points, 726. 1,000 kill points allow for 1 skill draw. Looking at 7.23 stat points, Wu pondered for a few seconds before allocating all the stat points to speed. Right now, he was just a tiny mantis, easily killed by many creatures. Only by running fast could he hope to survive a bit longer. At that moment, Wu spotted another mantis. Inspect skill. Target, mantis. Attack power, 17. Defense, 2. Agility, 85. Speed, 16. Wu approached the side of that mantis. Seeing that it was a fellow mantis, it didn't think much of it. But the next moment, Wu launched a surprise attack. 2 front limbs full of barbs. One gripped tightly around the opponent's neck. The other gripped firmly onto the opponent's large eye. He pulled hard to the sides. The mantis's head separated from its neck. You killed the mantis, stat points plus 0.05, evolution exp plus 0.05, kill points plus 5. Killing a fellow mantis surprisingly yielded even more data than killing a dragonfly. Wu was very pleased and didn't feel the slightest bit sad about killing a fellow mantis. He had never considered himself a mantis. What sorrow was there in killing a mantis? During these 10 days of being reborn as a mantis, Wu had become quite familiar with the area within a kilometer. Not long after, he stood near the entrance of a second ant nest, ready to hunt ants. In the evening, as the sun was about to set, he had visited 5 ant nests, gaining over 40 stat points, all added to speed, all for a better chance to escape in case of danger. He now had over 4,000 kill points, enough for 4 skill draws, but the chance of successfully obtaining a skill was only 1%. Wu wanted to accumulate more kill points for drawing, whether successful or not, it was quite exhilarating. Suddenly, a gray sparrow flew down from a nearby tree. Gua quickly hid behind a small blade of grass, startled. The gray sparrow was not here to catch him. It was going for a little gecko. The gray sparrow caught the gecko and flew away. Gua used his inspect skill on the gray sparrow. Target: gray sparrow. Attack power 178. Defense 126. Agility 55. Speed 324 in flight. The sun set. Night descended upon the world. Ants are active both day and night, and do not rest or sleep just because it is dark. At this time, Gua found another ant nest. Chapter 3: Luring and Waiting for Prey. Hard work will bring rewards. Killed ants all night. Gua has gained over 50 stat points. He is now just a weak little mantis. So, as long as he runs fast, no one can catch him. After a day and night of busy work, Gua is now extremely tired. He climbed up a wormwood plant over a meter high, found a more concealed spot, and lay down to sleep. This high position protects him from attacks by mice or lizards, and he doesn't have to worry about birds discovering him, allowing him to sleep soundly. Perhaps due to being too exhausted, Gua surprisingly slept until around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. To be precise, he woke up because he was hungry. After finding an ant nest under a large tree and eating a few ants to fill his stomach, Gua killed most of the ants in that nest before leaving to search for the next one. While passing through a patch of weeds, a lizard over 20 centimeters long suddenly jumped out and attacked him. Now Gua has a running speed of just over 100, and he easily dodged the lizard's ambush and made his escape. After running over 10 meters, Gua looked back and used the inspect skill on that lizard. Target: lizard. Attack power 79. Defense 54. Agility 32. Speed 72. My current speed is almost enough to escape next. I need to gain stat points and add them all to attack power, and then those lizards will be on my hunting menu. In the blink of an eye, an afternoon and night passed. Gua, who had been searching for ant nests to kill ants, gained over 80 stat points, all added to attack power. Open personal interface. Host: Gua. Species: mantis. Lifespan: less than 7 months. Skill: inspect skill. Evolution count: none. Evolution EXP 173.36 10,000. Grade: common. Attack power 103.91. Defense 2. Agility 87. Speed 114.26. Stat points: shocked. Kill points 17336. Looking at the 2 points of defense, Gua fell silent for a moment. Then he thought, even if I have 100 points of defense, it wouldn't be enough to withstand attacks from mice and birds. It's better to improve speed and attack power first. After all, the best offense is the best defense. Killing the enemy protects oneself. Gua no longer worried about whether his defense was high or low. He wasn't a turtle that needed high defense to survive. Gua focused on the over 1700 kill points, hesitated for a moment, and decided to draw a skill. Notification: no skill obtained, 1000 kill points deducted. Notification: no skill obtained, 1000 kill points deducted. Hint: no skill acquired, deducting 1000 kill points. Hint. 13th draw. Hint: congratulations, host has acquired the Berserk skill, deducting 1000 kill points. Gua was momentarily stunned. His luck was just too good. He then joyfully went to check the introduction for the Berserk skill. Once in Berserk skill mode, for 30 seconds, attack power 3, defense 3, agility 3, speed 3. After the Berserk skill state ends, there will be a 30-second weakness period with all attributes reduced to 30%. Looking at the remaining 4000 plus kill points, Gua didn't continue to draw for skills. Good luck can't last forever. He would just draw all at once when he had more kill points. While Gua had just dozed off on a patch of weeds, he was abruptly awoken by the violent shaking of the grass beneath him. A gray mouse, about the size of a palm, ran away, causing the grass to shake violently from its movement. Inspect skill. Target: Gray Mouse. Attack power, 217. Defense, 135. Agility, 45. Speed, 77. Hua hesitated for a moment, then chased after it. He felt that if he ambushed the gray mouse in Berserk skill mode, he should be able to kill it. The gray mouse wasn't being chased by anything and wasn't chasing anything, it was just running around playfully, not too fast, and was soon caught up. Hua didn't rush to attack the gray mouse. With a defense of 135, this gray mouse wouldn't go down easily. His own defense was still in the single digits. If he couldn't take down the gray mouse in one hit, he might end up getting countered. A few seconds later, Hua figured out how to kill the gray mouse. Skill, Berserk skill. In an instant, his body swelled by 7 or 8 times, and all his stats soared to 3 times greater. He kicked off from the grass leaves and pounced down on the gray mouse's head. His 2 forelimbs, like sides, struck into the gray mouse's eyes in a flash, yanking them out. Squeak! Squeak! The gray mouse immediately let out a howl, rolling on the ground in pain, blood streaming from its eye sockets. The effective Berserk skill lasts only 30 seconds. Hua didn't waste time and charged at the gray mouse. Puff! His front limbs struck quickly and accurately at the gray mouse's throat, pulling hard. The gray mouse's windpipe was sliced open, and blood immediately flowed out. You killed the gray rat, stat points plus 7, evolution exp plus 7.5, kill points plus 558. Hua was momentarily stunned. He had expected to gain some stats from killing the gray mouse, but he didn't think it would be so many. Killing a single gray mouse is equivalent to obtaining data from 700 ants. With this thought, Hua's 2 eyeballs turned, and he came up with an idea. In the next moment, Hua used one of his scythe-like front legs to hook the dead gray mouse and dragged it to a relatively open area, under a small patch of grass. Then, he used his sharp side-like front leg to make several cuts on the gray mouse, letting more blood flow out. Except for humans and birds, whose noses are not very sensitive. Most animals and insects have very sensitive noses and can smell the scent of blood from 1 or 2 kilometers away, or even farther. A small gray mouse can't spill enough blood to be detected by animals or insects from 1 or 2 kilometers away. But surely, it can be smelled by carnivorous animals or insects within a radius of 100 or 200 meters. Hua lightly jumped off the ground and landed on the nearby patch of grass, beginning his ambush. His green skin was nearly the same color as the green grass. If not looked at closely, you could hardly notice the praying mantis resting on a blade of grass. Moreover, even if it was seen, which animal would care whether this mantis would ambush it? Before long, a carnivorous lizard about 20 centimeters long was drawn in by the smell of the gray mouse's blood. Chapter 4, Hunting the Yellow Mouse-Eyed Thief. The lizard stopped in front of the gray mouse's corpse, looked around by twisting its head, and sniffed the air with its long forked tongue. Not sensing the scent of any other animal, the lizard confirmed there was no danger and bit into the belly of the gray mouse, beginning to eat. At the same time, Hua used his inspect skill on the lizard. Target, lizard. Attack, 151. Defense, 112. Agility, 65. Speed, 93. I can take it, let us get it. Hua's body instantly expanded. The Berserk skill boosts all attributes threefold. He leaped from the blade of grass to the lizard's back, swinging his scythe-like front leg, with the sharp tip fiercely stabbing into the lizard's 2 eyes, blinding it. Then, with even faster movements, both scythe-like front legs hooked tightly around the lizard's neck, sinking deeply into the flesh, and pulled hard to the sides, nearly decapitating the lizard. This series of actions was fluid and seamless, efficiently taking care of the lizard. The slaughter evolution system notification sounded in his ears. You killed a lizard, stat points plus 6.5, evolution exp plus 6.5, kill points plus 558. As long as the attack power is high enough, there is no prey that can't be killed. Hua received 6.5 stat points from the recent kill. Just like the 7 stat points he earned from killing the gray mouse earlier. He allocated all of them to attack power. Now, his base attack power reached 124. If the Berserk skill triples his attack power status, his attack power could reach up to 370. Before, there was only one dead mouse as bait. Now there's an extra dead lizard as bait. Gua again lay on the grass, waiting for prey. Before long, a large and a small gray mouse came running over, attracted by the scent of blood. Use the inspect skill on the larger gray mouse. Attack is 209. Defense is 146. Agility is 48. Speed is 89. Overall, the data isn't much different from the gray mouse he killed before. Use the inspect skill on the smaller gray mouse. The stats are: Attack 149. Defense 101. Agility 41. Speed 66. Gray mice, when hungry, will eat their own kind if they encounter dead gray mice. The large and small gray mice looked around cautiously, and seeing no threat, the large gray mouse went to eat the dead lizard, while the small gray mouse went for the dead gray mouse. My defense is too low, I'm like a glass cannon, should I strike at these two gray mice? On the grass, Guo weighed the pros and cons. Damn it, let's do it. Guo's eyes were filled with killing intent, and his body instantly swelled up as he activated the Berserk skill. Brush! He jumped from the grass onto the back of the large gray mouse that was eating the lizard, naturally aiming for its eyes, and then swiftly cut its throat. You killed the gray rat, stat points plus 7.1, evolution EXP plus 7.1, kill points 591. The sudden killing of the large gray mouse startled the smaller gray mouse, which squeaked in fear and immediately ran away, not daring to stay a moment longer, just like the saying goes, cowardly as a mouse. With a speed of only 66, how could the small gray mouse outrun Guo, who was at over 300 speed under Berserk skill? He quickly caught up to the small gray mouse, and the outcome was as expected. You killed the gray rat, plus 5.1 stat points, evolution EXP plus 591, kill points 510. As long as the attack is high, there's nothing you can't kill. Guo allocated all the stat points gained from killing the large and small gray mice into attack. He dragged the small gray mouse under the little grass, laying it beside the large gray mouse, and then made several cuts on them, letting their blood flow. Next, Guo kept lying on the little grass waiting for more prey, and the number of small animals and insects he killed continued to increase. In less than 2 hours, the number of carcasses around the little grass reached 24. Among them were 13 gray mice and 4 black mice, all similar in size. Their various stats were also close, allowing Guo to gain similar data. Then there were 4 lizards and 3 geckos. The data for lizards is similar to that of gray and black mice, no need to say much. In contrast, geckos are a bit smaller, with the largest gecko only contributing 3.3 stat points, while the smallest only contributed 1.7 stat points. In just under 2 hours, Guo accumulated 134.8 stat points, 134.8 evolution EXP, and 10,869 kill points. The 134.8 stat points were all allocated to his attack power. Now, his attack power has reached 259. With the Berserk skill active, his attack power can go up to 777, and the side-like front paw can easily crush the skull of a gray rat. Suddenly, 2 large compound eyes above Guo's head spotted a small bird of prey, which flapped its wings slightly as it hovered like a kite over 100 meters above the ground. Inspect skill. A data panel appeared before Guo. Target, Sparrowhawk. Attack power, 875. Defense, 469. Agility, 77. Speed, 649 in flight. Regardless of the species, hawks have diets that include mice and lizards. The sparrowhawk above spotted the dead mouse and lizard on the ground but did not rush down. After observing for a short while, the sparrowhawk circled twice in the air before suddenly diving down like an arrow released from a bow. The sparrowhawk, with a body length of 25-30 centimeters, folded its wings and spread them, achieving a wingspan of 50-60 centimeters, making it a small hawk. The sparrowhawk was covered in feathers and had quite high defense. Guo figured that even with a surprise attack under the Berserk skill, he couldn't deliver a one-hit kill, just watching helplessly as the sparrowhawk flew off with a plump gray rat. This was a failure in guarding the tree for rabbits, costing him 2 dead rats. That sparrowhawk didn't seem too smart after flying off with 2 gray rats. Guo never saw it again. As time passed by, a creature resembling both a rat and a weasel, known as an eye-thieving yellow weasel, ran over, drawn by the scent of blood. Inspect skill. Target, yellow weasel. Attack power, 316. Defense, 213. Agility, 76. Speed, 198 in running. Its defense isn't too high, let's take it down. In the next moment, just as the yellow weasel was about to lower its head to eat the lizard's body, Wood jumped onto its back after activating the Berserk skill. With an attack power of 777, the side-like front paw pierced through the yellow weasel's skull with a PFF sound, killing it instantly. You have killed the yellow weasel, stat points plus 13.7, evolution EXP plus 13.7, kill points plus 1046. Indeed, the stronger the creature killed, the more data gained. Gua allocated all the newly gained stat points to his attack power. Chapter 5, The Tiger and the Brown Bear. Time flies. 3 days have passed again. Using the bodies of animals and insects as bait, Wei can easily hunt dozens or even hundreds of carnivorous animals and insects every day. There are gray rats, black rats, and big-eyed yellow rats. There are lizards, geckos, hawks, and 2 small snakes. At that moment, just after killing a gray rat, Wu thought of something, and a personal data panel appeared before him. Host, Wu. Species, mantis. Lifespan, less than 7 months. Skill, inspect skill Berserk skill. Evolution count, none. Evolution EXP, 2556.71 10,000. Grade, common. Attack power, 1738.69. Defense, 2. Agility, 272.11. Speed, 613.44. Stat points, 7.52. Kill points, 102369. Defense is still 2, with no points allocated. This is mainly what Gua thinks. As long as the attack power is high enough, there are no enemies that can't be killed. If he encounters something he can't defeat, all he needs to do is run fast enough. Of course, defense will have to be increased in the future, but not now. Gua allocated all 7.52 stat points he just obtained to attack power, then focused on kill points. With over 12,000 kill points, that's enough for him to draw talent skills 102 times. First time tip, no skill obtained, deducted 1,000 kill points. Second time tip, no skill obtained, deducted 1,000 kill points. Third time tip, no skill obtained, deducted 1,000 kill points. 37th time tip, no skill obtained, deducted 1,000 kill points. 56th time tip, no skill obtained, deducted 1,000 kill points. 73rd time tip, no skill obtained, deducted 1,000 kill points. After failing to obtain a talent skill for 70 or 80 consecutive times, Gua's mood turned a bit sour. 91st time tip, no skill obtained, deducted 1,000 kill points. Finally, on the 96th time tip, congratulations, host has obtained phantom speed skill, deducted 1,000 kill points. Wei instantly became invigorated, quickly opened his personal data panel to check the introduction of the phantom speed skill. Phantom speed skill, speed attribute 10 times for 30 seconds, skill cooldown time is 1 hour. Cannot be stacked with other speed enhancing skills. But it does not affect other data. In other words, when he used the Berserk skill, which triples all attributes, while also using the phantom speed skill, the speed attribute isn't multiplied by 3 and then by 10. Instead, the speed is only multiplied by 10. 10 times the speed. But it is definitely a reliable method for escaping and saving one's life. Just thinking about it makes me happy. Wei used the remaining kill points to draw talent skills. As expected, none of them had drawn skills. Although his current strength is already quite formidable, Gua still plans to win against the weak with his strength. Killing small animals and insects is the safest. In the days that followed, Wu continued to use the bodies of gray and black rats as bait. He ambushed small animals, waiting for them to come. Arg! Suddenly, a tiger's roar came from the nearby forest. Curious, Wu immediately flew towards the sound of the roar. With over 600 in speed attribute, he quickly spotted a large tiger about 4 meters long. The tiger was confronting a brown bear of similar size. The brown bear was about the same size as the tiger, standing upright on its hind legs, paws on its chest, vigilantly staring at the tiger. The tiger circled slowly around the brown bear, not rushing to attack. Guo landed on a branch of a nearby tree. Inspect skill. Target, brown bear. Attack power, 8897. Defense, 7436. Agility, 3359. Speed, 3526. Inspect skill. Target, tiger. Attack power, 8329. Defense, 6775. Agility, 3896. Speed, 4166. Comparing the data of the bear and the tiger. It really is like half a pound versus 8 tails. Not much difference. In terms of attack power and defense, the brown bear has the advantage. In terms of agility and speed, the tiger has the advantage. Actually, which is stronger, the tiger or the brown bear? Has always been a topic of debate among countless people. In Guo's view, who is stronger, the tiger or the brown bear? It depends on the situation. The tiger is a predator, good at ambush attacks. It rarely engages in direct confrontation with brown bears of similar size. After all, brown bears are not easy to deal with. If the tiger gets injured during a fight and still wins, it might end up facing death due to infection. If the tiger fails to ambush the brown bear, it will most likely rely on its speed to escape first and then seek another opportunity to ambush again. Guo believes that in a bear-tiger conflict, the one likely to die will be the bear, not the tiger. Conflicts between animals are not like arena battles. There aren't so many direct confrontations. A tiger can fail an ambush once and continue to try again, having the opportunity to successfully steal a kill from a bulky opponent. After all, it's easy to be a thief for 1,000 days, but hard to guard against a thief for 1,000 days. Of course, there are also some very clever brown bears that can ambush sleeping tigers and kill them. As Guo was looking forward to the bear and tiger clashing soon, the tiger suddenly turned and ran away. The brown bear saw the tiger running away and sat down in shock, scared out of its wits. After all, if it couldn't fight back, it would just become food. You should follow your own sunny path while I walk my own narrow bridge. Let's just pretend we've never met. This is so boring, Guo thought as he flew away from the branch. However, Guo hadn't flown very far. He soon discovered that the tiger hadn't really left. It was crouching behind some tall grass, hiding and keeping a close eye on the brown bear. Guo knew that the tiger hadn't given up on the brown bear, so he flew back to the branch, waiting for something to happen between the tiger and the bear. The brown bear rested on the ground for a moment, moving its seemingly clumsy body deeper into the forest, glancing back from time to time, clearly wary of the tiger returning. It wasn't foolish. Guo turned to look at the grass where the tiger was hiding. Seeing it wasn't moving, he chose not to move either. After the brown bear had gone some distance, the tiger, hidden behind the grass, finally moved, keeping a steady distance as it followed the brown bear. Guo was flying not far from the tiger. He was just a mantis and would hardly catch the tiger's attention. Even if he did catch the tiger's attention, it was not on the mantis's menu, and it wouldn't bother attacking such a tiny mantis. Chapter 6: Ambush is the way to win. The tiger tracked and followed the brown bear from afternoon to evening, and from evening to late at night, without making an ambush. It wasn't until late at night, when the brown bear was sound asleep in a cave, emitting soft snores. Then the tiger stealthily entered the cave and ambushed, killing the sleeping brown bear. At this time, Guo, who was perched on the cave wall, watched the tiger devour the brown bear's flesh, and a new idea sparked in his mind. When strengths are comparable, waiting for an opportunity to ambush is the key to victory. Going head to head is something only foolish people would do. The tiger was able to kill the brown bear, whose strength was about equal to its own, without being injured. This is the best example. This tiger's defenses are extremely high, and even if it entered Berserk skill mode while taking an ambush, Guo had no thoughts of being able to kill this tiger. He leaped off the wall with a strong push from his back legs, opened his wings, and flew out of the blood-scented cave. As for Guo's departure, the tiger didn't care at all. Just a mantis, a small creature that could easily be swatted dead. How could the tiger possibly care? Moreover, it didn't include mantises in its menu. Since watching the tiger kill the brown bear, Guo had lost interest in hunting small animals and insects like gray mice, black mice, small lizards, and little geckos. This forested mountain range, reminiscent of a primeval forest, was not lacking in medium-sized beasts like wolves, tigers, leopards, goats, and deer. Ordinary mantises would fly for about 20 to 30 meters and then stop to rest. But Guo, this mantis, was different. He had super high-speed attributes. Not only would this make his flying and running speed faster, but his endurance would also greatly exceed that of a normal mantis. He could fly for 30 kilometers or so before needing to stop and rest. At this moment, the crescent moon hung to the west. In a clearing within the forest, a pack of wolves was resting and sleeping there. There were around 70 to 80 wolves of various sizes. A few strong adult male wolves were on guard, their green eyes scanning different directions. If there was any disturbance, they would immediately sound the alarm to awaken the sleeping pack. Nearby on a branch, Guo used the inspect skill on the largest sleeping wolf in the pack. Target: Forest Blue Wolf King. Attack power: 3746. Defense: 2824. Agility: 1545. Speed: 2863. Compared to the data of the Wolf King, this Wolf King was far inferior to a tiger or brown bear. A wolf couldn't break the defense of a tiger or brown bear. One wolf would be instantaneously killed in front of them. Guo turned to one of the sentry wolves and used inspect skill. Target: Forest Blue Wolf. Attack power: 3326. Defense: 2546. Agility: 1336. Speed: 2511. An ordinary adult wolf had significantly lower stats compared to the Wolf King. Then, Guo used inspect skill on a few ordinary wolves. Except for the juvenile wolves, the stats of ordinary adult wolves were roughly the same. Buzz. Guo flew toward the wolf pack from the branch. The sentry male wolves ignored him. Just a mantis, in the wolves' eyes, it was no different from a fly. It posed no threat to them. Guo boldly flew into the wolf pack, landing on the head of the Wolf King. He landed lightly, and the Wolf King did not wake up. Guo raised his two sickle-like front legs, preparing to unleash a powerful strike. Skill: Berserk skill. In the next moment, his body immediately expanded nearly twice in size, all attributes multiplied by 3, and his attack power reached over 5,200. With a pop sound, the Wolf King's skull was pierced by his sharp front legs, penetrating 4 to 5 centimeters. The Wolf King didn't even have time to let out a howl before it was dead on the spot. Ding! You killed the Forest Blue Wolf King. Stat points plus 187, Evolution EXP plus 204, kill points plus 4,230. Did I just get 187 potential points? Guo was overjoyed. Indeed, the greater the storm, the more valuable the fish, the stronger the killed creatures, the more benefits one gets. The Wolf King died silently, without a single wolf noticing. The Berserk skill state can only last for 30 seconds. Time is precious. Guo flew away from the top of the Wolf King's head and gently landed on the head of an adult female wolf nearby. With a swift sound, his two front paws, sharper than knives, easily pierced into the female wolf's skull. Ding! You have killed a forest gray wolf. Stat points plus 162, Evolution EXP plus 185, kill points plus 3,898. The female wolf died without a sound. Next, Guo quickly flew from one wolf's head to another, emotionless, using his sharp scythe-like front paws to pierce through their skulls. With only 5 seconds left in his Berserk skill state, Guo decisively flew away. In that brief 25 seconds, he had killed a total of 18 adult wolves. Once he landed in a safe spot, Guo opened his data panel. Host: Guo. Species: Mantis. Lifespan: less than 7 months. Skill: Inspect skill, Berserk skill, Phantom speed skill. Evolution count: none. Evolution EXP, 5623.69 10,000. Grade, Common. Attack Power, 1738.69. Defense, 2. Agility, 272.11. Speed, 613.44. Stat points, 3096. Kill points, 73023. He looked at the over 3,000 stat points. Gua hesitated for a moment. Then he increased his attack power by 2096. He added 500 points to both agility and speed. He still didn't allocate any points to defense. Now, his attack power reached 3,738.69. Agility reached 772.11. Speed reached 1,113.44. With these stats, in his Berserk skill state, he could now stealthily smash the skulls of the previous tiger and brown bear. After adding the stat points, Will looked at the 70,000 plus kill points and began to draw skills. Having over 70,000 kill points wasn't enough to draw over 70 times at once. This time his luck was particularly bad. After drawing 56 times in a row, he didn't get a single skill. On the 57th draw, he finally got a skill inventory containing a circular space with a diameter of 10,000 meters. Nothing could be stored inside except living things, but all other items could be kept inside, preserved indefinitely. Opening the inventory has no cooldown and no restrictions. It can be accessed at any time to store items. Next, on the 69th draw, he drew another skill regeneration passive except for losing his head. Even if he suffered severe injuries, including a shattered heart or severed limbs, he could quickly regrow new ones. The downside is that after using this regeneration passive skill, there will be a 3-hour period of weakness, causing all data to drop by tenfold. The skill cooldown time is 24 hours. Chapter 7, The Appearance of Humans. That pack of wolves. There are around 70 to 80 wolves. Previously, he killed 18 wolves. There are still nearly 60 wolves left. Kill points have consumed the skill. The cooldown for the Berserk skill has passed its 30 seconds. Guo flies back to the pack of wolves. Skill, Berserk skill. He whispers in his heart, and his body instantly swells to about twice its size. All data triples. His attack power suddenly exceeds 10,000. The skull of the green wolf is as soft as tofu. Ding! You killed a young wolf. Stat points plus 166, Evolution EXP plus 153, kill points plus 3,865. Ding! You killed a young wolf. Stat points plus 178, Evolution EXP plus 169, kill points plus 4,001. Ding! You have killed the green wolf. Guo quickly takes down the sleeping green wolves. In the last 5 seconds of the Berserk skill state, he flies away again. This second time coming to the pack of wolves is much faster and more agile than the first time. This time, he killed 31 wolves, achieving greater efficiency than the first time, and earned a total of 4,336 stat points. If it weren't for the fact that a dozen young wolves didn't provide much data, he would have earned even more stat points. He allocated 3,136 stat points to his attack power. Agility and speed each received an additional 500 points. Defense still remains unchanged. Wei just counted. That pack of wolves. Excluding the 5 green wolves on night watch. There are still 22 wolves of various sizes that he hasn't killed. After the 30 seconds of the weakness period has passed, Guo flies to the pack of wolves for the 3rd time. In a berserk state. His current attack power instantly reaches over 20,500. Ding! You killed a young wolf. Stat points plus 155, Evolution EXP plus 143, kill points plus 3,568. Ding! Congratulations, host, your Evolution EXP has met the requirements for evolution. Do you wish to evolve? Special reminder, after each evolution, attack power, defense, agility, and speed will all triple. It is recommended that the host max out attack power, defense, agility, and speed before evolving. I won't evolve for now. Guo can still discern the pros and cons. In the time that follows, he kills all the wolves in this pack, including the few wolves standing guard. When killing those guard wolves, Guo charges directly forward, attacking them face to face. In the Berserk skill state, with over 20,000 attack power, 4,500 added speed, and over 3,000 agility, killing wolves is as easy as playing. Although his defense is only in the single digits, the wolves can't even touch him, so the concept of low defense leading to quick deaths does not apply. Open the personal data panel. Host, Guo. Species, mantis. Lifespan, less than 7 months. Skill, inspect skill phantom speed skill inventory regeneration passive. Evolution count, none. Evolution EXP, 10,000 Evolution EXP completed, you can continue to earn Evolution EXP after evolving. Grade, common. Attack power, 6,874.91. Defense, 2. Agility, 1,272.11. Speed, 1,613.44. Stat points, 4536. Kill points, 100693. Evolution EXP is already full, but he cannot evolve at the moment. Guo plans to allocate all stat points to attack power. Ding! Reminder, before evolution, the limits for attack power, defense, agility, and speed are all set at 10,000. Your attack power has reached the limit, and the remaining stat points can be added to the other 3 attributes. Guo paused for a moment, realizing that 10,000 was the limit. Attack power has maxed out at 10,000, with 1,410.91 stat points remaining. In Berserk skill state, his attack power can reach 30,000, especially if he ambushes a tiger. The tiger's skull would be smashed open like tofu. And agility and speed are adequately sufficient for the time being. Guo thought for a moment. He felt that a defense of 2 was really too low. The next moment. So he raised the defense to a solid 1,000. The remaining 400 stat points were all allocated to speed. The better the speed stats, the faster the flight and running speed on the ground, as well as greater endurance. With a current speed of over 2,000, in Berserk skills triple state, it would be over 6,000 speed, which is already sufficient. From that day on, Guo no longer deliberately went after small animals like mice and geckos, unless he came across them conveniently. During other times, he specifically sought out medium-sized animals like wolves, tigers, leopards, cattle, sheep, and deer to hunt, and the data obtained was very substantial. As for encountering flies, mosquitoes, and ants, he couldn't even be bothered to glance at them, let alone kill them. In the blink of an eye. 2 days later, the speed and agility attributes had both reached the upper limit of 10,000. The defense was also at 6,369, not far from 10,000. In the forest, a few elk were grazing with their heads down. Guo leisurely flew over. Not a single elk looked at the little mantis. At this moment, Guo used inspect skill on the largest elk. Target, elk. Attack power, 1543. Defense, 2129. Agility, 1211. Speed, 5012. Although the elk has little attack power, its speed is fast. Even tigers cannot catch up to the elk without ambushing or short bursts. Guo landed on the head of a deer grazing with its head down. Even without using the Berserk skill, an attack power of 10,000 would easily shatter the deer's skull. Just as Guo was about to raise his scythe to strike the deer's head, an arrow zipped through the air and struck the deer in the throat, causing it to collapse dead on the spot. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Almost at the same moment, several arrows shot in from ahead, each hitting a deer. Some arrows went straight through the deer's eyes. Some arrows pierced through the deer's heart. Some arrows struck through the deer's throat. Is someone there? Guo stared blankly at the arrows stuck in the deer's body, filled with shock and joy. Although he had been reborn as a mantis, he always regarded himself as a human when observing things and solving problems. Captain, your archery skills have improved so much. You shot 8 arrows in 2 rounds, hitting every target, and the speed of the arrows varied. Have you become a level 7 high stage, able to interfere with objects with your mental energy? That's right, I've reached level 7 high stage. Alright, Goo, stop envying me. Don't think I don't know your family gave you a high-grade mana stone. Within a week, you'll probably reach level 7 high stage 2. I'm just a few days ahead. Captain, it must have been who told you. That big mouth. She promised to keep it a secret for me, and in just 2 days she spilled it. I won't tell her anything in the future. From the woods ahead, 2 girls who looked to be about 17 or 18 emerged. Chapter 8, Tracking, Almost Discovered. The 2 girls walking through the woods were both very beautiful. They had delicate features, fair skin, and their voices were pleasant to hear. The girl on the left was quite tall, about 175 centimeters. She wore blue denim shorts, her legs long and straight, and her white knee-high boots came just 10 centimeters shy of her knees. On her upper body, she wore a blue denim jacket over a white t-shirt, which hinted at a C+ cup size. Her dyed blue hair was tied into a ponytail at the back. She had a longbow slung over her shoulder and carried a quiver on her back. On the left side of her tiny waist, there was a short sword hanging from her belt. The girl on the right was slightly shorter, about 168 centimeters. She was dressed in a white training outfit, tied at the waist with a black cloth belt, accentuating her slender waist, which was just a delicate grasp. From Guo's perspective, it seemed significantly larger ahead, at least a D+, but how does it feel? Will it be very bouncy? As the 2 girls bent over to pull arrows from the moose's corpse, Guo noticed they both had a red school badge on their clothes, featuring black characters, which surprised and delighted him. The badge of the tall girl on the left reads, Qingyang Academy Faction, Class 5, Grade 12 Lin. The badge of the girl slightly to the right reads, Qingyang Academy Faction, Class 5, Grade 12 Gu. Level 7 high stage. Level 7 high stage, how much data does it have? Recalling the conversation between the 2 girls, Guo uses the inspect skill on the tall girl first. In the next moment, data appears on the light screen. Target, Lin. Race, human. Aptitude, 2.397. The role of aptitude is that post-advancement, all data is multiplied. Level 7 high stage advanced warrior. Mana, 6400 plus. Attack power, 100,000 plus. Defense, 820,000 plus. Agility, 250,000 plus. Speed, 320,000 plus. Skill, 1 mana surge. Skill consumes 30,000 mana, boosting all data by 50% for 5 minutes. Disadvantage, in the 5 minutes after the mana surge skill ends, all physical data drops by a tenfold. Holy crap! 1,100,000 in attack power, is this even human? Guo was stunned. Even an adult brown bear or tiger doesn't reach 10,000 in combat power. Wait, wasn't that short girl Gu level 6 mid-stage? I wonder how big the gap is between level 7 high stage and level 6 mid-stage. The next moment, Guo then uses the inspect skill on the short girl. Target, Gu. Race, human. Aptitude, 2.388. Grade, level 6 mid-stage. Level 6 mid-stage. Mana, 3200 plus. Attack power, 440,000. Defense, 340,000 plus. Agility, 120,000 plus. Speed, 110,000 plus. Skill, Golden Shield. Passive consumes 3000 mana, triples defense for 5 minutes, with no side effects. As long as there is enough mana, defense can always remain tripled. There is a significant gap between level 6 mid-stage and level 7 high stage, with various stats differing by about 2 to 3 times. Guo thought, I wonder if after my evolution, I'd be equivalent to a level 1 warrior among humans? By the way, Slaughter Evolution System, what is my aptitude level? Why isn't it displayed on my personal information interface? Guo wondered to himself, addressing the Slaughter Evolution System. Ding! Slaughter Evolution System replied, the host has not completed the first evolution yet, so aptitude cannot be displayed on the personal information interface. However, I can inform the host in advance that your aptitude is 3, meaning all data will be multiplied by 3 after each evolution. Can the aptitude be increased? He asked Slaughter Evolution System. Slaughter Evolution System replied, aptitude can be enhanced by consuming rare and precious materials. Moreover, after the host completes one evolution, there is a small chance to draw abilities that can increase aptitude when extracting kill points. What is that mana? Gua asked the Slaughter Evolution System again. Ding! Slaughter Evolution System replied, after all creatures complete their first evolution, a mana pool will appear in their bodies to store mana. The larger the mana pool, the more mana it can store. The size of mana is related to the number of evolutions a creature has undergone and its aptitude. Gua asked again, what are the effects of mana? Ding! Slaughter Evolution System replied, mana can enhance vitality, speed up healing, and when a creature evolves to king tier, a mana core will form in the mana pool, which can unleash waves of mana energy to cause colossal damage from a distance. Any creature other than the host needs to consume mana when using skills. I truly am the protagonist, I don't need to consume mana to use skills. After Gua understood the function of mana, he asked, how many evolutions does it take for a creature to reach king tier? And how many levels are there in this world? Ding! Slaughter Evolution System replied, a creature reaches king tier after completing its 21st evolution. The total number of levels in this world is something the host must explore and discover on their own. Lin wiped the blood off the arrow and put it back into the quiver, then a green light emitted from the gray bracelet on her left wrist. The green light shone on the carcasses of the elk, and in an instant, each elk's body shrank down to a size too small to see with the naked eye. Before long, all the elk carcasses were stored in Lin's inventory, and she frowned, saying, my inventory space is almost full. How about yours? Mine is also nearly full, Gu replied. But I can still fit a dozen animals the size of elk. That's good, let's keep hunting. The two girls left this place. They walked deeper into the forest. They didn't notice that a praying mantis was watching them from the ground. Watching their figures gradually fade away, Gua hesitated for a moment before following them. Lin and Gu had been searching in the mountains for over an hour, having hunted down more than a dozen wild boars. With Gu's inventory full, they headed back towards the temporary camp for their class. Lin was at level 7 high stage, with a very keen mental perception. Ever since they killed a few elks, she had been feeling as if something was stalking them. But every time Lin turned around to look, there was nothing there. She frequently glanced back, raising Gu's suspicions, who quietly asked, class leader, why do you keep looking back? Is there something behind us? As she spoke, Gu had already placed her right hand on the hilt of her sword. Since the spiritual energy of heaven and earth revived 500 years ago, and the earth underwent millions of times of mutation and expansion. Among all the creatures on earth, only a small portion had the ability to mutate and evolve. Although it was unlikely to have any monsters around the edge of the Qinling Mountains, nothing was absolute. Lin shared her perception experience and then stood still, scanning her surroundings for a while, but still didn't find anything. Lin shook her head and said, perhaps it's because I just broke through to level 7 high stage not long ago and haven't yet fully mastered my mental power. Gu was very alert, saying, whatever the case, we should hurry back. There are tier 6 heaven stage teachers at the camp, so even if there are monsters following us, we shouldn't be afraid. Lin nodded. In the next moment, the two of them quickened their pace. Wu didn't dare to follow them immediately, hesitating for a dozen seconds while hiding in the grass, and only decided to sneak after them when he could barely see their figures. After all, he was just a small, ordinary mantis who would care if they saw him? Moreover, Lin had just seen him and hadn't taken it seriously. Chapter 9, Terrifying Tier 6 Heaven Stage Data. Wu didn't follow too closely this time, maintaining a distance of about 200 meters. And Lin no longer felt like he was being followed by something he really thought it was because he had just leveled up to level 7 high stage, not because he hadn't fully mastered his mental power. Half an hour later. A shimmering small lake appeared before Gui. By the lakeside, there were 30 to 40 army green tents, along with many boys and girls around Lin and Gu's age, chatting and laughing outside the tents. In the lake, several boys were swimming, bare-chested and in swim trunks. These boys and girls are all senior students from Qingyang Academy faction. The class leader and deputy class leader are back. One girl saw Lin and Gu and ran over cheerfully. Class leader, deputy class leader, you've been out hunting for a long time. Both classmates and teachers have been worried about you. If you weren't back before dark, we would have gone to look for you. This girl was chattering, and Lin smiled, saying, the deputy class leader and I just went to hunt some ordinary animals, not to kill monsters. There's nothing to worry about. By the way, class leader, how many prey did you catch? Did you get any rabbits? I love eating roasted rabbits. The girl looked eagerly at the inventory on their wrists. Of course we got some. Lin took out 2 plump white rabbits from the inventory. Class leader, you're the best, I love you. This girl's eyes sparkled with excitement as she grabbed the 2 rabbit carcasses and ran to the river, starting to skin them and remove the entrails, showing no signs of girlish weakness. 500 years ago, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth revived, and the earth mutated, expanding billions of times, allowing some creatures to gain the ability to evolve. Many dungeons also began to appear on Earth. Dungeons contain many monsters. The monsters inside the dungeons are different from those on Earth. They can form contracts with humans. This time, the senior students of Qingyang Academy faction are entering a deep dungeon in the Qinling Mountains to form contracts with the monsters inside. To sign a contract with the monsters in the dungeons, humans must first gain enough favor with these monsters, otherwise, they won't agree to the contract. In the past, the success rate for humans signing contracts with dungeons monsters was very low, with only 1 or 2 out of 10 succeeding. However, 300 years ago, a student easily won the favor of the dungeon's monsters with a piece of roasted meat and successfully signed a contract. When entering the dungeons to seek contracts with monsters, humans always bring animal meat, roasting it inside until it's aromatic and sizzling with fat, and feeding it to the attracted dungeon's monsters. There was an 80% chance of winning the favor of the monsters, leading to a successful contract, turning them into loyal combat partners for humans. Later, some people began to study how to roast meat to make it more appealing to the monsters in the dungeons. Through multiple experiments, they eventually discovered that roasted meat from ordinary beasts that had been dead for 3 days was most favored by the dungeon's monsters. Tomorrow, the seniors from Qingyang Academy faction will arrive at the entrance of the Qinling dungeons. Class leader Lin and vice class leader Gu went out hunting in preparation for their classmates tomorrow. The Qingyang Academy faction's senior class has only one class with 153 students, and this time they are led by homeroom teacher Jiang along with 3 other teachers from the school. All the boys, come over and take care of these animal carcasses. Lin and Gu's bracelets glowed, and over 100 medium-sized animal carcasses piled up on the ground in 2 large heaps. There are wild boars, elk, tigers, wolves, goats, and deer. All the boys came over, including those swimming in the lake, who quickly swam back. Class leader, according to the laws of Longhua, we have gender equality. We can't have all the boys do the work while the girls just supervise. That's too unfair. A boy complained. Immediately, a girl rebutted, what's wrong with us girls staying out of it? It's not our fault that out of over 90 boys in the class, none are competent enough to fight against us or become class leader or vice leader. The school rules state that whether in the classroom or in the city, everyone must listen to the teacher, the class leader, and the vice leader. If you keep whining and dragging things out, I'll tell the class leader to make you handle all these animal carcasses by yourself at LL. Were you out? Okay, you girls are princesses, you girls are above us, we boys can't compete with you, we're just cowards. That boy obediently handled the animal hides and entrails with the other male classmates. Lin and Gu handed the inventory to 2 female classmates, asking them to put the animal meat processed by the boys inside. At this moment, Wu was lying on a small patch of grass 200 meters away from the lakeside camp, hesitating for a long time without daring to approach. Just now, he casually inspected more than 20 people with the inspect skill. The worst among them were mid-level warriors at level 4, with attack power exceeding 50,000, defense over 30,000, and agility all surpassing 25,000. For those youthful boys and girls, this little mantis was too frail. What if some woman carelessly stepped on it and killed it? Li, Teacher Liang. At that moment, two women in their late 20s stepped out of a tent in the lakeside camp. Many students greeted them. The woman in the black clothes on the left is Zhang, the homeroom teacher of the senior class at Qingyang Academy. The woman in the red clothes on the right is another class's teacher, accompanying them with Teacher Liang. Hua used the inspect skill on the woman in black. Target, Zhang. Race, human. Aptitude, 2.225. Grade, Tier 6 Heaven Stage. Tier 6 Heaven Stage. Mana, 12 million plus. Attack power, 3.64 billion plus. Defense, 3.58 billion plus. Agility, 2.32 billion plus. Speed, 2.35 billion plus. Skill, Mana Flight Skill, Wind Kick Skill, Sky Dragon Fist Skill, Berserker / Skill, Golden Shield Passive Mana Surge Skill, Phantom Shift Skill. Wow, 36,400,000,000 in combat power. Hua's eyes nearly bulged out. A Tier 6 Heaven Stage warrior has such high combat power. And the even higher level King tier beings must have combat power over 100 billion. Taking a few deep breaths, Hua calmed down and used the inspect skill on the woman in red. Target, Li. Race, human. Aptitude, 2.219. Grade, Tier 6 Heaven Stage. Tier 6 Heaven Stage. Mana, 11 million plus. Attack power, 3.62 billion plus. Defense, 3.61 billion plus. Agility, 2.33 billion plus. Speed, 2.34 billion plus. Skill, Mana Flight Skill, Golden Shield Passive, Wind Kick Skill, Dragon Tiger Fist Skill, Phantom Blade Skill, Mana Surge Skill. The data of these two Tier 6 Heaven Stage warrior teachers is really terrifying. After seeing it, Hua's heart started racing uncontrollably. Chapter 10, Infiltrating the Tent, Obtaining 3 Books. Hua temporarily left the lakeside camp. It was truly too frightening here. He was just an unevolved little mantis. Staying here is too dangerous. 1 hour later. About 50 to 60 miles away, Hua spotted a herd of antelopes, around 40 to 50 in size. The defense of the great antelope was around 2300 plus, and without using the Berserk skill, Hua's attack of 10,000 could easily shatter the antelope's skull. If a tiger or a cheetah were spotted, the herd of antelopes would definitely flee at once. But when they saw a little praying mantis, the antelopes acted as if they hadn't seen anything. Hua folded his wings and landed on the head of a male antelope, swinging his scythe like front limb. Ding! You killed an antelope, stat points plus 121, kill points plus 2546. Note, Evolution EXP has reached its limit without completing evolution, you cannot obtain Evolution EXP. Hua flew away instantly, landing on another antelope's head. Ding! You killed an antelope, stat points plus 122, kill points plus 2614. Note, Evolution EXP has reached its limit without completing evolution, you cannot obtain Evolution EXP. Ding! You killed an antelope. Ding! You killed an antelope. It didn't take long for Hua to kill the entire herd of antelopes. Because they died quickly and painlessly, throughout the process, none of the antelopes realized that their companions had fallen. They all thought they were just lying down asleep. He opened his personal information interface. Host, Hua. Species, mantis. Lifespan, less than 7 months. Skill, inspect skill, phantom speed skill, inventory regeneration passive. Evolution count, none. Evolution EXP, 10,000 10,000. Grade, common. Attack power, 10,000. Defense, 7246. Agility, 10,000. Speed, 10,000. Stat points, 5123. Kill points, 126598. Hua stopped immediately after raising his defense to 9999. It wasn't that he didn't want to reach 10,000 defense and evolve right away, but because monsters contain fluctuations of heavenly and earth mana, which can easily attract the attention of the human warriors and students in the camp. Ordinary small animals and insects do not have these fluctuations, so tonight, he plans to check out the lakeside camp, as he still doesn't know much about this world, and maybe he can learn more from those students and teachers. Looking at over 126,000 kill points, Guo began to draw skills. His luck was really poor after 126 consecutive skill draws. He failed all of them and received no skills. With a 1% chance, he should hit at least once in 100 tries. Whether he succeeds or not depends entirely on luck. With good luck, he might hit 8 or 9 times in 10 draws. With bad luck, he might not hit even once in 300 or 400 tries. Several hours passed. Guo killed some medium-sized animals in the forest again, and night had already fallen. Guo remembered that Lin's classmate said that the monsters in dungeons like to eat regular beast meat, and he stored all the beasts he had killed in his inventory. In the late night, Guo arrived at the lakeside campsite, where most of the students were already asleep, and only a few tents had their lights on. Outside the campsite, a few male classmates were keeping watch, and Guo didn't even have to deliberately avoid them. He could casually walk around the camp. After all, not many people would be bored enough to step on a little mantis. However, when someone is down on their luck, even drinking cold water can get it stuck in their teeth. A passing boy saw a mantis on the ground, raised his foot, and stepped down with a speed just slightly faster than that of an ordinary person. Guo swiftly dodged, and the boy quickly followed up with another kick, this one faster, but still not particularly fast. What the hell, did the mantis do something to you? Guo dodged the boy's kick again, sensed the danger in this place, and since he couldn't outrun the other, he could only quickly hide in a nearby tent. Just as Guo was thinking, the boy lunged at him with another kick, this one even faster than before. Go to hell! Guo cursed as he ducked away, slipping into a tent through a gap at the edge, and then he heard the boy mumbling softly. This is the tent of the class leader and the deputy class leader. Although they have gone to meet the teacher and are not in the tent, I won't go inside to catch a mantis. The boy murmured to himself, what if I get misunderstood for sneaking in to steal underwear to practice my speed? I'm afraid the class leader and deputy class leader would beat me to death. The boy left. Whether he stepped on a little ordinary mantis or not didn't matter. It was just a boring night shift, looking for some amusement. Inside the tent, there were 2 beds. Guo spread his wings behind him and flew onto one of the beds. As expected of a girl's bed, the comforter and mattress were all pink with flowers. On the pillow of this bed, there were also 3 books, one of which was open, as if the owner had been reading and suddenly left, forgetting to close the book. Books are the legacy of human civilization, recording many things. Guo curiously flew to the book, closed it, and flew a bit higher to see the title. The Revival of Spiritual Energy Between Heaven and Earth, a compilation of 500 years of New Dragon Kingdom history. The titles of the other 2 books are Electronic Technology 500 Years Ago, Differences from Modern Spiritual Energy Technology. The Evolution Direction of Monsters, Detailed Explanation. At that moment, 2 girls' voices suddenly came from outside the tent. Guo recognized them. It was the class leader Lin and the deputy class leader Gu. Collect! He quickly stored the 3 books into his inventory, then swiftly hid under the bed, ready to slip out through the gap underneath the tent. Soon, Lin and Gu entered, lifting the tent flap to come in. By this time, it was almost 1 in the morning, and both girls were feeling sleepy, so they began to take off their outer clothing, preparing to change into their pajamas and crawl into bed. Both girls had amazing figures. Lin was tall and slender, standing at 175 centimeters, elegant and poised. Gu had a slender figure, 168 centimeters, but in certain areas was definitely a double D+. Wow, class leader, I didn't notice before, but yours has grown. Did you go through a second growth spurt after becoming level 7 high stage? Gu exclaimed in surprise, you were just a tiny B+, and now you're at C+. Come on, let me add some weight. Get lost. Lin swatted away her outstretched hand and took the opportunity to strike back, hitting her target. Gu, you've gotten bigger again. Your double Ds are almost turning into double Es. Lin said with a couple of clicks of her tongue, mysteriously asking, are you secretly dating someone, and have you puffed up from kneading dough with your boyfriend? Go away, Lin, you're the one who wants a boyfriend to knead dough, right? Gu teased angrily at first, then rushed over with a grin, saying, Lin, it must be because you want a boyfriend to knead dough, right? Come on, tonight I'll need the dough for your future boyfriend. Get lost, you pervy hand. Oh, you're serious about it? Then don't blame me for being rude. P.S. Is there still any reader out there reading this book? If so, please click to urge an update. Thank you very much for your support. Chapter 11, King-tier monsters can marry humans. There's a good show happening upstairs. What couldn't he help but climb from under the bed to the top, his round big eyes carefully watching the two girls on the opposite bed making a scene. If he could turn into a person, Guo would love to join in, playing crazily with the two youthful and beautiful girls, making a ruckus together, and happily kneading dough. Alright, stop messing around, our voices are too loud. We might wake up the other classmates and make a joke of ourselves. If you ambushed me while kneading dough, I wouldn't bother with you, but this time I'll let you off. Before long, Gu and Lin ended their ruckus, each lying back on their own beds, turning off the lights to sleep. With no show to watch, Guo left through the gap under the tent. A moment later, on a hillside 2 kilometers east of the lakeside camp, Guo was reading under the moonlight. He didn't take a closer look. He just roughly skimmed through and took a look. In just over an hour, he finished reading the 3 books borrowed from Lin. The reason why the books were borrowed from Lin is that the bed where the 3 books were placed belonged to her. After finishing these 3 books, Guo had a clear understanding of the world he was in, as well as the monsters and human warriors. The Revival of Spiritual Energy in Heaven and Earth, a collection of 500 years of history of the New Dragon Kingdom. This book, it talks about how, since the revival of spiritual energy in 2022, the Earth mutated and expanded 1 billion times, with some humans, animals, and insects gaining the ability to evolve, plunging the entire world into chaos and carnage. After decades of effort, human warriors of the Dragon Kingdom gave birth to the first king-tier existence, gathering scattered people from the Dragon Kingdom to form a new capital, Dragon City, which was also the only city at the time, restoring legal order. In the following 100 years, over 20 king-tier existences appeared in the Dragon Kingdom. Centered around the new capital of the Dragon Kingdom, 20 new cities were established within hundreds of miles, with king-tier warriors as city owners, guarding the cities against monsters' attacks. With the protection of the cities, human safety was assured, the population grew rapidly, and the number of warriors increased day by day. Another century passed, and the number of people in the Dragon Kingdom reached over 100. And the Dragon Kingdom had built 100 cities. As the spiritual energy of heaven and earth revived, the earth mutated and expanded by billions of times, revealing many unknown ruins in small inventory worlds, along with elements from ancient myths and legends. The small inventory worlds can be both good and bad. Good small inventories are like treasure troves, containing high-grade mana stones that help warriors accelerate their cultivation, along with rare heavenly materials. Moreover, the monsters inside do not actively attack humans and can sign contracts with them to become battle companions. Of course, if someone kills monsters inside, they will be fiercely attacked by monsters from the entire small inventory world. On the other hand, bad small inventory worlds have evil monsters that not only attack humans who enter but also come out to wreak havoc. There are even worse small inventory worlds that connect the earth with terrifying realms, such as the demon realm and the underworld, where monsters and spirits can enter the earth. The ancient ruins are remnants of the civilization of spiritual martial arts billions of years ago, where people brought out spiritual energy technology and powerful martial arts cultivation methods. Spiritual energy technology, utilizing high-grade mana stones as energy sources to create numerous technological products, such as spiritual energy lamps, spiritual energy cameras, spiritual energy mobile phones, inventory gear, and so on. Martial arts cultivation methods grant people skills, like Golden Shield passive, Wind Kick skill, Mana Surge skill, and other special techniques. Experts in martial arts speculate that humanity could not awaken innate skills during their martial evolution. Ancient human warriors mimicked the innate skills of monsters, creating skills that all warriors could learn. This made humanity stronger, enabling them to fight against monsters. Without those martial skills and spiritual energy weapons? Under equal conditions, humans cannot defeat monsters. Now it's the year 2522, and the revival of spiritual energy has brought Earth's mutations to exactly 500 years. In these 500 years, the Dragon Kingdom now has over 1,000 cities, with large cities housing populations of 30 to 50 million, medium cities with 10 to 15 million, and small cities with 3 to 5 million. Every city is guarded by a varying number of king-tier warriors, depending on the population and the geographical risk level. According to the latest announcement from the Dragon Kingdom this year, there are currently 5,210 king-tier warriors in the Dragon Kingdom. On average, there are fewer than 4 king-tier warriors in each city. Among humans, the ratio of those who can evolve into warriors versus ordinary people is about 5 out of 100. This is the history of the new Dragon Kingdom over the past 500 years since the revival of spiritual energy on Earth. Next up, electronic technology 500 years ago, differences from modern spiritual energy technology. This book. It contains many photos and descriptions of electronic technology products from before the revival of spiritual energy, much like an introduction to antiques. For example, it includes photos of phones, cars, planes, subways, and ships, as well as photos of firearms, handguns, cannons, tanks, and various fighter jets. All of those electronic technology products and firearms became ineffective after the revival of spiritual energy. After gunpowder is ignited, it will only burn slowly, without a sudden rapid combustion. Although electronic products are no longer available, many human warriors brought out blueprints for spiritual energy technology from ancient ruins, leading to the emergence of spiritual technology on Earth. Some even produced similar spiritual technology products based on the functions of electronic technology, such as spiritual energy computers and phones that can only be used in cities. The last. The Evolution Directions of Monsters Detailed Explanation. This book. It contains many ordinary Earth animals and insects that have evolved, along with detailed explanations and photos of their evolutionary directions. There are also some evolved beasts from the small inventory world that can sign contracts with humans. They can be artificially influenced, allowing the contracted monsters to evolve in the directions desired by humans. Monsters have 4 evolutionary directions. Speed type, specifically for delivering messages. Agility type, fast reaction with strong attack power. Defense type, high attack and defense. High power type, extremely high attack power, but lower attributes in other areas. Furthermore, after humans sign contracts with monsters, they can also temporarily fuse with them. This grants humans some abilities from the monsters, making their overall capabilities significantly stronger than when alone. Once monsters reach King Tier, they gain the ability to transform into humans, can intermarry with humans, and their offspring, having more human genes, will be born in the appearance of human infants, while also inheriting some innate abilities from the evolved beasts. If descendants have a lot of monsters' genes, they will look like beasts when born but possess human intelligence. However, the chance of human warriors having offspring with King Tier monsters is extremely low. So far, there have only been about 10 examples in the Dragon Kingdom. Seeing King-tier monsters transform into humans and being able to marry and reproduce with humans. Guo felt especially excited, as he had no interest in female mantises, but preferred young, beautiful human girls. At the same time, Guo also realized that he wasn't reborn into another world after dying but was reborn on Earth 500 years after his death when spiritual energy began to revive. Chapter 12, Dive into the backpack and walk together. King-tier monsters can transform into humans. They can also marry humans and have offspring. This is extremely attractive to Guo. When he died in his previous life, he was only 19 years old. The heavy academic load left him physically and mentally exhausted. He studied until 11:30 at night every day. He was forced to wake up at 5:30 in the morning to study. To prevent him from falling in love early, his mother would take him to school in the morning and pick him up on time in the evening. Their home was less than 500 meters from the high school. They were afraid he would chat with girls on the way and get a girlfriend, which would affect his studies. He wasn't exceptionally smart, just a moderately above average student. In order for him to get into a good university and have a successful future, his parents wanted to bring glory to their faces. Since he could remember, probably starting in kindergarten, he had been attending extra tutoring classes after school to learn to read. During elementary school, he spent weekends either at English tutoring classes or other foreign language tutoring classes, leaving no time to play. Moreover, his mother did not allow him to watch cartoons or play video games, making him feel out of place among his classmates. When his classmates finished class, they were either discussing Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf, or Armored Warrior Ultraman, plus Dragon Ball and One Piece. He couldn't get a word in edgewise, feeling like a fool who understood nothing. Without any common topics to discuss with his classmates, he naturally couldn't play with them and ended up having no friends. As for the intense studies in middle and high school, there's no need to elaborate. While other classmates used smartphones, his mother only let him use an old phone that even his grandparents wouldn't use. His mother was afraid he would text girls using the old phone, so he had to hand it in every day after school and turn it off, only receiving it in the morning for school. For some reason, students needed to attend online classes. Fearing he wouldn't study during the online classes, his mother accompanied him throughout all of them. If he let his mother take the tests, Guo felt she could easily rank among the top 3 in their entire school. Because his mother had been an academic powerhouse, graduating with a master's degree from a reputable 985 university. Such a top-level academic mother started working less than 6 months after graduating from university. He was caught by his father, who didn't do well in school and dropped out in the second year of junior high, and they married due to an unplanned pregnancy. His dad didn't do well in school and dropped out in the second year of junior high. However, at that time his grandparents opened 12 medium-sized chain supermarkets, bringing in an income of around $600,000 to $700,000 a month. The family lived in a villa and owned 2 or 3 cars worth millions. In an age where driving a BMW was a sign of wealth, his dad was indeed a proper second-generation wealthy individual. The reason that his academically gifted mother could marry his poorly performing father was largely due to her rural upbringing and family background. His mom has 2 unmarried older brothers and 2 younger sisters who are both in college. After his mom married his dad, both brothers bought homes and took wives. The tuition and living expenses for the 2 younger sisters in college are all covered by his dad. Even though his dad didn't excel in academics, he was a righteous person with several very loyal friends. Among those friends, many come from well-off families. They either have business-savvy parents or parents in high positions. During the booming era of the real estate industry, his dad collaborated with his friends to venture into real estate, earning a substantial fortune and multiplying the family assets by more than 10 times. One could say he is also a solid third-generation rich kid, just that he never enjoyed the luxury usually associated with such a background, spending his time in studies and makeup lessons. Moreover, his parents had already mapped out his future. They say the family doesn't lack money, and it could last for several generations without being spent. As long as he could get into a good university, complete a graduate degree and return with a solid job, the family would be able to facilitate his career advancement, making him a mid-level leader locally. However, he inherited his learning talent from his academically mediocre dad and did not take after his studious mom. His mom believes that hard work can make up for lack of talent, so she supervises him to study late into the night. As a result, his health deteriorated, and he ultimately succumbed to a sudden heart attack caused by staying up late to study. As the saying goes, a man ought to flirt in his youth. What else should a man love if not women? His greatest regret in his past life wasn't missing the college entrance exam due to a heart attack from studying late, but rather that he never had a girlfriend, nor enjoyed a wedding night. What does it feel like to have a fleeting night worth thousands? Damn it, to quickly become a king-tier monster and turn into a human, for the wedding night, while a moment in spring is worth 1,000 gold coins. I have to work hard. At that moment, Guo was filled with motivation, storing 3 books from the hillside in his inventory, spreading his wings behind him and flying away, beginning to search for prey in the forest. By the next morning around 8, he had killed more than 30 large ordinary animals, including wild cattle, wild boars, leopards, antelopes, and more. The high school students from Qingyang Academy should be setting off soon. I need to go check out the Qinling mountain range with them and see the small inventory world. Guo flew to the lakeside campsite, where the senior students of Qingyang Academy had just finished breakfast and were packing up tents and other items. A tiny mantis might go unnoticed by most, but watch out for those bored individuals who casually catch mantises, rip off their legs and heads, and ultimately stomp them to death. Wei cautiously crawled into the class vice president Gu's backpack without any surprises or dangers. He was particularly impressed by this girl, with a model size of double D and special E, and exceptionally fair skin. It was hard not to be impressed. Gu, I can't find my 3 books. Did you put them in your backpack? Lin's voice came from outside the backpack. I shouldn't have put them in my backpack, right? Gu also wasn't sure the two of them had been in the same class since kindergarten, and they were so close that they often mixed up their belongings. Let me check for you. Gu unzipped the backpack and started rummaging through the books, and soon after, she zipped it back up, shaking her head. I didn't see your 3 books. Lin replied angrily, someone must have come in and taken them while we weren't at the tent. Don't let me find out who took them, or I will make you eat shit. Then I'll force you to swallow it. That's so disgusting, Lin. Stop it, I'm going to throw up, Gu said with a look of disdain. Such a beautiful girl really says whatever comes to mind. What a shame she's the class monitor. Class monitor, vice monitor, please count the number of people. If everyone is here, we'll depart in 10 minutes, the class teacher Zhang instructed. All right, teacher. Lin and Gu hurried to gather the classmates. Within 5 minutes, the two of them had finished counting. No one was missing, all the students were present. Let's go. The class teacher Jiang gave the order. All the students from Qingyang Academy's senior class lined up like soldiers trained for years. In neat 4-row formations, they traversed the mountain forest as if walking on flat ground, moving quickly, faster than a cheetah running at full speed. Moreover, each student's expression was very relaxed, just like an ordinary person walking, without a flushed face or panting. For accompanying Tier 6 Heaven Stage teachers. All flying low. One responsible for the safety at the front of the group. One for the safety at the back of the group. And the other 2 for the safety on the sides. Chapter 13, The First Evolution. In the backpack on Gu's back. Guo boredly looked at the kill points on the panel and started drawing skills. Notification, no skill obtained, 1000 kill points deducted. Notification, no skill obtained, 1000 kill points deducted. Tip, congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill God level contract, deducting 1000 kill points. Guo was taken aback and quickly went to check the abilities of this God level contract skill. After looking, he smiled. God level contract skill. After completing the first evolution, it can forcibly establish an equal contract relationship with 2 humans. After that, each time an evolution is completed, the number of humans that can be forcibly contracted increases by 2. Humans who have a contract with him can summon his avatars for battle, and he can also summon his main body to fight. He can summon any human with whom he has a contract to fight by his side. His avatar can only be summoned when a contracted person calls for him, otherwise, he does not have an avatar. Guo continued to draw skills. However, it seemed that his luck had run out. After drawing more than 170 times in a row, he didn't get a single skill. In the blink of an eye, Guo spent the morning and noon inside Gu's backpack. Around 3 in the afternoon, the students from Qingyang Academy's senior year finally arrived at the entrance of the small inventory world in the Qinling Mountains. On the way, they were attacked by monsters and were casually killed by a teacher flying at low altitude. Guo didn't even see what the monsters looked like inside the backpack. But he heard his classmates discussing outside the backpack. That was a high-level black monster, level 8. It was on par with a human level 8 high stage fighter. If there were no Tier 6 Heaven Stage teachers accompanying them. Out of the more than 150 students, at least 1/5 would be casualties to kill that level 8 bear monster. Classmates, you are the geniuses of Qingyang City. You all know the resources needed to pass through a small inventory world entrance. I wish you all the best in contracting excellent monsters inside. The homeroom teacher, John, said solemnly, let me remind you one last time, do not kill monsters in the small inventory world. Otherwise, you will face countless monster attacks, and nobody will be able to save you. The monsters in this small inventory world are generally friendly to humans and will not attack humans unless provoked. But nothing is absolute, there can always be exceptions. If any of you are attacked by monsters inside, make sure not to fight back or kill them, just run back as quickly as possible. Also, if you see other students being attacked by monsters, remember, no matter how good your relationship is, don't go to help them, or none of you will make it out alive. Alright, I don't know how many times I've said this, now the teachers and I will open the entrance to the small inventory world, so get in line to enter. Class teacher Jiang and 3 other Tier 6 Heaven stage teachers took out many expensive materials from their inventory and set up a formation outside the entrance. Buzz. Once the formation was activated, the entrance to the inventory world in Qinling opened up, and with Class Monitor Lin and Vice Monitor Gu leading the way, all the students entered one by one. In the small inventory world, Lin and Gu opened their eyes, instantly amazed by the breathtaking scenery in front of them. The mountains were clear and beautiful, the waters sparkling, birds sang and flowers bloomed, lush trees provided shade, and a rainbow spanned the sky, with wisps of white mist, making it truly feel like a fairyland. Oh my god, it's so beautiful. Lin, quickly take some photos of me. Gu handed her spirit camera to Lin. Click. 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 Gu kept changing poses while Lin kept taking photos of her. Before long, they swapped roles. Lin posed against the stunning backdrop while Gu took her pictures. Li Jechi, come over here and help us take a few photos. Gu called over a cute girl who had a bit of baby fat. The cute girl took a dozen group photos of them, then suggested, Class Monitor, Vice Monitor, how about we get a big group photo with all the classmates here? Good. Lin agreed. Gu shouted, all students come over to gather for a photo, girls in the front row, boys in the back. She's. Everyone made a peace sign. After taking the photos, Lin and Gu distributed ordinary meat from the inventory world to all the students. Then they said, everyone go look for monsters, remember, no matter what situation you encounter, you must not kill the monsters here. No matter if you have a contract with the monsters, you must return here to leave in 2 days, got it? Got it, Class Monitor, you're even more long-winded than the teacher. Women just have so much to say, with such small minds. The Class Monitor is about to blow up, everyone run. A group of boys, holding raw animal meat, shouting loudly, scattered away first, resembling a bunch of wild donkeys. Class Monitor, Vice Monitor, we're leaving too. The girls also scattered. Gu, are we together, or should we split up? Lin asked. Of course we're together, Gu replied, adjusting her chest, it's no fun hunting monsters alone. You'll need to take pictures of the beautiful scenery we encounter on the way. At this moment, Wei gently opened the zipper of his backpack. A little green head poked out, looked around to ensure there was no one nearby, and then crawled out of Gu's backpack. He jumped onto the grass, keeping about 200 meters behind the 2 girls as they walked for a while, before lying down on a small patch of grass and staying put. Once his line of sight no longer caught Lin and Gu's silhouettes, he opened the personal information interface and added 1 stat point to his 9,999 defense. Ding! Congratulations! The host meets the evolution requirements, please choose an evolution direction. Evolution Direction 1, High Attack Type. Evolution Direction 2, Agility Type. Evolution Direction 3, Defense Attack Type. Evolution Direction 4, Speed Type. Hua thought for a moment and said, I choose the Agility type for my evolution. Ding! Estimated evolution completion in 5 minutes. Countdown, for minutes 59 seconds, 58 seconds, 57 seconds. A green glow surrounded Gua's body, making him look like a 1-meter tall green egg standing on the grass. 5 minutes passed quickly. Ding! Congratulations! The host has completed evolution and become a level 1 warrior monster. The green glow disappeared, and Gua's body reappeared on the grass. He now stood over a meter tall and more than 2 meters long, with his scythe-like front legs extending to about 2.5 meters. The barbs on his front legs were over half a foot long, resembling sharp blades, giving him a terrifying appearance. Open Personal Information Interface. Gua's thoughts stirred. A panel screen appeared before him instantly. Chapter 14, Forcing a Contract Amidst Confusion. Host, Gua. Race, Mantis Giant Mantis. Lifespan, less than 10 years. Aptitude, 3 attributes 3 after advancement. Skill, inspect skill, Berserk skill, phantom speed skill, inventory, regeneration, passive, divine level contract. Number of evolutions, 1 time. Evolution EXP, shocked. 500,000. Grade, level 1 warrior monsters, low tier. Mana, 500. Mana is very important while running or flying, or under attack. Mana will decrease in speed. When below 10%, all stats drop by 50%. When below 1%, all stats drop to 10%. Mana can recover slowly while resting. Attack power, 35,000. Defense, 30,000. Agility, 35,000. Speed, 30,000. Stat points, shocked. Kill points, 875. After all this time, it's the agility type evolution. This means his agility and attack power have increased by 50-100 points compared to other attributes. Buzz. He soared from the ground to a height of over 10 meters, his nearly 2-meter-long body quickly pursuing the direction Lin and Gu had gone. With a speed of 30,000 attributes, his flight was 10 times faster than before, able to reach a speed of 1,000 kilometers per hour, which is comparable to that of a regular airplane. Guo focused on the page and noticed that the faster he flew, the quicker his mana consumption was. In less than a minute, his mana attribute had dropped by 25 points. At this speed, 500 mana would allow him to fly for a maximum of 20 minutes. He slowed down his flying speed, and the rate of mana depletion immediately decreased. At that moment, Guo viewed his mana data as gasoline in a car's fuel tank, a consumable energy source. Moments later, Guo spotted Gu and Lin in the distance. The two of them stood in a grassland basin filled with flowers, surrounded by 6 fox monsters, each taller than a person, curiously circling around them. The gaze of the fox monsters was akin to that of people in a zoo watching rare animals. They occasionally whispered to each other. Guo focused his thoughts on the largest fox among them. Inspect skill. A data panel appeared. Target, giant fox. Race, Fox Clan. Aptitude, 2.087. Level 2 monsters. Mana, 650. Attack power, 28,123. Defense, 24,236. Agility, 26,423. Speed, 3,689. Skill, 1 charm bewitches hostile creatures, softening their hearts to not kill. This giant fox that's evolved twice, aside from having a higher speed, why is its attack power, defense, and agility data not even as good as my level 1 warrior mantis that has only evolved once? Hui was momentarily taken aback. Then he quickly realized what was happening. During his evolution, attack power, defense, agility, speed. All the data was based on the limits of ordinary animals and insects. Plus, his aptitude was still 3. And ordinary foxes have lower attack, speed, defense, and agility compared to the snow wolf. Even if their data was higher before evolution than that of the snow wolf, it wouldn't be by much. The two evolutions multiplied their capabilities by 4 or 5 times, combined with the growth in data during evolution, which makes the data of the giant fox monsters normal. In contrast, his mantis's data was the abnormal one. Guo's gaze shifted to the smallest fox monsters, which was still the size of a cow's belly. Inspect skill. Target, giant fox. Race, Fox Clan. Aptitude, 2.111. Grade, level 1 warrior monsters, low tier. Mana, 320. Attack power, 12,364. Defense, 11,786. Agility, 11,598. Speed, 17,214. Skill, charm. The data of this level 1 warrior monster giant fox doesn't seem too impressive. In reality, the data for this level 1 warrior monster giant fox indicates it can easily kill adult tigers and brown bears. If it were an ordinary fox, it could be slapped dead in one hit by an adult tiger or brown bear. Evolution can make creatures stronger, and how strong they become after evolution largely depends on their strength during their common life stages. If an ordinary tiger or brown bear evolved into a monster, they would definitely be much stronger than an ordinary fox after evolution. Lin, these fox monsters are so beautiful. I see they have a good impression of both of us. Do you think we should select one to form a contract with? Gu reached out to stroke a giant fox that was taller than her. The giant fox lowered its head, enjoying the moment with closed eyes, allowing Gu to pet its snow-white fur. No way. Lin shook her head, saying, their aptitude is too low. I want to contract with monsters. Regardless of how good-looking they are, their aptitude must be above 2.5. Only monsters with such aptitude will become stronger with more evolution stages. But Gu replied, monsters with an aptitude above 2.5 are only found 1 or 2 in tens of thousands. In this little inventory world, although there are many monsters, they aren't everywhere. Unless we are exceptionally lucky, we can only encounter monsters with an aptitude above 2.5. Otherwise, there are only 2 days left. Looking for monsters with an aptitude above 2.5 is like searching for a needle in the ocean. Lin also knew that it's no different from looking for a needle in the ocean, but she had always been a genius since childhood, with cultivation speed among the best in Qingyang City, and she felt extremely proud. She said, how can we know we won't find monsters with an aptitude above 2.5 without trying? If we sign a contract with the fox monsters now, we will never have the chance to contract with monsters of aptitude 2.5 in our lives. Humans can only sign a contract with monsters once in a lifetime. Gu knew Lin was right. Reluctantly, he moved his hand away from the beautiful white-furred monsters in front of him and said, I'm sorry, White Fox. Although I really like you, your aptitude is too low. Monsters below Tier 6 Heaven stage cannot speak human language, but they are very intelligent and can roughly understand what humans say. Wowo the fox let out a choked cry, nuzzling its white head against Gu's face reluctantly, before leaving with several other large white foxes. Monsters with an aptitude of 2.5 are extremely rare, while I have an aptitude of 3. It would take billions of monsters to find one like that. Guo felt proud and flew directly in front of Gu and Lin. The giant mantis looked fierce and was nowhere near as beautiful as the large white fox. Gu was startled by the sudden appearance of the giant mantis. Oh my god, what an ugly monsters, stay away from me, don't come closer. Guo was taken aback, am I really that ugly? Even scaring girls into screaming. The next moment, he used a special skill on the terrified Gu god-level contract, forcing an equal contract regardless of whether the counterpart agreed or not, which was very domineering. Buzz. A beam of light shot out from both of their heads and entered each other's foreheads, completing the contract, leaving Gu utterly confused. Chapter 15, with greater power comes greater responsibility. Humans sign contracts with monsters, regardless of whether both parties agree voluntarily, or if one party is forced to agree. The prerequisite is that consent must be given. Was legendary contract skill, which allows him to complete a contract regardless of the other party's consent, is unheard of. Looking at the hideously ugly mantis, Gu cried out in despair, Lin, it has signed a contract with me. Woo woo woo. I don't want it. It's too ugly. What should I do? Lin furrowed her brow in silence. She only cared about the aptitude of the contracted monsters, not whether they were beautiful or ugly. But the enormous mantis before them wasn't just ugly, it was downright frightening. Gu, you are now contract partners with it, so first check its aptitude, Lin said. If its aptitude is passable, then just bear with it. Although the giant mantis is ugly and scary, it does have its advantages. Gu asked, what advantages? Lin stared at the giant mantis for a while, thinking hard. Finally, she found a rather weak justification for its advantages and said seriously, in battles, if you summon it, it will definitely startle the opponent. If it scares some timid girls to tears, you can take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack and win, right? Do I really look that ugly right now? Guo wondered if only there were a mirror. He really wanted to see how hideous and frightening he looked after evolving. After hearing Lin's idea of advantages, Gu became even sadder, saying, what kind of advantage is that? If I summon it during a battle, I don't know if it will startle others, but I will definitely be startled myself. I can't see its aptitude, can I, Lin? You're the smartest, so you must have a way. Please help me think of something. I really don't want to become battle partners with such an ugly giant mantis. Lin thought for a moment and said, you could negotiate with it to voluntarily abandon the contract, so it won't be considered a breach of contract on your part, giving you a chance to sign with another monster. However, if you do that, your own aptitude will drop significantly, so think it over carefully. If it doesn't agree to cancel the contract, then I won't be able to help. If you don't want to see it, just never summon it near you again. Gu's eyes lit up, and he stated firmly, no need to think I would rather have my aptitude drop. Gu forced a smile that was even worse than crying, looking at the giant mantis before him and saying, I know you can understand what we're saying. It's not that I dislike you for your looks, but you genuinely scare me. Please voluntarily give up the contract, and I'll agree to whatever conditions you have. After signing the contract, people can communicate with monsters through brainwaves. The next moment, a strange young male voice suddenly echoed in Gu's mind, asking, are you really going to agree to any condition I give? Gu's face lit up with joy, and he quickly nodded, saying, as long as you abandon this contract, I will agree to any condition you have. Since the other party found him ugly and particularly didn't want to be his contract partner, Gu didn't want to be a nuisance to them. Even if the other party was good-looking, with fair skin, a double D cup, and long legs like chopsticks. Although it was he who actively forced the contract earlier, he hadn't expected Gu to be so averse to his appearance, which left Gu feeling quite uncomfortable. Gu glanced at Lin beside him and communicated with Gu through brainwaves, saying, the condition for me to break our contract is that I want her to sign a contract with me. What? You want Lin to sign a contract with you? Gu shouted. Then he shook his head and said, you don't need to break the contract with me. Although I really don't want you, I won't betray my friend. At this point, Lin spoke up and said, if you break your contract with her, I agree to sign a contract with you. Gu immediately said, Lin, please don't sign a contract with it just for me. Lin replied, I agree, and it's not just because of you. I feel that this giant mantis is quite extraordinary. Forcing someone to sign a contract is unheard of, it must be truly remarkable. Also, as its contract partner, you can't see its aptitude. I couldn't detect its aptitude either with my psychic equipment. This is something also unprecedented. So, this further proves its exceptional nature. Since the spiritual energy of the world revived 500 years ago, and the earth expanded 1 billion times, humanity's living environment has consistently worsened. Not only are there occasional attacks on our human cities by the monsters' kingdom, but also incursions by demons and spirits, slaughtering all living beings. In the last 120 years, our new dragon country has had a total of 27 cities. These cities were all destroyed by the monsters' kingdom, demons, and spirits, with hundreds of millions of people perishing, including 63 king-tier existences, with no survivors. On average, one city has been completely slaughtered every 5 years. In our dragon country, out of thousands of cities, on average, 20 cities have been attacked by the monsters' kingdom and the demons and spirits every year, with tens of millions to nearly 1 billion people dying in these sieges each year. At this point, Lin paused for a moment, and then slowly said, during the summer vacation when I was 9 years old, I went to Banyang City with my grandfather and parents to celebrate my great-grandfather's 200th birthday. On the third day after my great-grandfather's birthday celebration ended, countless demonic troops and beasts suddenly appeared outside Banyang. In less than an hour, the western city wall was breached by the demons. Ordinary people seemed like ants before the demons, and in an instant, countless lives were lost. The scene could only be described as hellish. My grandfather and great-grandfather were both king-tier beings, and even if there were billions of demons, they could escape if they wanted to. But neither my grandfather nor my great-grandfather escaped. They were heroes. At this point, Lin proudly raised his chest and said, to protect the ordinary people of Banyang, my great-grandfather self-destructed, taking down 3 king-tier demons with him. Grandfather charged into the heart of the demon army and self-destructed to take down 1 million demons in a similar fashion. It was precisely because of the self-destructive acts of my great-grandfather and grandfather, both of whom were kings, that severely depleted the demons' mana, allowing Banyang to hold on until reinforcements arrived and drove the demons back. The demon siege was extremely brutal. Of Banyang's 35 million population, 15 million died, and 10 million were injured, some severely. Just before my great-grandfather and grandfather self-destructed, they told my father and me that with greater power comes greater responsibility, especially in the face of danger. If all human stronghold powers were just out to save themselves, humanity would eventually perish and vanish. The reason we can live without worries now is that someone has shouldered everything for us. From that moment on, I vowed to become strong, whether against monsters, demons, or the dark races. As long as they dare to attack, I will slay them all. Contracted monsters, whether ugly or beautiful, do not matter to me as long as they have the potential to become strong. That's enough. The more mysterious and unknown it is, the more it represents unlimited possibilities. Although I don't know its aptitude, my intuition tells me it is extraordinary. Lin looked at the terrifying giant mantis in front of him and said earnestly, "If you release the contract with her, I am willing to sign a contract with you. P.S. Is there a reader still with us here? If so, please click to urge updates. Thank you very much for everyone's support, thank you." Chapter 16, Lin and Gu's shock. Lin, I've changed my mind. I'm not going to cancel the contract with it, I'm willing to accept it now. Gu said, I think you're right, Lin. The reason we live without worries is that someone has borne all of this with their lives. At that moment, Gu seemed to mature all at once. Then she suddenly laughed. An ugly contracted monster is still just an ugly monster, anyway, it's not like I'm choosing a husband. If my aptitude decreases, how can I become stronger, and how can I protect the city and homeland like you? At this moment, she looked at her contracted monster, the giant mantis. Although it was still quite ugly, it wasn't as frightening anymore. Little cutie, I was wrong just now, I apologize to you here. I shouldn't judge people by their appearance, I shouldn't judge a mantis by its looks either, so will you forgive me? As she spoke, her big eyes blinked, showing a cute and playful expression. From the brainwaves, Guo could feel that Gu was sincerely apologizing, and his good impression of Gu increased even more. This girl isn't bad at all, she has a conscience and is willing to accept herself to become stronger for the future protection of her homeland. It's fair to say that knowing one's mistakes and correcting them is admirable. Moreover, it was also because he had signed the contract without her consent. Plus, being afraid of a terrifying and gruesome appearance is a natural instinct for a girl, a psychological reaction. Gua had no reason to blame Gu. It's like when your family arranges a marriage for you without your agreement. The girl is both chubby and short, ugly, with small eyes, a bulbous nose, charred teeth, a face full of acne, and several large black moles near the corners of her mouth, with long black hairs growing out of the moles. It's completely normal to reject such a marriage and to stand firm in your refusal. I forgive you, Guo said to Gu. The two bulging compound eyes on his head gazed at Lin, and he had an extremely favorable impression of this tall, beautiful girl with fair skin. Guo hesitated for a moment, then used the skill divine contract on Lin. Buzz. In the next instant, a beam of soul light simultaneously shot from their foreheads into each other's, disappearing, completing the contract. Beside them, Gu's beautiful eyes widened in shock, stuttering, how did it suddenly sign a contract with you? Since the day humans discovered they could make contracts with monsters, no one had been able to sign a contract with two monsters simultaneously, nor could any monster sign a contract with two people at the same time. This scene not only shocked Gu so much that her jaw nearly dropped, but Lin was also rendered speechless in astonishment. But then, Lin became excited. The more it defied logic, the more unfathomable it was. It represented that the giant mantis, which was signing a contract with both herself and Gu, was extraordinary and held limitless possibilities. At that moment, the voice of Gu's brainwaves echoed in Lin and Gu's minds. You don't need to be too shocked, I'm not an ordinary giant mantis from monsters, I'm a super divine mantis. This world is destined to be trampled under my feet. You too have the fortune of being able to sign a contract with me, a blessing you've earned over 8 lifetimes. Guo boasted a bit about himself, then told the two of them a bit of the truth. My aptitude, according to your human terminology, is 3. Also, when I'm not around, you can use the power of the contract to summon my avatars to fight. Don't worry that if one person summons me, the other won't be able to summon me. Of course, the avatars only have 60% of my original strength. If you face life-threatening danger, just let me know, and what you summon will be my original self. Now, let's cultivate our feelings a bit over these next couple of days, so we can familiarize ourselves with each other. Lin exclaimed excitedly, is your aptitude really 3? In the 500 years of New Dragon Kingdom's history, the highest recorded aptitude so far is 2.899, belonging to the contract monster, the Dragon King, who is the founder of New Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon King is also the only 9-rank King tier monster in New Dragon Kingdom. Moreover, among all 9-rank King tier beings, the Dragon King is the top existence because of its high aptitude. There are very few rivals at the same level. Guo said, I have no reason to lie to you about this. By the way, I'll fly a bit farther away. You two try summoning me with the contract capability. I want to experience what it feels like to be summoned. In the next moment, Guo flew off into the distance, stopping after flying about 10 kilometers. He then used the soul mark from the contract to tell the two girls to summon him. The next moment, 2 9-star formation arrays appeared in Guo's mind. With a thought, 2 avatar images appeared in his mind, entering the contract's summoning formation. Meanwhile, 10 kilometers away, Lin and Gu were surprised as a flash of light appeared, and Guo's 2 avatars manifested. In terms of appearance and aura, they looked exactly like Guo, and both avatars had independent thoughts, making the two girls exclaim in wonder. At this moment, Guo felt as if he suddenly split into 3. The avatars were him, and he was the avatars. There was no difference. Damn it, sharing sensations like this is going to drive me crazy sooner or later. Guo cut off his shared sensation with the 2 avatars, finally returning to normal. He flew back to Lin and Gu, curiously looking at his 2 avatars, who were also curiously looking back at him. 2 minutes later, with a thought, he cancelled the 2 avatars. Suddenly, 2 new memories popped into his mind, belonging to the memories and independent thoughts of 2 avatars. Oh my gosh, how amazing! Gu exclaimed while looking at Guo, and with a whimsical idea, said, if we encounter an enemy, I can summon your avatars here, and you can come in person. Wouldn't that mean 3 against 2? Her words made Guo's heart stir. Right. Every time I evolve in the future, I will gain 2 more slots for signing contracts. By then, if dozens or even hundreds of people have contracts with me and summon me at the same time, wouldn't that mean dozens or hundreds of avatars are fighting together? Each avatar has 60% of my main body's strength, and every avatar is me, connected to me in thought. Together, it would be seamless. My name is Lin, and she's Gu. Lin asked him at that moment, what is your name? Guo replied, my name is Guo. Gu curiously asked, why are you called Guo? Aren't you a mantis? Shouldn't your name be something like mantis whatever? Guo thought for a moment and said, mantis is a species, not a surname. If my name were translated into a human name, it would be Guo. Just like you are all from the human race, but why do you not have human as your surname? You have surnames like Guo, Li, Zhang, Wang, Li, Zhao, Lu, and so on. Oh, what you said makes sense. Mantis is a species, not a surname. Gu nodded in agreement, and she was less afraid of his ugly and frightening appearance. Do you have a mirror? I want to see what I look like, Guo asked the 2. Yes, yes, yes. I have a big surprise for you. I guarantee that when you see your appearance, you will definitely cry at how ugly you are. Gu's hand glowed with light from her inventory, and a mirror over a meter tall and wide appeared upright on the grass. Chapter 17. Are you really not leaving with us? This is a mirror that can stand directly on the ground. There is a small stick propping it up from behind. It tilts the mirror slightly backward, preventing it from falling. Guo walked up to the mirror and emitted a thought wave, holy crap! He was startled by his own appearance. In the mirror, his head was no longer purely green. Instead, it had many brown-black stripes. If I had to describe it in one word, it would be grotesque. With such a head, anyone who saw it would feel fear, their courage shaken even before a fight. At this moment, Guo understood even more how Gu could have cried in fear. He truly did not blame Gu. However, now his appearance, when viewed through human eyes, was extremely ugly and grotesque. But, from the perspective of a mantis, he would definitely be the most handsome mantis now. How about that? Were you startled by your own appearance too? Gu unexpectedly started to laugh happily at that moment. Immediately, she recalled Guo's psychic voice, no, I was stunned by my own handsomeness. I must be the number one handsome mantis. Gu huffed, number one handsome mantis? You're clearly the number one ugly mantis. It seems you have a deep misunderstanding of the word handsome. Alright, Gu, Lin said, he is a mantis, not one of us humans. We can't judge a mantis's looks from our human perspective. Perhaps what we see as beauty and handsomeness might not be appealing to him after all. We belong to different species, and our aesthetics are different. Gu nodded. True, what you say makes sense. Then, Gu looked at Guo and asked him, what do you like to do? What do you like to eat? Since we have become contract partners, as a human, I have the responsibility to take care of you. Guo stared at her double Ds and said seriously, I like taking baths. In the future, you two can bathe with me and scrub my back. As for food, barbecues will do. Bathe together? That's not possible. Gu shook her head like a rattle drum. From your psychic voice, you're a guy, and I'm a girl. I won't take a bath with you. I can provide enough barbecued meat whenever you want to eat. Guo replied, what's it matter if you're a guy and I'm a girl? I'm a mantis, and you're a human. We're different species. To me, you're no different from foxes, wolves, deer, or wild boars. That doesn't matter since you are a guy and I am a girl. I won't bathe with you. Gu was very firm. Guo turned his gaze to Lin. Are you like this shorty too, refusing to bathe with me and scrub my back? Shorty? Who are you calling short? Gu exclaimed with wide eyes, no longer afraid of him, hands on her hips. How am I short? I'm already tall for human females, at 168 centimeters, not short at all. Guo ignored her, and Lin said to Gu, it's perfectly normal to bathe together. Anyone would wash their contracted monsters. Given his appearance, how can you consider him a man? I'm impressed with you. You're the one treating him as a man, Gu retorted, somewhat reluctantly saying, alright, when it's convenient in the future, I'll bathe with you and scrub your back then. Okay. Guo was now very happy, eagerly anticipating the scene of her bathing with him, the only pity being that he was a mantis and not in human form. However, as long as he evolves to king tier, he can transform into a human form. At that time, he will be able to experience what it's like for a wedding night that is worth a fortune. By the way, I can summon you too. Just wait for me a moment. Guo stretched his wings behind him and flew off into the distance. After flying for about 10 kilometers, he landed in a forest, activating the summoning teleportation ability on his contract. In the next moment, two beams of light appeared beside him, and Lin and Gu appeared at his side. Oh my goodness, you really summoned us to your side. Gu said in shock, this is just too amazing. A contracted evolution beast can actually summon humans. This is unheard of and unseen. Lin was a bit more composed, although she was also very shocked inside. She didn't show it on her face as Gu did. Guo communicated with them telepathically, saying, from now on, when I want to take a shower, I can use this method to summon you two over. It's just too convenient. PFF, 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 you're really not a good person, Gu said. You actually want to use this ability to summon us over for your shower? No way. Guo figured it out. This Gu was just a chatterbox, but a talkative person isn't too bad. At least it wouldn't be boring. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. Lin and Gu had to leave this inventory small world and return to the entrance of the Qinling Mountains on Earth. Aren't you coming with us? We can provide you with many high-grade mana stones, as well as plenty of potions and treasures that can speed up the evolution of monsters. In at most 3 to 5 years, you could catch up to our level. Before parting, Gu said to him. After 2 days together, she no longer thought Guo was ugly. Instead, the more she looked at him, the more pleasing he became. In fact, after humans sign contracts with monsters, they will have a small inventory for the contracted monsters to reside in. Whenever they need the help of the monsters, they can be summoned directly from the small dimensional contract space. However, Guo is extremely special. Gu is simply unable to put him into the small dimensional contract space and can only negotiate about taking him along. Guo shook his head and said, my path of evolution is different from other monsters. Going out with you would actually slow me down. If you two miss me, you can chat with me anytime through the power of the contract. When you need to fight, just summon my clone. Alright, don't be so reluctant. It's not like you won't see me again. When the day comes that I want to take a shower, I'll summon you over to serve me well. In the future, when I become a king-tier existence, you can give me a couple of children as my gift to you. Humph. Praying mantis, just keep dreaming your grand dreams. Lin, let's go, ignore him, he keeps talking nonsense about bathing. Gu dragged Lin away, grumbling. It wasn't too far, and Gu turned back, saying, "Aren't you really coming with us?" "No, I won't go with you," Gui nodded. "Alright then, take care, praying mantis. Make sure to look after yourself, we're leaving now." Gu and Lin stepped into the exit leading to Earth's Qinling Mountains, their figures completely disappearing. Guo looked towards a nearby forest, spreading his wings behind him and flew towards that forest. He didn't leave the small inventory world, as there were plenty of monsters here. His slaughter evolution system's ability was that the stronger the beings he killed, the greater the rewards he would receive. Searching for monsters outside might be easier here. Before long, he flew into the depths of the forest. Chapter 18, Giant Beauty Hornets. In this grove, there was a hornet's nest. Most were ordinary beauty hornets, each about the size of a fist. A few were giant beauty hornets that had completed an evolution, measuring over 2 meters long. Insects are different from humans. Even the strongest evolved giant beauty hornets must obey the queen bee to protect their colony from being wiped out by other monsters. These past 2 days, he refrained from carelessly killing the monsters here, fearing it might trouble Lin and Gu. Hua had already begun to hunt weaker monsters in this little inventory world. At this moment, Hua flew near the beauty hornet's nest. The golden hornet's nest was 3 stories high, about 10 meters tall, with a horizontal diameter of 4 to 5 meters. From a distance, it looked similar to a villa. Buzz. The beauty hornets responsible for guarding discovered Gua, the unexpected guest. Mantis includes bees in its diet. The first beauty hornet to notice him started flapping its wings faster, producing a shrill sound. This was an alarm, notifying the ordinary beauty hornets in the nest and those evolved ones. Soon, thousands of fist-sized ordinary beauty hornets flew out of the massive nest, along with dozens of over 2-meter-long evolved giant beauty hornets. Before Tier 6 Heaven stage, among the same race of monsters, the bigger the size, the more advancement stages they typically had. Among the dozens of evolved giant beauty hornets flying out of the nest, the largest one was almost 3 to 4 meters in size, but it wasn't the queen bee. The queen bee is not defined by combat power but is the only female bee capable of reproducing within the hive, akin to being the mother of most bees in that hive. Hua uses inspect skill on the largest evolved beauty bee. In the next moment, data appears on the panel's display. Target, Giant Beauty Peak. Race, bee race. Aptitude 1.856. Grade, Level 3 low-level monsters. Attack power, 49638. Defense, 24365. Agility, 25321. Speed, 59823. Skill, Stinger critical hit effect. The fired stinger has armor-piercing capability, capable of unleashing 3 times its own attack power, causing the target unbearable pain and accelerating mana depletion. However, it will not cause immediate death. This largest giant beauty bee has attack power and speed that are nearly double its defense and agility attributes, clearly indicating it is a speed-specialized evolved beast. During the past 2 days, while exploring this small inventory world with Lin and Gu, this level 3 giant beauty peak is the one with the lowest attributes he has seen. However, the Stinger critical hit skill has the highest burst attack power, at 3, approaching 150,000 attack power. Monsters without 150,000 plus defense simply cannot withstand it. Don't even mention that level 3 monsters don't have such high defense. Even most level 5 monsters don't reach that level of defense. So, don't underestimate the beauty bee hive just because it lacks many bees with high evolution counts. Few dare to provoke the beauty bee hive unless they are level 6 mid-stage monsters or higher. Guo floats in mid-air, counting, and a total of 55 evolved giant beauty bees fly out. As for the ordinary beauty bees the size of a fist, he doesn't take them seriously. Those ordinary beauty bees pose no threat to him. Using inspect skill again, he checks several evolved giant beauty bees, which are almost all speed attack types and all have the stinger critical hit skill. Fortunately, most are level 1 warrior 2nd tier giant beauty bees, with only 5 3rd tier giant beauty bees. Buzz. The giant beauty bees emit a warning. Beauty bees are not aggressive and typically do not attack enemies unless provoked. Their wings create a loud vibration to intimidate foes. If the enemies retreat, they return to the hive. If the enemies do not leave, the beauty bees will then proactively attack. At this point, Gua has devised a strategy and silently utters, "Skill Berserk skill." In the next moment, his body expands, nearly doubling in size. Attack power, defense, agility, and speed are all multiplied by 3. The attack power has reached 105,000. The defense has reached 90,000. The agility has reached 90,000. The speed has reached 105,000. With this kind of data, I can completely crush the opponent's level 3 giant wasp. Brush. What appeared like a flash of lightning, as if teleporting, instantaneously in front of the largest level 3 giant wasp, 300 meters away. With front legs like the Grim Reaper's scythe, he directly bisected the head of the level 3 giant wasp, which had only 24,000 defense. Ding! You killed a level 3 low-tier monster's giant wasp, stat points plus 914, evolution EXP plus 1725, kill points plus 27,536. This time he gained 914 stat points, and Gua felt invigorated, rushing towards the giant wasp just a few meters away, once again swinging his front legs like a scythe. Ding! You killed level 1 warrior low-tier monster's giant beauty bee, stat points plus 325, evolution EXP plus 349, kill points plus 7,246. At that moment, a quick reacting giant wasp launched an attack on him, its stinger bursting with white light. Whoosh! A black stinger over half a meter long shot toward him faster than a regular handgun bullet. The speed of the giant wasp stinger is related to its attack power. The higher the attack power, the faster the stinger. Gua currently possessed 90,000 agility, which allowed him to react very quickly. He swung his left scythe-like leg and cut the approaching stinger in half with lightning speed. Swish! He moved like lightning, appearing in front of the giant wasp that had just attacked him, swinging his scythe-like front leg to finish it off. Ding! You killed a level 2 giant wasp, stat points plus 661, evolution EXP plus 689, kill points plus 13,256. The difference in stat points obtained from killing level 3 and level 2 level 1 warrior monsters giant wasps is about 300. The next moment, he killed another level 1 warrior giant wasp, earning 365 stat points. Immediately after, he killed a level 3 giant wasp, gaining 904 stat points. Following that, he consecutively killed 4 level 2 giant wasps, each yielding over 600 stat points. Whether it's a level 1 warrior, level 2, or level 3 monster's giant wasp, they all appeared like children in front of him, without any resistance, and were easily killed. Under the effects of the Berserk skill, its stats were exceptionally high. At this point, the Berserk skill had 10 seconds left. Prioritizing safety, Gua immediately activated the Phantom Speed skill, multiplying his speed by 10 and reaching 300,000 speed, darting away like a streak of lightning. The remaining more than 20 giant beautiful bees chased for 4 to 5 seconds before Gua shook them off until they could no longer see his shadow and then returned to their hive. Chapter 19, Level 3 Monsters Giant Black Bear. After shaking off the pursuit of the giant beautiful bees, Gua landed in a valley. He was currently at his weakest moment. After the Berserk skill ended, there would be a 30-second period of weakness. Attack, defense, agility, and speed attributes dropped to 30%. In other words, his current attack power was equivalent to 10,500, 9,000 defense, 9,000 agility, and 10,500 speed. If he hadn't run earlier, the remaining giant beautiful bees would have killed him. Just before, he had killed a total of 32 giant beautiful bees, including 5 level 3 giant beautiful bees. After catching his breath for a few seconds, Gua thought, "Open personal information interface." In the next moment, a light curtain appeared before his eyes. Host, Gua. Race, Mantis giant mantis. Lifespan, less than 10 years. Aptitude, 3 attributes 3 after advancement. Skill, inspect skill phantom speed skill cooling down inventory regeneration passive divine level contract. Number of evolutions, 1 time. Evolution EXP, 17263 500,000. Grade, level 1 warrior monsters low tier. Mana, 235 500. Attack power, 35,000 weakened. Defense, 30,000 weakened. Agility, 30,000 weakened. Speed, 35,000 weakened. Stat points, 16243. Kill points, 321569. Every 10,000 kill points draws once for rewards, with a chance to obtain skills, items, or other benefits. After evolution, the skill extraction changed from 1,000 kill points per draw to 10,000 kill points per draw. The kill points increased tenfold. Fortunately, in addition to obtaining skills, there was also a chance to get other rewards, which wasn't a loss. Looking at the more than 16,000 stat points, Wu firmly believed that as long as his attack power was high, there was no one who couldn't be killed. In the next moment, he allocated all 16,243 stat points to attack. However, when his attack power reached 50,000, a prompt suddenly appeared on the screen. An attack power of 50,000 has reached the limit and cannot be increased before 2 evolution stat points can be allocated to other attributes. Wu was stunned. The attack power of 50,000 has reached the limit. Does that mean he won't be able to increase it for long, and the other 3 attributes can all reach their limits soon? Next, he allocated all of the remaining 1,234 stat points to speed, allowing him to run faster and longer. Watching the gradually recovering mana, Wu couldn't help but exclaim. This Berserk skill state, combined with phantom speed skill, causes mana to deplete at an astonishing rate. Mana is equivalent to the fuel in a car's tank. The greater the power of the vehicle, the faster the fuel in the tank is consumed. Normally, without using special skills, mana cannot be consumed this quickly. Fortunately, he doesn't have to consume additional mana when using skills. Otherwise, the speed of mana depletion would be even faster. If the mana drops to 10% or 1%, all stats would drop to their lowest points, making things even more dangerous. After resting for 3 to 5 minutes in the valley and fully restoring his mana, Wu flew back to the honeycomb. As soon as he appeared, the beautiful bees outside the hive recognized him and quickly fluttered their wings, producing a deafening sound that vibrated the air. From the enormous hive, the size of a 3-story villa, more than 20 monsters-level giant beautiful bees flew out immediately. It's said that enemies meet with a particularly fierce glare. This time, the giant beautiful bees did not flutter their wings to make an alarming sound. They charged straight at him. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 5 giant beautiful bees had their tails aimed directly at him, using their skill to deliver a tail spike critical hit. 5 black tail spikes, over half a year long, shot towards Wu at incredible speed. Bang! 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 2 front legs swiped through the air, knocking down the 5 black bees moving as fast as bullets. In the next moment, he activated the Berserk skill and charged at those monsters-level giant beautiful bees. Swish! 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 Each swing of his scythe-like front legs killed a giant beautiful bee. It didn't take long for all the monsters-level giant beautiful bees in the hive to be slaughtered by him. Only 2,000 or 3,000 normal beautiful bees, about the size of fists, were buzzing around the hive, looking determined to defend their home. At that moment, a fearless normal beautiful bee flew towards him, stabbing at him with the needle on its tail. Wu raised one front leg and sliced the attacking normal beautiful bee in half with a single strike, and it fell to the ground. Ding! You killed the beauty bee, stat points plus 0.01, evolution EXP plus 0.01, kill points plus 1. Ding! Tip, you are already at the monsters level, killing weak ordinary animals and insects will only yield a tiny fraction of data. The attack power of this common honeybee is even higher than that of a sparrowhawk, because their stingers are venomous, making the beings they attack experience significant pain. However, killing just one only yields 0.01 stat points, which is too little. You'd need to kill 100 ordinary honeybees just to gain 1 point of potential. Even if you wipe out 20 or 30,000 ordinary honeybees from this hive, you would only earn 200 or 300 points of potential, which is still less than casually killing a level 1 warrior monster. Guo ignored these ordinary honeybees and flew towards the distance, while silently reciting in his mind. He opened his personal information interface and checked the stat points. He had 9,405.01 stat points, which he then added entirely to his speed. Now, his speed attribute reached 45,639.01. In this small inventory world, the density of monsters is far greater than outside on Earth. You can encounter monsters very easily. About an hour later, Guo encountered a large black bear monster in a forest resembling a primeval forest. It was extremely large, moving slowly on its four limbs, with its head over 5 meters off the ground and measuring about 12 to 13 meters in length. If it stood up, it would be at least as tall as a 4-story building. Inspect skill. Data appears on the light screen. Target, giant black bear. Race, bear tribe. Aptitude a 2.371. Level 3 low-tier monsters. Mana, 1350. Attack power, 92163. Defense, 90123. Agility, 42146. Speed, 41369. Skill, Rage Effect, increases attack and defense by 50%, agility and speed by 30%. After checking the statistics of this level 3 giant black bear, Guo fell silent. They are all level 3 monsters. Comparing the level 3 giant honeybee with this level 3 giant black bear, the data difference is nearly a factor of 2. This shows that the higher the stats before evolution, the higher the stats after evolution. This level 3 giant black bear, if in a state of rage, could defeat some low defense level 4 or 5 monsters with relatively low attack and defense. Skill, Berserk skill. Guo let out a loud roar in his heart. His body instantly expanded to twice its size. Attack power 3, reaching 150,000. Defense 3, reaching 90,000. Agility 3, reaching 90,000. Speed 3, reaching 136,917.03. He charged towards the level 3 giant black bear monster. Chapter 20. The same recipe, waiting for the rabbit. When facing an opponent with attack power greater than his own defense, Guo always employs ambush tactics, and this time is no exception. He flew like a green flash to the top of the level 3 giant black bear, swinging his nearly 4-meter-long scythe-like front foot towards the bear's forehead. As luck would have it, just as he returned, the level 3 giant black bear happened to look up, letting out a fearsome roar that triggered its rage skill, significantly boosting all its stats. Notably, its defense increased by 50%, bringing it to over 135,000, although it still couldn't withstand Guo's 150,000 attack power. However, with a defense of 135,000 plus, it was still only 10% less than the 150,000 attack power. Guo's deadly ambush failed. He merely gave the level 3 giant black bear a deep gash on its scalp, bleeding profusely but not shattering its skull to cause death. Roar! A wounded bear is terrifying because, under the stimulus of pain and blood, they become ferocious, seeking vengeance without regard for their own lives. In the next moment, the level 3 giant black bear stood upright, its eyes blood red and monstrous, with claws over a meter long, sharp as black iron hooks. 2 massive bear paws swung down, the terrifying force creating gusts of wind. With Guo's defense at only 9,000, he was far below the opponent's 135,000 plus attack power. Relying on his speed and agility, faster than the level 3 giant black bear, he evaded huge paw attacks while leaving a trail of wounds on the bear's body with his scythe-like front paws. Boom! A huge tree, dozens of meters tall and as thick as 2 people could wrap around, was accidentally damaged by the giant black bear, breaking with a loud crash and sending dust flying. The time for the Berserk skill is running out. Skill, Phantom Speed skill. In an instant, Guo's speed multiplied tenfold, reaching over 46,000, dancing around the giant black bear while his scythe-like front paws kept slashing. His current speed was already 10 times faster than that of a grizzly bear's reflexes. What the level 3 giant black bear saw now were only the afterimages left by Guo's overwhelming speed, and its massive paws were attacking nothing but these illusions. Puff! At that moment, the side-like front paws finally caught the level 3 black bear by the throat, swiftly snapping it shut, blood gushing from the throat. As long as there is enough mana, monsters heal very quickly, but a fatal wound like a severed throat is hard to recover from. Furthermore, the level 3 giant black bear had been fighting him for over 20 seconds. With 200 to 300 wounds all over its body and exhausted mana, it had no means to heal its throat quickly. With a loud thud, the now upright giant black bear, over 10 meters tall, fell to the ground, dead. Ding! You killed the level 3 low-grade monster, giant black bear. Stat points plus 999, evolution EXP plus 999, kill points plus 29,999. After struggling for a long time to kill this level 3 giant black bear, who felt he got very little for his effort, it would have been better to kill a giant beauty peak instead. Unfortunately, this little inventory world doesn't have monsters scattered everywhere they need to be searched for. Fortunately, the Berserk skill can be used again immediately after the 30 seconds of weakness, unlike the Phantom Speed skill, which requires an hour of cooldown. The battle with the level 3 giant black bear was more thrilling than dangerous. Its attack and defense were simply too high, making it not that easy to kill. Guo just added the 999 stat points he received, all to speed. He opened the inventory and stored the body of the level 3 giant black bear inside. After resting for a few minutes and restoring his mana to full, he continued flying deeper into the forest. After flying about 100 kilometers, was stopped by a tree with green bark. Opening the inventory, the body of the level 3 giant black bear appeared on the ground, covered in wounds, blood flowing out. Besides herbivorous monsters, most carnivorous monsters and omnivorous monsters have very sensitive noses, able to smell the scent of blood from tens of kilometers away, even up to 100. Guo jumped onto a nearby tree, lying down with his head down and feet up on the trunk, his bulging compound eyes giving him a much larger field of view than a human's. As he focused on the body of the level 3 giant black bear below, he could also see above. If a person was lying head down with their gaze fixed below without turning their head, they wouldn't see what was above them at all. Minutes later, 5 giant gray wolves, larger than adult horses, cautiously approached the body of the giant black bear, worried that it might not be completely dead. Guo's mantis green skin color was very similar to the green bark of the giant tree, allowing the 5 giant gray wolves gradually approaching the body of the giant black bear to not notice him. At that moment, Guo used the inspect skill on one of the giant wolves, and data appeared on the light screen. Target, giant gray wolf. Race, wolf. Aptitude, 2.141. Rank, level 2 low-grade monster. Mana is 680. Attack power, 34236. Defense, 45141. Agility, 28456. Speed, 28087. Skill, Iron Armor Effect, defense increased by 35%. This is an evolution of a giant gray wolf, characterized by high defense with its iron armor skill. Its defense can reach over 60,000. Guo looked at the smallest giant gray wolf, using the inspect skill, and data appeared on the screen immediately. Target, giant gray wolf. Race, wolf. Aptitude, 2.118. Grade, level 1 warrior low-tier monsters. Mana, 335. Attack power, 20122. Defense, 12314. Agility, 13155. Speed, 12333. Skill, Gale Effect, speed increased by 80%. This level 1 warrior giant gray wolf is an evolution focused on high attack. If it reached level 3, its attack power would hit 87,000 plus, not much less than the attack of that level 3 giant black bear. However, that level 3 giant black bear's evolutionary path was high attack and high defense, with an attack power of over 90,000 and similar defense, meaning even if the gray wolf reached level 3, it would still be killed by the level 3 giant black bear. After confirming that this level 3 giant black bear was truly dead, the 5 giant gray wolves rushed forward, gnawing at the black bear's corpse while frequently turning their heads to look around, ready to react to any danger. Skill, Berserk skill. Guo's body suddenly enlarged to about twice its size, larger than even a level 2 giant gray wolf, and quickly jumped down from the tree trunk. Extending its side-shaped limbs over 4 meters long, it pierced through the skull of one giant gray wolf with a sickening thud. Ding! You killed a level 2 monster, the giant gray wolf. Stat points plus 673, evolution EXP plus 633, kill points plus 14,362. Almost simultaneously, another scythe-shaped limb beheaded another giant gray wolf. Ding! You killed level 1 warrior monster's giant gray wolf, stat points plus 355, evolution exp plus 369, kill points plus 7,213. In an instant, 2 giant gray wolves were dead, and the remaining 3 were terrified and immediately ran away. However, their speed was over 3 times slower than Guo's in Berserk skill mode, and soon, they were all eliminated. Chapter 21, The Enormous Tortoise, Like a Small Mountain. After killing these 5 giant gray wolves, Guo left the corpse of 1 giant gray wolf as bait. After storing the other 4 giant gray wolves' corpses and the level 3 giant black bear's corpse in his inventory, he continued to lay upside down on the tree trunk, waiting for his prey. In the following time, on average, every hour, 2 to 3 monsters would appear. Because they were attracted by the bloody scent of the giant gray wolf's corpse. In just 2.5 days, with speed, defense, and agility attributes all reached the upper limit of 50,000. However, his evolution EXP had not yet reached 500,000, and he could not evolve a second time. Perhaps the carnivorous monsters within a couple of 100 miles have all passed through here, or maybe these monsters all have their own activity range and rarely cross regions. In the next half day, only a level 3 evolved creature showed up, and no other monsters came by. Guo opened his inventory, stowing away the sight of the massive gray wolf carcass that had been horribly mangled by many monsters, and flew deeper into the forest. On the way, Guo looked at his nearly 1 million kill points, hesitated for a moment, and decided to gather over 1 million kill points before claiming his reward. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a series of thundering sounds came from the front, as if some gigantic monster was walking, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Guo flew over the treetops at a height of about 100 meters, straining to see the source of the sound, and immediately gasped. Off in the distance, over a kilometer away, a giant terrestrial tortoise, towering even higher than the trees, was heading towards a forest that looked like a small mountain. Inspect skill. A light screen appeared. Target, giant terrestrial tortoise. Race, tortoise clan. Aptitude 2.233. Level, 5 intermediate monsters. Mana 14352. Attack power, 223451. Defense, 582436. Agility, 103245. Speed, 58963. Skill, shell closing exclusive to Tortoise Clan effect, defense 5. No wonder it's a Turtle King that 580,000 defense stat is incredibly high. If it uses the shell closing skill for defense 5, that gives it around 280 to 90,000 defense. Not to mention, even level 5 and level 6 monsters would struggle to break through its defense, even level 8 monsters would find it difficult to pierce through. Although this level 5 giant terrestrial tortoise has high defense, in comparison, its speed is just painfully slow. With a speed attribute of nearly 60,000, it can't outrun other monsters of the same level. You could say that once tortoise monsters master the innate skill of shell closing, in battles of the same level, as long as their defense is sufficiently high, no one can harm them. Of course, while turtles have high defense, dealing with attacks also consumes mana. Once mana drops to 1%, defense will decrease tenfold. That's the best way to break through the turtle's defense. However, as an attacker against the turtle, mana consumption is quicker, and it may hit 1% first, leading to all attributes dropping tenfold, and it could end up being bitten to death by the Turtle King. It's important to know that this level 5 giant terrestrial tortoise has an attack power exceeding 200,000. Of course, a turtle can't use its shell to hit someone, it can only bite with its beak. For those slower than a turtle can stomp with legs as thick as pillars. Its huge size and terrifying weight can definitely crush creatures with low defenses into a meat patty. Watching the gigantic land tortoise gradually disappear into the distance, Guo had no thoughts of hunting. Its defenses were simply too high, and it wasn't his style. Avoiding some angles with the land turtle, Guo descended to a low altitude, ensuring he didn't exceed the height of the trees, and continued flying deep into the forest. Not long after, he encountered more than a dozen massive red ants, larger than adult horses, scurrying across the ground. Among them, there were 4 red ants, not only slightly larger than the other red ants, but also with a pair of transparent wings on their backs. Inspect skill. Target, giant flying red ant. Race, ant clan. Aptitude, 2.116. Grade, level 4 intermediate monsters. Mana, 2356. Attack power, 92693. Defense, 92364. Agility, 93639. Speed, 132367. Skill, mighty effect, attack power increased by 70%. This red ant is clearly evolved towards a speed type. Voy used inspect skill on one of the giant red ants without wings. Target, giant red ant. Race, ant clan. Aptitude, 2.078. Grade, level 3 low-level monsters. Mana, 1023. Attack power, 42364. Defense, 62439. Agility, 41081. Speed, 4217. Skill, mighty. Among the more than 10 evolved giant ants, there is one that is level 4, all of which are speed types and have wings to fly. If, during the Berserk skill state, he fails to kill the 4 flying ones, it will become dangerous. Voy has no intention of risking his life to kill these more than 10 giant red ants. However, just as he was about to avoid them and fly away, one of the winged red ants spotted him and quickly flew towards him from the ground. The other 3 level 4 giant flying red ants also reacted quickly and flew over. Holy cow! Voy was startled and immediately entered Berserk skill state. His body instantly expanded to nearly twice its size. Attack power 3, reaching 150,000. Defense 3, reaching 150,000. Agility 3, reaching 150,000. Speed 3, reaching 150,000. I don't want to mess with you, yet you come to provoke me. Do you really think I'm afraid? Voy's eyes flashed with intensity. Skill, phantom speed skill. Speed increased from 3 times to 10 times, reaching a speed of 500,000. As the level 4 giant flying red ant approached, Voy's figure appeared above it like lightning. In less than a second, he swung his sickle-like front limbs 20 times, slicing through the thin neck of the giant flying red ant and snapping it. Ding! You killed 4 level monsters, the flying red ants. Stat points plus 0, evolution EXP plus 1263, kill points plus 34,269. Since attack power, defense, agility, and speed have all reached their limits, killing other creatures before the second evolution will not yield additional stat points. Voy didn't care about the stat points. His figure flashed, dodging an attack from a level 4 giant flying red ant behind him, and at 500,000 speed, he flew straight to clear the ant that had attempted to ambush him. Ding! You killed 4 level monsters, the flying red ants. Stat points plus 0, evolution EXP plus 1281, kill points plus 35,260. After killing 2 giant flying red ants, the other 2 flying red ants surprisingly flew over in parallel. No matter which one he attacked, the other could launch an offensive against him. Just because you all are clever and intelligent, does that mean I'm brainless and a fool? Voy, regardless of whether those 2 giant flying red ants were side by side, flew straight past them and slashed one of the ants' wings with a scythe-like foreleg, cutting off one wing and sending it down to the ground. At that moment, only one giant flying red ant remained in the air, and Voy quickly killed it. All this may sound lengthy. In reality, only 5 or 6 seconds had passed. With the Berserk skill status still having over 20 seconds left, Voy charged towards the giant flying red ant with one wing cut off and swiftly killed it. Then, he quickly dashed into the small group of fewer than 10 level 3 and level 2 giant red ants, taking them out effortlessly with a few side slashes. After collecting all the giant red ant corpses into his inventory, Voy immediately left the area and found a concealed place to rest while waiting for the 30 seconds of weakness after the Berserk skill status to pass. He opened his personal info interface, noting that he still needed quite a bit of evolution EXP to evolve a second time. His gaze was primarily on the kill points, which had already reached over 1.32 million, allowing for 132 reward draws. Chapter 22 was Second Evolution. Tip: no skill or item obtained, deducting 10,000 kill points. Tip: no skill or item obtained, deducting 10,000 kill points. Tip: congratulations, the host has gained 100 mana, deducting 10,000 kill points. Guo was taken aback, not expecting to get something on his third kill points draw, especially such an important mana. He looked at the mana data, and sure enough, it increased by 100. The previous mana limit was 500, and now it became 600. Continue with the kill points draws. Tip: no skill or item obtained, deducting 10,000 kill points. Tip: no skill or item obtained, deducting 10,000 kill points. The subsequent luck wasn't so good. For nearly 100 draws in a row, no items or skills were obtained. On the 118th kill points draw, he finally obtained a skill Slow Ray, which functioned by shooting a beam from his mouth after hitting the target. The target's speed would decrease to 50% for 30 seconds, with a cooldown of 1 hour. In the end, with 1.32 million kill points and 132 extractions, I only obtained a 100 mana limit, along with this slowing ray skill. Time flies. Another day has passed. After killing a level 4 giant snow leopard, the evolution EXP for the second evolution finally reached its target. Ding! The second evolution has begun, expected to take 5 minutes to complete. A 3-meter tall sphere of green light enveloped Guo. 5 minutes quickly passed, and when the green light faded away, Guo's body expanded from about 2 meters in length to 4 meters, with facial patterns becoming even more hideous and terrifying than before. Open Personal Information Interface. Specific data appeared on the light screen. Host: Guo. Race: Mantis, giant mantis. Lifespan: less than 20 years. Aptitude: 3 attributes 3 after advancement. Skill: Inspect skill, Phantom speed skill, inventory regeneration, passive, divine level contract, slowing ray. Number of evolutions: 2 times. Evolution EXP: shocked. 800,000. Grade: level 2 monsters, low tier. Mana: 1,800-1,800. Mana is very important. It decreases with running, flying, and being attacked. When mana is below 10%, all stats decrease by 50%. When mana drops below 1%, all stats drop to 10%. Resting can slowly recover mana. Attack power: 200,000. Defense: 150,000. Agility: 200,000. Speed: 150,000. Stat points: shocked. Kill points: 842368. Since it is an agility type evolution, these 2 attributes are somewhat higher than others. His current stats far exceed most level 4 monsters. Even against some level 5 monsters with not very high aptitude, he wouldn't lag too far behind. He still remembers the data when he checked Gu back then. Gu was a human level 6 mid-stage intermediate warrior. Attack power: for 20,000 plus. Defense: 280,000 plus. Agility: 120,000 plus. Speed: 110,000 plus. In terms of data, apart from the high attack power, the other stats are about the same as level 5 monsters. Monsters possess sharp claws, fearsome fangs, thick skin, and some evolved insects have scales as well as life forces stronger than humans. Humans, on the other hand, lack claws as sharp as knives, and do not have sharp teeth, with skin that provides relatively low defense. Faced with monsters armed like weapons, humans naturally can't compete. This is why it's said that in equal circumstances, humans are inferior to monsters. However, humans also have their own advantages, which are the ability to forge weapons and equipment, mimic the skills of monsters, and create skills with similar functions, also known as martial arts. Earlier, when Gu took out a long spear, Guo used the inspect skill on Gu, who was holding the long spear. The result: Gu's attack power increased from over 420,000 to over 680,000, boosting it by a full 260,000. Then, upon learning that Gu was also wearing battle armor, Guo had Gu put it on. When using the inspect skill to look at Gu's defense, which was over 280,000, suddenly changed to over 440,000. This was an increase of 160,000 in defense. This is the main reason why humans can survive in a world where monsters roam. Through chatting with Gu and Lin, would gain some understanding of the weapons and equipment currently used by humans. Equipment is also divided by grades. Levels 1-3 are low-grade equipment. Levels 4-6 mid-stage are medium-grade equipment. Levels 7-9 are high-grade equipment. Level 10 is top-grade equipment. Then there are Tier 6 Heaven Stage equipment, King Tier equipment. Tier 6 Heaven Stage and King Tier equipment are also divided into 1-10 grades. Each grade of equipment possesses a set of base data, and on top of that base data, they also provide different bonuses to their owner. For example, a low-grade level 1 warrior weapon knife has a base attack power of 10,000. Can increase the owner's attack power by 10%. If the owner's base attack power is 100,000. Then holding the low-grade level 1 warrior weapon, their base attack power will become 120,000. Low-grade level 2 weapon knife also has a base attack power of 10,000. The knife can increase attack power by 20%. If a person holds a low-grade level 2 weapon knife, their base combat power will change from 100,000 to 130,000. Low-grade level 3 weapon knife, increasing attack power by 30%. This is the attack power and increase of low-grade weapons. As for medium-grade weapons of levels 4-5, the base attack power is 20,000, with increases of 40%, 50%, and 60% for the users. In short, the higher the level of weapon equipment, the higher the base data, and the greater the increase for the warrior. However, the higher the quality of the weapon, the scarcer it becomes. For example, in the new Dragon Kingdom, there are more than 5,000 King Tier warriors, and at least half of them do not even have a single King Tier piece of equipment. As for Tier 6 Heaven Stage equipment, apart from basic attributes, it is normal to enhance King Tier warriors. The additional boosts are useless for King Tier warriors. This is also why the human race has so many King Tier warriors. The main reason they are not stronger than the monsters dynasty is simply that there are too few King Tier equipment. Moreover, when monsters reach the King Tier, a certain part of their body will also evolve into weapons or battle armor. Essentially, once monsters reach the King Tier level, they at least possess one piece of King Tier equipment. On the other hand, human warriors who cultivate to the King Tier do not have this ability, which puts the human race at a significant disadvantage. Fortunately, among many ancient warrior relics, humans have obtained some King Tier equipment and the ability to forge equipment. The issue is that the higher the level of forged equipment, the harder it is to obtain the necessary materials. Chapter 23: Breaking into the Crab Nest in the Forest. In short, the various data of human warriors. When they have equipment compared to when they do not, the difference is very substantial. For instance, a level 1 human warrior can easily kill a level 5 warrior with a top grade level 10 weapon due to its attack power. This is the power of weapons. There exists an insurmountable gulf between ordinary warriors and ordinary monsters, and between Tier 6 Heaven Stage and Tier 6 Heaven Stage monsters. For example, even a top-level level 10 warrior wielding a premium level 10 weapon and wearing a premium level 10 battle armor would still be unable to defeat a lower tier level 1 warrior at Tier 6 Heaven Stage without using weapons or armor. Because when an ordinary martial artist cultivates to break through and becomes a level 1 warrior Tier 6 Heaven Stage, all their stats will increase by about 6 to 8 times. As for the enhancement from equipment, the best weapons and armor at level 10 can increase stats by up to 100%. In addition to base stats. It simply cannot compete with Tier 6 Heaven Stage. Of course, the gap between Tier 6 Heaven Stage and King Tier is even larger. When Tier 6 Heaven Stage breaks through to King Tier, all stats increase by about 100 times. One could say that a level 1 warrior of King Tier could easily kill a level 10 Tier 6 Heaven Stage opponent with a casual strike, illustrating the gap. After Gua's second evolution, his strength became even more formidable, easily killing weaker level 5 monsters. If in a Berserk skill state, he can even battle level 6 mid-stage monsters. His powerful strength has also made Gua bolder, flying deep into the forest towards the mountains. The monsters nearby are of a higher level, and there are also more low-level monsters, according to Lin and Gu. In every small dimensional space, there are multiple veins containing the essence of heaven and earth, commonly referred to as spiritual veins. Spiritual veins help living beings evolve quickly. The more abundant the essence of heaven and earth in an area, the higher the level of the monsters that dominate that region. Currently, all human cities, regardless of size, are built on top of these spiritual veins. The primary reason why monsters, the demon clan, and the underworld clan attack human cities is also because of the spiritual veins. Then there are the human races, which can also provide a speed boost for the demon clan and the underworld clan. 1 hour later, Gua was attacked. It was a green giant snake measuring 200 to 300 meters long. Fortunately, his agility stat was high, and his quick reflexes helped him evade the attack in time. Inspect skill. Target, giant grass serpent. Race, serpent clan. Aptitude, 2.229. Level 5 mid-tier monsters. Mana, 6236. Attack power, 210,000 plus. Defense, 170,000 plus. Agility, 120,000 plus. Speed, 180,000 plus. Skill, Death Coil. Once it wraps around the target, attack power triples, choking the inadequately defended prey to death. After reviewing the opponent's data, Gua decisively activated the Berserk skill state, causing his body to rapidly expand from 4 meters to 8 meters long, doubling in size. Attack power tripled, reaching 600,000. Defense tripled, reaching 450,000. Agility tripled, reaching 600,000. Speed tripled, reaching 450,000. Now, his various data is directly 2 to 3 times higher than that of the level 5 giant grass lizard snake from that day, absolutely crushing it. He darted in an instant, flying from mid-air to above his opponent's head, swiftly swinging his sickle-like front limbs down. Just like a vegetable knife chopping a radish, the snake's head instantly dropped to the ground from its neck, dying on the spot. Ding! You killed 5-level monsters. Giant grass scale snake. Stat points plus 1,645, evolution EXP plus 2,659, kill points plus 46,258. Gua was taken aback this time. The evolution EXP was actually much higher than the stat points. When he previously killed monsters, the stat points he received were always roughly equal to the evolution EXP he gained. Regardless, an increase in evolution EXP is a good thing. It can allow him to evolve faster. He opened his inventory, stowed away the corpse of the level 5 monster's grass lizard snake, and found a place to rest. After the 30 seconds of weakness from the Berserk skill state passed, he continued flying towards the mountains. On the way, he killed those he could defeat and quickly ran or immediately hid from those he couldn't. A day later, Gua finally reached the edge of the mountains. Shortly after entering, he discovered a group of evolved crabs resting in a valley. This should be their nest. The smallest crab is about as big as 2 tables and chairs. The largest crab is about 10 meters long. Gua stopped on a large tree fork. He counted for a moment. There are a total of 238 evolved crabs of various sizes. He used the inspect skill on the largest evolved crab among them, and data instantly appeared on the projection. Target, giant forest crab. Race, crab race. Aptitude, 2.478. Grade, level 6 mid-stage mid-tier monsters. Mana, 8465. Attack power, 430,000 plus. Defense, 680,000 plus. Agility, 380,000 plus. Speed, 410,000 plus. Skill, petrification. After the body is petrified, defense 2. Wow, high aptitude. Gua exclaimed lightly. No wonder all the stats were so high, even higher than the 3 level 6 mid-stage monsters he had killed before. This level 6 mid-stage giant forest crab is purely defensive in its evolutionary path. Even in a Berserk skill state, his attack power is only 700,000 plus, which isn't significantly higher than its defense. To kill this purely defensive level 6 mid-stage giant forest crab, he would need to maintain the Berserk skill state for 20 minutes to wear it down little by little. Fortunately, in this valley, there is only this one level 6 mid-stage crab, while most are level 1 warrior and in levels 2 and 3. There are fewer level 4s and 5s, maybe around 50 in total. These 238 evolved giant forest crabs are quite a bit of data for Gua. He stared at the largest level 6 mid-stage giant forest crab for a while, and immediately had an idea. If he couldn't take on a level 6 mid-stage, how could he handle those level 1 warriors in levels 2, 3, and 4? In the next moment, he flew towards a level 4 giant forest crab at the edge of the valley. Crabs are omnivores and also eat meat. The level 4 giant forest crab saw Gua flying over and immediately stood up, its legs slightly bent, ready to leap into attack at any moment. Skill, Berserk skill. As he approached, Gua's body suddenly enlarged, all stats multiplied by 3, striking down like a bolt of lightning to smash the crab's head. This action immediately sent all the crabs in the valley into a frenzy, regardless of size, quickly rushing towards him, including the level 6 mid-stage giant forest crab. Chapter 24, Hardened Skill with 10x Defense Attribute. Level 6 mid-stage giant forest crab is the biggest threat. Gua silently thought. Skill, Slow Ray. Suddenly, a bright green beam shot out from its mouth, faster than lightning. The Slow Ray is not a lethal skill, and the level 6 mid-stage giant forest crab didn't feel any danger, so I didn't dodge. In the next moment, it was hit by the Slow Ray. And indeed, as it perceived, it wasn't hurt at all. Why am I moving so slow all of a sudden? The level 6 mid-stage giant forest crab noticed that its speed had suddenly decreased by about half. It waved its pincers a couple of times, still as fast as a gale, just like before. I must have been eating too much lately, so I'm not as fast as I used to be. Although monsters have high intelligence, it's only in comparison to their pre-evolution. This level 6 mid-stage giant forest crab's mind is still not very sharp. It's even less intelligent than the level 1 warriors fox, dog, wolf, bear, tiger. It didn't even consider the green light. It didn't dodge, and at this moment, seeing Gua killing 2 more giant forest crabs 500 to 600 meters away, it immediately gathered its thoughts and roared, "Brothers, charge at it, tear it to pieces." Monsters cannot communicate with other races until they evolve to Tier 6 Heaven stage. Gua only heard the level 6 mid-stage giant forest crab roaring a few times, after which the other giant forest crabs acted as if they had been fueled by adrenaline, charging wildly towards him. The mantis can fly, while the crab cannot. This is his greatest advantage. Even though the giant forest crab can jump, it can only jump about 30 to 10 meters high. But for Gua, who has a speed of 450,000 and agility of 600,000, that is like a slow-motion ant. Those giant forest crabs jumping up to attack it with their pincers were either decapitated by his scythe-like front limbs or had their heads smashed to pieces. Notifications on the light screen appeared one after another. Ding! You have killed a level 1 warrior monster giant forest crab. Ding! You have killed a level 5 monster giant forest crab. Ding! You have killed a level 3 monster giant forest crab. For safety's sake, when there are only 10 seconds left in the Berserk skill state, Gua silently mutters, "Skill, Phantom Speed Skill. Speed Attribute 10. In the blink of an eye, his speed reached 1.5 million as he quickly zipped out of the valley. Behind him, level 6 mid-stage monsters, the giant forest crabs, led the pursuit out of the valley, not even catching a glimpse of his shadow as they searched the area outside the valley. In the end, they found nothing. Furious, the level 6 mid-stage giant forest crab waved its large claws, snapping off several ancient trees that 2 or 3 people could hug, before returning to the valley with the other forest crabs. In the valley, besides the monsters level giant forest crabs, there were also over 100,000 ordinary forest crabs, nearly all the size of a soccer ball. They cheered, welcoming the level 6 mid-stage giant forest crab back, thinking that they had triumphed. Having failed to catch Gua, the level 6 mid-stage giant forest crab, feeling irritated, crushed a few unfortunate ordinary forest crabs underfoot and walked over to a corpse of a level 5 giant forest crab, beginning to feast on its fellow's remains. The other giant forest crabs also began gnawing on their kind's corpses, feasting on the bodies of their deceased companions, which is a traditional custom among the crab clan. Not only is it delicious, but it also boosts their speed, and just then, the body of the level 6 mid-stage giant forest crab suddenly emitted a yellowish light as it initiated its evolution toward level 7 high stage. Meanwhile, Gua, who had just landed on a thick tree trunk, was unaware that the level 6 mid-stage giant forest crab was evolving to level 7 high stage. He opened his status panel. Host, Voix. Species, mantis. Lifespan, less than 20 years. Aptitude, 3. Skill, inspect skill phantom speed skill inventory regeneration passive divine level contract slowing ray. Number of evolutions, 2. Evolution EXP 94236800000. Rank, level 2 monsters. Mana 1136 1800. Attack power 200000. Defense 150000. Agility 200,000. Speed 150,000. Stat points 51698. Kill points 250 10,000 plus. Looking at the decrease of 360 to 70 in mana, was sincerely sighed that under the state of Berserk skill combined with Phantom speed skill, the consumption of mana is truly rapid. In fact, that is quite normal. After all, the Berserk skill attribute is 3, while the Phantom speed skill has a speed multiplier of 10. And mana is equivalent to a car's fuel tank. The vehicle picked up speed, and naturally, the fuel consumption increased. In the past few days, the monsters he killed and the stat points earned, he did not allocate a single one to his attributes. Furthermore, in just the short span of 20 seconds earlier, he had already killed over 50 giant forest crabs. The stat points had now accumulated to over 51,000. Guo always believed that as long as the attack power was high enough, there was no existence that could not be defeated. He allocated stat points to attack power, and when his attack power reached 250,000, the voice of the slaughter evolution system suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Hint, before the third evolution, the attack power of 250,000 has reached the limit you can allocate stat points to attributes such as defense, agility, and speed. So the limit for level 2 monsters is 250,000, Guo allocated all of the remaining over 1,000 potential points to speed. As long as he could run fast, no one could catch him. While waiting for the cooldown of the Phantom speed skill and slowdown beam, out of boredom, Guo looked at his 2.5 million kill points and started a kill points lottery. First time. Tip, no skill or item obtained, deducting 10,000 kill points. The 23rd attempt. Tip, no skill or item obtained, deducting 10,000 kill points. The 56th attempt. Tip, congratulations, the host has gained 100 mana, deducting 10,000 kill points. The 89th attempt. Tip, congratulations, the host has gained 100 mana, deducting 10,000 kill points. The 126th attempt. Tip, congratulations, the host has gained 100 mana, deducting 10,000 kill points. The 204th attempt. Tip, no skill or item obtained, deducting 10,000 kill points. The 245th attempt. Hint, congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill Steel Harden, deducting 10,000 kill points. After over 240 attempts to get a skill, Guo quickly checked the function introduction of the Steel Harden skill. Steel Harden skill defense attribute 10 times, consumes 100 mana points per second, cannot be stacked with other skills that enhance defense attributes. If other skills also have the ability to enhance defense attributes, only the skill that increases defense attributes the most will take effect, but it does not hinder other skills from enhancing other attributes. Guo's eyes lit up, 10 times the defense, it's simply amazing. Chapter 25, Reluctance, but my strength won't allow it. While 10 times the defense is great, this hardened skill consumes too much mana. It uses 100 mana per second, and how much mana does he have now? Fortunately, he just drew a limit of 400 mana. He'll wait to evolve later. This isn't just 400 mana anymore. Instead, it will increase with the number of evolutions, constantly multiplying by 333. After using up all the kill points, Guo patiently waited on the branch until the cooldowns for the Phantom speed skill and slow ray skill were over, and immediately flew toward the Crab Valley. In less than 2 minutes, he reached the edge of the valley and was startled by a giant forest crab that was about twice the size of a level 6 mid-stage forest crab, which brought him an overwhelming sense of danger. He didn't know that this larger forest crab was the evolved form of the previous level 6 mid-stage forest crab, and immediately used the inspect skill on it. Target: giant forest crab. Race: crab race. Aptitude: 2.478. Grade: level 7 high stage high tier monsters. Mana: 16930. Attack: 1060000 plus. Defense: 1685000 plus. Agility: 940000 plus. Speed: 1010000 plus. Skill: Petrify. What the hell? When did a level 7 high stage advanced monster giant forest crab show up? This data is just too high. Was suddenly hesitated, wondering if he should venture into the valley to hunt the giant forest crab. Against a level 6 mid-stage forest crab, he had confidence that he could escape if he couldn't win, but this level 7 high-stage forest crab had a speed of over 1,010,000. Even if the slow ray can reduce the opponent's speed by 50%, that still leaves over 500,000 speed, faster than his 450,000 speed under Berserk skill. As soon as the 30-second Berserk skill state expires, he'll quickly be caught up by the opponent. However, looking at those 170 or 80 giant forest crabs in the valley, Guo was unwilling, as they were all his source of evolution. Wait a minute, wasn't the growth of the previous level 6 mid-stage forest crab just 2.478? Was suddenly thought that this level 7 high-stage forest crab should have evolved from that level 6 mid-stage forest crab. Lying above the valley, Guo looked at the setting sun and thought to himself, I'll wait until you all are asleep at night to launch a sneak attack. He waited until dark, and then until midnight, when the level 7 high-stage forest crab folded all its legs and quickly fell asleep. Skill: Deceleration Ray. Guo opened his mouth, and a beam of green light struck the level 7 high-stage forest crab like lightning. Since it caused no damage at all, the level 7 high-stage forest crab did not wake up. Guo immediately thought to himself, skill: Phantom Speed Skill. His speed instantly reached 1,516,980. He rushed down towards a level 5 forest crab in the valley. At the same time, he silently thought, skill: Berserk Skill. In the next moment, his body grew about twice its size. His attack power reached 750,000. His defense reached 450,000. His agility reached 600,000. The level 5 forest crab was like paper against his attack. Its head burst open instantly. Next, he moved through the valley like a streak of green lightning, easily killing an evolved forest crab with each hit. When he killed the first level 5 forest crab, the level 7 high-stage forest crab woke up. Although its speed was reduced by 50% due to the deceleration ray, it was still very fast. However, compared to Guo, who had now reached a speed of 1.5 million, it was 3 times slower. It simply couldn't catch up to Guo. The simultaneous activation of the Berserk skill and Phantom Speed skill consumed mana very quickly. In just 15 or 16 seconds, his mana had dropped by more than half. For safety, Guo decisively flew out of the valley, infuriating the level 7 high-stage forest crab that couldn't catch up to him, which smashed into dozens of large trees outside the valley before returning. Guo landed at the foot of a small hill, having only killed for 15 or 16 seconds in the valley. However, the results are quite impressive. Over 80 mountain crabs were killed, resulting in more than 70,000 stat points, over 100,000 Evolutionary XP, and more than 2 million kill points. Guo believes that as long as he runs fast, no one can catch him. He has put all his recent 70,000 stat points into speed. Currently, his speed attribute has reached 223,123 points. After this valley ambush, Guo experienced the benefits of activating both Phantom Speed skill and Berserk skill simultaneously. With an increased movement speed, his hunting efficiency has truly improved. The enemy hasn't even seen him yet. Their heads are already smashed. An hour later, when the cooldown of Phantom Speed skill and Slow Ray skill expired, Guo returned to the valley where the forest crabs lived for the third time. The sky was overcast, raindrops fell from above, and the rain became heavier, making the already dark night even harder to see. But for the mantis with compound eyes and night vision, the darkness is not much different from daytime. Everything is crystal clear. However, those forest crabs have no night vision ability, and on such a pitch-black rainy night, they are like blind people who cannot see the slightest trace of the enemy. only hearing the shrieks of their companions as they die and the sound of their skulls being crushed. This time Gwa did not activate the phantom speed skill, he only used the Berserk skill. Even so, his speed is still very fast, moving through the darkness where the forest crabs cannot see. It is like the Grim Reaper with a scythe, harvesting their lives. Occasionally, when lightning strikes, those giant forest crabs can catch a glimpse of him. However, lightning comes quickly and goes just as fast, plunging the world back into darkness. When the 30-second Berserk skill period ended and his various stats weakened by a factor of 10, Gwa then leisurely flew towards the sky, leaving the valley. In that brief 30 seconds, he killed 96 giant forest crabs, and once he reached the maximum speed of 250,000 with his stat points. Gwa allocated all the remaining stat points into agility. After all, with the hardened skill for defense, he can instantly boost it tenfold, so safety is not a concern for now. A high agility attribute not only speeds up his actions but also enhances his reaction and evasion abilities, which is equally important. When Gwa entered the valley for the fourth time, the sky hadn't brightened or stopped, the entire world remained pitch dark, not a hand could be seen in front of him. The rain washed over the bodies of the forest crabs, mixing with bright red blood to flow down, forming red streams, and the air in the valley was thick with the smell of blood. Now, in the valley, aside from the level 7 high-stage mountain crab that had become agitated due to the smell of blood, all the other mountain crabs of various levels in the area had turned into motionless corpses. Fixated on the wildly flailing pincers of the level 7 high-stage mountain crab for a moment, Gwa helplessly flew away. He genuinely wanted to kill the level 7 high-stage mountain crab, but his strength simply wouldn't allow it. The level 7 high-stage mountain crab has a defense of 1.68 million when using its petrification skill. Its defense attribute can reach 3.36 million. He was simply not capable of killing with just over 700,000 attack power. Chapter 26, Reward for gaining 100-fold data. After leaving the valley, Gwa took shelter from the rain under a protruding rock. He allocated all of his stat points to agility, and he was just a few thousand away from reaching the 250,000 cap. Now, he has over 3 million kill points. Start sampling the kill points. It didn't take long. Over 3 million kill points have dwindled down to not enough for a lottery. This time, the luck was very good. A total of 305 kill points were drawn. He drew 100 mana 6 times. Now he has 2,800 mana. He also drew a skill execution. The skill execution has the effect of multiplying inner attack power by 10 times, consuming 500 mana per second, and cannot overlap with other skills that increase attack power. If skills are used simultaneously that also increase attack power, the skill with the highest increase will prevail. However, it does not affect the enhancement effect of other skills on different attributes. The cooldown time for the skill is 1 hour. A 10-fold attack power is really a great skill. But the consumption of mana is truly substantial. With his current mana value of 2,800, he can sustain the 10-fold attack power effect for just 5 seconds. Not a second longer. Gwa is not discouraged. Mana is not something that can't be increased. Whether it's 3-fold data after evolution, or the kill points lottery, both can raise the mana cap. His mana will definitely increase more in the future. The consumption of 500 mana per second is just a drop in the bucket. With attack power multiplied by 10, I should have a chance to take down that level 7 high-stage mountain crab. Even if I make a mistake, it won't matter. With the phantom speed skill at level 10, I can still escape. Thinking of this, Gwa looked up at the still raining weather. It was still dark, which was favorable for him. In the next moment, he flew toward the valley. Perhaps even the heavens were helping him. As he flew into the valley, the pouring rain suddenly turned into ice bullets. The hail, though only the size of mung beans, created a popping sound against the crab shell and the stones on the ground. This noise perfectly masked the sound his wings made while moving through the air. However, to get closer to the level 7 high-stage mountain crab, Gwa did not fly directly over. Instead, he quietly landed at the edge of the valley, stepping lightly with his 2 long, powerful middle legs and 2 long, powerful hind legs, dashing through the muddy waters like a green whirlwind. When he reached the front of the level 7 high-stage mountain crab, it was already asleep, curled up like a large gray stone. Skill, slow beam. The beam landed on the level 7 high stage mountain crab. It felt neither pain nor discomfort, and did not wake it up. Skill, Berserk skill. Attack power 3, defense 3, agility 3, speed 3. Skill, phantom speed skill. The speed increased from 3 times to 10 times, reaching 2.5 million. Skill, absolute kill. The attack power increased from 3 times to 10 times, also reaching 2.5 million. As the 3 skills completed within a second, Guo leaped slightly, reaching about the same height as the level 7 high stage mountain crab's head. The 2 scythe-like front claws exploded with unprecedented speed, striking 200 times in just 1 second toward the opponent's head. The sleeping level 7 high stage mountain crab let out a desperate scream. Its claws barely lifted off the ground to less than 1 meter, its skull was smashed in, and it died on the spot. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing an entity at least 5 levels above itself, earning a 100-fold data reward. Ding! You killed level 7 high stage monsters. Giant forest crab, stat points plus 243,600, monsters plus 342,600, kill points plus 6523100. Looking at the high data earned on the screen, Wood excitedly asked the Slaughter Evolution system, "Does this mean that as long as I kill an entity that is 5 levels above me, the data I earn will be 100-fold? Ding! Slaughter Evolution system replies, yes, as long as you kill an entity that is at least 5 levels above the host itself, the data you obtain will always be 100-fold. Wood's breathing became rapid. His aptitude is 3, and after evolution, all data are multiplied by 3. His number of evolutions is still low, so the effects are not very obvious yet. If he waits until he has undergone more evolutions, each piece of data will be tripled. When at the same level, his data will be incomparably higher than those monsters with an aptitude of only around 2. Level jumping killings of other beings 5 levels higher than himself would definitely be a piece of cake. Even killing through a major realm could be possible. Thinking of this, Roy immediately asked, if I kill an existence 1 big realm higher than me, how many times the data will I gain? Ding! Slaughter Evolution system replies, killing an existence that is 1 big realm higher than the host will yield data multiplied by 1,000 times. Friendship reminder, killing an existence that is 1 big realm higher is very dangerous. Please do not attempt lightly. Lin and Gu had told him that level 7 high stage high level monsters are treasures. Their meat is delicious, some parts can be used for medicine, and other parts can be made into weapons and equipment. Guo was a bit hungry at that time, so he ate some meat from the level 7 high stage forest crabs. It was truly delicious and also provided some evolution EXP, though not much. After putting the unfinished level 7 high stage forest crabs into his inventory, Guo accidentally stepped on a regular forest crab and squished it. Ding! You have killed a regular forest crab, stat points plus 0, evolution EXP plus 0.0001, kill points plus 1. Guo asked the Slaughter Evolution system, my agility and defense attributes have not yet reached their limits, so why didn't I earn stat points for killing the regular forest crab? Even if it's a small amount, there should be some, right? Ding! Slaughter Evolution system replies, because the unused stat points are sufficient to max out the remaining agility and defense attributes. Even if the host has not allocated points, before the 3rd evolution, the host will no longer gain stat points from killing beings. Alright, you are in charge of the Slaughter Evolution system. What else could Guo say? Facing the small hail, he flew back to the previously protruding rock and fell asleep with his eyes slightly closed. He ended up sleeping until around 3 in the afternoon. The sky was clear, and a gentle breeze was blowing. Guo flew to an open grassy area, opened his inventory, and started to feast on the corpse of a level 7 high stage forest crab. Little peeping Tom, what are you doing? Suddenly, Gu's brainwaves came through the soul contract mark in his mind. Lin and I have already returned to school. In a couple of days, we'll be going into the Spirit Gathering Tower for closed-door cultivation. In 6 months, I will take the university exam for the Northeast Province. In the Spirit Gathering Tower where we cultivate, the spiritual energy is not only extremely dense. There are also tons of free elixirs that can boost the evolution speed of monsters. Do you want to come over? I'll help you out, and we can fly together. I guarantee that in 6 months, you'll at least reach level 8 monsters. Chapter 27, Third Evolution, Stat Points Remaining. 6 months only guarantees that I will evolve to level 8. Through the mark of the soul contract, what transmitted brainwaves to Gu, how about I bring you over? You can hang out with me, enjoying delicious food together. I'm eating level 7 high stage forest crab meat, it tastes really good. Do you want some? Gu, you really can boast level 7 high stage forest crab meat? If you can eat level 3 monsters meat, I'll consider you impressive. Gui, I'm not boasting, believe it or not. Gu, I don't believe you. Aren't you really not going to cultivate with Lin and me in the spirit gathering tower? No, Gui replied. Closed door cultivation is a method for you humans. For me, slaughtering is the fastest way to evolve. You might not believe it, but in the few days we've been apart, I not only killed a level 7 high stage monster, but I also took down dozens of level 5 monsters and hundreds of level 4 monsters. Just keep on boasting, Gu replied. From now on, I not only see you as Little Peeping Tom, but I also have to give you a nickname, the King of Boasting. Gu didn't want to discuss this with her anymore. It's normal that no one believes a level 2 monster can kill a level 7 high stage monster. He asked Gu, when will you take a bath with me? I'm covered in dirt. Gu, let's take a bath together, and indulge in your grand illusion of spring and autumn. Auntie won't take a bath with you, you lecherous mantis. Just thinking about the future when you might evolve into a king tier, resembling a man. It must be really ugly, there's no way I'm taking a bath with you. Superficial. Gu replied, I'm a mantis, you're human. We're from different species, what's there to fear about bathing together? Besides, how do you know that after I evolve into king tier and become human, I'll look ugly? Can't I be the super handsome guy that everyone loves, the kind that flowers adore? Just you? Gu was very skeptical. I know that the cuter and prettier monsters, after evolving to king tier, look better as humans. And as for ugly and fierce looking monsters, the more vicious they are before reaching king tier, the scarier and uglier they'll look as humans. Then maybe I'll be an exception. Gu said, in the eyes of us mantises, I'm already a super handsome mantis, and after becoming human, I will definitely be a super handsome guy. Besides, I'm not ugly at all, it's just that the patterns on my face form a severely murderous and sinister appearance. Once I evolve into king tier and become human, I'll be extremely handsome. You can rest assured to bathe with me. No. Gu refused. Let's talk about it after you evolve into king tier and look like a handsome guy. If you turn out to be handsome, bathing together is totally fine, even if it means having kids together. Beauty addict. Gu muttered to himself. The two continued to chat for more than 10 minutes before ending the conversation. Opening the personal information interface, Gu maxed out his agility and defense attributes to 250,000, setting his sights on over 6.52 million kill points. With 6.52 million kill points, he can draw rewards 652 times. He began to redeem the rewards. For the first time, he got nothing. For the second time, he also got nothing. Then he drew consecutively for 350 times but didn't get a single skill, though he did get an extra 100 mana 9 times. But that's still much better than getting nothing. Keep on drawing rewards, drawing and drawing. On the 578th try, luck finally arrived. Ding! Tip, congratulations, the host has obtained 0.02 points of aptitude, deducting from Slaughter Evolution System kill points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the first improvement of aptitude, receiving additional rewards and kill points, plus 1 random skill. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have gained a random skill, Mana Recovery. He has gained a new skill, and Gu quickly opened his personal information interface to see the function of the Mana Recovery skill. Mana Recovery, passive skill, when mana is at or below 10%, instantly restores to full mana state, usable 9 times a day, with each reset at midnight for the next day. Gu felt delighted he no longer had to worry about running out of mana. Next, he looked at aptitude 3.02 and then at his attack power and other stats. They were still at 250,000, unchanged from what he had expected. He asked the Slaughter Evolution System, why has aptitude increased, But the upper limits of attributes such as attack power, defense, agility, and speed have not improved. Ding! Slaughter Evolution System response: the newly increased aptitude only improves the attribute potential for future evolution attempts, affecting the upper limit values for attack power and others for each evolution down the road. Watt understood and continued to draw from the kill points. However, his luck became quite poor next. Until his kill points ran low and he couldn't draw anymore. He didn't draw a single skill. He did receive a reward of 100 mana, and managed to draw 5 more times. From these 652 draws with kill points, he accumulated a total of 1,400 mana limit. His current mana limit has now reached a value of 4,200 mana. Although the small inventory world isn't as expansive as Earth, it is still 1/10 its size. Due to the abundant spiritual energy in this small inventory world, though monsters aren't everywhere, their number is definitely quite large. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Guo killed a 5th level monster, a giant centipede over 200 meters long. The enchanting, machine-like female voice of the Slaughter Evolution System echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have met the evolution requirements. Evolution is starting and is expected to be completed in 5 minutes. As soon as he finished speaking, his body was enveloped in a green light. 5 minutes passed quickly, and when the round, ball-like green light faded, Guo, who had completed his evolution, appeared at the original spot. He turned to look at his body length, which was about 10 meters long, with a height of approximately 6 or 7 meters when lying down. His sickle-like front limbs stretched forward, reaching as far as 11 to 12 meters. There are also a row of barbed hooks on its 4 feet, each about 1.5 feet long, sharp as a blade. Open the personal information interface, he murmured. Immediately, a data display appeared before him. Host, Guo. Race, giant mantis. Lifespan, less than 30 years. Aptitude, 3.02. Skills, inspect skill, phantom speed skill, inventory, regeneration passive, divine contract, slow ray, steel fortification, certain kill, mana recovery. Evolution count, 3 times. Evolution EXP, shocked. 1 million. Grade, level 3 low-level monsters. Mana 10872. Attack power, 855,000. Defense, 755,000. Agility, 855,000. Speed, 755,000. Stat points, 163264. Kill points, 426390. That's why there are over 163,000 stat points. It was from killing that level 7 high-stage monster, the forest crab, 2 days ago, gaining stat points at a rate of 100 times, and with none wasted, all 4 attributes maxed out. Chapter 28, Sitting on the mountain to watch the tigers fight, 2 level 8 monsters fighting to the death. Investing stat points into attack power. When the attack power reached 1 million. Ding! Slaughter Evolution System prompt: before the 4th evolution, the attack power of 1 million has reached its limit, and the remaining stat points can be allocated to defense, agility, or speed. Now there are still 18,264 stat points left. Guo looked at the defense, agility, and speed, noticing all the decimal points are 5,000, which felt a bit off. So he added 5,000 points to each. They all became whole numbers. Defense, 760,000. Agility, 860,000. Speed, 760,000. At this point, there are still 3,264 stat points remaining. Guo allocated it all to speed. The speed now reached 763,264. After finishing this, Guo focused on the more than 420,000 kill points, feeling like he was losing out. When he evolved as a level 1 warrior, he could draw once for every 1,000 kill points. When evolving to level 2, he could draw once for every 10,000 kill points. Now evolved to level 3, 100,000 kill points for 1 lottery draw. If it were before the 3rd evolution, these 420,000 kill points could be used for 42 lottery draws, but now they can only be used for 4. Fortunately, the more kill points needed for the lottery, the greater the variety of items that can be obtained, so it's not a total loss. Hua still prefers to accumulate a lot of kill points to draw several times in a row. Hide interface. Hua silently mutters in his heart. The screen of the slaughter evolution system disappears. To gain greater benefits, the best approach is to kill monsters that are equal to or greater than 5 levels than oneself. For example, if he goes to kill an 8-level monster now, he would receive a reward of 100 times, and he could get around 280,000 stat points and over 350,000 evolution EXP. As long as he kills 3 8-level monsters, he can evolve for the 4th time. If he were to kill level 1 warrior monsters, he would only receive between 300 to 400 stat points and between 300 to 400 evolution EXP. Killing 10 level 1 warrior monsters yields a maximum of 4,000 data. Killing 100 level 1 warrior monsters yields a maximum of 40,000 data. Killing 500 level 1 warrior monsters would give 200,000 data. Therefore, killing an 8-level monster that is 5 levels higher than oneself is equivalent to killing around 700 to 800 level 1 warrior monsters. Although the density of monsters in this small inventory world is many times that of Earth, it is still not a place filled with monsters. To kill 700 or 800 level 1 warrior monsters, unless he finds large groups of communal insects, it would take at least 10 days or more to reach that number. It might even take half a month to accomplish. Buzz. With wings spread wide, Hua flies deeper into the forest mountains. His current strength is about twice that of level 6 mid-stage monsters but still less than level 7 high-stage monsters. If you use the Berserk skill, you can face off head-on and defeat most ordinary level 8 monsters. If the Deadly Strike and Phantom Speed skills are activated, as long as there's enough mana, he can even kill level 9 monsters. At this point, Hua was shocked himself. He is currently only at the level of Tier 3 monsters. If he were to evolve to Tier 5 monsters, even without any special skills, he could kill level 9 monsters and even match level 10 monsters. According to this calculation, when he reaches level 6 mid-stage monsters, after activating his special skills, he could even fight against top-level level 1 warrior monsters. Roar! Just then, from deep within the mountains ahead, a tiger's roar suddenly echoed. The roar was filled with anger and a killing intent, indicating it must have gotten into a fight with something. As the saying goes, when two strong forces collide, there will definitely be casualties. Hua immediately changed direction and flew towards the sound of the tiger's roar. Flying over 3 mountains, Hua saw 2 gigantic creatures fighting in the forest between the 2 mountains. One of them was a tiger about 70 to 80 meters long, standing on its hind legs and swiping at its opponent with claws that reached nearly 100 meters high, similar to a 30-story building. For an ordinary person to stand before this tiger, they'd hardly even be enough to fill the gaps between its teeth. With a tiger this large, its opponent was naturally no small foe. That was a pitch-black bear, roughly the same size as the tiger, but significantly bulkier. Hua didn't expect to see a tiger and a bear fighting again, and his heart was filled with anticipation, hoping they wouldn't stop halfway through. Hua landed on the mountain top, and while watching the tiger and bear battle, he first used the inspect skill on the tiger, and a holographic interface immediately appeared before him. Target: Giant Tiger. Species: Tiger Clan. Aptitude: 2.361. Rank: Level 8 Monsters. Mana: 103698. Attack Power: 3.41 million plus. Defense: 2.48 million plus. Agility: 3.62 million plus. Speed: 2.65 million plus. Skill: Tiger Might Effect, Attack Power 2, Defense 2, Agility 2, Speed 2. Special note: tigers are apex existences among their level monsters, and occasionally hunt down monsters of level 1 warriors that are higher than themselves, making them extremely dangerous. This level 8 tiger has evolved through the agility pathway. With high attack power and quick reflexes, its stats significantly surpass those of ordinary level 8 monsters. After using the Tiger Might skill, it can indeed take down some not-so-strong level 9 monsters. Hua directed his gaze at the black bear and used the inspect skill. Immediately the data on the screen began to change. Target: Giant Black Bear. Race: Bear Tribe. Aptitude 2.32. Rank, Level 8 Monsters. Mana 113651. Attack power 3.54 million plus. Defense 3.25 million plus. Agility 2.46 million plus. Speed 2.58 million plus. Skill, Fearless Effect, Attack Power 2, Defense 2, Agility 2, Speed 2. This level 8 black bear is a tank type, with tough skin and thick flesh, making it very hard to take down. In comparison, the tiger is not as resilient. But the tiger's agility is too high, making it difficult for the black bear to land a hit. Overall, both of them are evenly matched in strength, it just depends on who can last longer. Logically, the brown bear has a bit more mana, so it should last longer. But the tiger's agility is high, and while the tiger's claws hitting the black bear did not cause much damage, the black bear still has many wounds that need mana to heal. The tiger isn't entirely unscathed either, it has a few bloody gashes on its back from the black bear's claws. Monsters are different from ordinary animals. Ordinary tigers and black bears that are injured can get inflammation from their wounds, which can lead to death. However, if monsters are wounded, their wounds won't get infected at all. The mana within can heal and scar the wounds quickly. So whether it's that level 8 tiger or that level 8 black bear, they can freely go all out in battle. The scene of two towering 100-meter-tall beings fighting was truly overwhelming. The massive trees before them were as vulnerable as blades of grass. Boom! At that moment, the black bear's paw strike was dodged by the tiger, accidentally shattering a large stone about 5 or 6 meters high into countless pieces, with a power comparable to that of an explosion. Minutes later, the black bear, with more and more wounds, suddenly had its aura decline sharply, prompting Gua to use Inspect skill on it once again. Chapter 29, A Mountain Suddenly Moved. In the next moment, the data of the level 8 black bear appeared on the light screen. Sure enough, as he suspected, the level 8 black bear's mana was below 10%, and all of its stats had dropped to 50%. The current strength of the level 8 black bear is equivalent to when it was level 7 high stage. Roar! The tiger let out a deafening roar, its attack suddenly becoming more frenzied. Level 8 monsters fighting level 7 high stage monsters is like adults beating up kids aged 11 or 12, they are simply not on the same level. We can't wait any longer. If we do, the black bear will die, and I need to ask you for the data. Gua spread his wings and silently chanted in his heart. Special skill, Phantom Speed skill. Speed multiplied by 10 has reached 7.6 million. He rushed past faster than lightning. On his way as he rushed past, Gua silently chanted in his heart at the same time. Special skill, Toughening. Defense multiplied by 10 has reached 7.6 million. As he approached the top of the level 8 black bear, Gua silently chanted again, Special skill, Instant kill. Attack power multiplied by 10 has reached 10 million. The weakened level 8 black bear was fully focused on dealing with the level 8 tiger and didn't notice the several 10-meter-long mantises behind its head. Gua swung his 10-meter-long scythe-like forelimbs, and with 10 million in attack power, it pierced through the level 8 black bear's skull effortlessly. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed a level 8 monster's giant black bear, which is at least 5 levels higher than yourself. The data you obtain is multiplied by 100. Stat points plus 252,300, evolution EXP plus 384,600, kill points plus 8245100. The massive body of the level 8 black bear crashed to the ground, causing the opposing level 8 tiger to be momentarily stunned, and then it saw Gua and immediately let out a roar, thinking he was there to steal its prey. It leaped forward, and its huge claws came crashing down. Swish! Gua's 7.6 million speed was no joke, he instantly dodged the tiger's claws. At this moment, the level 8 monster's tiger was in a state of tiger might, and its various stats were nearly comparable to his. Especially since the tiger's agility had reached over 7.12 million, making its reactions extremely fast and easily dodging his scythe-like attacks. If it weren't for his speed reaching 7.6 million, allowing him to outrun the level 8 tiger, he wouldn't dare to engage despite having over 7.5 million in defense. The reason he engaged with this level 8 tiger. There are two reasons. First, to hone his combat skills. After all, attack power, defense, agility, and speed are all reference values. And when the two are not too far apart, it ultimately comes down to whose combat skills are higher and whose strategies are smarter. The second reason, this level 8 tiger had just been fighting that level 8 black bear for nearly 20 minutes, so its mana must not be much. Right now, they are both competing on resource consumption. If a level 8 tiger's mana is 10%, various stats will decrease by 50%. He possesses the mana recovery skill, which instantly restores mana to full when it reaches 10 or more. Additionally, he can instantly restore full mana status up to 9 times in one day. This level 8 tiger is absolutely no match for him in terms of consumption. The Tiger Might skill of the level 8 tiger merely doubles its physical stats, and does not cause much rapid mana consumption. The 3 skills activated at this moment are 10 times a specific attribute, resulting in a remarkably fast mana consumption. After his mana reached full status for the 5th time passively, the aura around the level 8 tiger suddenly decreased, with all its stats dropping to 50% and even its Tiger Might state dissipating. At that moment, panic flashed in the eyes of the level 8 tiger, and it immediately turned and fled. However, its current speed is only over 1.32 million. How could it possibly escape from Gua, whose speed is 7.6 million? The level 8 tiger barely managed to escape for less than 2 seconds before Gua caught up while it was asleep, stabbing its scythe-like front paw into its head. Ding! Congratulations! You have killed an level 8 monster, the giant tiger, that is greater than or equal to your own level 5, and your data is multiplied by 100. Stat points plus 255,500, evolution EXP plus 388,800, kill points plus 8745,100. As for my strength, facing level 8 monsters is just barely manageable. When encountering level 9 monsters, it's better not to engage if possible. This brief battle with the level 8 tiger lasting less than a minute made Gua shed any underestimating thoughts. Not only does he have skills, but other monsters have skills as well. If this tiger were a level 9 monster, in that brief span of less than a minute, the one who would have died would certainly be him, not the tiger. Gua stored the bodies of the level 8 tiger and the level 8 black bear in his inventory, then opened his personal information. On the light screen. Host, Gua. Race, giant mantis. Lifespan, less than 30 years. Aptitude, 3.02. Skills, Inspect skill, Phantom speed skill, Inventory, Regeneration passive, Divine contract, Slow ray, Steel fortification, Certain kill, Mana recovery. Evolution count, 3. Evolution EXP, 773400110,000. Grade, level 3 low-level monsters. Mana, 8072 10,872. Attack power, 1 million. Defense, 760,000. Agility, 860000. Speed 763264. Stat points, 507800. Kill points, 1732 10,000 plus. Gua first raised the speed attribute to the maximum limit of 1 million. He also raised the defense attribute to the maximum limit of 1 million. In the end, he allocated the remaining 127,800 stat points entirely to agility. The agility attribute reached 987800, with only 12,200 stat points left to hit the 1 million limit. As long as he kills one more level 8 monster, he will evolve from level 3 to level 4. Next, Gua started flying deeper into the mountains in search of level 8 monsters. Along the way, he began to use his kill points for a lottery. With 17,320,000 kill points, he can draw 173 times. It didn't take long before he ran out of kill points for even one draw. His luck in the lottery today wasn't too great. He couldn't even draw a single skill. However, he did win 5 times with mana, each time gaining plus 500 mana, which is 4 times the value of 100 mana for each level 2. In total, he gained 2,500 mana from the 5 draws, which is a good thing because mana is very important to him. With insufficient mana, he couldn't maintain his skills for long. Not only did he draw 5 times for 500 mana, but he also drew 2 times for plus 0.05 aptitude, raising his aptitude to 3.12. On the way to search for level 8 monsters, would casually killed other medium and low-level monsters without sparing any. He only stopped killing other medium and low-level monsters once he reached 340 points away from the 1 million agility limit with the stat points he'd gained. He intended to save the last opportunity to gain stat points from reaching level 3 evolution for killing level 8 monsters. Boom! 4 hours later, a small hill over 100 meters high about 500 meters in front of Gua suddenly started to move. Chapter 30, Following the Level 9 Monsters, Finding the Spiritual Veins. Mountains cannot move. If a mountain can move, it must be a gigantic monster. Gua flew about 500 to 600 meters into the air. This time he could see clearly. It was a giant turtle, as big as a small hill. Inspect skill. The screen immediately displayed. Target, giant tortoise. Race, tortoise clan. Aptitude, 2.411. Level 9 high-tier monsters. Mana, 34569. Attack power, 420,000 plus. Defense, 11,230,000 plus. Agility, 4,140,000 plus. Speed, 860,000 plus. Skill, Shell Close a Turtle Tribe innate skill, Defense 5, with very low mana consumption. This level 9 camelback tortoise follows a pure defense path and has naturally high defensive attributes. Moreover, with the Shell Close skill that multiplies defense by 5, its defense is incredibly high, leaving others of the same level in despair. Even a tiger or black bear of the same level would have to walk away cursing if they encountered the Turtle King. It's just too tough to fight or bite. Heaven is fair. Although the Turtle King's defense is high, their movement speed is extremely slow, slower than other monsters of the same level. The speed attribute of a level 9 camelback tortoise is only over 860,000, not even reaching 1 million, while a level 9 tiger or black bear's speed is at least 6 or 7 times that. Gua calculated that even if he activated his kill skill, amplifying his attack by 10 times, he would only reach an attack power of 10 million, which wouldn't even breach the basic defense of a level 9 camelback tortoise. To kill a level 9 camelback tortoise, one must advance to level 5 and use the kill skill with a 10 times attack boost to take it down. Boom! The size of the camelback tortoise is immense. With each step, the ground slightly trembles, and the tall trees are as fragile as small grass, bending and falling. Don't be deceived by the level 9 camelback tortoise's speed, which can't compare to other monsters of the same level, but in over 860,000 speed is no joke. It may seem clumsy and slow, but in reality, it can travel 3,000 to 5,000 kilometers in an hour, faster than a plane in the sky. Lin and Gu had told him that the large-bodied monsters need to consume a massive amount of energy. In the lower and mid-levels, one can rely on consuming the flesh and blood of other monsters to maintain a long-lasting feeling of fullness and mana recovery speed. Higher-level monsters find it hard to maintain their energy consumption merely through feeding and often end up feeling hungry. The larger high-level monsters tend to reside in areas abundant with spiritual energy, absorbing the energy of heaven and earth to sustain their energy consumption and the energy required for evolution. Typically, high-level monsters rarely leave their habitats, which are rich in spiritual energy. If they do leave, it's either because they're hungry and need to hunt for food, or because their dwelling place has exhausted its ley line energy, requiring them to find a new ley line area to inhabit. Another possibility is that high-level monsters have reached their breeding season and leave to find mates. Ley line areas are not fixed. Any location can suddenly become a ley line area, while any ley line area can degrade into a regular area if its spiritual energy dissipates. Once a ley line area is formed, the larger it is, the longer it takes to dissipate. It could remain for hundreds of thousands or even millions of years. Even an individual especially vast spiritual vein area is composed of thousands of smaller spiritual veins and will not show any signs of exhaustion. In contrast, smaller spiritual veins may dissipate in as little as a few decades after their formation. As for how spiritual veins form and how they become exhausted and dissipate, there is still no accurate explanation to this day. Some say that spiritual veins are like food, and they are exhausted when the monsters absorb all the spiritual energy. Others say that the formation of spiritual veins is caused by tectonic movements, as the energy from the Earth's core surges up. Spiritual veins become depleted when tectonic movements block the pathways for the Earth's core energy, causing the veins to lose their energy source and become exhausted. Wherever there are spiritual vein areas, there must be high-grade mana stones. High-grade mana stones are extremely precious resources for cultivation. Although monsters are intelligent, their instincts are still animal-like, rarely engaging in deep thought. They only instinctively seek out spiritual vein areas to reside and won't proactively dig for deeply buried high-grade mana stones. Even if a spiritual vein is exhausted, as long as the monsters do not actively dig for high-grade mana stones, there will still be some present. As the saying goes, if you follow the bees, you will always find honey. No matter why this level 9 tortoise moved away, following it will surely benefit Gua. Before following the gradually receding level 9 tortoise, Gua landed at the spot where it had just gotten up, and he did not feel that the atmosphere was particularly rich in spiritual energy. But looking at the crooked trees around this area, it has probably been a good decade since that level 9 tortoise has been lying here. It should be a small spiritual vein that just depleted a few days ago. Digging for high-grade mana stones is no small feat. Without a professional high-grade mana stone detector, it would be nearly impossible to unearth high-grade mana stones from beneath the immense ground or rock formations unless you are exceptionally lucky. Otherwise, without spending at least 10 days or half a month, you'd have a hard time finding even one high-grade mana stone. If luck is bad, it might take 3 to 5 months to unearth just one. Without a high-grade mana stone detector, Gua wouldn't waste time digging for high-grade mana stones, even though they would be useful to him. Buzz. In the next moment, he soared into the air, chasing after the level 9 Mount Tortoise. The level 9 Mount Tortoise had been sleeping for over a decade and must be quite hungry. Its ideal diet would definitely be level 8 monsters. Gua hoped that the level 9 Mount Tortoise would first find something to eat, and then look for a spiritual vein site, allowing him to follow and ambush the level 8 monsters. Of course, it would be great if this level 9 Mount Tortoise could find an area with level 8 monsters that also has a spiritual vein, so it could experience the benefits of such a place. Unfortunately, it had not evolved to a higher tier of monsters and couldn't sense the presence of a spiritual vein site. Unless it accidentally encountered a spiritual vein site, it could only tell through the richness of the natural aura whether it was indeed a spiritual vein. Before long, he caught up to the level 9 Mount Tortoise, hovering a few hundred meters overhead. At that moment, the level 9 Mount Tortoise sensed his presence, glanced back, and upon realizing he was just a low-tier mantis that had evolved 3 times, lost interest and continued on its path. After about 10 minutes, the level 9 Mount Tortoise stopped by a river, sticking its mouth in the water and gulping down who knows how many tons, before lumbering across the 400 to 500 meters wide river with its massive legs, steadfastly moving in one direction. Half an hour later, after traveling 15 to 1600 kilometers, the level 9 Mount Tortoise arrived at a valley. Following closely behind, Gua immediately felt the rich aura in the valley, which was dozens of times denser than outside. This valley was clearly a spiritual vein site. Chapter 31, Never underestimate the intelligence of any monsters. Seeing that this level 9 Mount Tortoise was here for a spiritual vein site rather than food made Gua feel very disappointed. The spiritual veins and high-grade mana stones can enhance his evolution EXP progress, but it's nowhere near as fast as leveling up by defeating monsters. Before parting ways, Lin and Gu had given him a few low-grade high-grade mana stones and elixirs. They wanted him to understand the benefits of high-grade mana stones and elixirs for monsters as they walked back together. Gua ended up receiving a lesser boost from eating a few elixirs and absorbing a few low-grade high-grade mana stones than he had gotten from killing the ordinary forest wolves. Spirit veins were of little use to him, and he couldn't dig up high-grade mana stones or defeat this level 9 mountain turtle. As Gua was planning to leave and search for level 8 monsters, suddenly, the ground in the middle of the valley began to heave, and a head the size of several houses broke through the surface, followed by a gargantuan creature emerging from underground. Its entire body was covered in silvery gray scales, with each scale about the size of a half table, gleaming with a metallic luster, clearly very hard. Its limbs weren't particularly long, but the claws were exceptionally long, each one measuring about 5 to 6 meters, resembling massive steel blades. What is this thing? Gua couldn't identify it at first, and immediately used his inspect skill. Target, giant armadillo. Race, armadillo tribe. Aptitude, 2.42. Level, 9. Mana, 124362. Attack power, 4.25 million plus. Defense, 9.23 million plus. Agility, 2.71 million plus. Speed, 2.73 million plus. Skills, 1 flawless defense effect, defense 5 times, a special skill of the armadillo tribe, rolls into a ball with no weak points, consuming very little mana. 2 rolling charge effect, speed 3 times, attack power 1.5 times, agility reduced by 50%, a talent skill of the armadillo tribe. With such high defense, it was obvious that this armadillo was focused purely on defense, not seeking attack, speed, or agility, but solely aiming for high defense. After seeing the armadillo's skill, flawless defense, Wu glanced again at the level 9 mountain turtle and couldn't help but laugh. Both of these creatures evolved along pure defense lines, unable to break each other's defenses. Their eventual fight was bound to be particularly amusing. At that moment, the level 9 armadillo let out a roaring call to drive away the level 9 mountain turtle. This meant, "This place is my home, you better get out, or I'll kill you." The level 9 mountain turtle retorted without backing down, dropping to all fours and stretching its neck to roar back. This meant, "Only the worthy occupy this land. I've lived for over 1,000 years and am well respected. You don't deserve to have this spirit vein land. Get out of here, or I'll bite you to death." The two colossal level 9 creatures faced off, roaring at each other to intimidate one another for several minutes before they finally clashed. Their attacks struck each other's hard shells, creating deafening clangs, causing the ground to tremble slightly, yet neither caused any substantial damage. Thus, they exchanged blows for over 10 minutes, both becoming furious. One wanted to defend its home while the other aimed to take over someone else's, truly not allowing the other to rest. Just when Gui was feeling incredibly bored, the giant armadillo suddenly curled up, forming a massive sphere over 50 meters high. The silver-white armor, gleaming like metal, quickly extended outward, transforming into a large silver iron ball that appeared entirely seamless, with no scales visible. Gui used the inspect skill and found that this level 9 giant armadillo had a defense exceeding 45 million, having activated an impeccable skill. Boom! In the next moment, the ball-shaped armadillo began rolling back for several hundred meters, then suddenly accelerated, crashing towards the level 9 humped mountain turtle. Roar! The level 9 humped mountain turtle stretched its neck to the left, extending at least 20 meters, swinging its massive head, which was like several rooms big, and forcefully charged at the rolling sphere. Boom! The collision between their massive bodies and terrifying power instantly shook the valley. With this hit, the level 9 humped mountain turtle suffered a minor setback. Its head buzzed from the impact, and 2 streams of blood flowed from its nostrils, possibly even causing a concussion. The level 9 humped mountain turtle took a slight loss because, after the level 9 armadillo activated its impeccable skill, its defense increased 5-fold, making its armor even sturdier. Additionally, the pangolin utilized its rolling crash skill, enhancing both attack power and speed. It would be surprising if the level 9 giant tortoise didn't suffer when colliding with someone. Fortunately, the level 9 camel turtle had high defense, over 11 million, preventing it from suffering a shattered head. The level 9 camel turtle was quite stubborn, constantly using its head to bash against the rolling attacks from the level 9 pangolin, causing more and more bleeding from its nose. Gua, who was lying on the peak of the valley watching the spectacle, initially thought the level 9 camel turtle was foolish for insisting on using its head to collide with the level 9 pangolin as if they were balls. It seemed so stupid, lacking any clever strategy. But soon enough, he suddenly realized that the level 9 pangolin was not at all foolish. In fact, it was very intelligent. In battles at the same level, if the gap isn't too great, the decisive factors are usually endurance and resource consumption. Whichever side consumes its mana faster will lose. The level 9 camel turtle wasn't using any skills. It was purely relying on its physical strength to fight the level 9 pangolin. Even if its head was buzzing and bleeding from its nostrils, these were relatively minor injuries that could be treated without consuming much mana, thus conserving mana expenditure. Meanwhile, the level 9 pangolin, which was constantly attacking, had now activated both the flawless and rolling attack skills, consuming mana much faster than the level 9 camel turtle. Once the level 9 pangolin's mana drops to 10% or lower, it won't be able to maintain its skills, causing all its stats to decrease by 50%. At that point, when the level 9 camel turtle counterattacks, even if the level 9 pangolin's defense drops by 50%, it will still have over 4.7 million in defense, allowing the level 9 camel turtle to keep battling it. The level 9 Pangolin's mana will definitely drop to 1% or lower, and when mana is at or below 1%, all its stats will decline to 10%. By that time, the Pangolin's defense will be reduced to just over 900,000, which is when the level 9 Camel Turtle will defeat the level 9 Pangolin. Indeed, I can't underestimate any monsters, Gua thought, putting away his disdain, no longer feeling proud or looking down on the evolution due to considering himself intelligent. The two gigantic creatures fought for nearly an hour, and suddenly the aura of the level 9 Pangolin weakened with mana below 10%, it cancelled both skill states and quickly ran toward the valley exit. As the victorious level 9 Camel Turtle, it couldn't let the level 9 Pangolin escape, hastily moving its short, stout legs to chase after it. Though the level 9 Pangolin's speed was now only at 50%, the level 9 Camel Turtle found it challenging to catch up. However, the level 9 Camel Turtle was persistent, continuously chasing behind, denying the Pangolin any chance to recover its mana. Gua flew in the air, trailing behind them, ready to swoop in at any moment. Chapter 32: The Fisherman Gains from the Kill of Level 9 Monsters. After about 10 minutes, the level 9 Pangolin's speed suddenly plummeted. In mid-air, Gua immediately realized that the mana of the level 9 armored Pangolin had dropped to 1%, resulting in a speed of only 270,000 plus and a defense of just 950,000 plus. Gua was overjoyed and immediately chanted the skill, Berserk skill. Its body rapidly expanded, doubling in size to about 37 or 38 meters in length, comparable to a medium-sized passenger aircraft. Attack power increased threefold, reaching 3 million. Defense multiplied by 3, achieving 3 million. Agility tripled, reaching 2,990,000 plus. Speed multiplied by 3, reaching 3 million. Gua surpassed the level 9 Bactrian tortoise in an instant. In 4 to 5 seconds, he caught up with the level 9 armored Pangolin. He flew swiftly, and the sound of his wings beating the air was loud. Did the level 9 armored Pangolin notice him? Unexpectedly, a tiny level 3 evolved mantis dared to pursue it. When it raised its head, a red line swiftly shot towards Gua like lightning. That red line was the tongue of the level 9 armored Pangolin. Although its attack power was not as high as its sharp claws, it could still easily kill a level 3 monster. However, the next moment, the level 9 armored Pangolin let out a cry of pain as its tongue was severed by the tiny level 3 mantis in its eyes, blood spraying out as it instantly retracted back into its mouth. Die! Gua flew above the level 9 armored Pangolin, and with his sickle-like front limbs, he chopped off the Pangolin's head from its neck as if it were slicing a carrot. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have killed the level 9 giant armored Pangolin, which is at least 5 levels higher than you. You will receive 100 times the data, stat points plus 364,500, evolution EXP plus 482,300, kill points plus 1,023,100. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your evolution EXP has reached the requirement for the 4th evolution. You can immediately start evolving as long as you increase your agility attribute to the maximum limit of 1 million. Gua did not increase his agility attributes right away. Instead, he opened his inventory to store the level 9 armored Pangolin's corpse and used the phantom speed skill to boost his speed tenfold, quickly flying towards the distance. The level 9 Bactrian tortoise behind him. In the blink of an eye, it was left behind by his phantom speed skill. A moment later, Gua stopped under a large tree. Before evolving, he still needed to spend the over 10 million kill points he just acquired. Otherwise, after the 4th evolution, the number of kill points required for a lottery would increase. He began the lottery. Messages quickly scrolled across the screen. First time. Nothing drawn. Second time. Yet, he still didn't receive anything. The 8th time. He got 200 points of mana. The 27th time. He got 200 points of mana. The 55th time. I drew an aptitude of 0.02. The 78th time. I drew a skill, Spirit Source Perception. Gua did not immediately check this newly acquired skill of Spirit Source Perception, but continued to draw kill points. It didn't take long before the kill points were not enough for the lottery. Only then did he go to see the function of spirit source perception. Spirit source perception, each use requires 10 points of mana. It can detect all spiritual veins within a certain range, high-grade mana stones, and all evolved beings of level 1 warriors and above. This includes the locations of humans, monsters, demons, and undead, as well as various rare resources. The size of the detection range for spirit source perception is related to his mana cap. The higher the mana cap, the wider the detection range of spirit source perception. To put it simply, this spirit source perception skill is akin to a metal detector. And all beings of level 1 warriors and above are like the metals. I currently have over 13,000 mana cap. I wonder how large the detection range of spirit source perception is. Gua consumed 10 points of mana and used the spirit perception skill. Before his eyes, on the screen, a black disc appeared instantly. In the blink of an eye, a red light point appeared on the black disc, along with numerous green light points. The red light point is in the center of the black disc, representing him. The green light points represent possibly spiritual veins, possibly monsters, or possibly high-grade mana stones. The larger and brighter the light point, the more it contains the energy of heaven and earth. There is distance data on the black disc. The diameter of the black disc is 1,325.6 kilometers. Surprisingly, it is the same number as his mana cap. Wei immediately understood. 10 points of mana can increase the diameter by 1 kilometer. That moving green light point should be the level 9 monster, the giant humpback turtle. Wu glanced back at the direction he had previously flown from. In the next moment, Wu randomly chose a direction to fly to, his eyes fixed on the black disc on the screen. The green light point representing him on the black disc was moving in the direction he had chosen and was no longer in the center. When he stopped, the second time he used the spirit source perception skill. The red light point representing him appeared again in the center of the black disc on the screen. With this spirit perception skill, it will be much easier to find monsters in the future. I won't be flying around like a headless chicken anymore, but will be able to pinpoint accurately. However, there are only red and green light spots on the black disc. If only there could be a few more light spots to differentiate between monsters and spirit veins. However, as soon as this thought occurred to him, the pleasant voice of the slaughter evolution system echoed in his mind. Ding! Tip: the host can set different colors of light spots inside, primarily representing something. Tip: there are 7 colors of light spots: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. Please set them carefully, as they cannot be changed once set. 7 should be enough. Gua entered keywords for the settings. He set the spirit veins, high-grade mana stones, and plant-based herbs to yellow light spots. Thinking for a moment, he also set the demon race and monsters to blue. He set the dead beings and ghosts within the dead race to orange. The reason for placing the demon and dead races is because Lin and Gu told him. Within the demon and dead races, there are some monsters that are particularly good at disguise, able to pose as humans and infiltrate human cities as spies. When the demon and dead races attacked human cities, the protective light barrier around the cities was damaged by spies from both races. Moreover, there are some demon creatures and members of the dead race that possess parasitic and takeover abilities, mingling among high-level human warriors, leading to very serious consequences. The human race has also returned with methods and tools for probing the demon and dead races from some ancient ruins. But some advanced demons and members of the dead race also have means to avoid detection. Guo believes that when he evolves to the king tier and transforms into a human, he must live in human cities, not in the deep mountains and forests. Having the ability to distinguish between the demon and dead races is very important. The 3 great hobbies of men: power, women, money. He wants to experience all 3. But he's not someone with a very high philosophical state who dislikes all 3. He is an ambitious and desirous person. Opening the current interface, Guad accessed his personal information and raised his agility attribute to 1 million. Ding! Congratulations, host, for meeting all the requirements for the 4th evolution. Evolution will now begin and is expected to finish within 5 minutes. Buzz. In the next moment, his nearly 20-meter-long body was enveloped in a green light, resembling a large egg-emitting green light. Chapter 33, Fourth Evolution, Excavating High-Grade Mana Stones. 5 minutes passed. Wei completed his fourth evolution. His size doubled compared to before. Standing at 25 to 26 meters tall, with a total length of nearly 40 meters. His once soft abdomen also grew green scales the size of fists, enhancing his defense. He walked up to a thick ancient tree that would take over 10 people to embrace, and his scythe-like left front foot gently waved. With a loud crash, the trunk, over 200 meters tall and covered in dense branches and leaves, crashed to the ground, sending dust flying. Where the trunk broke, the cut was smooth and even, with no rough edges. This shows the sharpness of the scythe-like front foot and its terrifying power. Open Personal Information Interface. He silently recited. Immediately, a data display appeared before him. Host, Wa. Race, Giant Mantis. Lifespan, less than 40 years. Aptitude, 3.14. Skills, Inspect Skill, Phantom Speed Skill, Inventory, Regeneration Passive, God Level Contract, Slow Ray, Tempering, Finishing Move, Mana Recovery, Spirit Source Perception. Level of Evolution, 4. Evolution EXP, 82365130-0000. Grade, Level 4 Mid-Tier Monsters. Mana, 41623. Attack Power, 3,500,000. Defense, 3,140,000. Agility, 3,500,000. Speed, 3,140,000. Stat points, 364498. Kill points, 65391. Having just evolved to level 4, there are stat points and evolution EXP progress, all leftover from killing the level 9 pangolin. Both the speed and defense attributes were maxed out to 3.2 million. All remaining stat points were all added to attack power. Now the attack power has reached 3,744,498. His current stats, when combined, are much stronger than top-tier level 8 monsters. Monsters have a significant gap in attack, defense, agility, and speed due to differing evolutionary directions. Unlike them, he can boost his attack, defense, agility, and speed all to their maximum using stat points, achieving perfect evolution. It's not an exaggeration to call him a hexagonal all-around warrior. Special skill, Spirit Source Perception. He silently recited. A black disc appeared immediately on the data display before him. A red dot of light. Many green dots of light. About 10 yellow dots of light. With his current strength, aside from his level 9 monsters with defense skills and those on the pure defense evolution path. Under the effects of the assassination skill, armor skill, and phantom speed skill, he can kill any level 9 monsters. As for whether he can kill level 10 monsters, he hasn't encountered them yet, so it's hard to say. But even if he can't win, escaping is still no problem. That yellow dot is quite close to me, I'll check it out. If it's a spiritual vein, I can dig out the high-grade mana stone inside. If it's some herbal plants, that would be even better. Gua spread his wings wide and flew towards the nearest yellow light dot. After flying more than 100 kilometers in less than 2 minutes, he landed on a small, inconspicuous mound. The concentration of spiritual energy here is more than 10 times higher than in other places. It's a small spiritual vein. The spiritual source perception skill can detect the specific location of high-grade mana stones within the spiritual vein, but it requires using the skill again in the location of the vein. As he silently recited in his heart, skill, spiritual source perception. The black disc on the light screen quickly narrowed its scope, covering an area of 500 meters around him, achieving precise positioning. At that moment, the 500-meter radius represented by the black disc revealed many small yellow light dots. Each of these yellow light dots now represents a high-grade mana stone. High-grade mana stones are extremely important cultivation resources and the wealth currency of the mutated Earth. Whether for human nations, the Monsters dynasty, or the evolvers of the demon and underworld races, all transactions use high-grade mana stones as currency. Although the human race is naturally adversarial towards the demon and underworld races, there are some cultivation resources that only the other party possesses. In fact, it's not just the demon and underworld races invading the earth. Human warriors and beast kings also join forces to invade the demon and underworld realms, competing for cultivation resources. Knowing the exact location where high-grade mana stones are buried underground, Wu wielded his 240-meter-long scythe-like claws and began digging for high-grade mana stones on the small mound. The scythe-like claws easily pierced the soil like cutting tofu, bringing out a lot of dirt. At this time, he particularly envied the monsters that are skilled at digging and burrowing. After just a few swipes, his right front foot unearthed a high-grade mana stone from the soil. The size and shape of high-grade mana stones are not fixed. This one is as large as a human head. The high-grade mana stones given to him by Guan Lin, on the other hand, are artificially cut by machines, processed through molds, and are small cubes measuring 2 centimeters on each side. The human head-sized high-grade mana stone he dug out should be able to produce thousands of small high-grade mana stones. A level 7 high-stage advanced warrior receives a monthly compensation of 1,000 high-grade mana stones in the army. Warriors below level 7 high stage are not eligible to serve in the military. Obtaining high-grade mana stones is even more challenging. Having 500 high-grade mana stones in a month is quite good. High-grade mana stones are divided into 4 levels. Low-grade high-grade mana stone, mid-grade high-grade mana stone, high-grade mana stone, top-grade high-grade mana stone. Low-grade high-grade mana stones and mid-grade high-grade mana stones are the most circulated. High-grade mana stones are extremely rare and precious. Even a king tier lord might only get 3 to 5 of them in a month. Over 99.99% of low-level warriors might go their entire lives without ever seeing what a high-grade mana stone looks like. As for the premium high-grade mana stones, there aren't many in the entire New Dragon Kingdom. It's not just ordinary warriors who have never seen them. Even some king tier beings with insufficient status have never encountered them. According to Guan Lin, king tier beings wishing to break through to the next great realm are inextricably linked to the premium high-grade mana stones. Around 130 years ago, there was a relatively weak monsters kingdom that mined premium high-grade mana stones, and the news spread. The New Dragon Kingdom allied with several other monsters kingdoms to annihilate that relatively weak monsters kingdom and divided a portion of the premium high-grade mana stones. As a result, the New Dragon Kingdom lost over 20 king tier warriors and tens of thousands of high tier 6 heaven stage warriors, leading to significant losses. But it was all worth it according to Guan Lin. Regardless of whether it's any nation of humans or any kingdom of monsters, they are all striving to break through to higher realms beyond king tier. This palm-sized high-grade mana stone is worth a month's salary for a level 7 high-stage worker. Gua, full of energy, dug even faster. Before long, he unearthed more high-grade mana stones, the largest of which could be over 10 cubic meters in size, equivalent to about 1.5 to 600,000 pieces of lower-quality high-grade mana stones. It's comparable to the salary of a soldier for a whole century at level 7 high stage. After more than 2 hours, the small mound had been excavated into a deep pit tens of meters wide. Until he sensed the absence of any glowing spots of high-grade mana stones, Wu flew away. In this vein of spiritual energy, he had extracted over 30 million pieces of high-grade mana stones, making it quite a fruitful haul. Chapter 34, An Unexpected Fruit Tree. Slaughter Evolution System S ability. The higher the level of the being slain, the greater the data rewards obtained. He needs over 1.2 million evolution EXP to attempt the 5th evolution. Killing level 1 warrior monsters will only yield 300 to 400 evolution EXP. He needs to kill more than 4,000 level 1 warrior monsters to meet the evolution EXP requirement for the 5th evolution. Killing a level 9 monster that is 5 levels higher can yield around 480,000 evolution EXP. He only needs to kill 3 level 9 monsters to evolve to level 5. The only known level 9 monster is the level 9 tortoise mountain turtle. This creature has too high a defense temporarily, he cannot deal with it. Wu passed by the valley of the level 9 tortoise mountain turtle but did not go down. The higher the level of the monsters, the fewer in number they are. Even if he uses the energy perception skill, he can check an area of over 4,000 kilometers in radius at once. A day has passed, and he has yet to encounter any level 9 monsters. He did encounter around 20 level 7 and 8 monsters combined, which he easily killed, gaining some data. As for the level 6 mid-stage monsters, unless he stumbles upon them, he doesn't specifically seek them out to kill. He didn't intentionally look for them if it was not on his way. After all, just defeating level 9 monsters is enough. There's no need to massacre lower level monsters and waste time. It wouldn't be worth the effort. Boom! At that moment, a sudden noise came from deep within the mountains. Perhaps due to the distance, the sound wasn't very loud. However, the nearby mountains trembled slightly a couple of times. It was as if an earthquake had occurred deep within those mountains. Woof! Woof woof! Soon after, several barks suddenly echoed from deep in the mountains. Woy immediately used his spiritual sensing skill to refresh the spirit sources displayed on the black disc. There were no light spots indicating 9-level monsters on the black disc, which only meant that the location where the earthquake-like noise and dog barks originated was beyond the 2,300-kilometer radius centered on him. It must be a 9-level monsters causing such a commotion. Thinking of this, Woy immediately perked up and flew towards the source of the sound. After about 10 minutes, he saw a large black dog, over 100 meters long, facing off against a 300 to 400 meter long python with a horn on its head. The fur at the dog's flank had wounds and blood, but the wounds had healed, likely from being bitten by that huge python. Inspect skill. He focused on the large black dog. Data immediately appeared on the screen. Target, giant black dog. Species, dog tribe. Aptitude 2.389. Grade, level 10 top tier monsters. Mana 182365. Attack power, 9.62 million plus. Defense, 4.82 million plus. Agility, 9.01 million plus. Speed, 5.55 million plus. Skills, 1 rabies. A dog tribe innate skill. All attributes decrease by 30% after being bitten by a dog's tooth for a short period. 2 frenzied bite. After a dog's mouth bites the target, attack power 1.5. This giant black dog's evolution is focused on agility attacks. With the rabies skill and the frenzied bite skill, the power is still quite significant. Glo looked at the giant python with a horn. Inspect skill. Target, giant horned python. Race, serpent clan. Aptitude 2.378. Grade, level 10 top tier monsters. Mana 176936. Attack power, 8.76 million plus. Defense, 8.61 million plus. Agility, 5.18 million plus. Speed, 5.47 million plus. Skills, coiling strangle. Snake tribe innate skill. After coiling the target, attack power 2. This level 10 horned python's evolution is focused on high attack and high defense. Although the coiling strangle skill is quite powerful, it's not easy to wrap around an equally leveled opponent. After all, the opponent won't be foolish enough to remain motionless while it coils. The 2 level 10 monsters were currently attacking and dodging each other, neither gaining an advantage over the other, so a victor wouldn't be determined anytime soon. The scene of their battle was terrifying. With a single paw swipe, the level 10 black dog could smash a mountain peak. A single tail lash from the level 10 python could instantly shatter a small hill. After reviewing the specific data of the 2 level 10 monsters, was silently thought, skill, Berserk skill. Its body suddenly inflated, becoming nearly twice as large. It reached over 70 meters long. Attack power multiplied by 3, reaching 10.5 million. Defense multiplied by 3, reaching 9.42 million. Agility multiplied by 3, reaching 10.5 million. Speed multiplied by 3, reaching over 9.7 million. All the stats completely crushed those 2 level 10 monsters. But being cautious, was silently thought, skill, extermination. Base attack power multiplied by 10. The next moment, his attack power reached 35 million. Brush. Glo flew towards the level 10 horned python. Now at over 70 meters long, although he couldn't compare to the 2 level 10 monsters, he was still quite a giant. The level 10 giant horned python naturally noticed him, its agile tail lashed out like a whip, aiming to strike down the mantis. The speed of this whip-like tail was incredibly fast, like a flash of lightning. But Guo's agility was even higher, and he lifted his right forefoot, shaped like a sickle, and slashed at the python's tail. With an attack power of 35 million hitting the level 10 giant horned python's tail, which only had a defense of 8.61 million, it was like cutting a cucumber with a cleaver with a PUCI sound. It severed into two parts, blood gushing out and falling to the ground. At the same time, Guo's figure flashed, avoiding the ensuing shower of blood, and he struck the level 10 giant horned python several times, slicing it into 7 or 8 pieces. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a giant horned python, which is at least 5 levels higher than himself. Data reward x100, stat points plus 412,514, evolution exp plus 541,211, kill points plus 175,23426. Seeing the level 10 giant black dog, which was roughly its equal in strength, being instantly killed, it let out a whimper and turned tail to flee. Watching the level 10 giant black dog escape, Guo recalled a big black dog he once raised, the only animal he ever had, with deep affection. He didn't pursue the level 10 giant black dog, sparing its life was no big deal. This small inventory world was vast, with plenty of level 9 and 10 monsters. Collecting the corpse of the level 10 giant horned python into his inventory was silently thought, skill, psychic perception. The black disc showed a large yellow light point about 2 kilometers away, likely a spiritual vein, and he immediately flew towards it. However, to Guo's surprise, it wasn't a spiritual vein at all, but a fruit tree over 30 meters high, with very few small leaves, bearing 30 to 40 bright red fruits, each about the size of a basketball. Inspect skill can sense everything. Guo looked at the unnamed fruit tree and silently spoke, skill, inspect skill. Chapter 35, High Quality Genius Treasure, Nirvana Fruit Tree. Target, Nirvana Fruit Tree. Grade, high quality heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Description, Nirvana fruit tree, blooms for 1,000 years, fruits for 1,000 years, and the fruits mature after another 1,000 years. Using the fruits can increase a being's aptitude. The worse the aptitude, the better the effect. The better the aptitude, the poorer the effect. Guo's eyes brightened as he cautiously used a claw like a dagger to pierce one of the fruits and brought it to his mouth. A mantis's sense of taste isn't as refined as a human's, so apart from the sensation of biting into an apple, Guo didn't taste anything else. Ding! The host consumes 1 nirvana fruit, aptitude plus 0.01. Only such a small increase in aptitude. Guo was greatly disappointed. Then he carefully reached for another fruit. It's really inconvenient to grab things with this claw. His strength was too great now, and he was truly afraid of crushing a fruit by accident. He popped it in his mouth, chewed it a bit, and then swallowed. Ding! The host consumes 1 nirvana fruit, aptitude plus 0.008. Guo was taken aback. The more he ate, the worse the effect. Then, he quickly ate 3 more. Aptitude plus 0.006. Aptitude plus 0.004. Aptitude plus 0.002. He had eaten 4 nirvana fruits. In total, his aptitude increased by 0.02. Guo chose not to eat anymore. Following this rate of decline, even if he ate the 5th nirvana fruit, the increase in aptitude would be even less. There wasn't much use for him. It would be better to save all the fruits. No matter if he gave them to Gu and Lin to enhance their aptitude, or if he planned to sell them in the future, they would be very useful. Moreover, he had heard Gu and Lin mention that any treasure that could enhance aptitude is extremely precious and rare. Among the human race, those with an aptitude 2 are all considered little geniuses. Those with an aptitude 2.2 are true geniuses. The new Dragon Kingdom has over 5,000 king-tier martial artists. Their children and grandchildren aren't all able to become martial artists. Even if one can become a martial artist, not everyone has genius-level aptitude. Those talented people from aptitude also want to make their own aptitude a bit more brilliant. If he were to take the pan nia fruit outside and auction it, it would definitely fetch a sky-high price. After eating 4 fruits himself, Guo picked all the fruit from the tree, totaling 32, and stored them all in his inventory. Guo looked at the 3-meter-high pan nia fruit tree, hesitating whether to take it out completely and dig it up. In the end, he did use his scythe-like foot to smash the whole pan-nia fruit tree out, taking along over 10 cubic meters of soil from its roots, and placed it in his inventory. In this small inventory world, there's a rule: Tier 6 heaven stage cannot enter. The monsters here also cannot enter once they reach Tier 6 heaven stage. If he leaves this small inventory world, there's no guarantee he can return. How could he not take such a good thing as the pan-nia fruit tree with him? That would be foolish. As for whether the pan-nia fruit tree can be planted and survive in the future, that doesn't matter. Guo believes, even if the fruit tree doesn't survive, its timber will definitely be valuable. At this moment, Guo looked at the big pit where the tree's roots had been dug out. He felt that the place where the pan-nia fruit grew should not be so ordinary. Using the spirit source perception skill to probe, it turned out to be an ordinary place. Guo, not one to back down, pressed down another 10 meters at the spot, finding nothing, and then left. At the same time, he deduced the level 10 black dog and level 10 angle python must have fought over this pan-nia fruit tree. He had just killed the level 10 angle python, gaining over 400,000 stat points. When he added his attack power to 3.8 million, the slaughter evolution system indicated that the attack power limit had been reached, and it could not be increased without a 5th evolution. Then, he spent the remaining over 100,000 stat points on speed. He now has over 17.52 million kill points. Because after the 4th evolution, drawing one reward requires 500,000 kill points. 17.52 million allows for 35 draws. The first time, did not get anything. The 5th time, did not get anything. The 23rd attempt, aptitude plus 0.08. The 27th time, mana limit plus 800. The 33rd time, obtained a skill called spatial wormhole. He wasn't in a hurry to check the skill. He continuously drew for the 34th and 35th times. Did not get anything. Guo went to check the skill he just acquired. Introduction to the spatial wormhole skill, consuming 1000 points of mana, it can open a spatial wormhole to teleport over great distances. The maximum distance of the teleportation is related to the host's mana limit. With diligent practice, one can accurately control the teleportation distance. Wei was immediately intrigued, curious about how far he could teleport. Skill, spatial wormhole. He silently chanted in his heart. In the next moment, a circular spatial wormhole appeared in front of him, just big enough for his body to enter, filled with a gray haze, devoid of light and other colors. After hesitating for a moment, he flew into the spatial wormhole. The moment he entered, the spatial wormhole vanished. Once inside the spatial wormhole, what Guo saw was no longer a gray haze, but a vibrant multicolored spatial tunnel stretching into the distance. He realized he had transformed into a beam of light, and then suddenly arrived at the end of the spatial tunnel, flying out. The place he emerged was high above a massive river, several kilometers wide and who knows how long. How far did I really travel in the spatial wormhole? As this thought crossed his mind, the slaughter evolution system provided an answer. Ding! You traveled 5,996 kilometers in the spatial wormhole, taking 0.02 seconds, which is approximately the distance light travels in 1 second. Wei was taken aback. The speed of this spatial wormhole is truly terrifying, close to light speed. In other words, as long as his mana limit was high enough, he could reach the moon in just 1 second. Of course, that's not possible now. After the resurgence of spiritual energy, no one knows how far the moon is from Earth due to the mutations and expansions. Splash! At that moment, a red tongue suddenly shot up from the lake below, striking towards Guo with the speed of lightning. Brush! Guo dodged the tongue's attack and looked down at the river surface. A frog the size of a small mountain was perched on the river surface, making croaking sounds and staring intently at him. Frogs' diets include mantises. Looks like he has encountered a natural enemy. Guo used his inspect skill on the giant frog on the river surface. Data information immediately appeared on the light panel. Target, giant river frog. Race, frog race. Aptitude 2.178. Level 9. Mana 72325. Attack power 3.66 million plus. Defense 3.45 million plus. Agility 5.15 million plus. Speed 3.25 million plus. Skill: high pressure water arrow, can shoot water arrows with an attack power of 1.5 times. Chapter 36: Fishing, Monsters in the River. Skill: Berserk skill. Was body instantly inflated to about twice its size, comparable to a large passenger aircraft. With all stats tripled, his strength became vastly superior to that of this level 9 giant river frog. His massive body, over 70 meters long, quickly dove down the level 9 giant river frog croaked, its scarlet tongue shot out like lightning, completely unaware of the danger it was in. After all, monsters judge the evolution level of their opponents based on their breath. No matter how large the praying mantis before him is, it emits only a level 4 monster aura, which is something a level 9 giant river frog can eat. Break! Gua swung his scythe-like foreleg and severed the opponent's tongue, which fell with a splash into the river, instantly turning the nearby waters red with blood. Quack! The level 9 giant river frog felt pain, glaring angrily at the charging mantis, and shot out a high-pressure water arrow as fast as lightning. Gua swiftly dodged the high-pressure water arrow in mid-air, appearing above the level 9 giant river frog, and with a swift thrust, his nearly 70-meter-long right scythe-like foreleg pierced deeply into the opponent's skull. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a level 9 giant river frog that is at least 5 levels above itself, receiving data reward 100, stat points plus 281,200, evolution EXP plus 342,500, kill points plus 1205400. The corpse of the giant river frog, the size of a small mountain, floated on the surface of the river, its head gushing blood from a large hole. High-level monsters are precious all over, and can all be sold for money. Gua placed the level 9 giant river frog's corpse into his inventory. He allocated all the stat points to speed, using his psychic perception skill to detect all monsters above level 1 warrior within a 5,000 kilometer radius, revealing at least 1,000 green dots. Upon closer inspection, Gua found that there were many high-level monsters in the river. However, the mantis cannot swim, so he couldn't dive to kill the monsters in the water. But this was not a challenge for Gua. 99.999% of the monsters in the river are fish and shrimp. But there is still a small portion of amphibians that live both in water and on land. For example, the frog family, the turtle family, and the crab family. No matter which water species it is, they are very sensitive to the smell of blood. Gua flew in a straight line over the river for 2 minutes, covering roughly over 400 kilometers before stopping. In the river below him, at the black disk of the psychic perception skill, there was a green dot representing a level 9 monster. He opened his inventory, took out the corpse of the level 9 giant river frog, and made several large cuts on the body, causing bright red blood to gush out immediately. With a splash, the corpse of the level 9 giant river frog fell onto the river surface, staining the nearby water with its blood. Gua stood on top of the corpse of the level 9 giant river frog, waiting patiently for prey to emerge from the riverbed. In less than 2 minutes, with a splash, a large fish's head popped out of the river surface just a few hundred meters away from him. This head must be more than 20 meters long, and the body underwater is even longer, about 150 to 60 meters. It is several times larger than a blue whale. After all, the length of a blue whale from head to tail is only about 33 to 35 meters. Inspect skill. Target: giant black fish. Race: fish tribe. Aptitude 1.899. Level 9 high-tier monsters. Mana 86253. Attack power 3.62 million. Defense 2.86 million. Agility 3.96 million. Speed 5.28 million. Skill: bubble bomb spits out bubbles to attack enemies. The explosion power of the bubble is equal to attack power 2. This level 9 giant black fish did not rush forward, but observed for a while. After confirming that the level 9 giant river frog was truly dead, it swam over and opened its huge, jagged mouth to bite. As for Gua standing on the corpse of the giant river frog, he did not think much of the level 9 giant river frog. A level 4 evolved mantis is nothing in front of it. The next moment, the giant black fish paid with its life for its underestimation. Before it could bite the corpse of the level 9 giant river frog, its skull was pierced by the mantis forelimbs, and it died on the spot. After killing this level 9 giant black fish, Guo opened the inventory, collected the 2 corpses, and continued downstream, arriving near another level 9 monster in the river. After doing this twice more, Guo finally raised his attributes of attack power, defense, agility, and speed to the maximum limit of 3.8 million. Moreover, his evolution EXP reached the requirement for the 5th evolution. After reviewing all the kill points, Guo flew to a nearby mountain forest by the river and began to evolve here. The time required for evolution is still 5 minutes. After 5 minutes passed, the green light enveloping Guo dissipated, and his 5th evolution was completed. His body reached over 80 meters in length after this 5th evolution. When he evolves for the 10th time, he won't even know how large his body could become. According to Gu and Lin, monsters before Tier 6 Heaven stage become larger with each evolution. Once entering Tier 6 Heaven stage, although the body still grows larger with each evolution, all Tier 6 Heaven stage monsters will have the ability to take on smaller forms. The smallest can shrink down to the size of a person, and it cannot get any smaller. Before a contract's evolution reaches Tier 6 Heaven stage, warriors cannot summon overly large contract monsters from the contract space. Otherwise, they would destroy buildings in the city and injure ordinary people. In fact, normal small animals and insect monsters, even at level 10, wouldn't have overly exaggerated sizes. He is currently level 5, yet larger than many level 8 monsters. This is due to his consistently high stats. Among monsters, size determines physical quality, which translates to strength. Moreover, once monsters reach Tier 6 Heaven stage, their size and appearance undergo significant changes, such as a tiger growing wings, a dog sprouting 2 heads, and an old cow transforming into a shape that is both cow-like and chilan-like. In summary, even monsters of the same species will look unique and peculiar after reaching Tier 6 Heaven stage due to different evolutionary choices. Buzz. With his wings spread wide behind him, Guo flew to the riverbank, where he saw his reflection on the water's surface. Intricate mysterious patterns adorned his green-scaled skin. Especially the patterns on his face, resembling a carved demonic visage, made him appear even more fierce and terrifying. If Gu were to see what he looks like now, he would certainly wake up from a frightful dream. It was genuinely too shocking, too terrifying, and too grotesque. Open personal information interface. He silently chanted in his heart. A light screen appeared before him. Chapter 37, The Greatest Difference Between Humans and Monster Evolution. Host, Guo. Species, mantis. Lifespan, less than 50 years. Aptitude, 3.346. Skills, Inspect skill, Phantom speed skill, Inventory, Regeneration passive, Divine level contract, Slow ray, Steel skin, Kill shot, Mana recovery, Spirit source perception, Spatial wormhole. Evolution count, 5. Evolution EXP, 12436516010,000. Level, 5 intermediate monsters. Mana 162300162,300. Attack power, 12,500,000. Defense, 12,143,654. Agility, 12,500,000. Speed, 12,143,654. Stat points, 363652. Kill points, 10,000 plus. Looking at the data on the light screen, was heart-soared with joy. He now has an attack power of 12.5 million. If he activates the kill shot skill, attack power 10. His attack power could reach a maximum of 125 million. According to Gu and Lin, 85% of level 1 warrior top-tier warriors among human fighters have attack powers of less than 100 million. Human warriors differ from monsters of the same level even if their aptitude is the same. All various data for humans are still somewhat lacking. Some king-tier warriors have analyzed the reasons. When monsters evolve, their bodies become larger, and all aspects, including blood, muscle, and bones, are stronger than those of humans. Thus, various data are generally stronger than those of humans. For human warriors, breaking through their own boundaries is also considered a form of evolution, but it does not cause their bodies to become gigantic. When human warriors advance and break through their boundaries, the Dantian's chi inside their bodies expands, allowing them to store more mana refined from the natural spiritual energy of the world. Human warriors experience significant changes in their Dantian chi at different major realms. For instance, ordinary warriors open a chi the larger the Dantian chi, the more mana it can store, increasing their strength. For example, at Tier 6 Heaven stage, a new sun with attributes appears in the Dantian chi, and the ancient texts refer to this as a golden core. Some Tier 6 Heaven stage warriors have a golden core that embodies the fire element in their chi, and during battles, the mana contains blazing flames. Some Tier 6 Heaven stage warriors possess a golden core that embodies the lightning element in their chi, and during battles, thunderous energy surges through their mana. Human Tier 6 Heaven stage attributes involve the 5 elements of yin and yang, wind, clouds, thunder, lightning, and many extremely rare attributes. For King Tier warriors among humans, there exists an energy apparition in their chi that resembles themselves, referred to as the primordial infant in ancient texts. In the ordinary monsters phase, every time they evolve, their bodies grow larger, possessing pure physical strength that humans find hard to rival. When monsters evolve into their next stage, not only do their bodies become larger, but they also gain attributes like the 5 elements of yin and yang, wind, clouds, thunder, and lightning. After monsters evolve to King Tier, they not only gain the ability to transform into humans, but their physical strength is also terrifying. A single slap can shatter a mountain thousands of meters high into dust. At the same level, human warriors, while not as strong as monsters, have opened their Dantian chi. Although they do not possess terrifying bodies, they can create many similar techniques based on the innate skills of monsters. Humans can also craft and use various weapons and equipment. As long as they have good weapons and gear, human warriors can not only defeat monsters of the same level. It's normal to cross boundaries and defeat monsters that are 1 or 2 levels above oneself. Of course, good weapons and equipment are extremely rare. If there were enough of these weapons and equipment, the human race would have unified the earth long ago after the revival of spiritual energy. With my current strength, if all my skills are activated, I can easily surpass most level 1 warrior humans in a very short time, but I may not be much stronger than level 1 warrior monsters. Gua has a very clear understanding of his own strength. If he were to complete the 6th evolution with his current aptitude, his strength would far exceed that of any 2nd level monsters, and he wouldn't be too far off from 3rd level monsters either. I'm still at the 5th level of monsters, why think too much? I should focus on killing more high-level monsters and complete the requirements for the 6th evolution as soon as possible before considering anything else. Gua shook his head, deciding not to dwell on those chaotic thoughts. Skill, spiritual source perception. He silently contemplated. A transparent light screen immediately appeared before his eyes. After evolving to the 5th level of monsters, due to a surge in mana, the range of his spiritual energy perception expanded dramatically alongside the mana. The diameter range on the black disk displayed as 163,200 kilometers. Dense green dots representing level 1 warrior monsters were shown above, and there were also numerous yellow dots indicating spiritual veins and treasured materials. The brighter the dots, the higher the level of monsters and the spiritual veins or treasured materials. He can only kill 10th level monsters to gain 100-fold data. In this small inventory world without any Tier 6 Heaven stage monsters, 10th level monsters already represent the ceiling, and their numbers are extremely limited. Even if there are few in number, the small inventory world is still a world, and it is still one with a large quantity of monsters. Given the vast number of monsters, there are still many 10th level monsters in this small inventory world. At this moment, there are 2 green dots representing 10th level monsters on the black disk. One is in a river 1,500 kilometers away from him. The other is in a mountain range 5,800 kilometers away. If others want to find monsters, they have to search systematically and rely on luck. This is precise positioning, which is very convenient. 3 to 4 minutes later, Gua flew to the downstream river, 1,500 kilometers away. The river surface at this location is very wide, resembling a super-enormous lake, with a width of at least 200,000 meters, which would have been impossible on Earth in the past. To put it in perspective, the widest point of the Yellow River is 1,500 meters. The widest point of the Yangtze River is at the estuary, with a width of 90 kilometers. A width of over 200,000 meters is equivalent to many hundreds of kilometers. Since the mantis can't dive to hunt, Gua took out the corpse of the level 10 horned python from his inventory and placed it on the river's surface to float. He made several cuts on the massive body of the level 10 horned python, and blood flowed out in streams, dyeing the nearby river's surface bright red. The good thing about his inventory skill is that the items inside remain fresh forever. Anything he puts in looks the same when he takes it out. The flesh and blood of level 10 monsters are incredibly appealing to all monsters of level 10 or lower. Consuming them can increase their evolution speed. In just 2 minutes, Gua sensed a powerful presence of level 10 monsters rising quickly from the bottom of the river. With a splash, a massive creature burst out of the water. What kind of monster is this? Gua was taken aback. He had never seen such a creature. He stared intently at the gigantic entity on the river's surface. Chapter 38, Evolving to Level 9 High-Tier Monsters. The creature that surfaced from the water was incredibly peculiar, almost like a monster among monsters. It had the body and limbs of a crocodile and a tail. But it had a normal fish head. On its back were a pair of huge, blood-red, scaly wings. Moreover, the shape of its wings was quite similar to that of bat wings, leaving Gua to wonder whether they could indeed allow it to fly. This monster emerging from the water had a very fierce gaze, its eyes glowing red, as if lacking any intelligence. Roar! A woo! The monster let out a sound that was neither quite like a tiger nor entirely like a wolf, and it waded across the water towards him and the corpse of the level 10 giant horned python. Inspect skill! Was silently chanted in his heart. Immediately, information about this monstrous creature appeared on the screen. Target, giant crocodile eagle. Race, demon realm crocodile eagle tribe. Aptitude, 2.328. Grade, level 10 top tier demon. Mana, 165888. Attack power, 10,230,000. Defense, 100,052,600. Agility, 6,500,000. Speed, 6,650,000. Skill, demonization temporarily loses intelligence, in exchange for doubling attack power, defense, agility, and speed for a brief period, regardless of enemy or ally. The data of this level 10 demon crocodile eagle in the demon realm is the strongest level 10 creature Gua has encountered so far. But how could the monsters from the demon realm appear in this small inventory world? Could it be that this small inventory world is connected not only to Earth but also to the demon realm? It's not without this possibility. Perhaps this minor dimensional world, due to its inherent laws of heaven and earth, does not allow beings above Tier 6 heaven stage from either Earth or the demon realm to enter. And the entry is subject to certain conditions. This level 10 demon from the demon realm should have come into the small inventory world from the outside. Boom! At that moment, the level 10 demon crocodile eagle approached, swinging its claws at Gua, but he dodged, causing it to crash onto the corpse of a level 10 giant horned python in the water. Skill instant kill. Attack power 10. Skill reinforcement. Defense 10. Skill phantom speed skill. Speed 10. In an instant, Gua unleashed 3 different attributes at 10 times the power. The vast disparity allowed him to create a large hole in the head of the level 10 demon eagle in less than 2 seconds, killing it instantly. In fact, just activating the Berserk skill would have been sufficient. However, the Berserk skill's attributes were not much higher than those of this level 10 giant crocodile eagle, not reaching even double, due to the opponent's demonization skill, which was not high enough to achieve an instant kill. If it couldn't be killed in one hit, it would lead to a prolonged battle and consume more mana. It was better to activate 3 skills at once for a swift resolution. After storing the bodies of the level 10 crocodile eagle and the level 10 horned python into his inventory, Gua flew towards the mountains several thousand miles away, where level 10 monsters resided. With his current speed, he could cover 15 to 16,000 kilometers in an hour. After more than 20 minutes, he arrived at these mountains. There, on a clearing in the woods, lay a massive old cow, truly resembling a small hill. Inspect skill. Target, giant forest cow. Race, cow tribe. Aptitude, 2.241. Grade, level 10 top tier monsters. Mana, 202452. Attack power, 9450000 plus. Defense, 6110000 plus. Agility, 6180000 plus. Speed, 9240000 plus. Skill, barbaric charge for a short time, attack power 2, speed 2. Seeing that the opponent was asleep, Wu planned to launch a surprise attack. But before he could get close, the level 10 forest cow, lying down and sleeping, suddenly woke up with a moo and stood up. Its forelimbs stood on the ground at a height of about 140 to 50 meters, and its length was between 250 to 60 meters. This is still ahead of Red Bull. If we were to have a barbecue, just the beef kidneys would be enough for many people for several days. Moo! The level 10 forest bull let out a roar, its left front hoof thumping against the ground loudly, its eyes as large as two houses filled with fierce energy, its horns aimed at Wu as it charged forward rapidly. Skill, Berserk skill. Wu's body instantly swelled to nearly twice its size. Attack power 3. Defense 3. Agility 3. Speed 3. The level 10 forest bull has relatively low defense. The Berserk skill can easily take it down. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 10 giant forest bull, which was at least 5 levels higher than you, earning data rewards 100, stat points plus 382,546, evolution EXP plus 482,333, kill points plus 17523,000. Wu begins adding stat points. When his attack power reached 13.5 million. The female voice of the slaughter evolution system echoed in his mind, stating that his attack power of 13.5 million had reached its limit. Then, he allocated the remaining few stat points entirely to speed. As for kill points, he currently has over 43 million kill points that are unused. He is currently at level 5, needing 1 million kill points for a single reward draw, wanting more kill points before trying to draw. In the following time, he constantly flew rapidly, using his psychic perception skill to search for level 10 monsters. By noon the next day, he met all the requirements for his 6th evolution and completed it. His body also grew to double its size, reaching a length of about 150 to 160 meters from head to tail. After becoming a level 6 mid-stage monster, he could no longer obtain a 100-fold data bonus from killing level 10 monsters. Moreover, there are no tier 6 heaven stage monsters in this small inventory world. In the days that followed, apart from level 1 warrior level 2 or 3 monsters, he spared none of the monsters that were level 4 or higher, slaughtering them all. This includes places where high-grade mana stones can be found, and areas rich with rare treasures. He certainly didn't leave empty-handed. Mining high-grade mana stones in the mana-rich areas and collecting the rare treasures into his inventory. 8 days later, Wu completed his 7th evolution, reaching a size of 320 meters. Higher than most low-lying peaks. The reason for such a massive size is closely related to his physical data and the amount of mana he possesses. To evolve from level 7 high stage to level 8, 2.4 million points of evolution EXP are needed. If it involves killing level 4 monsters, he would only need to defeat 1,926 of them. But he's killed more than just level 4 monsters. He has also taken down level 5 and 6 mid-stage, and level 7 high-stage monsters of levels 8, 9, and 10. On average, he kills 200 a day. In less than 10 days, he reached level 8. To advance from level 8 to level 9, 3 million evolution EXP are required. That night, he leveled up to 9. His body stretched over 1,300 meters in length. Standing on the ground, he also had a height of about 800 to 900 meters. Open personal information interface. He thought. In the next moment, a light screen immediately appeared before him. Chapter 39, Instant Kill. Instant Kill. Absolute instant kill. Host, Wu. Species, mantis. Lifespan, less than 90 years. Aptitude 3.521. Skills: Inspect skill, Phantom speed skill, Inventory, Regeneration passive, God level contract, Slow ray, Steel hardening, Finishing blow, Mana recovery, Spiritual source perception, Teleportation, Fire evasion technique. Number of evolutions: 9 times. Evolution EXP 245140000000. Level 9 high tier monsters. Mana 18.35 million. 18.35 million. Attack power over 2.25 billion. Defense over 2.245 billion. Agility over 2.25 billion. Speed over 2.245 billion. Stat points 1724. Kill points 63295. His aptitude of 3.521 is truly astounding. He is now only at the level of 9 monsters. When he evolves to the level of 10 monsters, based on an aptitude of 3.521, he will have an attack power of 7.92225 billion. That's more than double the 3.64 billion attack power of Lin and Goose Tier 6 Heaven Stage martial arts teacher, Zhang. In other words, once he reaches level 10 in the monsters tier, he will match the strength of a human Tier 6 Heaven Stage 7th rank warrior. Because he possesses high attributes in attack power, defense, agility, and speed, his strength can completely overwhelm a human Tier 6 Heaven Stage 7th rank warrior. Of course, if a human Tier 6 Heaven Stage 7th rank warrior has top tier weaponry and skills, then it's a different story. After all, he has skills to enhance his power as well, and if he uses all his trump cards, it would be hard to say who is stronger or weaker. Right now, he has over 18 million mana, and using the ultimate kill skills, armor skills, and phantom speed skill at the same time, it consumes 2000 mana per second, lasting for 25 hours. Thanks to the mana recovery skill, he can instantly restore mana 9 times a day. As long as he uses these 3 skills simultaneously, he will never run out of mana. The fire evasion skill was obtained from a recent kill points lottery. Its function is: it consumes 1000 mana per second and can eliminate any low-level flames. It consumes 10,000 mana per second and can eliminate any mid-level flames. It consumes 100,000 mana per second and can eliminate any high-level flames. It consumes 1 million mana per second and can eliminate all flames in the world. As long as he has sufficient mana, he has no fear of any flames in the world. This fire evasion skill is incredibly powerful. At that moment, Hua activated the spirit source perception skill. In the next instant, a black disc appeared on the screen. He has a mana limit of over 18 million. The range of perception is a diameter of 1.8 million kilometers. Before the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was revitalized, Earth's circumference was only 40,000 kilometers. You could say that the direct range he can sense and detect now is 45 times the circumference of Earth. The area of this small inventory world is only about 1/3 the size of Earth. As early as during the 6th evolution, he was able to explore the entire small inventory world, with all monsters of level 1 warrior under his control. Buzz! His wings, extending over 1,000 meters, flapped, causing winds of level 9 or higher to whip up around him, and in less than 2 seconds, many nearby large trees lost all their leaves due to the wind. With a massive body over 1,300 meters, you couldn't even say he could fly. Even just taking a step on the ground. That covers several hundred meters, moving at a speed unimaginable to ordinary people. Yet, Hua didn't feel like he was flying that fast because he was just traveling at a normal pace. However, in less than a minute, he had flown over 3,000 kilometers and landed in front of a large mountain. They called it a big mountain, but in reality, it was only a little over 10 meters taller than him. At the foot of the mountain lay a level 10 giant tiger, which was enjoying a good sleep until it was startled awake by his sudden appearance. The tiger quickly stood up, its nearly 200-meter-long massive body looking no bigger than a kitten beneath him. This was Hua's first encounter with a level 10 tiger. At the same level, the tiger's strength is absolutely top tier. Not only are their innate aptitudes high, but also, before evolving, they had impressively high stats compared to ordinary beasts. After evolving, all stats would dramatically surge. With each evolution, the stats multiply by their aptitude, making the strong even stronger. Inspect skill. Suddenly, a display of data appeared before him. Target, giant tiger. Species, tiger clan. Aptitude 2.436. Grade, level 10 top tier monsters. Mana, 353451. Attack power, 17.24 million plus. Defense, 11,230,000 plus. Agility, 16.86 million plus. Speed, 10.47 million plus. Skills, 1 Tiger's Might, 2 Wind Goddess Step Speed 10, one of the tiger tribe's innate skills. The tiger truly lived up to its reputation as the king of beasts. The various stats of this level 10 tiger are far superior to other level 10 monsters. Especially the Wind Goddess Step skill. This is what Gui is currently facing. The only thing aside from his own phantom speed skill. Another skill that multiplies speed attributes by 10. If this level 10 tiger is in the state of using Wind Goddess steps, its speed can reach a terrifying 1.04 billion. For other level 10 monsters, this tiger's speed would be enough to terrify its opponents into despair. They wouldn't stand a chance of escaping. Unless they encounter a turtle with high defenses and defensive skills that follow a pure defense evolutionary route. Otherwise, a level 10 tiger with Wind Goddess steps can kill 99.99% of any other species of monsters at the same level. Roar! The level 10 tiger was not intimidated by Gui, who was nearly 700 or 800 times its size. It had never been scared of anyone at the same level. However, it also did not rashly attack Gui, who was so much larger. After all, aside from the unbreakable and unbiteable turtle, a larger size generally signifies greater power. The level 10 tiger merely let out a threatening roar to scare him away, hoping he would keep his distance from its territory and not appear before it. However, this level 10 tiger did not realize just how vast the gap between it and Gui actually was. Gui didn't use any skills. His attack power was over 2 billion, along with agility attributes exceeding 2 billion. The level 10 tiger, despite not seeing Gui making any moves, suddenly had its head pierced through by his scythe-like forelimbs with a puff, feeling no pain and dying instantly. After killing the level 10 tiger, Gui allocated all the stat points he obtained into his attack power. He opened his inventory and stored the tiger's corpse inside. Thud, thud, thud. He swung both of his scythe-like forelimbs and started digging into the ground. High-level monsters seek out spiritual vein areas for habitat, and the place where the level 10 tiger slept must be a spiritual vein area. Moreover, among these level 10 monsters in this mini inventory world, they are at the top of the food chain. The spiritual veins in the places they dwell must certainly be the best within a range of several thousand to tens of thousands of miles. In the blink of an eye, 10 minutes passed. After digging out high-grade mana stones worth at least several hundred million, Gui spread his wings at the back and finally satisfied, left the place. Chapter 40, a roar into the sky, waves of sound shaking the firmament. Boom! Gui, standing at a length of over 1,000 meters, landed on the ground, causing the surroundings to tremble under his immense weight. In the next moment, suddenly, a mountain several hundred meters away from him began to move. It was a large tortoise that had been napping, now awakened. The tortoise's shell was about 400 to 500 meters in diameter, grayish-white in color, looking no different from bare rocks. It stood up, supported by its 4 limbs, towering around 300 meters high. Its size was much larger than the level 10 tiger he had just killed. 2 dragon-like horns sprouted from its head, its mouth wide open, revealing sharp teeth that interlocked like saw blades. It had a pair of small eyes, proportionate to its massive body, that resembled green beans, casting a menacing glare at Gui, seeming to ponder how to make its move. Inspect skill. A light screen appeared before Gui. Target, giant land dragon tortoise. Race, turtle with a hint of dragon blood. Aptitude, 2.421. Grade, level 10 top tier monsters. Mana 121456. Attack power, 8.52 million plus. Defense, 26.23 million plus. Agility, 8.94 million plus. Speed, 2.13 million plus. Skills: 1 shield, 2 petrification, defense 5. This can be stacked with its race's innate skill shield, with very little mana consumption. After the shield of the old turtle is activated, its defense is multiplied by 5. If the petrification skill is used simultaneously to stack with the defense 5, this level 10 dragon tortoise's defense effectively becomes multiplied by 10. The old turtle is indeed a representative of monsters following the pure defense route. This level 10 dragon tortoise has a base defense of over 26 million plus, and when both skills are used together, it can reach a maximum defensive property of about 260 million. With such high defense, it is hard to say there are even comparable opponents. It was just that even surpassing it by a significant level, a level 1 warrior under the monstrous category, he had no way to deal with it at all. At this moment, the level 10 evolved giant turtle walked a few steps forward, feeling that extending its neck should allow it to bite Gua's thigh. It suddenly launched an attack, its razor-sharp teeth biting with lightning speed. Its speed was like lightning in Gua's eyes, possessing over 2 billion agility attributes. It seemed to be in slow motion. Puff! Gua lightly swung his side like left front limb, and the massive head of the level 10 turtle instantly fell from its neck, dying on the spot. Putting the level 10 turtle's body into his inventory, Gua began to excavate the high-grade mana stones buried deep underground in this aura vein. This haul was quite substantial. Approximately over 5 billion pieces of low-grade high-grade mana stones in total. If placed among the human race, for any individual, it was quite a fortune. Of course, in this small inventory world without Tier 6 heaven stage existence, if it were on Earth or in a large inventory world, such quality of aura veins, level 10 monsters wouldn't even get the chance. At least it should be occupied by Tier 6 heaven stage level monsters. In the following time, Gua tirelessly searched for and killed monsters. Just like that, more than a month passed, and the Evolution EXP had already fulfilled the evolution requirement a month ago. But for the defense attribute, there was still a significant amount left to reach the cap of 2.27 billion. However, the attributes of attack power, agility, and speed had already reached the cap of 2.27 billion. Now he can kill an average of 1,000 monsters of level 4 or above each day, earning over 1.5 million stat points daily. In the blink of an eye, another 2 days have passed. Now, the defense attribute is still about 3,000 stat points away from reaching the cap of 2.27 billion. Gua opened the personal information interface and stared at the 6.544 billion kill points, starting the lottery. The higher the evolution level, the more kill points are required to make a single lottery draw. He is now at level 9 monsters, and it takes 30 million kill points to make one lottery draw. With 6.54 billion kill points, he has drawn a total of 218 times for rewards. He won 2 upgrades of 0.15 aptitude. He won 3 upgrades of 10,000 mana. He also drew a lightning avoidance skill. The effect of the lightning avoidance skill is that it consumes 1,000 mana per second, allowing immunity to any low-level lightning damage. It consumes 10,000 mana per second, allowing immunity to any mid-level lightning damage. It consumes 100,000 mana per second, allowing immunity to any high-level lightning damage. It consumes 1 million mana per second, allowing immunity to all lightning damage in the world. It is not an exaggeration to say that as long as you have sufficient mana, even if a lightning-type king tier exists, you wouldn't need to physically attack him. Any powerful lightning won't be able to kill him. Now, all he needs to do is kill a single level 9 monsters or 3 level 4 monsters to complete all requirements for the 10th evolution. Under the effect of the Spirit Source Perception skill, Gua quickly found 2 level 5 wolves. After killing the 2 level 5 evolution wolves, a pleasant female voice from the Slaughter evolution system immediately echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing all research for the 10th evolution. Would you like to evolve now? Evolve now. Gua thought in reply. Ding! The 10th evolution has begun, expected to complete in 5 minutes. In the next moment, his massive body, over 1,300 meters tall like a mountain, was tightly enveloped in green light, forming a green light shield that exuded a strong aura of danger. If someone looked down from a high altitude, It would resemble a gigantic green bird egg, standing among the mountains. Time passed second by second, and the aura emitted by the green light shield became increasingly terrifying, causing all creatures within a radius of 10,000 miles, including level 9 and level 10 monsters, to flee frantically, distancing themselves from this horrifying aura. Meanwhile, those low-level monsters at level 3, under this increasingly terrifying and powerful aura, most of them were scared into unconsciousness, with a few paralyzed in place, their eyes filled with terror. 5 minutes passed, and the enormous green light screen vanished like a giant egg. Hua opened his eyes, which shone brilliantly like two little suns. Now, his body had become even more massive, stretching over 2,700 meters long, standing nearly 1,700 or 1,800 meters tall, higher than many mountains. The two antennae on his head disappeared, transforming into two slender, bony golden horns, and his body was adorned with a dense pattern of golden lines, resembling some mysterious runes. At that moment, Hua couldn't help but raise his head and let out a deafening sonic wave. In an instant, the empty void, which was previously silent, rippled like a calm lake disturbed by a small stone, creating visible transparent sound waves that rapidly expanded outward. A few seconds later, Hua stopped his roar. Zhong Zhong silently muttered, "Open personal information interface." The next moment, a light screen materialized right in front of him. P.S. Are there any readers seeing this? If you are here, please click the update request. Thank you very much for your support, thank you. Chapter 41, New Skill, Shattering Sonic Waves. Host, Hua. Species, Mantis. Lifespan, less than 100 years. Aptitude 3.821. Skills, Inspect Skill, Phantom Speed Skill, Inventory, Regeneration Passive, God Level Contract, Slow Beam, Steel Hardening, Critical Strike, Mana Recovery, Spirit Source Perception, Space Wormhole, Fire Evasion Technique, Thunder Evasion Technique, Shattering Sonic Waves. Evolution Count, 10. Evolution EXP, 542 500 million to Tier 6 Heaven Stage. Grade, Level 10 Top Tier Monsters. Mana, 722.6 million plus. Attack Power, 8.95 billion. Defense, 8.673663 billion plus. Agility, 8.95 billion. Speed, 8.67363 billion plus. Stat points, 268. Kill points, 142368. Damn! It takes 500 million Evolution EXP to evolve from level 10 to Tier 6 Heaven Stage, isn't that way too much? Hua was taken aback and couldn't help but ask the Slaughter evolution system. He had almost wiped out all the level 7 high stage advanced monsters in this little inventory world over the past few days. 500 million Evolution EXP. Just killing low and mid-tier monsters, how many would that take? He was worried that even if he wiped out all the monsters in this little inventory world, he might not reach 500 million Evolution EXP. Even if the Evolution EXP barely sufficed. Attack power, defense, agility, and speed must all be maxed out. Even if he wiped out every single monster in this small inventory world, it would definitely still not be enough. Ding! The Slaughter evolution system responds. For gigantic monsters to evolve into monsters, it is a leap across a significant boundary, a transformation that surpasses original life levels, and naturally requires a vast amount of Evolution EXP. Not only do gigantic monsters evolve to Tier 6 Heaven Stage, but even to evolve Tier 6 Heaven Stage 10 rank monsters into King Tier monsters, the required monsters will be even more substantial. In the future, every time a significant boundary life level evolution transformation occurs, the required Evolution EXP will be a very large number. Moreover, the higher the host's aptitude, the more Evolution EXP will be required for each evolution. Those with low aptitude are like babies, they get full after eating a little. Those with high aptitude are like adults, needing to eat several times more than children to feel satisfied. Alright, you make a good point. You are the Slaughter evolution system, what you say is always right. Hua no longer gets hung up on the 500 million Evolution EXP needed to advance from level 10 evolution to Tier 6 Heaven Stage. He looked at the suddenly appearing skill, Shatter Soundwave. With a thought, an introduction to the Shatter Soundwave skill appeared on the screen. This is an active skill that gathers mana in his mouth. By shouting, it emits ultra-high decibel sound waves at enemies in front, capable of shattering the opponent's internal organs, brain, and body. The strength of the sound wave is related to how much mana is gathered in the mouth. The more mana is accumulated, the higher the decibel level of the released sound wave, and the greater its destructive power. Even if the high decibel sound wave does not shatter the opponent's internal organs and body, it will still make the opponent feel uncomfortable, with a throbbing headache. Unless the opponent has the ability to resist sound waves. This shatter sound wave skill did not appear out of nowhere. It is a non-racial innate skill awakened during his evolution to level 10. Other beings besides humans have a certain chance to awaken skills during their evolution. Some awaken race-specific talent skills, while others randomly awaken non-race-specific skills. For example, the tortoise S-shell closing skill, the tiger S-might skill, and the armadillo S invulnerable and rolling strike skills. Non-race-specific talent skills can awaken during the evolution process of any species, except for humans. Perhaps humans are born with the ability to imitate and create skills, which is their greatest talent. After all, besides humans, very few other races can imitate and create skills. Now, Guo was eager to try out the newly acquired shattering sound wave skill. He turned to look at a mountain peak a kilometer away. A massive amount of mana instantly gathered in his mouth, glowing brightly, as if he had a light bulb in his mouth. Let us test the power of 10,000 mana first. He shouted towards the kilometer-high mountain peak 500 meters away. In the next moment, visible waves of transparent sound spread rapidly outward. Bang bang bang. Every flower, plant, and tree in its path shattered into dust. Even the smaller stones on the ground exploded, as if explosives had detonated inside them. Boom! The sound waves struck the kilometer-high mountain, shaking the ground and producing a thunderous roar. When he stopped yelling, the mountain had seemingly collapsed, leaving rubble everywhere and dust flying. Let us raise the mana to 100,000 and see the effect. Guo gathered mana in his mouth again, making it shine even brighter. Roar! He unleashed the shattering sound wave against the mountain peak once more. The visible sound waves were 3 times faster than before, swiftly crashing forward. Boom! At the moment of impact, the mountain exploded, disappearing from his view. It turned into countless pieces of debris of various sizes, scattered over a radius of more than 10 miles, forming a thick layer. The power is truly impressive. Guo was quite satisfied. The next moment, he turned to look at a 3,000-meter tall mountain 1,000 meters away. This time, let's try a sound wave of 1 million mana. Mana in his body instantly gathered in his mouth, forming a glowing sphere, even brighter and more dazzling than before. Roar! In an instant, visible waves of transparent sound struck the mountain of over 3,000 meters at lightning speed. Boom! The 3,000-meter mountain exploded, and the sound waves continued to surge out over 5,000 meters, shattering 3 1,000-meter mountains before dissipating. Ding! You killed level 3 monsters giant black bear. Ding! You killed level 3 monsters giant fox. Ding! You killed. The sound wave powered by 1 million mana not only destroyed a mountain with a diameter of 5,000 but also accidentally killed a few low-level monsters. These low-level evolutions were shocked and fainted by the aura emitted from him after he evolved to level 10, poor monsters. I wonder how powerful it would be if I unleashed 10 million mana in sound waves. Thinking of this, Woi immediately used his psychic sensing skill, and the light screen displayed a black disk covering the entire mini-inventory world. At a position 42,000 kilometers away from him, there was a glowing point representing a level 10 monster that caught his attention. In the next moment, he flew towards the level 10 monsters in the river. In just a few minutes, Guo arrived above the river, 42,000 kilometers away. Open inventory. He took out a level 10 monster's corpse, opened a few bleeding wounds on it, and kept it on the water's surface. Guo flew up to an altitude of 10,000 meters, making himself look smaller from the river's perspective. Otherwise, he feared that the level 10 monsters in the river would notice his size. After waiting for a short while at 10,000 meters high, the level 10 evolved creature surfaced. It was a giant turtle. Under Inspect skill, this level 10 monster that surfaced was a giant turtle with over 24.36 million defense. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, Wei instantly gathered 10 million mana in his mouth, forming a mana energy ball that shone like a small sun. Roar! He shouted at the giant turtle below, which had a defense of over 24.36 million. A visible wave of sound rapidly expanded outward while also rushing down at a speed 10 times faster than lightning. Boom! The river's surface exploded instantly. It kicked up waves thousands of feet high. P.S. Dear readers who have made it this far, please click to urge an update. I sincerely appreciate your support, thank you. Chapter 42, Area of Effect Skill, High Efficiency Tips. Accompanied by waves half a meter high. Rolling prompts appeared on the light screen. You killed a level 10 monster, a giant dragon turtle, stat points plus 4,215, evolution EXP plus 5,123, kill points plus 64,235. You killed a level 1 warrior monster's giant black fish. You killed a level 4 monster's giant grass carp. You killed a level 1 warrior monster's giant deep water river clam. There were as many as 200 such prompt messages. Except for the death of the level 10 dragon turtle, which he deliberately targeted to test the power of the 10 million mana unleashed sonic shattering skill. The remaining monsters were all mistakenly killed by the sonic shattering skill. Although the density of evolved creatures in the river is slightly higher than that on land, it is not exaggeratedly large. The reason for killing more than 200 monsters this time. It was entirely due to the shattering sonic waves spreading in a fan shape, covering too large an area. Plus, the immense explosive energy waves generated by the sonic waves striking the river surface formed another surge of energy, spreading along the river towards even further stretches. Weaker, low-level evolved fish-type monsters were mistakenly killed. Fortunately, the energy waves that spread out weakened the power the farther they traveled. Otherwise, even more fish-type monsters would have been mistakenly killed. Wu doesn't care about those mistakenly killed fish-type monsters. Instead, he hopes that the more monsters are accidentally killed, the better. After all, the more monsters killed, the more data he gains. Just from that single roar, over 200 monsters were mistakenly killed. This brought him over 160,000 stat points, around 200,000 evolution EXP, and over 3 million kill points. The Shattering Sonic Wave skill is simply a large area group attack skill. With this skill, he doesn't have to hunt down monsters one by one anymore. He just needs to pinpoint an area, let out a roar, and a large number of monsters can be killed. The only pity is, for the main targets of the Shattering Sonic Wave skill, if their defense is not high enough, don't even mention leaving a complete corpse. Even larger chunks of flesh won't be left behind. The level 10 dragon turtle with a base defense of over 24 million was not only instantly killed by the Shattering Sonic Wave released with 10 million mana, but its body also shattered into pieces in an instant. The largest remnants were barely the size of a fist, and that was a hard turtle shell. There wasn't a piece of flesh over finger size. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the turbulent river surface finally calmed down. The more mana used for the Shattering Sonic Wave skill, the greater the power. Goi really wants to gather 100 million mana in one go to see how powerful it can be. But there were simply no experimental targets. A Shattering Sonic Wave with 10 million mana can already kill the level 10 dragon turtle with over 24 million defense, so 100 million mana would certainly be able to wipe out a level 1 warrior or a level 2 tier 6 heaven stage. Perhaps it could even take out a level 3 or level 4 tier 6 heaven stage. It's a pity that the Shattering Sonic Wave skill requires too much mana to achieve great power. Unlike other skills, which consume much less mana. At this moment, we used the Psychic Perception skill again to check for monsters. It's still this river. 3,500 kilometers downstream. There are many green light spots representing monsters, much denser than in other places. Buzz. Hua spread his wings behind him and flew towards a point 3,500 kilometers downstream of the river. Soon, he arrived. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, 20 million mana gathered in his mouth. Roar! He roared at the location where the density of monsters underwater was the highest. Visible sound waves collided with the river's surface instantly, resulting in a violent explosion, sending water waves soaring into the sky. This time, using 20 million mana, double the 10 million mana used last time. The area covered by the shockwave spread further, with power even greater. With that single strike, over 800 monsters were killed. Although most were low-level monsters, less than 20% were mid-level monsters, with only a few being high-level monsters. But there were so many, killing over 800 monsters. This time brought in over 700,000 stat points, over a million Evolutionary XP, and over 10 million kill points. It's a pity that in this small inventory world, there are only 2 such rivers. No matter how many monsters are in the river, they won't last him long enough to keep killing. With the Shatter Soundwave skill, Gua's efficiency in killing monsters increased dozens or even hundreds of times. As time passed, more than 2 months flew by. Evolution EXP reached 500 million, but the data related to stat points was still lacking greatly. Because after level 10, his maximum limits for attack, defense, agility, and speed are 3 billion. If all 4 indicators reach their limits, a total of over 30 billion stat points is required. So far, he has only reached the limit for attack. Speed has increased by over 200 million points. As for defense and agility, there has been no increase at all. The saddest part is that in this small inventory world, now only about 1/5 of the previous number of monsters remain. Even if he kills all the monsters in this small inventory world, he still won't have enough stat points to raise his speed to the 3 billion limit. What if I go see the demon realm? Gui was somewhat tempted but also hesitant. Half a month ago, he discovered a space portal leading to the demon realm at a height of 10,000 meters above one of the river surfaces. Lin and Gu told him that the entrances to the demon realm are all blood red. The entrances to the underworld are all gray. The entrances from the demon realm and the underworld to Earth are all silver white. For the inventory world that is neither Earth, nor the demon realm, nor the underworld, the colors of the entrances can vary widely. The entrances to other worlds are subject to boundary rules. Some restrict entry and exit to Tier 6 Heaven stage level. Some restrict entry and exit to King Tier level. Some restrict existence beyond King Tier from entering or exiting. And this small inventory world forbids the entry of any existence's Tier 6 Heaven stage. There are no other levels present. In fact, the small inventory world has connections to the demon realm, so Gui is not at all surprised. Earlier, he had already killed that level 10 monster, the demon eagle, in the river, which is a demon creature from the demon realm. It is impossible for a non-demon realm inventory world to give birth to demon creatures. The demon eagle must have accidentally entered this non-demon realm small inventory world through the entrance. Soon, Gui arrived at the red entrance leading to the demon realm, planning to take a look inside. According to Lin and Gu, the demon realm and its spatial domain are incomparably larger than current Earth, with no ordinary creatures, only monsters. Since all beings in the demon realm are monsters, the danger level is naturally very high. Gui has no idea where this entrance to the demon realm leads. If it's a particularly dangerous area, that could become problematic. So before entering the demon realm, he needed to contact Lin and Gu, as the 2 of them have a contract with him that allows them to summon him to their contracted space. The next moment, he contacted Lin and Gu through the contract mark on his soul, telling them that if he needed anything, they should summon him immediately. After notifying them, Gui dove into the spatial tunnel leading to the demon realm. Chapter 43, Entering the Demon Realm. After entering the tunnel to the demon realm, Gui discovered it was not much different from using a spatial wormhole to travel. Once his level is high enough in the future, he could also use the spatial wormhole skill to traverse different worlds. In less than a minute, Gui had crossed the tunnel and entered the demon realm. The entrance was located several dozen meters above a large river. As soon as he emerged, he fell toward the river's surface. The river isn't too deep, just about 1 or 2 meters. For Gui, who is over 1,700 or 800 meters tall, it barely reaches his ankle. Ding! Before Gui could assess the environment of the demon realm, the melodious voice of the slaughter evolution system sounded in his mind. The host has entered the demon realm for the first time and received the skill granted by the Slaughter Evolution System Disguise Technique. Function: consumes 10,000 mana daily, allowing the user's aura to mimic that of demon beings, and can also mimic the aura of beings from different worlds like the underworld, remaining undetected by beings of any level. This disguise skill is great. Wo praises the Slaughter Evolution System. It's truly a great Slaughter Evolution System. A nap is best accompanied by a pillow. If you can't sleep, you might as well send your wife in. In the next moment, he consumed 10,000 mana to disguise his aura as that of a demon being, allowing him to begin exploring the demon realm environment. The sun in the sky is blood red. Why not say it's a blood red moon? Because the sun emits heat. A moon does not emit any heat. The sun in the demon realm is not just one. There are three. They form a character shape, arranged in an equilateral triangle. The distances between them are all the same. The mountains on both sides of the river are barren. Scarcely any vegetation is visible, with only a few not-so-tall little trees growing sparsely at the foot of the mountains. It's uncertain if the entire demon realm looks like this, or if it's just this area that is so desolate. The water in the river has a somewhat grayish hue. It doesn't resemble the transparent river water found on Earth. Spiritual energy perception. Was silently recited this skill in his heart. A light curtain immediately appeared before his eyes. On the black disk area. The red dot in the center is him. The entire black circle is mostly pitch dark, with no light source in sight. Only the very bottom part is dotted with a sparse few dozen blue light points representing creatures from the demon realm. On the black disk, the area representing the position behind me is completely dark, without any creatures from the demon realm. This place is not a forbidden zone, it's just a barren wasteland. Otherwise, this river wouldn't be devoid of even ordinary life forms. Wa spread his wings and flew towards those few dozen blue light points. There are many high-level beings in the demon realm, and he didn't fly too high, maintaining a low altitude of a few hundred meters above the ground. For his massive size, flying a few hundred meters off the ground is considered low altitude. The skill of spiritual energy perception has a detection range based on his mana limit, with 10 points of mana covering 1 kilometer. He currently has a mana limit of over 72.26 million, making the diameter of his skill's perception range over 7.226 million kilometers, which is quite a distance for him. When flying became boring, was suddenly remembered that he still had a lot of kill points left to draw from. In the next moment, he opened his personal information interface. His kill points totaled over 8.71 billion. He particularly missed the days of early evolution when it only took a few kill points to make a draw. Now, at level 10 monsters, it costs 50 million kill points for a single draw. With 8.7 billion kill points, he can only draw rewards 174 times. So far, he hasn't drawn from the 50 million kill points pool yet. He hopes for some good luck and that he doesn't end up getting no skills at all. Was silently prayed to the heavens and started drawing. First time. Nothing drawn. Second time. Nothing drawn. Fifth time. Gained an increase of 50,000 in mana limit. 28th time. Another 50,000 in mana limit. 77th time. Received a divine level servant contract. Stored in the Slaughter Evolution System backpack. Hui was instantly intrigued. Paused the kill points draw. A thought crossed his mind to open the Slaughter Evolution System backpack. He saw the divine level servant contract paper inside. The ability of the divine level servant contract allows one to forcibly sign a master servant contract with a being that is one realm higher, ensuring absolute loyalty for life. Once this divine level servant contract is signed, it can never be undone. Even if he wants to annul it, it can't be done. He is currently an ordinary level 10 monster. The being that is one great realm above him is at the tier 6 heaven stage level. Even if the opponent is a top tier level 10 tier 6 heaven stage being, after using this divine master servant contract, they would also have to become its servant. If he evolves to the monster's level, he can forcibly sign a master servant contract with any being of the king tier level. Thinking of this, was suddenly became excited. Once he reaches tier 6 heaven stage, he plans to stealthily sign a master servant contract with a king tier existence. This Divine Master-Servant contract is very useful as long as the target is within his line of sight and within a distance of no more than 100 kilometers, it can be used. Isn't the demon realm full of high-level beings? Wei was determined to use this Divine Master-Servant contract with a level 10 king-tier demon being when the time comes. Feeling happy, he continued to participate in the kill points lottery. On the 99th attempt, he improved his aptitude by 0.3. On the 153rd attempt, he drew 50,000 points in mana limits. Soon, he ran out of kill points to draw. Today's 176 draws, although he didn't get any skills. To get a Divine Master-Servant contract, Wu was already satisfied. One day later, Wei encountered two very powerful demon monsters. They were fiercely battling each other. One of the demon monsters had a head resembling that of a T-Rex, about 1,000 meters long from head to tail. It also had a pair of huge wings on its back, comparable in size to those of a pterosaur. The other demon monster. It was a very fierce and ugly large bird, with its wings spread out about 2,500 to 2,600 meters, and it had 4 claws underneath its belly. It could spew forth a cloud of pitch-black mist from its mouth. That black mist, when it landed on the ground, instantly corroded the surface, creating a large pit, and even some stones on the ground were corroded away and disappeared. Wu did not approach immediately, too afraid to rashly go over. From a distance, he used the inspect skill on the demon monster with the T-Rex-like head. In the next instant, information data appeared on the light screen. Target, Demon Realm, Winged Demon Lizard. Race, Demon Lizard Clan. Aptitude, 2.156. Grade, Tier 6 Heaven Stage 2 Grade Low Tier Tier 6 Heaven Stage. Mana, 763654. Attack Power, 235 million plus. Defense, 250 million plus. Agility, 25 million plus. Speed, 28 million plus. Skills, 1 wind control effect, speed x5, 2 critical hit effect, attack power x3. Wu felt relieved. Even though the opponent is a Tier 6 Heaven Stage Level 2 monster and their stats are 10 times greater than mine, even if they activate their skills, they're no match for me. In an instant, Wu used Inspect skill on the giant bird that could spew corrosive black smoke. Information data immediately appeared on the screen. Target, Demon World, Corrupt Magic Eagle. Race, Eagle Tribe. Aptitude, 2.214. Grade, Tier 6 Heaven Stage 2 Grade Low Tier Tier 6 Heaven Stage. Mana, 783665. Attack Power, 295 million plus. Defense, 210 million plus. Agility, 270 million plus. Speed, 210 million plus. Skills, 1 corrosive smoke effect. The black mist generated has strong corrosive abilities, equivalent to twice the attack power, 2 wind control. The overall abilities of these two Tier 6 Heaven Stage Level 2 monsters are not too different. The Winged Demon Lizard is slightly weaker, but in a life and death fight, the one that loses isn't necessarily the weaker one. I wonder if the 10 million mana shattering soundwave skill can kill a Tier 6 Heaven Stage Level 2 monster? Thinking of this, Wei instantly gathered 10 million mana in his mouth. Roar! He yelled at the two Tier 6 Heaven Stage Level 2 monsters fighting in mid-air. In an instant, visible sound waves rushed past at a speed even faster than lightning. Boom! The sound waves struck the two Tier 6 Heaven Stage Level 2 monsters. Chapter 44, Crossing Great Realms, Killing Tier 6 Heaven Stage Monsters. The two Tier 6 Heaven Stage Level 2 monsters let out mournful cries under the soundwave attack, blood streaming from their noses, eyes, and ears. However, they both withstood the soundwave attack and did not die, just suffering moderate injuries. Wu felt a bit disappointed but thought about it and realized it was also normal. After all, the opponents are all Tier 6 Heaven Stage Level 2 monsters with over 200 million defense. How could they easily be killed by soundwaves? Furthermore, the Shattering Soundwave skill isn't a single target attack skill, it's an area attack skill. That 10 million mana Soundwave was able to injure two Tier 6 Heaven Stage Level 2 monsters, which already proves the strength of Shattering Soundwave. Because, even if there were 10, 20, or 30 Tier 6 Heaven Stage Level 2 monsters on the other side, they would all be injured indiscriminately at the same time. His voice wave attack definitely provoked 2 Tier 6 Heaven Stage 2nd grade monsters. As soon as they sensed his level 10 monster aura, they rushed at him, looking as if they wanted to tear him apart. If 10 million mana won't do, then let me try if 20 million mana will. Guo didn't take the 2 Tier 6 Heaven Stage 2nd grade monsters seriously. Their mere 300 million attack power couldn't break through his defenses. It felt just like a tickle. The 2 Tier 6 Heaven Stage 2nd grade monsters were at least several kilometers away from him. For creatures of their size and strength, several kilometers was like being 5 or 6 meters apart for two people. In an instant, the 2 Tier 6 Heaven Stage 2nd grade monsters appeared before Guo in a competitive frenzy, one swinging a massive sharp claw, the other spewing out highly corrosive black smoke. However, in the next moment, what awaited them was a sound wave of 20 million mana quality. Bang! Boom! Their giant bodies exploded in the sound wave, flesh and blood flying everywhere. In less than 2 seconds, all the flesh and blood on them shattered into fragments, leaving only 2 massive skeletons falling from the sky, dead beyond resurrection. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing a Tier 6 Heaven Stage 2nd grade monster, Winged Demon Lizard, which is one major realm higher than yourself. You receive a data reward 1000. Stat points plus 364,710,000. Evolution EXP has reached its limit and can no longer be obtained unless you evolve to Tier 6 Heaven Stage. Kill points plus 3,323,000,000. Congratulations, host, for killing a Tier 6 Heaven Stage 2nd grade monster, Black Demon Eagle, which is one major realm higher than yourself. You receive a data reward 1000. Stat points plus 367,470,000. Evolution EXP has reached its limit and can no longer be obtained unless you evolve to Tier 6 Heaven Stage. Kill points plus 3,520,800,000. Looking at the data displayed on the screen, Guo was astonished. He had imagined that killing beings at the Tier 6 Heaven Stage level would yield a lot of data. But he never expected to receive this much data. 2 Tier 6 Heaven Stage 2nd grade monsters brought him over 700 million stat points and nearly 7 billion kill points. At this rate of acquiring data, wouldn't it be possible for him to reach the limits of speed, defense, and agility data and evolve into monsters by just killing 6 or 7 Tier 6 Heaven Stage 2nd grade monsters? Of course, Guo knows that all of this is due to the effect of crossing that major realm, with data multiplied by 1000. Under normal circumstances, unless you kill at least 7 or 8,000 Tier 6 Heaven Stage monsters, you can forget about meeting the requirements to evolve into monsters. Tier 6 Heaven Stage monsters are treasure troves themselves, but unfortunately, under the attack of 20 million mana-shattering sound waves, the 2 Tier 6 Heaven Stage 2nd grade monsters have been left as nothing but skeletons, their flesh reduced to dust. Guo decided that in the future, unless he encounters a large number of monsters, he absolutely won't use sound wave attacks, otherwise, it's just like wasting wealth. By the way, Lin told Gu that any life form that reaches Tier 6 Heaven Stage will have a pearl inside them. This pearl, humans call it the Golden Pill, located within the Dantian's Qi Si. Monsters and demons from the demon realm have theirs in their heads. Monsters call it the Demon Pill, while demons call it the Demon Pill as well. The Demon Pill of Tier 6 Heaven Stage monsters and the Demon Pill of monsters are both highly nourishing objects for humans, and are very valuable. Thinking of money, Guo's large compound eyes immediately lit up, soaring down from mid-air to lift off the skulls of the 2 Tier 6 Heaven Stage 2nd grade monsters, searching for their demon pills. Guo expected that the massive bodies of the 2 Tier 6 Heaven Stage 2nd grade monsters would mean their demon pills would be big as well. Even if they weren't the size of a table, they should at least be as big as a soccer ball or basketball. However, in reality, their demon pills were just blood-red pearls with a diameter of 1.5 centimeters, adorned with 2 mysterious symbols. Lin and Gu had told him that whether it's the Golden Pill in the Dantian Qi Si of human Tier 6 Heaven Stage, the Demon Pill inside monsters, or the Demon Pill of demons from the underworld, the mysterious symbols on them are all very divine patterns. One divine emblem represents a Tier 6 Heaven Stage evolution, while 2 divine emblems represent a Tier 6 Heaven Stage 2nd rank. The exact effects of the divine emblems remain a mystery, with neither humans nor demons, nor the denizens of the underworld having studied them. Wu doesn't care about the use of divine emblems at all with the slaughter evolution system. Why would he bother? Just as Gui was storing 2 Tier 6 Heaven Stage 2nd rank demon pills in his inventory, the sky 50,000 kilometers away suddenly warped, creating a teleportation passage. In the next moment, more than a dozen humanoid beings clad in blood-red battle armor flew out from the passage. Among them, the men are tall and have very ugly appearances. The women have slender figures, long legs, and each is incredibly beautiful. Moreover, each one has a pair of silver horns growing from their foreheads. They are the Asura clan from the demon realm, one of the few beings born in human form with high intelligence, holding a status in the demon realm akin to that of humans on Earth. But Asura beings of the demon realm, regardless of gender, are powerful warriors by nature in similar levels. One can take on 3 or 4 of other races. Captain Amain, we lost so many elite warriors just to catch this little thing. What's so special about it? An Asura warrior holding an iron cage asked. Inside the cage is a creature that looks somewhat like a fox but isn't a fox, entirely snow white and possessing 9 tails, lying listlessly inside. Other Asura warriors, regardless of gender, also looked towards their captain, Amain, wanting to know the reason. This time, he had mobilized 1,000 Tier 6 Heaven Stage Elite Asura warriors to enter a demon realm dungeon, but only a dozen of them made it out. The rest had all perished inside. Their captain Amain appears to be a man in his 30s, possessing the evolution rank of Tier 6 Heaven Stage 10th rank. He shook his head. The city lord only told us a few captains to capture it at all costs. As for what makes it special, we also do not know. All I know is that this is a gift prepared by the city lord for our emperor's 10,000-year birthday celebration. Alright, everyone, let us stop being curious and hurry back to turn in the task. Let us not dwell on anything else. In the next moment, their group of over a dozen flew quickly towards the front, heading in the direction where Gui was. Chapter 45, Sudden Encounter with Demon Clan Asuras. Killed 2 Tier 6 Heaven Stage 2nd grade monsters. Received over 700 million stat points. Gui raised his speed attribute to a limit of 3 billion. All excess stat points were allocated to defense. Now, his data surpassed that of human Tier 6 Heaven Stage 5th grade warriors, and he's not far off from human Tier 6 Heaven Stage warriors. If he activates the Berserk skill, even a human Tier 6 Heaven Stage 7th grade warrior would be no match for him. If he activates the 3 skills, Absolute Kill, Phantom Speed skill, and Steel Skin, his strength is significantly stronger than that of human Tier 6 Heaven Stage 9th grade warriors. At the same level, the data of monsters from the demon realm is not much different from that of monsters, but they are all somewhat stronger than human Tier 6 Heaven Stage of the same class. Gui set his peak combat power at the level of demon Tier 6 Heaven Stage 7th to 8th grades. If he encounters a 9th grade monster, he will turn and run. At this moment, he arrived above a massive basin. In the center of the basin, there is a small lake. Beside the lake, in a muddy pit, lies a monster that resembles a wild boar, covered with dark gray scales that blend in closely with the muddy water. It would be impossible to spot it if you don't look closely. Inspect skill. Gui looked at it. Information data appeared on the screen. Target, Black Scale Demon Boar. Race, Demon Realm Boar Tribe. Aptitude 2.233. Grade, Tier 6 Heaven Stage. Grade 4 Mid-Tier. Tier 6 Heaven Stage. Mana, 4.86 million plus. Attack power, 1.83 billion plus. Defense, 4.25 billion plus. Agility, 1.54 billion plus. Speed, 1.73 billion plus. Skills, 1 Tough Skin and Thick Flesh, a Boar Tribe innate skill with effects, Defense 2, 2 Flight, a required skill for Tier 6 Heaven Stage evolved beings with effects, Flight. 3 Rampage, effects, Damage 2. For Shrink, a necessary skill for Tier 6 Heaven Stage evolved beings with effects, Free Control to shrink body. The minimum size to which different races can shrink varies. The defense of this Tier 6 Heaven Stage 4th grade evolved Black Scale Demon Boar is extremely high. His 3 billion attack power cannot break through its defense. Skill. Berserk skill. Gui silently muttered to himself. In the next moment, his body suddenly inflated to twice its size. With a body size stretching between 6 to 7,000 meters, it reached a length of over 5,300 meters, and its height also exceeded 3,000 meters. Attack power increased by 3 times, reaching 9 billion. Defense power increased by 3 times, reaching over 8 billion. Agility increased by 3 times, reaching over 6 billion. Speed increased by 3 times, reaching 9 billion. A terrifying aura spread out from him. At the same time, the black-scaled magic pig, sleeping in the mud pit, suddenly woke up. Its 3-meter-long body emitted a yellowish glow, instantly expanding to 13 to 1400 meters, and despite having no wings, it flew into the air. This was the first time Gua had seen a creature that could fly without wings. Although he already knew that beings at the Tier 6 heaven stage level could fly, it still felt very fresh. Gua suddenly noticed that beneath the black-scaled magic pig's 4 hooves, there were faint yellow light rings, as if its hooves were standing on those 4 light circles. If I flip its body over, would it fall from the sky with its hooves up? As this thought crossed his mind, Gua instantly appeared in front of the black-scaled magic pig. In his eyes, it was about the size of a piglet. In the next moment, his 2 forelimbs, which resembled those of a mantis, swiftly flipped the black-scaled magic pig over, with its belly and limbs facing up and its back down. The scene that followed was just as he had imagined. The black-scaled magic pig fell towards the ground like a projectile from a height. The black-scaled magic pig was at least a creature with over 10 billion agility. Before its back could hit the ground, it rolled in the air like a wild boar. It landed again with its limbs facing down and its back up, and the yellow light rings beneath all 4 hooves suddenly brightened, halting the black-scaled magic pig in mid-air. Being played with like this, the black-scaled magic pig let out an angry roar, activating its thick-skinned defense skill, doubling its defense, while simultaneously activating its brutal charge skill, also doubling its momentum. It trotted on its short, strong hooves as if running on the ground, charging towards Gua at a speed comparable to lightning. Gua, with a speed of 9 billion, flickered slightly, and the black-scaled magic pig's charge missed. The Berserk skill lasts only 30 seconds, and Gua didn't want to waste any time. After all, the Berserk skill has a 30-second cooldown period after the initial 30 seconds. As the black-scaled magic pig charged at him for the second time, Gua raised his scythe-like right forelimb and swung it violently at the black-scaled magic pig. In the state of the thick-skinned defense skill, the Tier 6 Heaven Stage 4-star black-scaled magic pig had a defense value of 8.2 billion. Gua's 9 billion attack power couldn't kill it instantly, but it did cut a long gash across its scaly back and abdomen. However, with his agility attribute of 6.9 billion, he was anything but slow. Before the black riding demon pig even felt pain, his scythe-like front limb had already dealt over 100 slashes to its wounds in an instant. In the next moment, the black riding demon pig was sliced in half at the waist. This is the advantage of high agility and quick actions. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a Tier 6 Heaven Stage 4th grade evolved monster, the black riding demon pig, which is 1 major realm above him, earning 1000 rewards, stat points plus 1.44423 billion. Evolution EXP has reached the limit, unable to gain any more Evolution EXP until evolving to Tier 6 Heaven Stage, kill points plus 13.2542 billion. Killing a Tier 6 Heaven Stage 4th grade monster is equivalent to killing 5 or 6 Tier 6 Heaven Stage 2nd grade monsters in terms of data. In the next moment, he raised his defense attribute to the 3 billion limit. He allocated all remaining stat points to his agility attribute. Now, he was only 826 points of potential away from reaching the 3 billion limit on his agility attribute. If the strength of this black riding demon pig had been even a bit higher, he would have had enough stat points from this kill. But 826 points of potential are quite easy to achieve. He just needs to casually kill a 3rd grade evolved monster. Of course, Gua doesn't plan to kill 3rd grade evolved monsters. He intends to hunt Tier 6 Heaven Stage monsters that are 1 major realm above him. After all, the prospect of a 1000-fold return is indeed enticing. After storing the Tier 6 Heaven Stage 4th grade black riding demon pig in his inventory, Gua landed in the basin and began digging. Before long, he unearthed a large number of high-grade mana stones. Although the quality was all low-grade high-grade mana stones, the quantity was enormous. There were tens of billions of low-grade high-grade mana stones. To be honest, it had been quite a while. He hadn't encountered a single spiritual vein that could produce medium-grade high-grade mana stones. In the previous little inventory world, he had nearly exhausted all the spiritual veins, yet he still hadn't found any medium-grade high-grade mana stones. According to Lin and Gua, high-grade mana stones of the same size. The energy contained in a medium-grade high-grade mana stone is 10,000 times that of a low-grade high-grade mana stone. The energy within a high-grade mana stone is 10,000 times that of a medium-grade high-grade mana stone. As for the supreme high-grade mana stone, not only is its energy 10,000 times that of a high-grade mana stone, but it also possesses other abilities. However, Lin and Gu are unaware of what those other abilities are. Both humans and evolved beings from various races can absorb the energy from high-grade mana stones, converting it into their own mana, enhancing their physical quality, and accelerating their evolution. For example, it takes a person 1 day to absorb the energy from a medium-grade high-grade mana stone. So, if a person were to absorb 10,000 low-grade high-grade mana stones, it wouldn't just take 1 day, it would take at least 2 months. That's more than a 60-fold difference in progress. If it were a high-grade mana stone, that would be a speed of 3,600 times. 1 day of cultivation is equivalent to others' 10 years of speed. The reason the human race can have over 5,000 individuals at the king tier level in just 500 years is all thanks to the vast resources they accumulated. In less than a month, Gu and Lin will emerge from the Spirit Gathering Tower to participate in the university entrance exams in the Northeast Province. Currently, the new Dragon Kingdom has 8 provinces, each with only one provincial capital university, admitting the top 200 most promising and powerful individuals within each province. Each of these 200 individuals from every province is nurtured as a potential future king tier, with resources allocated with national strength. Similarly, individuals with the same aptitude, one studying at the only prestigious university in the provincial capital, will study alongside many ordinary low-tier universities. After 4 years of university, the gap between the two will be incredibly vast. One might be at Tier 6 Heaven stage of the 5th or 6th rank, while the other might not have entered Tier 6 Heaven stage yet or is only at Tier 6 Heaven stage of the 1st or 2nd rank. All of this is caused by resources. At this moment, Guad activated his psychic perception skill, determined to hunt another Tier 6 Heaven stage monster to advance to Tier 6 Heaven stage. On the black disc, there were more than a dozen glowing dots at Tier 6 Heaven stage level rapidly moving towards him. Counting them, there were a total of 17 glowing dots at Tier 6 Heaven stage. The psychic perception skill cannot detect the exact evolutionary levels of the others, but the higher the evolutionary level, the brighter the dot. Any one of those 17 glowing dots was much brighter than the Tier 6 Heaven stage 4th grade black-scaled magic pig he had just killed, especially 3 of them that were particularly bright. Gua thought that there were too many of them and that their evolutionary levels were high, so he decided to avoid provoking them and steered clear of their straight flight path. However, they suddenly split into 2 glowing dots and headed straight towards him. In less than a minute, the 2 glowing dots were closing in on him fast. The other side clearly had tracking perception skills that followed him, and Gua knew their target was himself. He couldn't escape, so he stopped running and landed on the ground, waiting for them. As soon as he landed, 2 figures in red battle armor stopped 2,000 meters in front of him. Chapter 46, Wu evolves to Tier 6 Heaven stage. Demon Realm Azura Human Race. Looking at the 2 humanoid beings in the sky, Wu recognized their racial origin, and the 2 large compound eyes revealed a serious expression. Gu and Lin have told him. The Azura race is quite different from the human race on Earth. Earth's martial artists are not as physically capable as monsters. The Azura race from the demon realm has far superior physical abilities compared to monsters. Moreover, the Azura race is similar to the human race on Earth. Both are naturally intelligent races skilled in using weaponry. They are also one of the few races capable of imitating other evolved beings to create martial arts and skills. The physical capabilities of the Azura race from the demon realm surpass those of the Earth humans, but they do have their shortcomings, particularly in their reproductive cycles. Human women, under normal conditions, can conceive once a year or have 2 pregnancies every 3 years, up until menopause. For women of the Azura race from the demon realm, it takes 45 to 50 years to go from conception to birth, and they can have at most 3 to 4 children in their lifetime, as beings below Tier 6 Heaven stage have lifespans ranging from 150 to 230 years. Azura individuals at Tier 6 Heaven stage can live for over 1,000 years, but their chances of pregnancy are very low, less than 1/10 of normal conditions. For Asura individuals at King tier, the chance of pregnancy is even lower, less than 1 in 10,000 under normal circumstances. Among all humanoid races in the demon realm, Asuras are one of the most warlike races. In a one-on-one situation at the same level, Asura warriors are nearly unbeatable. Only 2 Asura warriors came over. Fortunately, the other 15 Asura warriors did not come with them. Inspect skill. Void targeted the male Asura warrior on the left. In the next moment, specific data appeared on the light screen. Target, Rosiduo. Race, Demon Realm, Asura Tribe. Aptitude, 2.488. Grade, Tier 6 Heaven Stage Mid-Tier Tier 6 Heaven Stage. Mana, 23.56 million plus. Attack power, 8.4 billion plus. Defense, 12.6 billion plus. Agility, 7.7 billion plus. Speed, 9.6 billion plus. Skills, 1 Asura Transformation, a skill that only a few Asura can awaken, increasing combat power by 3.5 times, defense by 3.5 times, agility by 3 times, and speed by 3 times. 2 Limb regeneration, except for the head and heart, injuries including severed limbs can be rapidly restored, but it requires a large amount of mana. Special notice, the target's current attack power, defense, agility, and speed attributes have been enhanced by weapon equipment, and are not the true stats of the target. Seeing the prompt below, Hua felt a sigh of relief. If this were the data without weapon enhancements, the Asura would indeed be terrifying. It's worth noting that Guan Lin's homeroom teacher Jiang is also of Tier 6 Heaven Stage, and the overall stats are more than double that of this Tier 6 Heaven Stage Asura. At the same time, Hua's heart sank even if he activated his ultimate skills, Phantom Speed skill, Toughening skill, and Berserk skill simultaneously. It might not be enough to defeat the opponent, considering they have the Asura Transformation skill. Hua's gaze shifted to the beautiful female Asura on the right, whose aura was relatively calmer. Inspect skill. Target, Alewe. Race, Demon Realm Asura Tribe. Aptitude, 2.483. Grade, Tier 6 Heaven Stage Grade 5 Tier 6 Heaven Stage Mid-Tier. Mana, 9.45 million plus. Attack power, 6.6 billion plus. Defense, 6.5 billion plus. Agility, 5.3 billion plus. Speed, 5.7 billion plus. Skills, 1 Asura Transformation, 2 Limb Regeneration, 3 Eye of the Void function, the ability to see very far places. The more mana one possesses, the farther the distance that can be seen. Special notice, the target's data includes the enhancements from weapon equipment and does not reflect the true stats. Just as he was scrutinizing the 2 Asura warriors, the 2 opponents were also scrutinizing him. The female Asura asked in confusion, "How can a creature that hasn't even reached Tier 6 Heaven Stage be here? Did I misjudge? Wasn't it him who killed the Tier 6 Heaven Stage Black Scale Demon Pig? That doesn't make sense. I can't be mistaken. How could a creature that hasn't reached Tier 6 Heaven Stage kill a Tier 6 Heaven Stage Black Scale Demon Pig?" The male Asura beside him said, "It is a bit strange, but it's not that odd. Maybe it has awakened some ability to conceal its aura and hasn't revealed its true evolutionary level. Besides, if you look at its size, it doesn't really look like it hasn't evolved to Tier 6 Heaven Stage. It must have some skill for aura concealment." His explanation, which felt like pure imagination, got the female Asura's approval. It was the only explanation that made sense. Otherwise, even if she were killed, she still wouldn't believe that a creature not at Tier 6 Heaven Stage could kill a Tier 6 Heaven Stage Black Scale Demon Pig. The male Asura then spoke, "We haven't had meat in over a month. I've never seen this creature before. It might be incredibly delicious. We should kill it soon and meet up with our groups to enjoy some tasty barbecued meat." The 2 of them came here just to hunt for meat. The Asura clan of the Demon Realm, regardless of gender, is very battle-hungry. The female Asura said, "We haven't made a move for 2 days now. Our weapons are about to rust." As soon as she finished speaking, she transformed into a streak of light and instantly appeared in front of Gua. The long sword in her hand erupted with terrifying mana light, conjuring hundreds of meters of sword energy that slashed at Gua's neck. However, her strike did not hit anything solid, it sliced through the air left by Gua's movement. When hearing they intended to kill and eat him, Gua activated his ultimate skill, boosting his attack power to 30 billion. He activated his fortification skill, raising his defense to 30 billion, and turned on the phantom speed skill, enhancing his speed to 30 billion, but he did not activate the Berserk skill since that state would leave him weak for 30 seconds after it ended. Where's the creature? The female Azura was taken aback, not expecting to miss her strike. Be careful. It's on your left. The male Azura was alarmed. But his warning came too late. A claw, sharp like a sickle, slashed through and decapitated the female Azura. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing a tier 6 heaven stage member of the Azura tribe, one major realm higher than yourself. Reward 1000 times, stat points plus 3.154423 billion, evolution EXP has reached the cap and cannot increase, kill points plus 28.546 billion. Ding! Tip, the stat points have met the evolution data requirements. As long as the agility attribute is raised to the limit, the host can evolve to tier 6 heaven stage at any time. Gua is now likely to complete his evolution here. In the moment that he kills the female Azura, he speeds away towards the distance. His speed reached 30 billion. The male Azura of tier 6 heaven stage, seeing his companion die, let out a furious roar, "Damn monster, you killed Huaya, I will skin you alive." In the next moment, he transformed into Azura mode, sprouting a pair of blood-red wings from his back, with sharp spikes emerging from his elbows and knees, becoming capable of attack. After entering Azura mode, his speed reached 28.8 billion, slightly slower than Gua, and he couldn't catch up. Slow down, Ray. Gua turned around, unleashing a green light towards the male Azura behind him. The male Azura, uncertain of what the green light was, assumed it was an attack, and swung his long blade to strike at the green beam. The green light caused no damage and was unaffected by the blade. The green light still reached the male Azura, causing his speed to suddenly drop by 50%, making it even harder to catch up to Gua. Watching Gua fly farther away, the male Azura suddenly found a token in his hand, a communication artifact, and said, "Captain, Huaya has been killed by the monster. I'm currently pursuing it, but the monster is slightly faster than I am, so I'm having trouble catching up." Soon, the token echoed with the roar of his captain, "What? My sister is dead. You worthless fool, if that monster escapes, I'll flay you alive." By the time the captain and his team caught up with this male Azura, Gua was nowhere to be seen. The male Azura immediately said, "Captain, that monster isn't particularly strong. If it could overpower me, it wouldn't need to run. It used skills to greatly increase its speed and attack power. Although I've lost its trail, it must have consumed a lot of mana and is hiding within 10,000 miles. It definitely hasn't gone far." Smack! The captain slapped himself in the face, blood spurting from his mouth and nose, flying a great distance before stopping, his gaze fierce as he said, "If that monster that killed my sister escapes, I'll kill you. You all better stop being useless. I want that monster found, no matter if we have to turn the area upside down for 100,000 miles." More than a dozen tier 6 heaven stage Azuras immediately spread out, flying rapidly in a net-like formation, scanning every spot on the ground. Meanwhile, far away from them, Gua continuously used his psychic perception skills, repeatedly refreshing the locations of over a dozen tier 6 heaven stage Azuras above. After confirming that he wouldn't find them for at least 3 to 5 minutes, he activated the spatial wormhole skill, diving in, and just a dozen seconds later, he appeared 500,000 miles away, so his opponents couldn't find him. Opening his personal information interface, Gua still used kill points for a lottery, spending 50 million kill points each time, accumulating nearly 5 billion kill points, which allowed him to draw 946 times. His luck wasn't very good. He ended up with a rather useless skill, but he did gain a total of 0.56 aptitude, and his mana limit increased by 5 million. During the lottery draw for kill points rewards, Gua realized that his agility attribute fell short of the 3 billion limit. In the next moment, a female voice from the Slaughter evolution system sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have reached the evolution criteria for Tier 6 Heaven stage. Starting evolution, expected to end in 5 minutes. Damn, 5 minutes seems so long. This was the first time Wu felt annoyed by these 5 minutes. If he could complete the evolution instantly, he wouldn't have to run away and could directly kill that male Azura. In the next moment, his body was enveloped in green light, and his consciousness fell into a deep slumber. The evolutionary egg formed by the green light was very hard, possessing defensive powers several times its own, making it unlikely for ordinary Tier 6 Heaven Stage monsters to discover and attack him. Unless he was exceptionally unlucky and encountered a monster capable of breaking through the evolution egg. Chapter 47, Divine Blade Mantis, Awakening Lightning Attribute. 5 minutes passed quickly. Wu completed his evolution from giant monsters to monsters. When the last trace of green light disappeared, his form appeared in the air. What do I look like now after the evolution? Wu could only feel that his body had shrunk. Standing at about 2,200 meters above the ground, he looked back at his length and was surprised to find that his long back and abdomen had become very short. Buzz! He flew up from the ground to look for nearby water sources. Soon, he found a small lake that wasn't too big. From the reflection on the lake's surface, Wu clearly saw his complete appearance now. His head was no longer the triangular shape of a mantis, but had transformed into a more human-like shape, and he had more golden patterns on his body than before. His 2 hind legs became upright rather than in a bent position. The 2 central legs transformed into shields, folding in front of him to protect vital organs like the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. The 2 golden horns on his head sparkled with arcs of electricity, producing a crisp, crackling sound, yet barely audible. The front legs, now resembling sickles, had completely morphed into 2 blades. The blade surfaces were jade green, smooth and reflective. There were numerous red lines etched on the blade's surface. With a thought, the red lines transformed into sharp stabs. Overall, after evolving into a monster, he had transformed into a bipedal humanoid mantis, losing many of his original mantis features. Moreover, because he was now standing upright as a human, the shape of the wings on his back had changed significantly. With a thought, he retracted his wings. As the wings folded in, they morphed into 2 shield-like armors, protecting his back. Combined with the shields formed from the 2 central legs, they ultimately formed a green battle armor that shielded his front and backside. All over his body, except for the head on his neck, his skin was covered in scales with green and golden patterns. Overall, he now resembled a humanoid mantis. Wu opened his personal information interface. On the light curtain, all his information appeared before his eyes. Host, Wu. Title, Divine Blade Mantis. Race, Mantis species. Energy attribute, lightning. Lifespan, less than 200 years. Aptitude, 4.124. Skills, Inspect skill, Phantom speed skill, Inventory, Regeneration passive, God level contract, Deceleration beam, Steel harden, Instant kill, Mana recovery, Spiritual source perception, Spatial wormhole, Fire avoidance technique, Lightning avoidance technique, Disguise, Language of all things, Shrink body, Lightning ball critical hit. Number of evolutions, 11 times. Evolution EXP, 154364100 Tier 6 Heaven Stage First Rank Low Level Monsters. Mana, 331 240 000 plus. Attack power, 25 billion. Defense, 21 billion. Agility, 25 billion. Speed, 21 billion. Stat points, 31.54 2100 million plus. Kill points, 42 31 10,000 plus. His evolutionary path was towards high power and high agility. Thus, his attack power and agility attributes were the highest. Giant monsters evolved into monsters. It doesn't calculate based on data aptitude, but rather increases by 7 to 8 times. Before he evolved to Tier 6 Heaven Stage. Attack power, defense, agility, speed. All were at 3 billion. Attack power and agility had an 8-fold increase. Defense and speed had a 7-fold increase. If he encounters the Tier 6 Heaven Stage Azura male now, he could definitely kill his opponent with ease. He doesn't know if he can instantly kill a Tier 6 Heaven Stage 9th grade Azura by using the 3 skills, Death Strike, Steel Skin, and Phantom Speed skill, but he can definitely take down a Tier 6 Heaven Stage 9th grade Asura. There are 2 more data points on the confidence panel. Title: Divine Blade Mantis. This is the category name after his current evolution. Just like the True Dragon, Candle Dragon, Ing Long, 5-Claw Golden Dragon, and 4-Claw Flying Dragon. Energy attributes include the 5 elements of yin and yang, wind, cloud, thunder, lightning, space, and other properties. Not all beings can awaken their attributes at the Tier 6 Heaven Stage level. Some beings may not awaken their energy attributes even when they reach Tier 6 Heaven Stage 10th grade. However, if a being evolves to the King Tier level, it will definitely awaken its energy attributes 100%. His energy attribute is lightning, so there's an additional lightning orb critical hit skill in his skill bar, and the 2 golden long horns on his head can condense a lightning orb to attack targets. When the lightning orb hits the target, it will explode, and the power generated will depend on the amount of mana used, since the lightning orb is formed from mana. The more mana there is, the greater the power of the explosion when the lightning orb detonates, and the faster its flight speed when attacking the target. The skill to shrink one's body is something that all beings will possess when they evolve to the Tier 6 Heaven Stage level. It doesn't consume any mana. Just with a thought, the body will shrink. After a being shrinks its body, aside from the defense attribute and mana data remaining unchanged, attack power, agility, and speed attributes will all drop to 30%. When the body returns to its original size, all data will return to normal. This is also why some monsters in mythology are not as powerful in their humanoid forms as they are when they revert to their original forms. The skill Spirit Language was obtained through a lottery using kill points before evolving to Tier 6 Heaven Stage. The function of Spirit Language does not require any mana consumption. It allows communication with any being's language or voice, enabling interaction with all intelligent life in the world. Even with an ordinary ant, he can use the Spirit Language skill to communicate with it. In the next moment, Wu did not use his wings. A halo appeared under his feet, and he flew up, though his speed was not as fast as when using his wings. After flying to an altitude of 10,000 meters, he looked at a barren mountain over 3,000 meters high, and the 2 golden sharp horns on his forehead began to gather mana to form a lightning orb. Wu intended to test the power of a 10 million mana thunderball. With a blink of his eye, a thunderball with a diameter of 5 meters condensed in the space between the 2 golden horns above his head. Go! As he thought about it, the 5-meter diameter thunderball shot out faster than lightning, at several times its speed. Boom! The thunderball collided with a mountain 3,000 meters high, causing an explosion that sent debris flying and filled the air with dust. When the dust settled, the 3,000-meter high mountain was halved, and the other half was completely destroyed. Next, Wu glanced toward a mountain tens of miles away, which stood over 10,000 meters high. In fact, a mountain over 10,000 meters high isn't considered particularly tall, whether in the demon realm or on the expanded earth. There are countless mountains that reach 100,000 and even 1 million meters high. There are even several million-meter mountains, though they are extremely rare. Let us see how powerful a thunderball of 50 million mana can be. The next moment, a thunderball with a diameter of 25 meters formed instantly, shooting out at a speed even greater than the previous one. In only about 0.001 seconds, the 25-meter thunderball crashed into the 10,000-meter mountain hundreds of miles away. Boom! The sound of the explosion was deafening. Countless clouds of dust erupted into the air. When the dust cleared, the 10,000-meter mountain was left with a base of less than 2,000 meters. The power of this was greater than that of most missiles. Buzz! Between Wu's 2 golden horns, a thunderball rapidly formed from small to large. This time, he wanted to test just how powerful a thunderball of 100 million mana could be. Whoosh! A thunderball with a diameter of 50 meters shot out. It was even faster than before. Boom! This 50-meter diameter thunderball crashed into an even larger mountain that stood 20,000 meters high. Chapter 48, The Terrifying Tier 6 Heaven Stage 10 Class Asura. Boom! The 20,000-meter high mountain was instantly flattened. Who knows how many defensive values it would take to withstand that? 5 million mana can unleash this kind of power. What kind of power would 10,000 mana have? What level of power would be unleashed if all the mana were poured into it? Skill, psychic insight, was silently chanted in his heart. A black disc appeared on the light screen. There were many points of light above. Among them, over a dozen light points represented the Tier 6 Heaven stage level. Positioned very close together, they were the Asura beings of the Tier 6 Heaven stage level. As the saying goes, a gentleman does not let a grudge go unpaid, and a petty person avenges such grievances by the next night. It all speaks to the necessity of revenge. Now that I have reached Tier 6 Heaven stage and my strength has improved, if I don't take revenge, that would not be like me at all. A murderous intent glimmered in Gua's eyes. By killing those Tier 6 Heaven stage Asuras, not only could he exact vengeance, but he could also enhance his own power. It would be a win-win situation. Why wouldn't he want this? Skill, space wormhole. A spatial passage appeared before him. He did not shrink in size. His body, over 2,000 meters long, simply drilled in. Having used space wormholes many times over these days, he had a good grasp of the distances. I wouldn't say it's very precise, but he can still manage it within 10,000 kilometers of the target. If it were before Earth's mutation and expansion, a distance of 10,000 kilometers would be enormous. After all, the diameter of a country is nowhere near that. But for beings evolved to Tier 6 Heaven stage, a distance of 10,000 kilometers is just a matter of a minute or two. After emerging from the space wormhole, he immediately used his psychic sensing skill. This time the error was relatively large. In relation to the target he intended, it was off by over 30,000 kilometers. But that's not too bad. After all, the distance crossed this time by the space wormhole was over 6 million kilometers. A 30,000 kilometer deviation is less than 0.5%. I'll start with you. Gua casually chose an Asura from the black plate. 5 to 6 minutes later, he appeared in front of a female Asura. I have to admit, Asura women are truly beautiful. They have looks, height, and figure. The only downside is that the Asura are naturally warlike. Their beautiful faces hide eyes that are incredibly cold, as if someone owed them a night's fee. What are you? A monster, or from some other race? The female Asura licked her lips, a long sword appearing in her hand, her eyes full of battle intent. She said, "Whether you're a monster or belong to another race, encountering me means your doom." The next moment, the female Asura charged towards Gua. And Gua could see this female Asura's power. At Tier 6 Heaven stage, offense 9.9 billion, defense 10.2 billion, speed 8.7 billion, agility 9.7 billion. Moreover, these stats were after she equipped her weapons, not her base stats. Compared to Gua, these stats were not even close. When Gua, skilled with his scythe, blocked the sword slash aimed at him. In the next moment, before the female Asura could react, with 21 billion agility attributes, Wei used one of his scythe-like front limbs to slice through his opponent's neck. To be honest, his two scythe-like front limbs are now like two sharp blades. He is currently also at Tier 6 Heaven stage, at the same level as his opponent. He can be considered as having killed an opponent that is at least 5 levels below himself, thus he only received a reward of 100 times. This reward is not as much as he received before when killing someone who was one great realm higher than himself, which was 1,000 times. After shattering the head of the female Asura, a money-sized Tier 6 Heaven stage magic orb appeared, which is quite valuable. After putting the Tier 6 Heaven stage magic orb into his inventory, Gua took a piece of female armor from the female Asura that can increase his defense by 5 billion and agility by 2 billion. The shoes can increase speed by 6.3 billion and agility by 3 billion. The long sword in his hand can increase his attack power by 4.5 billion. All of this equipment is of medium grade at Tier 6 Heaven stage. Unfortunately, he can't wear the female Asura's armor, nor can he utilize the right weapons. Otherwise, his strength could have been significantly enhanced. Gua stored the weapons and armor in his inventory and used his psychic perception skill again to locate the next Asura. Soon, he arrived behind a male Asura. Using the inspect skill, he saw that the opponent was at Tier 6 Heaven stage high level with 14.5 billion attack power, 13.6 billion defense, 11.8 billion agility, and 12.4 billion speed. After killing the opponent, Gua obtained their weapons, which were also medium-grade equipment at Tier 6 Heaven stage, with similar stat increases. After killing the third consecutive Asura, the remaining Asuras quickly realized that companions had died and gathered together. Gua minimized his body size to about 2 meters tall. This is the smallest size he can contract to. He watched them from beneath a large tree on a mountain peak underneath a dozen or so Asuras. Since you are the captain, you must be the strongest. I'll gauge your stats if you can beat me. Go ahead if you can't, then retreat. Inspect skill. Target, a main. Race, Asura. Aptitude, 2.446. Energy attribute, fire. Grade, Tier 6 Heaven Stage. Grade 10 Top Tier. Tier 6 Heaven Stage. Mana, 3.86 5900 million. Attack power, 159.5 billion plus. Defense, 84.3 billion plus. Agility, 85.7 billion plus. Speed, 88.1 billion plus. Skills, Asura Transformation, Asura Demon Fire High Grade Flames, Asura Night Battle 8 Direction Blade Technique Effect is Agility Attribute 4 times. Tip: the data for this target has enhancements from weapons and equipment, and does not reflect its true stats. Damn it, the data for Tier 6 Heaven Stage 10th rank Asura is so high. Gua exclaimed in shock. If the opponent activates Asura Transformation, their attack power would be 1595. 3.5 is equal to 558.2 billion, and their defense would reach 843. 3.5 is equal to 295.0 billion. Moreover, their speed could exceed 290 billion, while agility could even reach over 370 billion. Even if I activate my ultimate skill, my attack power would only be 240 billion, which can't even break through the opponent's defense. Gua abandoned the idea of hunting a Tier 6 Heaven Stage 10th rank Asura and, in the next moment, turned his gaze to other Asuras after using the Inspect skill. A Tier 6 Heaven Stage 9th rank Asura has attack power exceeding 84.6 billion. A Tier 6 Heaven Stage 8th rank Asura has attack power exceeding 42.3 billion. A Tier 6 Heaven Stage 7th rank Asura has attack power above 21.0 billion. A Tier 6 Heaven Stage has attack power exceeding 10 billion. As for the Tier 6 Heaven Stage 5th rank Asura, apart from the one female Asura he killed earlier, there are no more Tier 6 Heaven Stage 5th rank Asuras left. Why is there a magical creature resembling a fox inside that girl's cage? Gua immediately became interested, and in the next moment, he used the Inspect skill on the white fox in the cage. Data immediately appeared on the light screen. Chapter 49, Princess of the Nine-Tailed Demon Fox Clan, Wu Meier. Target, Nine-Tailed Demon Fox. Race, Demon Realm Fox Clan. Aptitude, 2.454. Grade, Tier 6 Heaven Stage. Grade 8 High Tier. Tier 6 Heaven Stage. Mana, 42.65 million. Attack power, over 24.3 billion. Defense, over 25.6 billion. Agility, over 23.7 billion. Speed, over 58.9 billion. Skills, 1 Temptation. A Fox Clan innate skill, effect, can cause the opposite sex to develop feelings of love, tenderness, infatuation, and protective urges. 2 Shapeshifting beauty. An innate skill of the female nine-tailed demon fox, which may not appear in the entire clan for millions of years. Effect, after reaching king tier, it can transform into any female, not only matching in appearance, height, and weight, but also having identical pores, blemishes, voice, bodily movements, and personality, making it indistinguishable from the real one. Special reminder, the nine-tailed fox with the skill of transformation is the most sought-after companion by all king tier male beings. Numerous battles across the 9 realms have been fought over the possession of the nine-tailed fox with this incredible talent. Isn't this the nine-tailed fox Sudaji from the Investiture of the Gods? Gua immediately thought of the merchant emperor Xian, the last king of the Zhou dynasty. If I were to take this awakened nine-tailed fox with the power of transformation as my servant, all I need to do is spread the word, and wouldn't strong individuals come to seek me out? I could then eliminate them and quickly enhance my own strength without having to search the world for strong opponents. Gua felt he was very clever, but it wasn't just for the abilities of the nine-tailed fox. The next moment, he activated the God-level Master Servant contract. A notification then appeared on the luminous screen. Ding! The God-level master-servant contract is now effective. The target, the nine-tailed fox, has signed the master-servant contract with you, becoming your most loyal servant. Deep within the sea of consciousness and Gua's soul, a contract mark was formed, allowing communication with the servant regardless of spatial distance. Furthermore, the God-level master-servant contract also created a contract inventory. As long as he rescued the nine-tailed fox from that cage, it could be brought into the contract space. At the same time, in the high sky, the nine-tailed fox, held in a cage by a female Azura, suddenly opened its eyes wide, its fox face revealing various expressions of shock, confusion, and disbelief as it looked down. Fortunately, it was currently in fox form, and the dozen or so Azuras discussing how to capture the murderer did not notice its expression. "Master, who are you? Why have you signed a master-servant contract with me without my knowledge or consent?" A very pleasant young girl's voice echoed in Gua's mind through the master-servant contract mark in the form of brainwave signals. "My name is Gua. You don't need to know how I signed the master-servant contract. I will rescue you later." Gua asked her through the contract mark, "Do you have a name? By the way, tell me about your background." Soon, the pleasant young girl's voice rang out again from the contract mark, "In response to my master, my name is Wu Mei'er. I am the 18th princess of the nine-tailed fox clan. I don't know who leaked the news of my awakening of transformation skills. While I was enjoying my time in the mid-tier dimensional world, I was attacked by this group of Azuras." At this point, Wu Meier's tone suddenly turned bitter as she said, "Because the mid-tier inventory King Tier 1 went to cannot be accessed. My father and mother arranged for 10,000 Tier 6 Heaven stage guards to accompany me into the small inventory. This time I brought over 8,000 guards for my trip. Except for me, all of the more than 8,000 guards were killed by them, including two maids who I have been close to like sisters since childhood, who fought to the death to let me escape. I, Wu Mei'er, swear that I will take revenge for this, sooner or later." Gua understood her feelings very well and asked, "What is the highest evolution level of your nine-tailed fox clan? How many king tier beings exist in your nine-tailed fox clan?" "Our nine-tailed fox clan is very large, but it is divided into many tribes. Our tribe is only a medium-sized one. The strongest evolution level in our tribe is my father, a king tier of the 9th rank, and there are over 3,000 king tier elders in the clan. In the entire nine-tailed fox clan, the number of king tier beings might be in the hundreds of thousands or even more. I am not quite sure of the specifics. Our nine-tailed fox clan is spread across most of the demon realm, and even for king tier beings, it would take 200 to 300 years to travel between the farthest two tribes. That distance is indeed quite far." Gua couldn't help but marvel. Because even a random tier 6 heaven stage being can travel at least tens of thousands of kilometers in an hour, let alone the speed of a king tier, which is incomparably faster. A king tier being would still take 200 to 300 years to travel, and a tier 6 heaven stage expert might not be able to reach even in their lifetime. However, that is considering the speed of king tier experts flying. Wu Meier's voice rang out again. "Many large cities have long-distance teleportation arrays. After undergoing thousands of teleports, one can arrive in about 10 days to half a month." "You're not just panting there," Gua asked her. "Do you know what level of evolution the strongest of the Azura clan is? How does the overall strength of the Azura clan compare to your nine-tailed fox clan?" Wu Meier's pleasant voice replied, "The Azura clan is one of the top clans among the countless races in the entire demon realm, and very few races can rival them. From what I know, the strongest evolution level of the Azura clan currently includes 97 royal level experts, distributed throughout most of the demon realm. There are also rumors that the Azura clan has some slumbering imperial level experts, possibly 1 or 2 or 3. As to whether there are indeed imperial level Azura experts, that is merely speculation from various tribes. After all, there have been no imperial level evolution beings in the entire demon realm for nearly 1,000,000 years. If it weren't for the poetic records from each group and the weapons and armor once used by imperial level evolution experts still around, many tribes would not believe in the existence of imperial level beings. Our nine-tailed fox clan also possesses imperial level weapons and equipment, but they are not in our tribe. They exist within the more powerful nine-tailed fox tribes. Imperial level weapons have terrifying and astonishing power. If our nine-tailed fox clan did not have imperial level weapons, we might have long been captured by other stronger tribes, and once we reach king tier, we would face endless humiliation." Next, we'll learn about the general situation of the demon realm from Wumair. The Asura clan is not the most populous in the demon realm, but a single Asura can take on several other clans of the same level. There are many high-end existences in the Asura clan. The royal level is the higher tier above king tier. Imperial level is the great evolutionary tier above royal level. In the demon realm, regardless of which race of evolved beings, as long as they reach the royal level, they can rule over a vast territory. However, those at king tier can only be city lords, commanding territories ranging from 100,000 to 1 million miles. Moreover, a city does not necessarily have only one king tier. There may also be multiple king tiers. In the demon realm, there are 10 clans whose strength is comparable to that of the Asura clan, each of which is quite powerful. However, each top-tier clan, like the Asura clan, is also rife with internal strife, and at times of intense conflict, one royal-level entity can completely annihilate another royal-level entity. They are not united in a solid front. Chapter 50: Why did the other party's presence suddenly vanish? After listening to Wumair outline the situation in the demon realm, comparing it to Earth today, evolved beings on Earth are simply as weak as infants. Of course, this is also related to the fact that evolution in the demon realm has never ceased. Earth only recently, in the past 500 years, has seen the revival of spiritual energy in heaven and earth, expanding and transforming exponentially. It is only then that the beings on Earth gained the ability to evolve, and compared to the demon realm, they are nothing more than newborn babies. Ancient ruins appearing on Earth indicate that, many thousands or even millions of years ago, the evolved beings on Earth were also incredibly powerful. However, for reasons unknown to most, they fell into decline and sealed themselves off, leading to the loss of their ability to evolve. Furthermore, humans on Earth, regardless of which country or many ethnic tribes, have their own deities. Perhaps those deities were once powerful evolved beings. For example, the snake-tailed Nuwa from the myths of the Dragon Kingdom. And there is Fushi with a dragon's head and a human body, Yendi Shinome with an ox's head and a human body, as well as many other mythical totems. They could all be powerful evolved beings. At that moment, in mid-air, dozens of Asura warriors split into groups, dispersing to search for the killers of their comrades. Tier 6 Heaven Stage 7th and 8th tier, in groups of 3. 9th tier goes solo. They had just inferred the killers of their comrades. Their strength should be around Tier 6 Heaven Stage 7th tier, at most Tier 6 Heaven Stage 8th tier. In a weak team, having a Tier 6 Heaven Stage 8th tier is enough to ensure the safety of the weaker members. Tier 6 Heaven Stage 9th tier would mean they could easily eliminate the killers. The captain, Amana, felt this matter might not be that simple. He speculated that it could be the enemies of their city lord, that is, other city lords from rival Asura clans, or other major clans with similar combat power who've learned about their operation and are intentionally casting a wide net, searching extensively. Otherwise, Tier 6 Heaven Stage 5th, 6th, and 7th tier Asura warriors couldn't possibly be killed silently without leaving behind any bodies or traces of battle. On this mission, they mobilized over 1,000 Tier 6 Heaven Stage Asura warriors. With this in mind, they could certainly deduce what secret task they were likely engaged in. Captain Amana was now too afraid to take the same route back, fearing an ambush on the way, so he sent a message to the city lord via the communication token, hoping for reinforcements or a personal visit from the city lord. Although he didn't know what was so special about the magical nine-tailed fox or why they were capturing it, he did know that it was an important gift for the Asura Emperor from the city lord, meant for the fox's 10,000-year birthday celebration. The enemy ambushed them rather than engaging in a frontal battle. That indicates the enemy's strength is not on par with theirs. Once they find and eliminate that killer, Amana planned to pretend to be injured, find a hiding spot, and wait for the city lord's men to arrive. If they did not find and eliminate that killer, their whereabouts would be like a light in the darkness, impossible to hide. For the sake of the safety of the nine-tailed magic fox in the cage, Amana stayed close to a female Asura. Even if everyone else died, this nine-tailed magic fox must not suffer any losses. Gua quietly followed one of the groups of Asura warriors on the ground. This group of Asura warriors consisted of 3 individuals. The strongest among them was a male Azura of Tier 6 Heaven Stage 8th tier, who was ugly, had a towering physique, and an attack power exceeding 44 billion. There is also a Tier 6 Heaven Stage female Azura, with a stunning figure, over 1.8 meters tall, fair features, and an attack power of 21.5 billion. The last one is a male Azura, equally ugly with no significant differences, emaciated in appearance, over 2 meters tall, looking like someone who suffered from malnutrition in childhood. He is Tier 6 Heaven Stage, with an attack power of 10.3 billion. A moment later, Guo charged towards the three of them. Skill, Absolute Kill. Attack power 10. Skill, Reinforcement. Defense 10. Skill, Phantom Speed Skill. Speed 10. In an instant, except for agility data. The other 3 data points increased tenfold. A Tier 6 Heaven Stage first grade demon unexpectedly dares to attack us, truly bold. The 3 Tier 6 Heaven Stage Azuras noticed him but didn't take it seriously. Among them, 1 Tier 6 Heaven Stage Azura shouted die, and rushed over. The long sword in hand unleashed hundreds of meters of swordlight, cleaving down towards Guo's head. However, what no one expected was, in the next moment, the head of that Tier 6 Heaven Stage Azura warrior flew off from its neck. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a Tier 6 Heaven Stage Azura warrior that is 5 levels higher than them. Reward 100, stat points plus 312.75 million, evolution EXP plus 413.62 million, kill points plus 5.57625 billion. It's still refreshing to kill Tier 6 Heaven Stage beings before reaching Tier 6 Heaven Stage and receive a 1000x reward. Guo's speed is now over 20 million, much faster than the 3 Azura warriors. In the instant after killing this Tier 6 Heaven Stage male Azura warrior, Guo appeared next to the Tier 6 Heaven Stage female Azura warrior, and with the look of disbelief and terror from her, he decapitated her with his scythe-like front foot. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing an Azura Tier 6 Heaven Stage 7th grade warrior at level 5 or higher. Reward, 100, stat points plus 710,1023,000. Evolution EXP has reached its limit and cannot gain Evolution EXP before evolving. Kill points plus 11.7423 billion. Killing a Tier 6 Heaven Stage evolved creature at a higher rank will yield double the data. He killed 2 Tier 6 Heaven Stage Azura warriors in quick succession, both with a one-hit kill, which startled the Tier 6 Heaven Stage 8th grade Azura warrior. He asked himself, even though he could kill Tier 6 Heaven Stage and 7th grade warriors, he absolutely could not achieve a one-hit kill on a Tier 6 Heaven Stage 7th grade Azura warrior. In an instant, the Tier 6 Heaven Stage 8th grade Azura warrior flew toward Captain Amanai. The creature disguised as a Tier 6 Heaven Stage 1st grade demon was far beyond what he could deal with. However, the huge gap in speed. It was too late for him to fly back to Captain Amanai, as Guo caught up with him. Although he couldn't get a one-hit kill, he merely swung his scythe 3 times and killed the opponent. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a Tier 6 Heaven Stage 8th grade Azura warrior at level 5 or higher. Reward, 100, stat points plus 1.44536 billion. Evolution EXP has reached its limit and cannot gain Evolution EXP before evolving. Kill points plus 22.12141 billion. After Guo stored the bodies of the 3, and all the weapons into his inventory, he silently recited, Skill, Spatial Wormhole. Just a second before he dived into the spatial wormhole, he suddenly felt a terrifying aura approaching quickly. Without thinking, he knew this powerful terrifying aura must belong to the leader of the Azura warriors, Amanai. About 5 seconds after the spatial wormhole passage closed, Amanai used his Azura transformation skill and rushed here at full speed. Why did the opponent's aura suddenly disappear? I didn't see Guo traversing through the spatial wormhole, nor did I see what Guo looked like, which is why I arrived so quickly. It was all because the auras of those 3 Azura warriors suddenly vanished, and Guo's battle aura affected the surrounding spiritual energy. Chapter 51, Skills, Earth Movement Technique and Armor Piercing. At this moment, on the mountaintop hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, a spatial wormhole suddenly opened. It stood like a pitch-black mirror in the void. In the next moment, Guo's figure, over 2,000 meters tall, flew out from within, and the spatial wormhole closed and vanished. This is how to kill in the blink of an eye, disappearing hundreds of thousands of miles away. If I take on some assassin work in the future, I should be able to become a top-notch assassin. Wu was sitting directly on the mountaintop, his feet resting on the earth at the foot of the mountain. He was simply too tall. A 500 or 600 meter high peak looked like a small stool beneath him. Fortunately, the peak was not sharp. Otherwise, that would be a song. Chrysanthemums wither. Full of pain. Go to the hospital. To treat hemorrhoids. Open personal information interface. He silently recited. A light curtain immediately appeared before his eyes. Host, Wu. Title, Divine Blade Mantis. Race, Mantis species. Energy attribute, lightning. Lifespan, less than 200 years. Aptitude 4.124. Skills, Inspect skill, Phantom speed skill, Inventory, Regeneration passive, God level contract, Deceleration beam, Steel harden, Instant kill, Mana recovery, Spiritual source perception, Spatial wormhole, Fire avoidance technique, Lightning avoidance technique, Disguise, Language of all things, Shrink body, Lightning ball critical hit. Number of evolutions, 11 times. Evolution EXP, 1 billion 1 billion. Tier 6 Heaven Stage First rank low level monsters. Mana, 331 240 000 plus. Attack power, 26.37863 billion. Defense, 21 billion. Agility, 25 billion. Speed, 21 billion. Stat points, 25.012300 million plus. Kill points, 396.74 2300 million plus. First, allocate the stat points to attack power. When the attack power reached 27 billion, the pleasant female voice of the Slaughter evolution system rang in his head. Ding! Attack power of 27 billion has reached the limit. Please allocate stat points to defense, agility, and speed. Reaching the limit at 27 billion was somewhat unexpected, but also within reason. After all, each time after evolution, the increase in attack power would reach the limit quickly. Then, Wu allocated all the remaining over 1.7 billion stat points to speed. The speed attribute reached 22.7 billion plus. Still the same saying. Encountering an unbeatable enemy. As long as you run fast, you win. Unless you have overwhelming strength. Otherwise, only in dire situations. He won't confront someone head on. Even tigers know to hunt brown bears. In situations where the strength isn't too different. Frontally clashing and both being injured is foolish. Only by waiting for the right moment to ambush can one become a true strategist. And for antelopes that can't defeat tigers, they can't beat the tiger. As long as they run faster than the tiger, they win. After allocating all the stat points, Wu focused on kill points. Looking at the 39.6 billion kill points, he really misses when he hadn't evolved to Tier 6 Heaven Stage yet. At level 10 monsters, it took 50 million kill points to draw once. Now that he's at Tier 6 Heaven Stage Elite Evolution level, it surprisingly takes 300 million kill points to draw once. With these 39.6 billion kill points, he can only draw 132 times. Recently during draws, I haven't gotten many skills. I hope today I will have better luck and get a few useful skills. Muttering for a bit, Wu began the drawing. First time. Nothing drawn. Second time. Acquired skill Earth walking technique. Today, the luck is actually quite good. He got a skill on the second draw. From the name of the skill, Wu knew that this Earth walking technique is the ability to move underground. He went to check the effects of this skill. Sure enough, it was as he guessed. After casting the Earth walking technique, one can move between the earth and rocks. How fast one can go underground. It's unrelated to his speed attributes. It only relates to the mana consumed. The more mana consumed, the faster the movement speed underground. How deep underground one can walk also relates to the amount of mana used. The more mana, the deeper one can walk underground. Continuing to draw. Third time. Did not gain anything. He didn't get anything next. Until the 78th time. Gained a 5 million mana limit. On the 99th attempt. Gained a 500 mana limit. During the 114th time. Gained 0.345 aptitude. During the 129th time. Gained another skill, armor breaking. The function of this armor breaking skill is, when performing a physical attack on a target. Costs 100 million mana, can ignore 15% of the opponent's defense. Costs 200 million mana, can ignore 30% of the opponent's defense. Costs 300 million mana, can ignore 45% of the opponent's defense. Costs 400 million mana, can ignore 60% of the opponent's defense. Consumes up to 500 million mana, ignoring 75% of the opponent's defense. There is no limit on the number of times. As long as there is enough mana. His current mana limit is just under 400 million. Currently, he can consume up to 300 million mana, ignoring 45% of the opponent's defense. Even so, that's still quite impressive. If the opponent has 300 billion defense, ignoring 45% of the opponent's defense attribute, the opponent's defense attribute is 300 billion. That effectively equals 165 billion in defense attributes. This armor breaking skill is good. It's just too costly on mana. Next, Wu continues drawing lots. During the last draw, he drew a limit of 5 million mana again. Today's 132 draws have been quite lucky. 2 skills. 0.345 of aptitude. A total of 15 million mana limit. Now, the cooldown for the Phantom Speed skill and the finishing skill has not yet passed an hour. Gui is not in a hurry to find those 10 or so Azuras. Skill, Earthwalk. As he silently recites Earthwalk in his mind, a yellow light suddenly shines from his body, and the ground beneath his feet seems to turn to water as he gradually sinks. Yet Gui feels no sensation of sinking, it still feels as if he is standing on solid ground, a very magical feeling. It lasts for just about 3 to 5 seconds. His massive body, over 2,000 meters in size, completely subsided underground. And the ground above remains unchanged. The mana consumed is considerable. The deeper he sinks underground, the faster he moves. At this moment, as the mana increases, the yellow light on Gui's surface shines brighter, and the stones around him automatically part to the left and right as he moves. Once he passes, the stones return to their original positions. In fact, the stones have not moved at all. It's all the power of the Earthwalk technique. It allows him to walk beneath the earth, as if traversing through a spatial wormhole, all due to spatial distortion. After walking underground for more than 10 minutes, when the novelty wears off, Gui silently thinks, skill, psychic perception. In the next instant, a light screen appears before him. On a black disk, a few blue light dots appear alongside many yellow light dots. The yellow light dots represent treasures and spiritual veins. Not to mention, within a 5,000-kilometer radius, there is a very bright yellow light point. Gui does not return to the surface. He heads underground towards the yellow spot using the Earthwalk technique. Chapter 52, Unexpectedly Discovering Mid-Grade High-Grade Mana Stone Underground. The speed of walking in the underground soil is far slower than running or flying above ground. A distance of 5,000 kilometers. It takes around 10 minutes to arrive. A speed of 500 kilometers per minute. Of course. If this were 500 years ago, before the spiritual energy of heaven and earth revived. Let alone 1 minute traveling 500 kilometers. That's an hour at 500 kilometers. That's already a very fast speed. After all, apart from airplanes, the maximum speed of bullet trains is only 380 kilometers. The spiritual perception skill shows a bright yellow dot on the black disk in the light screen, representing spiritual veins and treasures of heaven and earth. The Earthwalk technique not only allows movement underground but also enhances vision above ground. Your line of sight can travel a distance based on the amount of mana At this moment, in Guo's eyes, the surrounding soil layers are filled with various light sources emitting varying intensities. Each light source is a high-grade mana stone. The larger high-grade mana stones are as big as several rooms. Was suddenly noticed the black disc. A high-grade mana stone the size of a human head shines particularly bright. It's about 700 or 800 meters away from him. In the next moment, he raised the front foot of the over 2,000-meter-long divine knife. The surrounding soil layers separated like twisted water waves. Once his divine knife's front foot passed, the soil layers returned to normal, and the front section of the divine knife grasped that particularly bright high-grade mana stone and brought it before his eyes. In an instant, Guo felt that the spiritual energy contained within this human head-sized high-grade mana stone was 10,000 times greater than that of an ordinary high-grade mana stone of the same size. Ordinary high-grade mana stone is low-grade high-grade mana stone. This is definitely a medium-grade high-grade mana stone. Calculating the volume of a high-grade mana stone that measures 2 centimeters on each side. This medium-grade high-grade mana stone the size of a human head equals at least 1,000 medium-grade high-grade mana stones. The spiritual energy within a medium-grade high-grade mana stone is equivalent to 10,000 low-grade high-grade mana stones. But the strength and price matter. A medium-grade high-grade mana stone can be sold for the price of 50,000 low-grade high-grade mana stones. And it's still a case of having a price but no market. It doesn't matter if there's no connections. Even if you say you have 50,000 low-grade high-grade mana stones, you still won't be able to buy a single medium-grade high-grade mana stone. The reason is very simple. Time is life. Time is equivalent to the level of evolution. Two individuals with the same aptitude. Those who cultivate with inferior high-grade mana stones will find it difficult to reach level 7 high stage even in their lifetime. In contrast, those cultivating with medium high-grade mana stones can not only reach tier 6 heaven stage at a young age, but their lifespan is also enhanced several times due to evolving to tier 6 heaven stage. The gap between the two is no longer on the same level. According to Lin and Gu, the lifespan of an ordinary person is around 60 to 85 years. Only a very few exceptionally long-lived ordinary people can live beyond 85 years. As for martial artists who can absorb the natural energies of heaven and earth, under normal circumstances, low-level martial artists of the 1st to 3rd tiers can live around 150 years, and a few can reach 120 years. Mid-level martial artists of the 4th to 6th tiers can live around 200 years, with some long-lived ones reaching about 220 years. Level 7 high-stage martial artists in the 7th to 9th tiers can live around 250 years, while exceptionally long-lived ones can reach about 270 years. Top-tier level 10 martial artists can live around 300 years, with a few long-lived ones reaching about 320 years. Ordinary martial artists who evolve to tier 6 heaven stage can live between 500 to 600 years as low-grade heavenly martial artists of the 1st to 3rd ranks. Those in the mid-tier of tier 6 heaven stage and high-tier and peak tier can live an additional roughly 150 years. In other words, top-tier tier 6 heaven stage martial artists can live up to 1,000 years at most. Although it has only been around 500 years since the revival of natural energies on Earth, whether it is from records brought out of ancient ruins or from the experiences of tier 6 heaven stage martial artists, this feels true. As for king tier martial artists, they can at least live around 3,000 years, with ancient books from ruins recording that king tier martial artists can live up to about 5,000 years. If they consume extraordinary materials or miraculous elixirs that extend life, or cultivate techniques that prolong life, king-tier martial artists can potentially live nearly 10,000 years, though no one has actually achieved that. The ancient ruins also record that when a human king-tier warrior reaches nearly 1,000 years of age, their body begins to encounter various calamities. Some people suddenly have their bodies torn apart and die on the spot. Some are inexplicably struck by divine lightning, while others suddenly erupt with flames from within, incinerating themselves to ashes in an instant. There are also those who, while drinking tea or water, suddenly freeze to the point of becoming ice, only to melt into a pool of clear water moments later. In any case, human king-tier warriors cannot live to be 10,000 years old after reaching 9,500 years. One never knows when such a sudden death will occur. In ancient ruins, this phenomenon is called a natural disaster. Heaven does not allow human king-tier warriors to live beyond 10,000 years. However, aside from human warriors, other races at the king-tier evolutionary level can live beyond 10,000 years. Some particularly long-lived races, king-tier evolvers, can even live for 20 or 30,000 years, such as the turtle race, dragon race, phoenix race, Chelan race, and Azura race, among others. Yet, heaven is fair. Although human warriors have significantly shorter lifespans compared to other evolvers, it is well recognized that human warriors cultivate at a much faster rate. For example, under the same resources, a human Tier 6 Heaven Stage 1st grade can become a Tier 6 Heaven Stage 2nd grade in just 3 years. In contrast, Tier 6 Heaven Stage 1st grade monsters need 5 years to evolve into Tier 6 Heaven Stage 2nd grade monsters. However, at the same evolutionary level, human warriors cannot compete with monsters. But humans can create weapons and equipment, mimic the innate and ordinary skills of other races, and invent new skills. With good weapons and equipment, humans can not only defeat monsters of the same level as well as evolvers from other races, but also transcend one or two minor realms to kill monsters. Of course, the ability to defeat monsters at 1 or 2 levels higher than oneself is not exclusive to humans. Some powerful top-tier races can accomplish this as well. Humans are not incapable of living beyond 10,000 years as long as they progress to a level beyond king-tier warriors, namely the Emperor level. Their lifespan can reach up to about 50,000 years. According to records in the ancient ruins texts, the lifespan of human emperors can reach 1,000,000 years, with all races bowing in submission. When human emperors travel, they are attended by 9 dragons pulling their chariot, 10 phoenixes accompanying them, and Chelans as their steeds, basking in unparalleled glory. The high-grade mana stone's effect on Gua's evolution is merely to slightly accelerate the progress of evolution EXP and does not provide stat points. The high-grade mana stone does not help him much. Sometimes he can't gain evolution EXP from killing other beings because his attributes have not yet reached their limit after completing his evolution EXP. In his eyes, the high-grade mana stone is simply a form of wealth. Of course, when collecting high-grade mana stones, he also considers Gu and Lin, as well as future generations. He has the slaughter evolution system and doesn't have to worry about high-grade mana stones or other cultivation resources, but his future descendants won't have the slaughter evolution system and will still need to rely on resources like high-grade mana stones for cultivation. After storing this mid-grade high-grade mana stone in his inventory, Gu began to gather high-grade mana stones underground, truly leaving no trace behind. Like a locust plague, he didn't miss even a small chip of high-grade mana stone the size of a fingernail. After collecting all the high-grade mana stones in this underground area, Gu became particularly curious about the spiritual veins, sinking deeper and deeper along the rich aura of heaven and earth in the soil. When he sank to a depth of 100,000 meters in the earth as soil, he could no longer descend further. This was the limit of how far his current mana could reach underground. Just as he was about to return to the surface, Gu suddenly noticed an object rapidly moving about 5 kilometers in front of him in the soil. Stunned for a few seconds, Gu immediately chased after it. Chapter 53, The Blood Jail Ginseng from over 70,000 years ago. The object moving in the soil was not very fast. It was moving at about 150 kilometers per minute. Gu quickly caught up with it. Looking at things underground, the distance appears a bit further. What he saw were all very blurry light sources, and he couldn't see clearly. After catching up, Gu could finally see what it was. It turned out to be a blood-red ginseng with roots several hundred meters long. Inspect skill, he thought to himself. Data immediately appeared on the light screen. Target, blood jail ginseng. Grade, superior heavenly materials and treasures of the demon realm. Description, blood prison ginseng is unique to the demon realm, growing 1 meter every 100 years, and can evolve into a spirit after 50,000 years. It naturally possesses the ability to burrow underground, moving through earth and rock with ease. It is particularly timid, only emerging to the surface to blossom and bear fruit when it is time to reproduce, spending the majority of its life underground. Main effects of blood prison ginseng: after consumption, it can increase the evolution speed of the evolving spirit, allowing the spirit's mana to transform completely into earth attributes, and awaken 1 to 3 earth attribute skills. Note, if the mana already has attributes, consuming blood prison ginseng will only increase the evolution speed and will not change the mana attribute to earth, nor will it awaken any earth attribute skills. This blood prison ginseng is over 700 meters long, corresponding to more than 70,000 years of medicinal efficacy. Wei remembers Lin and Gu saying that other than the mana existing for King Tier, evolving spirits can fully awaken attributes. Evolving spirits at Tier 6 Heaven stage only have a 1 in 10 chance for their mana to awaken attributes. Ordinary evolving spirits almost never awaken attributes. If they do, the chance is less than 1 in a million. The difference between having attributes and mana and not having them is enormous. For example, the Golden Shield passive skill brought back by humanity from ancient ruins, when used by an ordinary mana warrior, offers a defense effect of 3. If a warrior with attributed mana uses the Golden Shield passive skill, the defense attribute increases to about 5, demonstrating the enhancement of attributes. Among all attributes, Earth attribute mana is recognized as the strongest defensive mana attribute. If a warrior with Earth attribute mana performs the Golden Shield passive skill, their defense can achieve effects up to 10 to 15 times their own. This blood prison ginseng is priceless for all mana without awakened attributes below King Tier monsters. At this moment, the blood prison ginseng's limited intellect sensed Guo's presence, and it suddenly sped up, fleeing deeper into the underground layers. Guo quickly pursued, his 2,000-meter-long divine blade striking towards the blood prison ginseng. Blood prison ginseng is inherently active underground, and Guo feared it would burrow to depths he couldn't reach, prompting him to run. His 2 divine blades struck with incredible speed, far faster than lightning. In an instant, the blade-like front limbs fell upon the blood prison ginseng, capturing it right in front of him. The blood abyss vine, with tendrils as long as 100 meters, entwined around his 2 divine blades like an octopus's tentacle. The finest tendrils are as thin as a hair, yet their hardness when taut is even greater than that of steel. The thickest tendrils are as wide as a normal tree trunk. When they wrap around with force, they are many times harder than iron. Even low-tier monsters from Tier 6 Heaven stage ranks 1, 2, and 3, when entangled by the blood abyss vine's tendrils, would have their bodies crushed and exploded. Yet Guo doesn't use any skills, and his defense surpasses that of Tier 6 Heaven stage monsters ranked 7 or 8. Furthermore, his divine blades are the strongest part of his body, so it's impossible for the blood abyss vine's tendrils to break them. On the contrary, because the blade edges of his front feet are extremely sharp, the blood abyss vine's tendrils were cut apart with a bang as they tightened, making Guo feel a bit heartbroken. His heartbreak isn't for the fate of the blood abyss vine, but for its medicinal properties. The broken tendrils can't help but lose their potency. In the next moment, Guo opened his inventory and stored the blood abyss vine inside, then he also put the broken tendrils into the inventory. After playing underground for a while, Guo returned to the surface, shrank his body, and took a short nap once the cooldown for Phantom Speed skill and the ultimate skill Steel Hardening skill was over. He used his Psychic Sensing skill to check that the dozen or so Azura warriors had separated, then used the Spatial Wormhole skill to appear 5,000 kilometers away from one of the 4 Azura groups. A moment later, he found himself beneath the soil under the 4 Azuras and used the Inspect skill to check their ranks. One is a Tier 6 Heaven stage, rank 9, with over 84 billion attack power, over 52 billion defense, over 43.6 billion agility, and over 42.5 billion speed. One is a Tier 6 Heaven stage, rank 8, with over 41.1 billion attack, over 38.8 billion defense, over 27 billion agility, and over 26 billion speed. 2 are Tier 6 Heaven stage, rank 7, their stats are not very different, about 15% apart, depending on the quality of their weapons and equipment. At a depth of 1 kilometer below ground, Wei used his Psychic Sensing skill to confirm that the Tier 6 Heaven stage rank 10 Azura captain, Amane, was at a safe distance. In the next instant, Wei burst forth from underground, charging towards the 4 Azura warriors in mid-air. While flying, Wei silently recited the skill. Absolute Kill. Attack power 10, reaching 270 billion. Steel Tempering. Defense 10, reaching 210 billion. Phantom Speed skill. Speed 10, reaching over 227 billion. In an instant, he rushed to within 1,500 meters of the Tier 6 Heaven Stage 9 rank Azura warrior. In the blink of an eye, the divine blade covering over 2,000 meters slashed several times. The Azura warrior, more agile than him, launched 3 to 5 attacks in quick succession but was still hit by the 6th slash. With a terrifying attack power of over 270 billion, he easily broke through the opponent's defense and killed him. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing a 9-rank Azura warrior greater than or equal to yourself by 5. Reward 100, stat points plus 3,004,235,000, Evolution EXP has reached the limit and cannot be increased, kill points plus 48,003,625,000. Split up and escape. The remaining Tier 6 Heaven Stage 8 rank Azura warrior, along with 2 Tier 6 Heaven Stage 7 rank Azura warriors, saw the 9 rank Azura warrior killed and immediately fled in 3 different directions. Guo worried that the Tier 6 Heaven Stage 10 winged Azura Captain Amain would arrive while pursuing the 8 winged Azura warrior. He turned back, channeling 100 million mana to unleash the Shattering Soundwave skill, while also gathering another 100 million mana between the 2 golden horns on his forehead to execute the Thunderball critical strike skill. In the next instant, a deafening soundwave at an ultra-high decibel level surged in layers towards the left-moving 7-winged Azura. A 100-meter diameter thunderball, carrying a terrifying momentum, shot towards another 7-winged Azura warrior fleeing to the right. In an instant, the soundwave and the thunderball almost simultaneously collided with the 2 Tier 6 Heaven Stage 7 winged Azura warriors. Chapter 54, The source of chaos mainly lies in beautiful disasters. Ah! I don't want to die. I don't want to. Under the 100 million mana shattering soundwave, the 7-winged Azura warrior let out a cry, his body splitting open with countless wounds, finally bursting into millions of pieces. Under the explosion of the 100 million mana thunderball, the right side 7-winged Azura warrior was left in ashes. As the 2 skills killed the 2 Tier 6 Heaven Stage 7 winged Azura warriors, Guo had already caught up with the 8 winged Azura warrior, striking down decisively in one blow. All considered, it took him just about 10 seconds from charging up from underground to slaying the 4 Azura warriors. At this moment, Guo sensed a very powerful energy wave approaching at great speed. He knew which Tier 6 Heaven Stage 10 winged Azura captain it was. This time, Guo did not use the space wormhole skill to escape. Of course, he didn't intend to go head-to-head in a bloody fight with that Tier 6 Heaven Stage 10 rank Azura captain. Right now, he can't even contend with them. After all, when the opponent enters the Azura transformation, their attack power can exceed 500 billion, easily breaking through his 210 billion defense. Moreover, the opponent's defense at that time can also reach over 290 billion. And their speed would surpass him by a significant margin. Additionally, the most important thing is, his own agility attribute is vastly inferior to the opponent's. For example, the opponent can attack him 100 times in 1 second, while he can only strike back 10 times in a second, so he would definitely be the first to go down. Under the skill of psychic perception, was sensed that the opponent would take at most 10 seconds to arrive, and immediately used the earth escape technique to drill 100,000 meters underground. At this depth, not only would the opponent be unable to detect him, even if they did, they would have no way to deal with him. The attack of a Tier 6 Heaven Stage Level 10 powerhouse cannot penetrate such a deep underground layer. As for whether a King Tier existence can attack down to a depth of 100,000 meters? I don't know, but certainly a Tier 6 Heaven Stage cannot. At this moment, Tier 6 Heaven Stage Level 10 Azura Captain, appeared above Guo's head. He saw the fragments of the Level 7 Azura warriors that had been shattered by soundwave skills, reduced to countless bits. He also discovered the remains of those blown to smithereens by lightning balls, the ash left on the ground, and fragments of weapons and equipment. The bodies of the 8-tier Azura warrior and the 9-tier Azura warrior were collected into the inventory by Guo, and even though Captain Azura Amain didn't see their bodies, but they also knew that the 2 of them were dead. Bastard! You better not let me find you. Otherwise, I will definitely turn you into ashes. I will torment you for 100 years, making you wish for life yet unable to survive, and wish for death yet unable to die. Give me vengeance for my deceased sister and fallen comrades. Amanai let out a long howl towards the sky, his ugly face turning incredibly fierce. My previous judgment was wrong. That murdereress strength should also be Tier 6 Heaven Stage Level 10. He deliberately killed the weaker ones first to disperse our strength. Then he targeted specific groups, gradually wearing down our strength. Moreover, the opponent is not weak either, being from a race comparable to our Asura race. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible to kill a Tier 6 Heaven Stage Level 9 Asura warrior, a Tier 6 Heaven Stage Level 8 Asura warrior, and 2 Tier 6 Heaven Stage Level 7 Asura warriors in such a short time. Amanayi started to imagine. After all, a single Asura warrior's strength is top-notch in the entire demon realm, with very few races able to match them. The ones who came out to carry out this mission were all Tier 6 Heaven Stage elite warriors, especially the more than 10 Asura warriors who managed to survive, all of whom were elites capable of battling across a small realm. This made Amanayi mistakenly believe that a Tier 6 Heaven Stage Level 10 powerhouse, on par with him, was secretly eliminating them. Amanaya's expression darkened. He took out the transmitting token to summon the remaining Asura warriors to join him in order to avoid being killed one by the enemy. Before long, including the female Asura carrying the cage with the nine-tailed fox, all came to Amanaya's side. At this point, they had a total of 6 people left. 9 had died. The enemy's identity and strength are unclear. I speculate that the enemy's realm is the same as mine, both being Tier 6 Heaven Stage Level 10, but they should not be as powerful as me. Amanayi said, "The enemy is in the dark, and we are in the light. From now on, we will find a place to wait for the city lord to arrive." "Captain, do you think the city lord will come in person?" "Captain, didn't you say before that the city lord sent someone else to pick us up? How did it turn into the city lord coming in person?" The other Asura warriors asked in shock. The female Asura holding the cage looked at the nine-tailed fox inside and suddenly understood something, saying, "Could it be that the city lord is coming in person because of it?" "Captain, this is just an ordinary nine-tailed fox, at most a princess of a minor nine-tailed fox clan. There is no need for the city lord to come in person, right? The matter of the nine-tailed fox awakening the ever-changing beauty skill is a semi-taboo topic in the demon realm. Not to mention the Tier 6 Heaven Stage Asuras. Even many of the royal Asuras are unaware of the ever-changing beauty skill of the nine-tailed fox clan. In fact, even the king-tier elders within the nine-tailed fox clan do not know about this skill. The probability of a nine-tailed fox awakening the ever-changing beauty skill is incredibly small. It takes millions to produce just one. Moreover, whenever one appears, it causes turmoil not only in the demon realm but also across the 9 realms. Truly, acquiring a nine-tailed fox with the awakening of the ever-changing beauty skill is akin to gaining all the women in the world. Once, a quasi-empirical level expert obtained a nine-tailed fox that awakened the ever-changing beauty skill. He made her into the daughters of the empress and various concubines of that time's emperor, as well as the wives and daughters of other quasi-emperors, indulging in desires day and night. As the saying goes, to want something to remain unknown, one must not do it themselves. Somehow, this matter was leaked and shocked the 9 realms. The contemporary emperors and several quasi-emperors were all furious, nearly exploding from anger, demanding that the nine-tailed fox with the ever-changing beauty skill transform into the likeness of their wives, concubines, and daughters, to the exact height, weight, and even the tiniest blemishes. Isn't this essentially an insult to their wives, concubines, and children? Before long, that quasi-emperor paid the price with his life. The emperor at that time claimed to have killed the nine-tailed fox that awakened the ever-changing beauty skill, but in reality, he kept it for himself. The emperor at that time was already in his later years and passed away in less than a few hundred years. The emperor had lavished affection on that nine-tailed fox. Even at his death, he couldn't bear to kill her. But this left behind a hidden trouble. After the death of the contemporary emperor, some of his trusted subordinates, in order to curry favor with the quasi-emperor, contributed that nine-tailed fox. Among the other quasi-emperors, except for 2 female quasi-emperors, all the male quasi-emperors wanted to possess that nine-tailed fox, leading to the First Great War of the 9 realms. In the subsequent hundreds of billions of years, at least 30% of the chaos and turmoil in the 9 realms was caused by the nine-tailed fox with the awakening of the ever-changing beauty skill. Especially the most recent turmoil in the 9 realms was also triggered by the nine-tailed fox possessing the ever-changing beauty skill. Earth, which had just revived its spiritual energy after 500 years, was nearly destroyed in the turmoil that occurred 100 million years ago. Many powerful races were nearly exterminated, and many ancient powerful lineages were completely wiped out. About the ever-changing beauty skill of the nine-tailed fox clan. The king Tirajura, lord of Boyishana city, also encountered this in an ancient text. Moreover, he learned how to find a nine-tailed fox from the clan that has awakened the ever-changing beauty skill. Chapter 55, The Sudden Arrival of the King Tirajura. Luoja City. The walls are 3,000 meters high and 500 meters wide. The total perimeter of the city walls is over 29,000 kilometers. Inside live billions of beings. About 35% are Asura. Around 55% are servants raised by the Asura. Only 10% of the beings have settled here or are other demon clan members engaged in trade. Yet, this city, home to billions of beings, is just a small city among the millions of cities belonging to the Asura. At this moment, in the city lord's mansion, the breathtakingly beautiful Asura King Tir city lord, Poyachana, said to her maid, "I need to enter seclusion for a while, you all may leave." "Yes, my lord." A dozen beautiful maids bowed respectfully and then quickly departed. With a wave of her hand, a layer of blue water light enveloped the palace. If someone were to look down from above, that layer of blue light would appear like an upside-down blue bowl. Though it may seem that this water blue light layer is thin, less than 2 inches thick. Even 10 King Tier level beings won't be able to break through it. Because this is the most famous defensive formation of the Asura in the demon realm. Any residents of a King Tier entity from the Asura will have such a formation set up. To break this layer of light formation by the Asura, only a royal level being can shatter it in a very short time. A King Tier being can only rely on continuous attacks, using 10 to 8 days to exhaust the energy replenishment speed of the ley line so that it can't keep up with the defensive formation's energy consumption. Only then can they take the opportunity to break the Asura's protective shield. And the defensive formation of the royal palace where royal level Asuras reside is even more astonishing. You could say that the reason the naturally combative Asura Haven T been exterminated by other demon races united together is primarily due to the overwhelming strength of the Asura city's defenses. The main reason is that the defenses of the Asura cities are too strong. Between the Asura royal cities and palaces, there are teleportation arrays that can quickly gather a large number of royal level and king tier Asura warriors. If other races dare to besiege an Asura city, they can easily be counter-assaulted by Asura warriors. In a secret chamber beneath the palace, Poyachana stood on the teleportation array, casually letting a thread of mana fall onto the array. In the next moment, a gentle white light illuminated the array. As Poyachana stood within the array, her figure gradually became blurry and then vanished with the white light. 2 or 3 seconds later, Poyachana reappeared in an inconspicuous cave 100,000 miles away, where there was also a teleportation array on the ground. Next to this teleportation array, there were also 2 stone-carved demons squatting nearby. At the moment the teleportation array lit up, the 2 stone-carved demons became part of the array, tasked with guarding and destroying the teleportation array. As Poyachana appeared on the teleportation array, the eyes of the 2 demon statues suddenly glowed red. Upon detecting Poyachana's presence, the red light immediately extinguished. Poyachana left the teleportation array and walked out of the cave. Outside lay an endless expanse of mountains, with innumerable peaks stacked upon one another in the distance. Poyachana flew into the air, and the cave along with the small hill abruptly vanished, concealed by a formation. This place is extremely desolate. There are hardly any ordinary magical creatures, let alone monsters. It is unlikely that the cave would be discovered by accident. Buzz. Poyachana's hand transformed in the void. Her hand moved as if slicing fabric with a knife. She created a spatial rift in the void. Once a living being ascends to the king tier, they can tear apart the void and traverse through spatial rifts. Traveling through a spatial rift, while not as far as traversing through a spatial wormhole, is still significantly faster than flying. Dressed in a stunning red outfit and skirt, Poyachana stepped into the spatial rift she had personally torn open. A few seconds later, she appeared in the void 50,000 miles away. Though traversing through spatial rifts is quick, it also consumes a lot of mana. If there is no urgent business, no one is willing to travel through spatial rifts. killed 2 Tier 6 Heaven Stage 7 Great Azura warriors, for a total of 1.478 billion stat points. Altogether, a total of over 6.1 billion stat points was obtained. After raising the speed attribute to the limit of 27 billion. The remaining billions of stat points were all added to his defense. Now, the defense attribute is 22.45 billion, with a shortfall of 4.55 billion to reach the maximum. The attack power attribute is 27 billion. The agility attribute is 25 billion, 2 billion short of the maximum. The speed attribute is 27 billion. With an additional 6.55 billion stat points, he would be able to advance to Tier 6 Heaven Stage 2nd rank. Killing 2 Tier 6 Heaven Stage 9th rank Azuras and 1 Tier 6 Heaven Stage 7th rank Azura would be enough. The number of Tier 6 Heaven Stage Azura warriors on the ground is sufficient for him to evolve to Tier 6 Heaven Stage 2nd rank. It's a pity that he can't yet defeat the Tier 6 Heaven Stage 10th rank Azura and must find a way to separate them. No method comes to mind at the moment. Gua collected his thoughts and focused on the kill points. Over 12.12 billion kill points. 3 million kill points for one draw. Can draw rewards 404 times. 3 pure ones. Jade Emperor, Buddha, please bless me with better luck in this round of the lottery, grant me many skills, better aptitude, and abundant mana. After murmuring to various deities, Gua began the draw. First time. Did not get anything. Second time. Gained a maximum of 5 million mana. Third time. Did not get anything. 45th time. Obtained a god-level master servant contract. Gua was instantly overjoyed. With this god-level master servant contract, once he evolves to king tier, he can casually go to an Azura royal city and recruit a royal level servant, which would be quite delightful. 135th time. Gained a maximum of 5 million mana. 188th time. Gained 0.345 aptitude. The 245th attempt. Gained 5 million mana. 358th time. Gained the skill Instant Strike. After nearly 360 draws, he finally obtained a skill. Gua went to check the effect of this Instant Strike skill. In Instant Strike state, consumes 1000 mana per second, agility attribute multiplied by 10 times, no time limit, as long as there is enough mana, it can last longer. Once the Instant Strike state is stopped, it needs to cool down for 1 hour before it can be used again. In the following draws, he did not get any more skills but did gain 3 more maximums of 5 million mana. Time flies. An hour, during the rush. He rapidly chanted 4 skills in his heart. Absolute kill. Attack power 10, reaching 270 billion. Steel tempering. Defense 10, reaching 220.45 billion. Phantom speed skill. Speed 10, reaching 270 billion. Instant strike. Agility 10, reaching 250 billion. Creatures of Tier 6 Heaven Stage have keen sensitivity to the energies of the world. Just as Gua began to rush towards the surface, 2 of the Tier 6 Heaven Stage 9 rank Azura warriors sensed the unusual energy fluctuations underground. Quick, ascend! There's an enemy underground. One of the Tier 6 Heaven Stage 9 rank Azura warriors shouted a warning, and the 5 Azura instantly flew up to an altitude of 10,000 meters. In the next moment, they saw a humanoid monster over 2,000 meters tall flying out from the ground. Before they could clearly see the appearance of the enemy, Gua had already charged within 2,000 meters of them, swinging both divine swords at the 2 Tier 6 Heaven Stage Grade 9 Azura warriors. With an agility attribute of 250 trillion, his attack speed was many times faster than lightning. The 2 Grade 9 Azura warriors could barely see his movements, but their bodies were unable to react in time to evade or defend. As they just raised their weapons, the divine swords had already struck their necks. However, in the next moment, both Gua and the 2 Tier 6 Heaven Stage Grade 9 Azura warriors were stunned. Gua's attack, which should have hit, instead struck the air, missing completely. The 2 Tier 6 Heaven Stage Grade 9 Azura warriors thought they were surely doomed, but suddenly found themselves able to teleport and survived. Gua seemed to sense something and turned to look to the right. 2,000 meters to the right. Not only were those two grade 9 Azura warriors present, but also standing in front of them in the void was an extraordinarily cold and beautiful woman. Your subordinate pays respects to the city lord. The two Tier 6 Heaven Stage grade 9 Azura, along with 3 other Azura warriors, respectfully bowed to the beautiful woman. P.S. The author would like to thank every reader for their support, and especially those who have given gifts. Thank you very much. Chapter 56, Forcefully Making a King Tier Azura a Slave. The Evolved Beings of King Tier Level. For the evolved beings at Tier 6 Heaven Stage, it is an insurmountable vast chasm. If Gua had encountered the existence of a King Tier being before obtaining the God-level Master Servant contract, he would definitely have run as fast as he could. Now that he has the Divine Master Servant contract, he is no longer afraid of this King Tier Azura woman. That being said, this King Tier Azura woman is truly beautiful. Her skin is as pale as mutton fat jade, with not a single flaw. Standing at about 175 centimeters, she has a perfect golden ratio figure, with a generous bosom and a slender waist truly stunning. However, her expression is excessively cold, especially her pair of indifferent eyes. Her aura is that of an ice queen, breathtaking yet aloof. Particularly striking are the 2 red-pointed horns on either side of her forehead, which make her look very unusual and greatly stimulate a man's sense of conquest. To be honest, among the movie stars and anime girls Gua has seen, none are as beautiful as this King Tier Azura woman before him. They say that King Tier, incredibly powerful, with a gap between it and the tiers below comparable to heaven and earth. Just how strong is King Tier, anyway? Gua was very curious. In the next moment, he used the inspect skill on the suddenly appearing Azura King Tier woman. On the light screen, her specific data instantly appeared. Target, Poyazana. Race, Demon Realm Azura. Aptitude 2.566. Grade, King Tier 5 Mid-Level King Tier. Attribute, Ice. Mana, 402.3 billion plus. Attack power, 227,1250 billion plus. Defense, 921,536 billion plus. Agility, 910,753 billion plus. Speed, 920,111 billion plus. Skills, 1 Azura Transformation, 2 Miles of Frozen Ice, 3 Demon God Form, 4 Ice Spirit Summon, 5 Mana Shield, 6 Mana Attack, 7. Tip: the current data for this target contains weapon and equipment bonuses and does not represent its true attributes. Besides the Azura Transformation, we quickly reviewed the effects of the other skills of this Azura King Tier woman. Miles of Frozen Ice skill effect: it can drastically lower the temperature within a radius of miles, enhancing all ice attribute skills by 30%. Demon Godform skill: a necessary skill for Demon King Tier beings, consumes mana at a particularly fast rate. Effect: attack power 15 times, defense 15 times, agility 15 times, speed 15 times. Ice Spirit Summon skill can conjure various snow and ice creature statues out of thin air, possessing a certain level of intelligence to fight. The strength of the ice spirits is related to the amount of mana used during casting. Mana Shield skill: a necessary skill for King Tier beings, effect: consume a certain amount of mana to form a spherical mana barrier around the body, protecting oneself within it. Defensive ability equals 10 times one's own defense. When Mana Shield is attacked, the mana consumption speed will accelerate. The stronger the attack received, the faster the mana will deplete. When an enemy's attack power exceeds twice the Mana Shield's defense and hits it, the Mana Shield will shatter instantly. The Mana Shield can only be cast again 10 seconds after it has been broken. Mana Attack skill: a necessary skill for evolved King Tier beings, effect: consumes a certain amount of mana to create an energy wave that attacks distant targets. The power and distance is determined by the amount of mana used. The more mana used, the greater the attack power in distance. The power cap for Mana Attack is 5 times one's own attack power, and the rate of mana consumption is relatively economical. This King Tier woman Azura has several other skills, but their power isn't very strong, so Gua didn't pay much attention after glancing at them. After looking at the data of this King Tier level 5 Azura woman, Gua finally understood why the gap between the evolution beings at Tier 6 Heaven Stage and those at King Tier is so immense, like the difference between heaven and earth. It's really like the gap between a human and an ant, one could crush them with ease. Based on the other party's aptitude, we estimated that this girl, who looks as cold and beautiful as a snow queen, is. When she is at King Tier Level 1, her attack power should be around 36 trillion. When she is at King Tier Level 2, her attack power should be around 100 trillion. At King Tier Level 3, her attack power should be around 250 trillion. At King Tier Level 4, her attack power should be around 625 trillion. At King Tier Level 5, which is her actual current attack power, she should be around 1.562 trillion. The remaining combat power should be due to enhancements from weapon equipment. This Azura King Tier woman, with a cold and stunning demeanor akin to a snow queen, has an aptitude that is the only one Gua has seen to exceed 2.5. Among the Azura clan, she can definitely be considered a genius. Her data should be significantly better than that of other King Tier beings with lower aptitude at the same level. Gua speculated that the existence of King Tier Level 1 in an average clan probably has an attack power of around 25 trillion. Of course, all of this is just his speculation. In the moment, Gua's thoughts moved, and the interface on the light curtain changed to the backpack interface. With another thought, the Divine Level Master-Servant contract in the backpack automatically opened. The actual massive gap between the two sides. Let alone being able to fight this Azura Clan King Tier Level 5 woman, even escaping would be impossible. If the other party wanted to kill him, it would be an instant kill, with absolutely no possibility of resistance or escape. Using the Divine Level Master-Servant contract to force the other party to become a loyal servant who obeys his commands is the only way to survive. To be honest, Wood initially planned to evolve to the King Tier level himself and forcibly sign a Master-Servant contract with a royal level existence. However, this King Tier Azura woman, stunningly beautiful and with an aura akin to a snow queen, is also worthy of him using this Divine Level Master-Servant contract. Just as he was about to use the Divine Level Master-Servant contract to forcibly sign a Master-Servant contract with the cold, beautiful King Tier Level 5 Azura woman before him. Across from him, the King Tier Azura woman frowned in surprise and muttered to herself, "What kind of monster race is this? Why do I have no memory of it? It's just a Tier 6 Heaven Stage 1st grade evolved monster. Why does it have the power to instantly kill a Tier 6 Heaven Stage 9th grade Azura warrior? Could this be the legendary mutated monster? With an aptitude of 3? Or has it awakened some ancient demonic bloodline?" Poyashana, who had lived for 7 or 8. "Alright, as you wish, I will sign the Master-Servant contract with you now," Gua replied, using his skill of the universal language. "Just so you know, I am the master, and you are merely the servant." At the same time, Gua focused his thoughts and used the Divine Level Master-Servant contract from his backpack. Ding! Divine Level Master-Servant contract has been activated. Target Azura Clan King Tier 9th grade warrior Poyashana has signed a Master-Servant contract with you, becoming your most loyal servant. Poyashana's expression suddenly changed, her pupils filled with shock and panic as she looked at him, her mind racing with 1,000 impossibilities. This absolutely could not be happening. P.S. The author here kindly asks readers for a little gift to power their love for writing, and thanks each one of you for your support. The author bows in gratitude. Chapter 57, The bigger the fist, the stronger the reason. Poyashana's mind was filled with impossibilities. She is indeed a King Tier existence. It's a being of the royal tier. It is impossible to sign a Master-Servant contract without her knowledge or consent. Because signing a Master-Servant contract involves soul restrictions. Furthermore, the most important thing is that the other party is just a Tier 6 Heaven Stage 1st level evolved monster, which is not logical. Could the other party be a hidden power at the Quasi-Emperor level? But even a Quasi-Emperor level powerhouse cannot be so domineering as to directly take a King Tier existence as a servant. The servant, Poyashana, pays her respects to the master. She bowed respectfully. The situation was already irreversible. She could only hold her nose and accept her identity. She called herself a servant, which startled the nearby Azura warriors. "Lord City Master, what's going on?" one of the Azura asked tremulously, in disbelief. Poyashana's cold, expressionless face glanced at them indifferently, casually waving out a mana. The next moment, the bodies of several Azura silently turned to dust, dead beyond saving. Why did you kill them? Wei was somewhat perplexed after all, these Azura warriors were your own subordinates. In response to the master, Paishana spoke respectfully, explaining her reason for killing. The Azura clan has ancestral teachings. It is better to die than to become servants of any foreign race. If news of me becoming your servant spreads, we will face the relentless pursuit of the entire Azura clan to the death. About 100 years ago, a monster evolved to the royal tier and forcibly took several tier 6 heaven stage Azura female warriors as servants. Not long after, that royal tier monster was killed by an existence at the Azura royal tier, and the female Azura warriors who had been made servants of the monster were also eliminated. After hearing her explanation, Hua understood. As everyone knows, Azura clan members, the men are extremely ugly. The women are extremely beautiful. Every Azura woman has at least an 8 out of 10 for looks and a 9 out of 10 for figure, with skin as fair as mutton fat jade. Many races in the demon world have bizarre appearances. Both men and women are quite ugly. Azura women are surely the ultimate beauty that all demon men wish to be close to. If any foreign race enslaves an Azura woman, the Azura will kill any they discover without mercy. This is the Azura clan's protection of their women. Master, please let me out. Hua recalled the voice of Wu Mei Er. With his attack power of over 2 trillion, he could not break this cage. Master, let me handle this. Lady Yeshana said, this cage is made from 1,000,000-year-old deep hell iron, and it has been inscribed with magical runes. No being below the king tier can force it open from the outside. In the next moment, Lady Yeshana casually waved a stream of mana onto the cage, and the cage's door opened automatically. Muxier, the white 9-tailed fox, dashed out with a whoosh. I will bite you to death. You deserve to die for killing so many of my kin. As soon as Muxier emerged, she launched an attack on Lady Yeshana. Her attack was nothing more than a tickle to the existing king tier Lady Yeshana. Lady Yeshana was not someone to be trifled with either. Although she couldn't kill this 9-tailed fox, she could certainly deal her some punishment. She grabbed Muxier by the scruff of her neck and said, if you dare to claw and bite me again, I will pluck every single hair off your body and lock you up with the ugly demon pig monster. The demon pig monster is one of the most disgusting creatures in the demon realm. Skin is covered in warts, resembling that of a toad. It can also secrete a thick greenish sweat from its skin. Not only is the demon pig monster hideously ugly, but it also emits an extremely foul smell, making it unbearable for any being to be near it. Moreover, it would be horrendous to have all your fur plucked. Muxier was immediately frightened and dared not attack Lady Yeshana again. She dashed to Gua's side, feeling safer there, and her fear dissipated. Muxier spoke human language from her fox mouth, saying, I have no grievances or enmity with you. You had someone kill so many of my kin. Although I cannot defeat you now, I will surely avenge this one day. Lady Yeshana glanced at her Lord Gua and then at the 9-tailed fox with 9 fluffy tails, and said, in our Azura clan, there is a quasi-emperor level ancestor who excels at divination and predicting the future. The ancestor foresaw in a corner of the future that the 9-tailed magical fox, who awakens the skill of the ever-changing beauty, would be the root cause of the next upheaval in the demon realm and even across the 9 realms. The ancestor also said that the opportunity to become a great emperor lies within this 9-tailed magical fox who has awakened the skill of the ever-changing beauty. Over 200 years ago, that quasi-emperor level ancestor of our Azura clan predicted that the 9-tailed magical fox who awakens the skill of the ever-changing beauty has already been born. The 9-tailed magical fox clan is not considered a large clan in the demon realm. However, the 9-tailed magical foxes are nearly everywhere among the demon monsters in the demon realm. Finding someone isn't about fighting. To locate the 9-tailed magical fox who awakens the skill of the ever-changing beauty, relying solely on that quasi-emperor ancestor won't suffice. That ancestor secretly summoned all the female royal Azura warriors in the clan, along with most of the female king tier Azura warriors. It was through an ancient text given to us that we learned about the 9-tailed demon fox, awakened with the skill of the transformative beauty, and discovered that the numerous great wars in the 9 realms were all instigated by this 9-tailed demon fox, who possessed the awakened skill of transformative beauty. The ancient text also contained methods for seeking out the nine-tailed demon fox with the transformative beauty skill, which led to the current plot against you. If it weren't for the ancestor fearing the leak of information, they would have already carried out a major purge on your nine-tailed demon fox clan. Thousands, even less than 10,000, of your kind have perished, so you should consider yourself fortunate. Wu Meier, upon hearing this, was furious and retorted, as killers and robbers, you still have the audacity to claim righteousness? Is the death of our kin not sufficient? Should we thank you and your long-lived quasi-emperor? You could say that, said Bodhisattva Shana, nodding. In the demon realm, the strong are revered while the weak have no voice. If you wish to avenge your fallen thousands of kin, quickly enhance your strength and seek me for revenge. I'm genuinely curious to see what else the nine-tailed demon fox, with the awakened skill of transformative beauty, can do besides pleasing men. Wu Meier angrily declared, just you wait, sooner or later, my level of evolution will surpass yours. Guo watched the two of them argue without intervening, understanding Wu Meier the nine-tailed demon fox's feelings. She also understood Bodhisattva Shana. The Azura clan holds a high position in the demon realm, worshipping strength above all. If you're weak, being killed is simply your fate. Their clan only recognizes fists, not reasoning. Hail City Lord! Just then, Amanayi, who had previously received a message from Bodhisattva Shana and left, returned, unaware that his lord, Bodhisattva Shana, had become Guo's servant. Bodhisattva Shana did not intend to kill him, after all, he was a warrior she had trained, and there was still some master-subordinate relationship. However, Amanayi fixated on Guo, recalling his sister, and with hatred in his eyes said, my lord, my sister was killed by him. I implore you to hand him over to me for justice, to avenge my deceased sister and comrades. Chapter 58, Granting a Name to King Tyr Azura. In normal circumstances, Bodhisattva Shana would definitely hand the person over to her subordinates. But now, the other party had already become her master. It was already very clear who should be killed and who should not. Just as Bodhisattva Shana prepared to take action against her own trained subordinate, Guo suddenly spoke up, you hold him in place, I'll do the killing. Yes, my lord. Bodhisattva Shana nodded. Then she waved her hand. A blue ice mana appeared, imprisoning her subordinate, Amanayi, in the void, leaving only his mouth able to speak while his body couldn't move an inch. My lord, how could you? Amanayi looked at his lord in shock. No matter how many times he was killed, he could not believe that a great figure of the King Tyr, 5th grade, of the mighty Azura clan could become a servant of a demon. Master of the city, have you forgotten our Azura clan's pride and ancestral teachings? How could you become a servant to another race? I don't believe it, I don't believe it. The Azura clan is proud unless there is no other choice, they would rather die than become a servant to another race. Boy Chana did not wish to be a servant either, but everything was beyond her control. The god-level master-servant contract instilled in her nothing but endless respect for Guo, leaving no room for rebellion. If Guo commanded her to die right now, Boy Chana would do so without hesitation. Unmatched loyalty, absolute obedience to orders. This is the terrifying aspect of the god-level master-servant contract. Wei was unwilling to listen to Amanaya's shouting. With a swift motion of his divine blade, he instantly severed Amanaya's head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing an Azura clan tier 6 heaven stage 10th grade warrior of equal or higher level, rewards 100 times. Stat points plus 6.13245 billion. Evolution EXP has reached the limit. Evolution EXP cannot be obtained without evolving to tier 6 heaven stage 2nd grade. Kill points plus 94.5 billion. The data obtained from killing a tier 6 heaven stage level 10 Azura warrior is incredibly high. He just needs 4 billion stat points to evolve to tier 6 heaven stage 2nd rank. Unfortunately, Baba Yoshana is too quick to act against her subordinates. If he could have the chance to kill them, he would already evolve to tier 6 heaven stage 2nd rank. Killing beings of at least 5 levels higher than oneself grants a reward of 100 times. Killing beings of 1 major level higher than oneself grants a reward of 1000 times. Moreover, the base attributes gained from killing beings of the King tier are also quite high. If that's multiplied by 1000, it would be exhilarating. Right beside him is a king tier 5th rank Azura warrior. Wouldn't it be a waste not to use it? However, just as Guo was thinking about letting Baba Yashana handle the king tier monster, he immediately heard the pleasant female voice of the slaughter evolution system in his mind. Ding! Special reminder, when aided by external forces to kill beings at a major level higher than the host, no rewards will be given. Before he could even take action, his thoughts were shut down by the kill points. At that moment, Baba Yashana spoke up, reporting, "My lord, that quasi-emperor ancestor from our Azura clan is skilled in divination and prediction. You should really put this nine-tailed demon fox into the contract space, otherwise, if that quasi-emperor ancestor makes a prediction, our situation will become dangerous." "Master, please no. I don't want to go into any contract space," the nine-tailed demon fox Wumeir whined, her two beautiful big eyes looking at him pitifully, with her 9 snowy tails wrapped around his thigh, acting all cute. Gua, a bit afraid of the quasi-emperor ancestor in the Azura clan, patted Wumeir's fox head and said to her, "You just stay in the contract space for a while, I'll give you more genius treasures, and once I find items that can shield against tier 6 heaven stage, I'll let you out to play every day." In the next moment, with a flicker of Gua's thought, a white light appeared around the nine-tailed demon fox Wumeir, and she vanished, being drawn into the contract space. "My lord, do you plan to stay in my city first, or do you have other plans?" The icy beauty spoke, her aura extraordinarily noble. Looking at her, Guo wished he could immediately become a king-tier being, transform into a human, and have a wedding night. Unfortunately, he was currently in the form of a mantis covered in armor, unable to do the pleasurable things men dream of. "You accompany me to kill a few tier 6 heaven stage monsters first, and then we can go take a look at your city. By the way, you don't need to call me master anymore, just keep the respect in your heart and call me young master. Also, your name, Poyashana, sounds too awkward, so I'll give you a nickname from now on. You can be called Bona, as it's simpler and more convenient to say." Actually, the names of the Azura clan are very long, and Poyashana is already a shortened version. Since the master bestowed the name, how could Poyashana dare to refuse? Moreover, after muttering Bona a couple of times, it does sound much better and is easier to pronounce than Poyashana. Hua said, "You don't need to bow to me from now on. When we return to your city, just say that I'm your magical pet. Just make sure others don't find out anything." "Yes, young master." Poyashana is picking it up quite quickly, now addressing him as young master instead of master. The expression on her face, too, has lost the previous respectful demeanor and has returned to that of an ice queen. "That's the spirit," Gui complimented. "Just use the spiritual perception skill." A moment later, he used the space wormhole skill, bringing Bona to appear high above 500,000 miles away. Below is a majestic peak towering 10,000 meters high. Halfway up the mountain, there is a cave. Inside, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is dense like fog. This is the place with the highest spiritual vein he has encountered so far. In the cave, a horrific-looking 8-legged giant spider monster is resting and sleeping. This 8-legged spider monster is covered in a carapace-like armor and has reached Tier 6 Heaven Stage Level 10. At this moment, the Tier 6 Heaven Stage Level 10 spider monster suddenly opened its eyes and looked toward the entrance of the cave. Gua, with his smaller frame, approached alongside the 175 centimeters tall Bona. Buzz! With a wave of her hand, the icy blue mana bound the Tier 6 Heaven Stage Level 10 monster right in front of Gua. Not one to hold back, Gua lifted his divine blade and pierced the spider monster's head, with the slaughter evolution system simultaneously indicating that he had met all the requirements to evolve Tier 6 Heaven Stage monsters. Before evolving, he needs to use the kill points for a lottery first. This time, the lottery luck wasn't great, as he did not obtain any skills or aptitude, only a boost to his mana limit. After using up kill points, Gua raised his defense and agility attributes to a cap of 27 billion, beginning his evolution. Bona, standing nearby, didn't expect her master to suddenly evolve, so she stood at the entrance like a faithful guard, preventing any living beings from approaching. 5 minutes passed in a flash. Gua completed his evolution, and his physical appearance was not much different from before, except that his scales grew thicker. He thought to himself, "Open the individual information interface." Chapter 59, I want to take a bath, you give me a scrub. Host, Gua. Divine Blade Mantis. Race, Mantis. Attribute, lightning. Lifespan, less than 300 years. Aptitude, 4.811. Skills, inspect skill, berserk skill, phantom speed skill, inventory, regeneration passive, divine contract, slow ray, steel hardening, aim, kill, mana recovery, spirit source perception, space wormhole, shockwave, fire avoidance technique, lightning avoidance technique, camouflage, universal language, shrink, thunderball critical hit, earth manipulation technique, armor breaking, instant strike. Evolution count, 12. Evolution EXP, 2436591 1500 million. Grade, Tier 6 Heaven Stage 2nd rank low level monsters. Mana, 1.68325 billion plus. Attack power, 135 billion. Defense, 130 billion. Agility, 135 billion. Speed, 130 billion. Stat points, 345265142. Kill points, 35642356. After evolving to Tier 6 Heaven Stage 2nd rank, drawing a prize requires consuming 1 billion kill points. Now, his data, when summarized, is slightly higher than a Tier 6 Heaven Stage 10th rank Asura. If he simultaneously activates the aimed kill skill, steel hardening skill, phantom speed skill, and instant strike skill. Below King Tier, he has no rivals. Congratulations, young master, on advancing to Tier 6 Heaven Stage 2nd rank. Bona walked in then, congratulating him. She looked at her master, feeling secretly startled. At Tier 6 Heaven Stage 1st rank, he could easily kill a Tier 6 Heaven Stage 9th rank Asura. Now, having evolved to Tier 6 Heaven Stage 2nd rank, killing a 10th rank Asura would be effortless. In Bona's heart, her master was likely both a mutant demon and had awakened the bloodline of some ancient demon god. Like the Ashura clan, they are the bloodline descendants of the ancient demon god, the great deity Ashura. Do you have a mirror? Let me see if there's any change. Gua asked Pona. I have it. Although Pona has a cold demeanor, she is still a woman. The love for beauty is a woman's nature. The inventory equipment includes everything, from clothes to mirrors. A flash of light emitted from the inventory ring on Pona's wrist, and instantly a 2-meter-high mirror appeared in the cave. Guo walked up to the mirror and found that his appearance was becoming increasingly hideous and terrifying. The reason for his hideous and terrifying look is the golden patterns resembling tattoos on his face, which formed a frightful and monstrous design. In reality, if those golden runes that look like tattoos on his face were removed, even though it's the face of a mantis, it would still look quite appealing, definitely not associated with being hideous or terrifying. Aside from his face, his entire body now resembles a green-gold armored machine. After looking at his appearance, Gua had Pona put away the mirror and returned to the city with her. Seeing the 3,000-meter-high city wall for the first time, Gua was utterly shocked. This isn't just a city wall, it's practically a city surrounded by mountains. According to Pona, this city is home to dozens of beings, and in her city, she is the queen. No one can disobey her words. It's not just her. Any King Tier in the Ashura clan who has their own city also possesses supreme status and life and death power within their city. Hearing this, Gua asked Pona, aren't all Ashura who become King Tier able to build cities? Why is it that not all King Tier Ashuras have their own city? Pona explained, for a King Tier in our Ashura clan to own a city, 3 requirements must be met. First, there must be at least one existing royal-level ancestor within 10 generations. Second, one's own strength must reach the 4th rank of King Tier. Third, enough military merits must be accumulated. Only a King Tier who meets all 3 criteria can create their own city, and our clan will arrange adequate personnel to migrate there. It's very normal for some Ashura cities to even have a dozen King Tier existences. With Pona's general explanation of the entire Ashura clan, Gua also gained an overview of the Ashura race. Ultimately, it boils down to one thing. If there are no the age gap between first and second born children is about 50 years, while some even span up to 1,000 years. In the Ashura clan, everything is based on strength. As long as you are strong enough, regardless of being from the same father, you can gain more cultivation resources and a higher social status. If you are not only will the cultivation resources be pitifully few, but your status after adulthood will only be slightly higher than that of ordinary Azura clansmen. For Bona to have a castle of her own, it was earned through countless battles and struggles. At this moment, Guo followed Bona into the grand hall of the Lord's palace. Bona summoned all the maids and servants to introduce them to Guo, also letting them know that this was her pet monster, which could go anywhere in the city. After introducing Guo, Bona waved her hand, dismissed all the servants and guards, and then asked, "Young master, would you like to rest in your chamber first, or have a meal?" Guo, looking at the beautiful and frost-like Bona, excitedly said, "I want to take a bath, you come with me to bathe, and give me a good scrub." The god-level master-servant contract bestowed Bona with endless loyalty. Whatever her master said, she would certainly honor it. Soon, Guo was led by Bona to a room equipped with a bath. Chapter 60, with power, free to do as one wishes. In the middle of the bathroom. It was a bath about 10 meters in diameter. Various colorful flower petals floated on the surface of the water. The decoration of the bathroom was extremely luxurious, with floors made of solid gold. There were also a few plants that emitted a moderate warmth throughout the year, keeping the bath at a perfectly comfortable temperature. "You all can go now." Bona waved her hand. The maids serving in the bathroom all went out, conveniently closing the door behind them. Guo jumped into the bath with a splash and said to Bona, "You come down too, let us bathe together. By the way, come down dressed in the Emperor's new clothes. The Emperor's new clothes look the best." Regardless, Bona is still a woman, but she cannot disobey her master's words. After a rustling sound, under Guo's big compound eyes, Bona entered the bath wearing the Emperor's new clothes. Guo swallowed his saliva. It was the first time in his life he had seen a woman in the Emperor's new clothes, and she was truly stunning. In the next moment, Bona stood before him. Not only was Bona's aura frosty, her skin was like white jade, flawless and without a single blemish, not even a mole. With snowy white features. Guo's eyes lit up, his mouth dry. What a pity. He currently did not have human skin or hands. His entire body was covered in green scales with golden patterns. His two front limbs resembled bone-like claws. For now, he could only watch. Unable to do anything. Just then, the inventory ring on Bona's wrist flashed, and a brush appeared in her hand. Next, Bona began to clean Guo as if she were taking care of a very precious treasure, carefully brushing him clean from head to toe with a small brush. Every single scale was also cleaned meticulously. If it weren't for the lack of hands, and only having side-like limbs, Guo would really like to scrub Bona with such care. Unfortunately, he was eager but powerless. After taking a shower, Bona arranged a luxurious bedroom for him. Originally, Guo thought about sleeping in the same room with Bona, sharing the same bed, but then he realized that seeing but not being able to touch is just asking for trouble. It's better to sleep separately. Once he reaches king tier level and can transform into human form, he can sleep in the same room and share a bed with Bona. The next day, Guo woke up around noon. Bona prepared a sumptuous lunch for him. It was all tier 6 heaven stage level monster meat, which was rare and had a sweet and tender quality. After lunch, Guo took another shower with Bona. Bona elegantly put on her clothes. "Young master, starting today, I will enter closed-door training for a few days to cultivate a martial arts technique. If you need anything, just let any servant or maid in the mansion know. I've instructed them that all your requests must be met unconditionally while I am in seclusion." And so, Bona began her closed-door training. Everyone in the Lord's manor knew that the Lord had taken in a monster pet, and it was greatly favored by the Lord. Not only did the people in the Lord's manor treat him with utmost respect and try hard to please him. Even those powerful and influential Azura clansmen in the city all sent gifts and courted favor. Now in this city, he spoke the word, and countless people had to follow his commands, filling Guo's heart with ambition. He said to the maid in charge of the household, "Go find me a pair of young and beautiful twin maidens from the entire city to be my personal attendants." "Yes, young Master Guo," the maid in charge replied respectfully, and turned to carry out the task. But before she even reached the door, Guo suddenly called her back and said, "1 pair of twins is not enough, at most 5 pairs. No, ideally give me 10 pairs of young and beautiful twins, and their temperaments should not be repetitive. If there are triplets or quadruplets, even better." As for the rewards, they will be at the Tier 6 Heaven Stage 10th rank Azura Warrior Standard, distributing high-grade mana stones and other cultivation materials. Remember this, the twin sisters you find can have poor aptitude or come from bad families, but they must be beautiful. The more beautiful, the better. Did you get that? Understood, young master, I will remember, the maid in charge responded and left. The maid in charge of the Lord's manor was like the grand director of all the eunuchs and maids in an ancient palace. With her handling this matter, Guo felt completely at ease. Before his rebirth, he was at least a rich second-generation kid, yet he didn't even have a girlfriend, let alone holding hands, hugging, going to bed, or spending the wedding night. In this life, he must live happily and joyfully, however he pleases. Otherwise, living a lifetime without happiness or joy would just mean suffering. The city of the Demonis is vast, home to billions of beings. Guo has never seen a city with this many inhabitants. Moreover, this city is within the realm of demons, so both its architecture and cultural practices must be vastly different from those of human cities on Earth. Guo raised his front foot with the scythe and casually pointed at two maids in the manor. What are your names? Both maids are at Tier 6 Heaven Stage, levels 5 or 6. One of them replied, Young master, this maid is called Popoti, Che Liao. The other said, Young master, this maid is called Lian Sohahana. The names of the Azura people in the demon realm are not only long but also quite awkward. Guo said to the first maid who spoke, From now on, you will be called Chuanxia, it's easier to call you that. He then said to the second maid, You will be called Xiudong from now on. Thank you for the names, young master. Thank you for the names, young master. The two Tier 6 Heaven Stage Azura maids bowed respectfully to him, excited. In the Azura clan, there is a rule that receiving a name from someone of high status is like having that person as your benefactor. Although Guo is merely a pet of the city lord, a pet of the city lord holds a very high status, and being recognized by the city lord's pet is indeed good fortune for both of them. You both take me out, let's walk around the city and have a look. Chuanxia and Xiudong obliged and took him out of the city lord's mansion. When leaving the city lord's mansion, the captain of the guards, responsible for the security of the mansion, wanted to assign 100 elite guards at Tier 6 Heaven Stage to accompany him. But Guo declined. If he had a crowd following him while going out to shop, how could he enjoy the fun of shopping? So, Guo walked boldly in the middle, while Chuanxia and Xiudong, at his request, changed their attire to casual outfits instead of the city lord's maids and walked by his side. A Tier 6 Heaven Stage Azura, among hundreds of thousands of beings, is not considered particularly strong, but they are definitely skilled, and generally would not encounter troubles. Furthermore, this city is inhabited by Azuras. Anyone from outside the Azura clan would think twice before causing trouble for an Azura. According to the rules of the Azura clan, within their territory, Azuras are of the highest status. Even an ordinary Azura who cannot cultivate is still considered more noble than beings of other races. In this city of Bona, the construction is excellent, with big shops, small shops, and everything in between. Although there are no electronic tech products, there are many psychic tech products, like the psychic lights on the streets that automatically light up at night to illuminate the way for passers-by. At that moment, Guo and his companions entered a street filled with shops dedicated to the arena. He casually selected an arena and walked in with spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Chapter 61, The Azura Clan Arena. The Azura clan from the demon realm are extremely aggressive. However, there are laws within the city that prohibit fighting and brawling. This is a very troubling matter for the Azura people. Therefore, in any Azura city, there are many arenas. These are entertainment venues that are even more popular than restaurants and brothels. In the arena, Azura people are not allowed to participate in the fights. Only demons or individuals from other races can compete. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter were providing detailed explanations from the side. The battles in the arena are divided into two types. One is the defending arena. The other is the dueling arena. In the defending arena, the audience lets their demons enter the arena, and then other audience members also send their demons to fight against them. If a demon wins a match in the arena, its owner will receive a high-grade mana stone. The more consecutive victories a demon achieves in the arena, the more high-grade mana stones its owner will collect. Audience members can place bets on the side they think will win. The arena takes a 10% cut of the high-grade mana stones won by those who placed bets. The defending arena is divided into 4 venues. These are the low-level venue, medium-level venue, high-level venue, and top-level venue. If a demon wins 10 consecutive matches in the low-level venue, it will earn a bronze medal, qualifying it for the medium-level venue. If a demon wins 20 consecutive matches in the level venue, it will earn a silver medal, qualifying it for the high-level venue. If a demon wins 30 consecutive matches in the high-level venue, it will earn a gold medal, qualifying it for the top-level venue. In the top-level venue, as long as they can win, the demon's owner will receive a substantial sum of money. This is because, in the top-level venue, fights happen only 2 or 3 times a month. The audience who can enter the top-level venue to watch must also be wealthy, placing high-stakes bets. As for the dueling arena, the arena lets demons compete, and audience members can send in a matching level demon to challenge, with a big reward of high-grade mana stones for the victor. Audience members can still place bets on which side will win. Wei and his companions entered this arena, which is considered a medium to large arena in the city of Bona and pays a 30% tax to the Lord's mansion every month. Not only this arena, but all operational venues in the city, whether it be restaurants, arenas, or other places. All profits must be handed over to the Lord's manor at a rate of 30%. Although the taxes are high, no store dares to pay less than 1 high-grade mana stone. It's only acceptable to pay less than 1 high-grade mana stone if it goes undetected. Once caught, the shop owner will be thrown into prison, tortured for a year, and then taken to the guillotine for execution. Moreover, if someone reports a person for underpayment of taxes and it's verified, the informer will receive a very generous reward. In short, having a king Tirajura owning their own city is truly a dream. They can do nothing all day and still reap endless wealth from the comfort of their home. At this moment, Chuanxia and Xiudong brought him to the audience seat. Of course, no one would let a Tier 6 Heaven Stage 1st grade demon participate in such a medium to large Colosseum competition. Only Tier 6 Heaven Stage 5th or 6th grades would do. Moreover, the masters who enter demon beasts into the competition must not manipulate the outcomes, as it leads to cheating. Even the order in which competitors enter is shuffled by the Colosseum. At this moment, a humanoid demon creature was sent into the arena. Wei used the skill. The humanoid creature was one of the demon clan, called the Four-Eyed Person, due to his face having 4 eyes, and he was at Tier 6 Heaven Stage level. Gua asked the 2 girls, Spring and Autumn, can demon clan members also enter the arena? Isn't it only demon beasts allowed? In response to the young master, this time replied Autumn, her voice very pleasant, in the Colosseum of our Azura clan city, all demon clan members can compete except for Azura clan members. In simpler terms, anyone other than Azura clan members is viewed no differently than demon beasts by us. Of course, young master, you are the beloved pet demon beast of the city lord. Your status is incredibly noble. Even a droplet of your saliva is more precious than they are countless times over. Gua nodded and began watching the fight in the arena, saying nothing further. This demon clan of Azuras is truly unreasonable. They don't regard any other kind of humans as human. To exist in the demon realm to this day without being exterminated, and to maintain a position among the top powers in the demon realm, it must be said that the Azura clan is remarkably powerful. Ah! The Four-Eyed Person from the demon realm, who just stepped into the arena, let out a scream as his chest was shattered by the demon beast that looked like a cockroach. Afterward, the head of the Tier 6 Heaven Stage Four-Eyed Person was bitten and consumed by the cockroach-like demon creature. Upon seeing this, Wu focused on the cockroach-like demon creature in the arena, his eyes filled with data. He said to Spring and Autumn, you 2 go get me an iron plate. I want to fight a few rounds in the arena. As soon as he said this, Spring and Autumn were immediately frightened. Their faces turned pale, and they nervously said, young master, absolutely not. You are a priceless treasure. You must not step into the arena to fight those lowly demon beasts. If anything were to happen to you, even if we were to lose our heads 1,000 times, it wouldn't be enough to compensate for even a scratch on you. They both knew that the city lord's pet demon beast was only Tier 6 Heaven Stage 2nd grade. If he went to the arena to fight, there was no doubt that one mistake would mean neither of them would live. Gua knew what they were afraid of and stated, I'm not looking for a death wish in the arena. I'm just here to have some fun. Don't you believe in my abilities? Do you not trust the judgment of your lord? If I were truly worthless, could I possibly be the favored contracted monster of your lord? We wouldn't dare doubt the Lord's judgment, but. Before the two women could finish their words, Wu impatiently interjected, what I say is in order. Go get me a metal badge. I'm heading to the arena, and if you say no one more time, I will wipe out you and everyone in your family. Please don't be angry, young master, we will get you the metal badge right away. The two women dared not say more and immediately took him to the main hall in front of the arena. Chapter 62, Wu ascends the arena. While processing the metal badge, the two women, Chun and Xia, mustered up their courage and whispered, young master, perhaps we should just skip the arena. If you want to fight for fun, we can go back home, and everyone will join you in a fight. How about that? If anything happened to the Lord's monster, they truly couldn't bear the consequences. Wu likewise whispered to them, what I say is in order. I wasn't trying to scare you. If you utter no one more time, I will really obliterate your entire clan. A mere friendly face is not enough, one must also have a cold, serious side. Fearing that their family might be implicated and annihilated, Chun and Xia anxiously processed the metal badge for him. The metal badge possesses the ability to conceal one's aura as long as the holder does not reveal their strength. Audiences cannot discern the evolutionary stages of the monsters in the arena through the defensive barrier. Once the metal badge was processed, Wu was taken to a room by a staff member of the arena. When it's time for him to take the stage, the arena staff will come to notify him. Chun and Xia stayed inside to watch over him, afraid that the arena might dope him. Drugging monsters to reduce their fighting capabilities is something that could happen. Although it rarely occurs, it still happens from time to time. After all, some people will do anything to make money. Any means necessary can be employed. Though the Asuras are known for their combativeness and are called battle maniacs in the demon realm. In reality, the Asuras are quite clever and know how to use cunning and schemes. Chun stood guard at the door for Wu, while Xia quickly flew back to the Lord's mansion to report the situation to their head maid. Upon hearing the news, the head maid was also startled and immediately led several Tier 6 Heaven Stage elite guards to the arena. As soon as the mansion's people arrived, the arena manager rushed over eagerly, speaking in a servile manner. The head maid in the Lord's mansion has high emotional intelligence and knows that if she tries to stop Wu from participating in the arena, it will only provoke his anger. It's not possible to deal with this directly. The leader of the castle servants said regarding the gladiatorial arena, there's a demon here to participate in the tournament, and its identity is not ordinary. As long as it's its battle, I don't care what method you use. You must win, and there is no room for defeat. Otherwise, if anything happens to it, don't say you would lose your head. Even your boss's head would have to go as well. If anything happens to it, no one will be able to save you. Got it? It can hold large-scale gladiatorial contests in the city. That one doesn't have any backing. The forces behind them are all connected to people from the castle, some are even properties of the people from the castle itself. The leader of the castle's servants holds a very high position since they said that, it's not just a threat, but it's a reminder to the person in charge of the arena, if you want to live, you must ensure nothing happens to Wu. The arena supervisor immediately left to arrange this matter. The leader of the castle's servants, with several Tier 6 Heaven Stage 10th rank Asura guards, was taken to a luxurious box on the 5th floor, where they could watch the arena through the window. At this moment, Qiu Dong had already returned to Chun Xia. The two girls whispered for a while, and Chun Xia's face showed a relaxed expression. With the leader of the servants here, even if something unexpected happens, someone is up there to handle it. Although the voices of the two girls were soft, Wu clearly heard what they were saying, but it was all trivial. He went up to the arena not to enjoy the pleasure of battle. He doesn't even think there is any joy in fighting. He goes up to the arena just to collect data from whatever demon appears. It's not easy to find a Tier 6 Heaven Stage level demon outside the city. Because Tier 6 Heaven Stage level demons rarely appear in groups. Usually, they're solitary, or at most 3 or 4 together. Unlike the gladiatorial arenas in the city, every one of them has plenty of Tier 6 Heaven Stage level demons. As long as he stays in the city's gladiatorial arena for a few days, he can evolve particularly quickly. At this moment, a staff member from the arena came in. Iron plate number 109, it's your turn to go up to the arena. This staff member from the arena knew nothing. They treated Chunxia and Xiaodong as ordinary Azura Tier 6 Heaven Stage warriors, and even Gui as an ordinary Tier 6 Heaven Stage demon, speaking in a very cold tone. Gui and the two girls followed the staff member along a special corridor to the bottom of the arena. Young master, be careful. The two girls were a bit worried about him. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Gui spread his protective heart armor behind him, transforming it into a pair of wings, soaring through the arena's light curtain and flying into the arena. Indeed, once inside the arena, one could see just how spacious it was. His opponent had long been waiting on the arena. It was that monster that looked particularly like a cockroach. This monster had consecutively won 8 battles. With 2 more wins, he could earn a bronze medal and compete in the intermediate arena. 2 monsters have arrived, fellow compatriots. Please start betting on who will win and will lose. The beautiful female Azura host in the arena, with a charming voice, said, do you favor the armored cockroach monster that has won 8 consecutive matches, or the other monster, whose type I do not know? Accompanied by the female Azura host's voice, one by one, the Azura guests in the audience inserted their black cards into the sockets on their chairs. Once the card is inserted, the small screen of the chair's energy technology product displays the numbers for kill points, as well as whether to bet on black or red. Kill points represent the number of high-grade mana stones on the card. Betting on black means betting on that armored cockroach monster to win. Betting on red means betting on Gui to win. After the battle results are revealed, the chair's energy technology product will automatically settle. When the audience no longer wishes to stay and wants to leave, they can take their card to the gladiatorial hall and exchange their kill points for high-grade mana stones to take with them. Most of the audience believes the Tier 6 armored cockroach can win. Only a small portion of people see that betting on Gui offers a higher multiplier and, hoping for a dark horse, bet on him. After more than 30 seconds of betting on wins and losses, the light curtain that separated Gui and his opponent the armored cockroach disappeared, and they could engage in fierce combat. Puff puff puff. The Tier 6 Heaven Stage armored cockroach emitted a lot of black smoke from its rear like the smoke of a coal-burning train, puffing continuously. This black smoke was thick and lingering, incredibly foul-smelling. It was the innate racial talent skill of the armored cockroach. Taking a puff of the black air would cause nausea, dizziness, and hallucinations. Even king-tier experts wouldn't want to take a breath. The odor was not particularly harmful, but extremely disgusting. In the blink of an eye, the black smoke released by the armored cockroach covered an area of several hundred meters, then rushed towards Gui like a billowing black cloud. The maid commanders of the city lord's mansion involuntarily clenched their fists. They all knew that Gui was a Tier 6 Heaven Stage 2nd grade evolved monster. How much of a difference is there compared to a Tier 6 Heaven Stage armored bug, even though I've already instructed the arena manager to do something about it? But he still felt very anxious, fearing that something unexpected might happen. Arg! At that moment, a loud roar suddenly echoed from the arena. All the maid leaders of the city lord's mansion stood up, staring intently at the arena. Chapter 63, If you're disobedient, you'll all be thrown out of the city lord's mansion. On the arena, Gui emitted shattering sound waves. Visible circles of transparent sound waves, continuously bombarding the black smoke released by the armored bug. The black smoke is the Tier 6 Heaven Stage armored bug's talent skill released using mana, swirling like clouds without dissipating. As long as the armored bug stays hidden in the black smoke, no one can find it, and no attack can hit it. However, Gui's shattering soundwave skill is classified as an area attack, causing the black smoke to tremble under the high-frequency vibrations. It's like a wildly shaking sieve, presenting an unstable state, ready to collapse at any moment. The armored bug hiding within the black smoke, under the attack of the sound waves, bled from its eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. At this moment, this Tier 6 Heaven Stage armored bug appeared like fragile porcelain stuck together by glue. Many fine cracks appeared on its armor, which was harder than steel, along with streaks of blood seeping out. Boom! In the end, the armored bug couldn't withstand the shock of the sound waves and exploded into countless pieces, causing the black smoke to vanish too. Guo flew over and collected the armored bug's magic orb. The magic core from a tier 6 heaven stage monster would fetch a good price back on Earth. Killing a tier 6 heaven stage monster didn't seem to faze the audience in the stands. After all, this is the arena every day. Countless tier 6 heaven stage monsters meet their end here, they've long gotten used to it. Those who bet on Guo were laughing joyfully, winning back more than 5 times their stake in high-grade mana stones. Those who bet against Guo were cursing that tier 6 heaven stage armored bug was always just releasing gas, so it deserved to be blown to bits, leaving no remains. Wow, the young master is so powerful, truly worthy of being the pet monster of the city lord. The two girls, Spring and Summer, excitedly embraced each other. They were genuinely worried just moments ago about Guo getting hurt in the arena. In the luxurious VIP room on the 5th floor, the maid leader of the city lord's mansion admired, "The city lord is indeed the city lord. This young master monster, who signed the contract, is truly incredibly strong. It can evolve to tier 6 heaven stage 2nd grade, unleashing the attack power of tier 6 heaven stage evolution level. Once the young master evolves to the king tier level, wouldn't he be able to combat across several minor realms as well?" Although they had the arena manager arrange underhanded methods, forcing that tier 6 heaven stage armored bug to fight continuously for 8 rounds, its mana was almost drained. Once mana drops to a certain level, all aspects of the body's data will significantly decline, allowing them to defeat the weakened tier 6 heaven stage armored bug when their young master takes the stage. However, the tier 6 heaven stage 10 grade Azura warriors sent by the Lord's Mansion could never have imagined that their young master's sonic skill could directly destroy the body of a tier 6 heaven stage armored bug. It is important to note that among magical creatures of the same evolutionary level, the armored bug's combat power, agility, and speed are quite ordinary. Its only outstanding attribute is its high defense. While it is not as strong as the turtle tribe, it still ranks among the top 20 defensive magical species in the demon realm. Guo is currently a tier 6 heaven stage 2nd grade. Killing tier 6 heaven stage magical creatures won't yield a 100 times data reward. Only by defeating beings of at least tier 6 heaven stage 7th grade can one obtain a 100-fold reward. He stands on the stage, eagerly waiting for the appearance of magical creatures above tier 6 heaven stage 7th grade. But the upcoming battles all left him very disappointed. Because in the next 9 battles, all the magical creatures that came up were tier 6 heaven stage 1st and 2nd grade, with only one tier 6 heaven stage 3rd grade magical creature. They were all low tier 6 heaven stage magical creatures, with not even a single mid-tier tier 6 heaven stage magical creature. Guo wasn't foolish. He immediately realized what was going on. It must have been the arena manager's doing, arranging for only the weak ones of tier 6 heaven stage to take the stage, under the instruction of the servant leader of the Lord's Mansion. After 10 battles, Guo flew down from the arena. Spring, Summer, Autumn, and Winter immediately flattered him, saying, "Congratulations, congratulations, young master, you've won 10 consecutive matches. Young master aptitude is unparalleled in the world, a fighting power second to none." Not achieving the desired result, Guo's expression darkened, and he coldly said, "Take me to exchange for a bronze medal. I want to go to the intermediate arena." Upon hearing this, the two ladies were instantly frightened and pale. "Dear young master, we know you are powerful, but could you wait until your evolution level reaches tier 6 heaven stage before we go to the intermediate arena?" The two ladies pleaded earnestly. It is important to know that any monster that can obtain a bronze medal is exceptionally powerful, even if the arena manager can arrange to let things slide. However, they were both very afraid that Guo would win 20 games in the intermediate arena and then want to go to the advanced arena. Keep in mind, any monster in the advanced arena is among the best at the same level, and the majority have evolution levels of tier 6 heaven stage, grade 9 or 10. Guo interrupted the two ladies' persuasion, saying, "Just do what I tell you. Go exchange for a bronze medal, and we will go to the intermediate arena. Also, if anyone from our Lord's Manor dares to interfere with my battles, after we return, I will remove her from her position and drive them out of the Lord's Manor." His last statement was not a joke. The two ladies shivered all over, quickly leading him to the arena's front desk, where he was granted a bronze medal for his 10 consecutive victories. Within less than a minute, the news of Guo wanting to go to the intermediate arena reached the ears of the head maid and others in the luxurious VIP room on the 5th floor of the Lord's Manor. "Commander Luoze, the young master messing around like this will surely cause trouble sooner or later," said a teammate from the Lord's Manor Guard team, who was at Tier 6 Heaven Stage, Grade 10, expressing some concern. "The Lord is in seclusion training. If we don't keep an eye on the young master, we will all be in trouble once the Lord comes out." The head mate of the Lord's Manor, Luoze, felt a wave of helplessness and finally gritted her teeth and said, "Then let the young master fight a match in the intermediate arena first. You go tell the arena manager to arrange for a strong monster to face the young master, to let him know what it's like to be humbled. The young master can sustain minor injuries, but he must not be severely injured, let alone die." "All right, I will let Commander Luoze make the arrangements." The Tier 6 Heaven Stage, Grade 10 Azura warrior immediately went out to find the arena manager. After about 10 minutes, under the guidance of the arena staff, Gua ascended to the stage of the intermediate arena. His opponent also appeared on the stage at the same time. It was a large spider, entirely dark red. "Inspect skill." Gua used his skill. Immediately, a message from the opponent appeared on the screen. Target, red-speared demon spider. Race, Demon Realm Spider Clan. Aptitude, 2.422. Rank, Tier 6 Heaven Stage, 8th rank high-level demon. Mana, 126.59 million plus. Attack power, 50.2 billion plus. Defense, 21.4 billion plus. Agility, 28.6 billion plus. Speed, 29.3 billion plus. Skill, 1 Heavenly Web. A spider clan's innate skill, effect, can spit out a web made of condensed mana. Once the target is ensnared in the web, they will be trapped in a cocoon and unable to move unless their attack power is 3 times that of the web's. 2 Instant Strike temporarily multiplies agility by 10 times. Once the audience outside the arena finished placing their bets, the barrier separating the two combatants vanished, and the Tier 6 Heaven Stage 8th rank Red Spear Demon Spider rushed towards him. Chapter 64, Shock. The people in the Lord's Mansion are stunned. The Red Spear Demon Spider looked grotesque and ugly, with a pair of crimson eyes emitting a terrifying red light, moving swiftly on its 8 legs. Its front legs are extremely sharp, akin to the tip of a spear, capable of easily piercing through the bodies of similarly ranked demons. Thus, it is called the Red Spear Demon Spider. Puff. When it was 1,000 meters away, the Red Spear Demon Spider opened its mouth and spat out a beam of white light. The white light appeared above Gua's head and instantaneously transformed into a web capable of covering an area of 700 to 800 meters. Although the web has a vast coverage area, the gaps in the web are very small. Escaping through the openings is impossible. To tear and destroy the web, one must exceed twice the attack power of the Red Spear Demon Spider. Furthermore, the evolutionary path of the Red Spear Demon Spider is attack-oriented, resulting in significantly higher attack power than other attributes. Demons of the same evolutionary rank cannot break through the web's capture. They can only be ensnared in the Red Spear Demon Spider's large net and ultimately become its prey. The Red Spear Demon Spider is an exceptionally skilled predator in the demon realm. Even most demons 1 rank higher often cannot escape the web's constraints and end up as its meal. As the saying goes, one skill allows for the feast of 1,000. Guo looked up at the web forming above him, instantly gathering 250 million mana in his mouth, as if holding a small sun, emitting dazzling light. Roar! Visible waves of transparent sound erupted from his mouth rapidly and collided with the descending web in an instant. The skill of shattering sound waves is characterized by its extremely high frequency, capable of vibrating the target millions of times in a very short period. The longer the duration, the greater the physical damage incurred. The web spat out by the Red Spear Demon Spider is formed by condensed mana. While it possesses some characteristics of a web, it is not a true spider web. Ultimately, it all comes down to different forms of mana energy. The moment the sound wave made contact with the spider web, the web shattered into pieces, transforming into a shower of mana light that dissipated in the arena. Swish! At that moment, the Red Spear Demon Spider suddenly returned to its original size, becoming a gigantic red spider about 700 or 800 meters tall. Its front 2 legs lunged at Gua like long spears. Gua dodged the attack just in time, his body instantly growing larger, although not to its maximum size, reaching just over 1,000 meters. In the next moment, Puff was left front foot, wielding the divine knife, pierced directly through the brain of the red spear demon spider, killing it on the spot. Alright. We won. Damn it, what bad luck. In the stands, those who had won applauded enthusiastically. Those who lost were cursing and complaining. Spring and summer, along with autumn and winter, watched the outcome in shock, their mouths agape. A Tier 6 Heaven Stage 2nd grade evolved monster simply cannot break through the defense of a Tier 6 Heaven Stage 8th grade evolved monster, as their levels are too far apart. Yet, astonishingly, Gua not only breached the defense of the Tier 6 Heaven Stage 8th grade Red Spear Demon Spider but also killed it with ease. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it even if someone told them. In the luxury box of the intermediate arena for VIPs, the mistress of the Lord's Manor and her guards were all gaping, their faces a mask of shock. They were well aware of the situation. This time, there was no favoring the fighters in the arena. Additionally, they had instructed the arena manager to arrange for powerful monsters to suppress Gua, ensuring he would lose, but not allowing him to be seriously injured or killed. And the Tier 6 Heaven Stage 8th grade Red Spear Demon Spider was carefully arranged by the arena manager. Even Tier 6 Heaven Stage 9th grade evolved monsters would find it difficult to escape once entangled in the spider web. Using it to bind a Tier 6 Heaven Stage 2nd grade monster is certainly child's play. But it was shocking for those at the Lord's Manor to see the majestic Tier 6 Heaven Stage 8th grade Red Spear Demon Spider easily killed by Gua. It was a conclusion no one had anticipated. It's akin to a 2-year-old child facing off against a muscular adult. Everyone expected the adult to easily pin the child down with one hand. But the result was the 2-year-old effortlessly lifting the adult above their head and tossing them dozens of meters away. It was simply an impossible thing, yet it truly happened. Who wouldn't be shocked, who wouldn't be astounded? Just then, the arena supervisor rushed over and inquired, "Captain Luo, the young master has killed a Tier 6 Heaven Stage 8th grade evolved monster. How should I arrange things next?" He was sweating profusely and had lost all focus. Those who can run large arenas in the city are certainly not ordinary individuals. They are all powerful players with connections behind the scenes. The arena supervisor had already learned through channels that the one on the stage was the Lord Mayor's monster pet. What is the Lord of the Azura clan? It is the master of the city, the king of the city. All Azura clan members are like his servants, and he can execute them at will for any reason. The monsters participating in the arena are all captured by the Azura clan members in the wild and controlled using spiritual technology products. Unlike monsters captured who have signed a servant contract with people from the demon world, those that have been captured simply die without any loss to their owner. If one dies, it's just a matter of capturing another. Conversely, monsters who have signed a servant contract with those from the demon world carry contract marks on both souls. If the contracted monster dies, it inflicts a significant wound on the owner's soul. Additionally, the contracted monsters are the owner's most loyal combat partners, closer than spouses or children. After all, relatives might betray you, but the contracted monster will never betray its owner and will even die for them when needed, unlike relatives. It can be said that the future offspring of the Lord possess a status that is not as high as the contracted monster pets. Among the Azura clan, the Lord Mayor is considered one of the finest, having achieved King Tier 5th grade status at a young age, and there are opportunities for him to reach the royal level in the future. Over the years, the Lord Mayor has not signed a servant contract with any monster, and now that he finally has a contracted monster pet, if anything happens in their arena, it would be a calamity of immense proportions, not something that the death of 1 or 2 people could resolve. Instead, it would implicate countless others, with heads rolling. The arena supervisor looked through the window at Gui on the stage, continuously praying in his heart that this lord would stop playing around and leave quickly. If he didn't, he would be scared to death. Captain Luoze from the Lord's residence is not an ordinary person. If he were ordinary, he wouldn't hold such a position. After a moment of thought, Captain Luoze said, "Next, arrange for the monsters that the young master will face to ensure their level does not exceed Tier 6 Heaven Stage 8th grade. Remember, they can cause the young master to lose or sustain minor injuries. But he must not be severely injured, let alone die. In fact, this group of people from the Lord's residence. Right now, I'm really curious about the young master who can easily kill tier 6 heaven stage 8 rank Scarlet Spear demonic spiders. Where is his limit? Can he kill the tier 6 heaven stage 9 ranked demonic beasts? Or could he kill the tier 6 heaven stage 10 ranked demonic beasts? Of course, while curiosity is one thing, they certainly wouldn't let the young master fight against tier 6 heaven stage 9 ranked or 10 ranked demonic beasts. Next, as time went by, Guo won 20 consecutive matches in the arena, with the lowest demonic beasts being tier 6 heaven stage 7 ranked, and the highest being tier 6 heaven stage 8 ranked. If I kill 2 more tier 6 heaven stage 8 ranked demonic beasts, or 4 more tier 6 heaven stage 7 ranked demonic beasts, I'll be able to evolve to tier 6 heaven stage 3 ranked. Guo, with his menacing golden pattern green face smiling, walked off the arena and said to the two girls, Xuan, Xia, Xiu, Dong, let's go, take me to get the silver badge, I want to go to the advanced arena. Upon hearing this, the two girls, Xuan and Xia, were instantly stunned. Chapter 65, Guo bets 10 billion high-grade mana stones on himself to win. A silver badge allows entry into the advanced arena. And the demonic beasts that can fight in the advanced arena. All of them must have first won 10 consecutive matches in the lower arena. Then, they need to win 20 consecutive matches in the intermediate arena. It can be said that all the demonic beasts that obtain a silver badge in the arena are all tier 6 heaven stage 9 ranked or 10 ranked demonic beasts. The power of tier 6 heaven stage 9 ranked and 10 ranked demonic beasts is not just a little stronger than that of tier 6 heaven stage 8 ranked demonic beasts. Young master, you must be tired today. How about going back to the residence first to rest, and then come to get the silver badge tomorrow for the advanced arena? Xuan and Xia were persuading him. No way. Guo shook his head and said, cut the nonsense, hurry up and take me there. After saying this, he didn't give the two girls any time to argue. He strode towards the reception hall of the arena. He just needs to kill 2 more tier 6 heaven stage 8 ranked demonic beasts to evolve to tier 6 heaven stage 3 ranked. And the advanced arena stage has at least tier 6 heaven stage 9 ranked demonic beasts. As long as we casually kill one, he will have enough evolution. How could they possibly return to the Lord's mansion at this time? Xuanxia and Xiudong exchanged a helpless glance. They quickly followed. The two of them originally thought they would be named by the young master and become his personal maids. Their status at the Lord's mansion would rise significantly. From then on, even the head maid would have to politely call them sisters upon seeing them. Little did they expect that their young master would be someone so difficult to deal with. Just a tier 6 heaven stage 2nd rank evolution level, yet he insisted on fighting with tier 6 heaven stage 9th and 10th rank monsters in the arena. Of course, Xuanxia and Xiudong were also extremely shocked by their young master's combat power. To have a young master at only tier 6 heaven stage 2nd rank easily kill tier 6 heaven stage 7th and 8th rank monsters is simply unheard of and never seen before. Describing their shock as unbelievable doesn't even come close. It should be noted that from the tier 6 heaven stage 8th rank Red Spear Demon Spider onward, the arena manager had not been using underhanded tactics to let anyone win. The more they understood the terrifying aspects of their young master, the more Xuanxia and Xiudong worried for his safety. Soon, the two girls processed a silver medal for Gui in the arena hall. Any large arena in the city would have a specialized team to capture tier 6 heaven stage monsters in the wild. It can be said that regardless of whether it's in lower, middle, higher, or top tier arenas, at least 60% of the monsters are from the arena itself. Sometimes, the arena might operate behind the scenes to decide who wins and who loses. While Gui was waiting to enter the higher tier arena, the arena manager was feeding a tier 6 heaven stage 9th rank monster medicine. This medicine will not weaken the monster's combat power, nor will it reduce its agility or speed. It will only reduce the monster's defense by 50%. Reducing a tier 6 heaven stage 9th rank monster's defense by 50% is equivalent to its defense at tier 6 heaven stage 8th rank. The young master in Shangzhou can break through the defense of a tier 6 heaven stage 8th rank monster and kill it. Therefore, the arena manager can only give this tier 6 heaven stage 9th rank monster medicine to reduce its defense. Tier 6 heaven stage monsters have a significantly higher intelligence than ordinary monsters, but not as high as that of the inhabitants of the demon realm. Only monsters of king tier level can have intelligence comparable to the inhabitants of the demon realm, and they can also transform into humanoid forms. This tier 6 heaven stage 9th grade monster only felt that today's meal was particularly good, savoring every bite, and even expressed gratitude to the arena manager who fed it. The arena manager sighed slightly and said to this not-so-intelligent Tier 6 Heaven Stage 9th grade monster, "In a little while, you will be going to the arena to fight. You must remember this. Regardless of the situation, you must not deliver a lethal blow to your opponent at most. You can inflict light injuries. You cannot seriously injure them, and absolutely must not kill them. If you can do this, when you come down from the arena, I will take charge and allow you to leave the arena, depart from this city, and return to the vast demon realm outside. If you agree, just nod your head. If you don't agree, shake your head. If you don't agree, I will ask other monsters." The Tier 6 Heaven Stage 9th grade monster nodded frantically in agreement. Since being captured at the arena, this Tier 6 Heaven Stage 9th grade monster has not had a moment where it did not want to leave. "Good, I hope you remember what I said. You must never inflict serious injuries or kill anyone," said the arena manager, suddenly growing stern. "Otherwise, be prepared for the cruelest torture of the arena." The Tier 6 Heaven Stage 9th grade monster suddenly shivered and kept shaking its head, indicating its fear. At this moment, in the stands of the high-level arena, there were at least tens of thousands of people. Everyone was waiting for the upcoming battle. A young and beautiful Azura host. After saying a few words, the audience began to place their bets. This was Gua's first appearance on the high-level arena. The audience was not familiar with him. There weren't many betting on his victory. As for Gua's opponent, that Tier 6 Heaven Stage 9th grade monster, while not too famous in this high-level arena, still had notable achievements, with a record of 26 wins and 13 losses. At least 80% of the bets were placed on this Tier 6 Heaven Stage 9th grade monster. The audience qualified to enter the high-level arena were all quite affluent, as the entry requirement was to have previously loaded a minimum of 10 million high-grade mana stones as kill points into their cards. 10 million high-grade mana stones is a staggering astronomical amount for an ordinary Azura warrior. In a seat close to the arena, Xiaodong trembled as she placed a bet of 10 billion high-grade mana stones, betting on her young master to win. 10 billion high-grade mana stones. She had never seen so many in her life. Even if her family had this many high-grade mana stones, it was uncertain. Her family was just a small clan with a population of less than 10,000. The most successful person in her family was her, a maid in the Lord's Manor. There were at least 8,000 maids in the Lord's Manor, and she was just one of the inconspicuous ones. As a maid in the Lord's Manor, she received 100,000 low-grade high-grade mana stones each month, and her family also provided her with another 100,000 low-grade high-grade mana stones every month. Although she had an income of 200,000 low-grade high-grade mana stones every month, cultivation consumed an enormous amount of high-grade mana stones and other resources. It was commendable if she could save even 10,000 low-grade high-grade mana stones from that. 10 billion high-grade mana stones was indeed an enormous astronomical number for her. If my young master dares to bet 10 billion high-grade mana stones, it shows he has absolute confidence in winning against a Tier 6 Heaven Stage 9th rank demon. If not, should I risk it all and bet everything I have on my young master winning? Xiaodong is a maid in the Lord's Manor, holding a golden card that allows her to bet up to 20 million low-grade kill points at any gladiator arena in the city. If she loses the bet, the Lord's Manor will deduct 50,000 low-grade high-grade mana stones from her each month for the gladiator arena, until the 20 million low-grade high-grade mana stones are fully deducted, without any interest at all. With just a few seconds left to place her bet, Xiaodong staked the entire 20 million worth on her young master winning. At that moment, the barrier separating the two demons on the arena disappeared, and the battle officially began. Everyone's gaze turned towards the arena. Chapter 66, the head of the Angle factory nearly got scared to death. 10 kilometers away from Gui, his opponent, that Tier 6 Heaven Stage 9th grade demon, looked like a tiger. But its body was covered in dark red scales. With a pair of blood-red eyes like the sun, it emanated a fierce aura. Roar! The Tier 6 Heaven Stage 9th grade demon with a tiger-like head let out a roar, instantly swelling to its original size of over 1,000 meters, reaching peak strength. At the same time, lightning flashed over Gua's body, restoring his original size, a massive figure of over 2,200 meters, nearly twice the size of the Tier 6 Heaven Stage 9th grade demon opposite. When it comes to ordinary magical beasts, the larger the body, the stronger the power. However, after evolving to Tier 6 Heaven Stage level, the size of the body does not represent the strength of the power. The awakened skills at Tier 6 Heaven Stage level, as well as the racial talents that are understood, are the key factors determining the strength of power. Boom! Boom! A Tier 6 Heaven Stage 9th grade magical beast with a head like a tiger came running over, its massive weight causing the arena to tremble. When it was 3 kilometers away from Gua, it suddenly leaped forward, with no difference from a tiger pouncing while hunting. Gua's current strength is enough to kill any Tier 6 Heaven Stage 9th grade magical beast without using any skills. Under Inspect skill, this Tier 6 Heaven Stage 9th grade magical beast has a defense of 20.1 billion, an attack power of 91.8 billion, agility of 41.2 billion, and speed of 42.3 billion. There are 3 skills. 1 Walking on Wind, speed 5 times. 2 Frenzied Critical Strike, attack power 2.5 times. 3 Focused Concentration, passive skill, when using skills, mana consumption speed decreases by 50%. How could a Tier 6 Heaven Stage 9th grade magical beast have a defense of only 20.1 billion? Gua immediately guessed that it must be a trick played by the arena. But this doesn't matter, he is not looking for a fair duel anyway. What he wants is the opponent's life to increase his own data and evolve to Tier 6 Heaven Stage 3rd grade. It swiftly lifted its right forefoot with the divine blade. Swish! At a speed many times faster than lightning, it slammed down towards the skull of the Tier 6 Heaven Stage 9th grade magical beast. With a crunch, the divine blade pierced through the opponent's head. Tier 6 Heaven Stage Level 9 demon monster died on the spot. Ding! Young Master defeated a Tier 6 Heaven Stage Level 9 demon monster, Blood Scale Tiger, which was at least 5 levels above him. Reward, 100 times, stat points plus 1.43246 billion. Evolutionary XP has reached its limit, unable to evolve to Tier 6 Heaven Stage Level 3, cannot gain any more Evolutionary XP, kill points plus 21.8 billion. Ding! Notice, the young master's stat points are sufficient to max out attack, defense, agility, and speed attributes to evolve to Tier 6 Heaven Stage Level 3. Without needing the slaughter evolution system to remind him, Gua already knew it was enough. He happily flew down from the arena and said to the waiting Chuanxia, "Let's go, we're heading back to the Lord's mansion." Chuanxia was most eager to hear the words about returning to the Lord's mansion. She cheerfully responded, "All right, let's go back to the Lord's mansion. Young master, just tell me what you want to eat, and I'll prepare it for you after we return." Young master, we won and made money." Xiaodong rushed over with a beaming face after coming down from the spectator stand. "How much did we win?" Gua asked. Xiaodong exclaimed excitedly, after taking out the principal, "We won 25.8 billion high-grade mana stones. I also got lucky following the young master, winning 51.6 million high-grade mana stones. Young master, you are truly my lucky star." Saying that, she stood on tiptoe. On Gua's fierce and frightening mantis-like face, she pecked at him a few times. Xiaodong was just too happy at her age, it was the first time she had so much money and so many high-grade mana stones. Being pecked a few times by a beautiful girl, Gua was also quite happy. Although his skin felt like armor, he didn't feel much. Yet Gua truly enjoyed the moment, looking at the equally beautiful Chuanxia and Xiaodong, thinking, once we return to the Lord's mansion and evolve to Tier 6 Heaven Stage Level 3, I'll have them both accompany me for a bath. Haha, indeed, with power comes an abundance of beauty. Looking at the joyous Xiaodong, Chuanxia felt envious. 51.6 million low-grade high-grade mana stones was an immense fortune. She worked as a maid in the Lord's mansion, earning a salary of 100,000 low-grade high-grade mana stones every month. Her family is not as large as the Xiaodong family, and their business isn't particularly profitable. The monthly allowance her family gives her is less than that of the Xiaodong family. They only provide 50,000 low-grade high-grade mana stones. The two have similar aptitude, and they became maids at the city lord's mansion together back in the day. At that time, both were tier 6 heaven stage of the 3rd rank. Now, Xiaodong has already been at tier 6 heaven stage for over 40 years, while she is still only at tier 6 heaven stage of the 5th rank. Their aptitude is almost the same, but there is a gap in their levels, mainly because over the years, the Xiaodong family has provided an extra 50,000 low-grade high-grade mana stones every month. That's a difference of 50,000 high-grade mana stones each month. In a year, that's a deficit of 600,000 spirit stones. Over 10 years, that's 6 million high-grade mana stones missing. The two have been at the city lord's mansion for over 130 years, resulting in a shortfall of 78 million high-grade mana stones. Now, the Xiaodong family has additionally gained 51.6 million high-grade mana stones. I'm afraid it won't take more than a few years. Xiaodong will be able to raise her level to tier 6 heaven stage of the 7th rank and become a high-tier tier 6 heaven stage Azura warrior. At that time, her status in the city lord's mansion will be elevated, and her monthly salary will be 200,000 high-grade mana stones. As for him, if he doesn't come into any unexpected wealth, it'll take at least another 300 years to reach tier 6 heaven stage of the 7th rank. Gua noticed her face sometimes showed envy, sometimes regret, sometimes loneliness, and then looked at Xiaodong, who was beaming with joy beside her. He immediately realized what was wrong with Chuxia, as he wrapped one of his scythe-like forelegs around the shoulders of both Chunxia and Xiaodong. With a cheerful smile, he said to the two, "This young master has always been clear about rewards and punishments. You two are taking me out for a stroll. You've been scared out of your wits several times by me. Even if you Haven Tea made a great contribution, you've put in your share of effort. Reward. As for my salary, I currently have nothing on me. I just have money and high-grade mana stones. Later, when we go to the Colosseum Hall to claim the high-grade mana stones, I'll reward you both with 100 million high-grade mana stones each." Upon hearing the reward of 1 billion high-grade mana stones, the two women's eyes suddenly lit up, and they excitedly said, "Thank you for the reward, young master. We will go through fire and water for you without hesitation from now on." Guo led the two of them towards the arena hall, thinking to himself, "I don't need you to go through fire and water for me. All I need is for you to bathe with me. Just wash, 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 ha ha ha." Soon, Guo and the others arrived at the arena hall. The front desk staff was stunned when Xiaodong requested to withdraw 35.8516 billion high-grade mana stones. She had worked in this arena for over 200 years and had encountered requests for billions of high-grade mana stones a few times, but never more than 20 times. She said that because the amount was huge, it needed to be processed on the 2nd floor. She then led the three of them to the 2nd floor. The staff on the 2nd floor registered them. Only then did they hand over the high-grade mana stones to them. The official in charge of receiving them at the arena. Because he knew Guo's identity. The attitude of the arena supervisor was very good, or rather humble as it could be. Guo gave 1 billion high-grade mana stones each to the two women, Spring and Summer, and stored all the high-grade mana stones on the ground into his inventory ring. As they were leaving, Guo said cheerfully, "The arena truly makes money. We need to come here often to make some profit." The arena supervisor's corner of the mouth twitched, almost tripping over his own words. It seemed the arena does not act as the banker, only taking a cut. However, 65% of the tier 6 heaven stage monsters in the arena were caught back by their people, risking their lives in the wild. Each tier 6 heaven stage monster that dies represents a significant amount of wealth. If this young master comes often, what will happen? The arena supervisor respectfully sent Guo off, leaving behind messages for the master behind him, the owner of the arena, to find ways, use connections, and send gifts to prevent this young master from constantly coming to the arena to take advantage of them. What the arena supervisor was thinking, Guo had no idea, as he walked out of the arena with the two women, Spring and Autumn, intending to return to the city lord's mansion immediately to evolve to tier 6 heaven stage 3rd grade. Just as the three of them walked out of the arena door and onto the street, several Azura tribe members suddenly blocked their way. "The two ladies, my master has taken a liking to this monster of yours and wants to buy it. Here are 500,000 low-grade high-grade mana stones." The leading male Azura handed over a card, which could be exchanged for an equivalent amount of high-grade mana stones at the money exchange in any Azura city. Chapter 67, The Sister of City Lord Boy Shana. Not for sale. Chuanxia and Xiaodong's expressions turned cold as they threw the card back. Not for sale? The male Azura suddenly snorted coldly. His entourage of over a dozen Azura warriors stood behind him. They surrounded Chuanxia, Xiaodong, and Gua. Gua used Inspect skill to check them out. These were several Azura warriors. The leading male was Tier 6 Heaven Stage Level 10. Then there were 2 Tier 6 Heaven Stage Level 9, 4 Tier 6 Heaven Stage Level 8, and 8 Tier 6 Heaven Stage Level 7. A team of over 10 like this is already quite strong. You should know. In the Azura cities, aside from the existence of King Tier 6 Heaven Stage Level 10 Azura warriors are already the pinnacle. Moreover, in each Azura city, any Azura reaching Tier 6 Heaven Stage Level 7 automatically becomes a soldier under the city lord. And a Tier 6 Heaven Stage Level 10 Azura warrior becomes a captain, capable of commanding 1,000 Azura warriors. A Tier 6 Heaven Stage Level 10 Azura warrior is not only a captain in the city lord's estate but also the head of a family. You could say their status and power are quite high. The earlier Tier 6 Heaven Stage Level 10 Azura warrior said his master wanted to buy him, indicating that his master's status is not ordinary. Just as Gui was lost in speculation and analysis, the Tier 6 Heaven Stage Level 10 Azura man said, "My master desires something there is nothing he cannot acquire. You too must sell this monster, whether you want to or not." The Azura clan is combative and enjoys watching the excitement, and at this moment, many curious Azura townsfolk, along with people from other races in the demon realm, had gathered around. Chuanxia took out the token that only the inner court members of the city lord's mansion are allowed to have and said coldly, "We are from the inner court of the city lord's mansion, hurry up and clear the way for us, or you'll regret it." The token of the inner court of the city lord's mansion is only possessed by the servants and maids who live in the mansion and serve the city lord. The Tier 6 Heaven Stage 10 rank Azura warrior frowned slightly, not expecting that these 2 Tier 6 Heaven Stage women of rank 5 or 6 would be from the inner court of the city lord's mansion. "Since you 2 young ladies are from the inner court of the city lord's mansion, we are considered to be on the same side now," said the Tier 6 Heaven Stage 10 rank Azura warrior, changing to a smiling face and waving his hand. The dozens of Azura warriors surrounding Chuanxia, Xiaodong, and Gui retreated behind the Tier 6 Heaven Stage 10 rank Azura warrior. Chuanxia and Xiaodong put away the token of the inner court of the city lord's mansion and were about to leave with Gua, but the Tier 6 Heaven Stage 10 rank Azura man blocked their way again. "Ladies, I haven't finished speaking yet. My master is the younger sister of your city lord. I came this time to visit your city lord. My master has taken a liking to your magical creature. You'd best sell it to our master. At that time, you two might not even get a high-grade mana stone." At this moment, Gua, who was anxious to return to the city lord's mansion and advance to Tier 6 Heaven Stage Rank 3, spoke up, "Get lost. If you say one more word, I'll have you all thrown into the city lord's dungeon." After saying that, he took Chuanxia and Xiaodong away and walked toward the direction of the city lord's mansion. The Tier 6 Heaven Stage 10 rank Azura warrior did not stop them again and watched the 3 of them leave. At the entrance of the arena, the head maid of the city lord's mansion and several Tier 6 Heaven Stage 10 rank Azura captains all let out a long sigh of relief. They were really worried that the Tier 6 Heaven Stage 10 rank Azura would make a move against Chuanxia, Xiaodong, and Gua. They recognized the Tier 6 Heaven Stage 10 rank Azura warrior and knew that his master was not only the younger sister of the city lord, but also a being of King Tier rank 3. This younger sister of the city lord is more than 300 years younger than the city lord, has a particularly bad temper, and is quite unreasonable, willing to kill when she pleases. 200 years ago, when he visited them in the castle, he killed numerous maids and servants at the castle on the spot because the food wasn't to his taste. "If you want to leave, just go. Don't block the door here." At that moment, a lazy voice suddenly came from behind the head maid of the castle. When they heard this voice, the head maid and the others stiffened, turned around, and saw a very beautiful woman standing behind them, who bore some resemblance to their lord. "Greetings, Lord Polopan." The head maid and the others quickly bowed to this young woman. This woman was none other than Polopan, the biological sister of the lord, Boreatia. Polopan ignored them and walked lazily out of the arena, spotting her dozen or so Azura warriors. She asked, "Where is the monster I told you to buy?" Back to Master, those two women are from the internal affairs of the castle. They didn't sell that monster, and we couldn't force the internal affairs personnel to sell it either. The Tier 6 Heaven Stage Grade 10 Azura warrior answered truthfully. Useless. You can't even handle a small matter. Polopan casually waved her hand, and the Tier 6 Heaven Stage Grade 10 Azura warrior and the other Azura warriors all spurted blood from their mouths and noses, injured. Ignoring her injured subordinates, Polopan walked lazily toward the castle, muttering to herself, "It's been over 200 years since we last met. My sister still doesn't know that I am now at the same level as her, a king tier grade 5. I'm too lazy to find a place to build a city. My sister's city is doing well in terms of population and financial income. When I see my dear sister, I'll have a fight with her. If I win, the city will belong to me. If I lose, oh, how could I possibly lose? I've borrowed a king tier high grade weapon, the Rakshasa spear, from my grandmother. Wow, the smell coming from this restaurant is so fragrant. I'll eat first before going to find my sister to fight." Polopan walked into a restaurant by the street. At this moment, Voy and the two girls, Spring and Autumn, returned to the castle. "No one is allowed to enter this courtyard without my orders," Wood told Spring, Summer, Autumn, and Winter. "Yes, young master." Spring and Autumn both nodded. Voy returned to his bedroom and closed the doors and windows. In the next moment, he opened the individual information interface. He began the kill points lottery. It didn't take long to finish the lottery. He obtained a skill, high-grade mana stone fusion technique. The function of this high-grade mana stone fusion technique skill is: consuming 10 points of mana allows you to merge 10,000 low-grade high-grade mana stones into one medium-grade high-grade mana stone. Consuming 1,000 points of mana allows you to merge 10,000 medium-grade high-grade mana stones into one high-grade mana stone. Consuming 100,000 points of mana allows you to merge 10,000 available high-grade mana stones into one premium high-grade mana stone. Consuming 10 million points of mana allows you to merge 10,000 premium high-grade mana stones into one low-grade celestial high-grade mana stone. Consuming 100 million points of mana allows you to merge 10,000 low-grade celestial high-grade mana stones into one medium-grade celestial high-grade mana stone. This skill allows you to merge higher-level high-grade mana stones by consuming a certain amount of mana. Besides gaining this one skill, you also draw an increase of 80 million in mana capacity and a 0.42 boost in aptitude. After drawing the kill points, Wu begins to allocate the stat points to attack power, defense, agility, and speed. The limit is 140 billion. When Guoya's agility attribute reaches 140 billion, he begins the Tier 6 Heaven Stage 3rd Grade Evolution, surrounded by green light, ultimately forming a substance light ball similar to a green eggshell. Chapter 68, The Arena is My Paradise. 5 minutes later. Wu underwent a Tier 6 Heaven Stage 3rd Grade Evolution. Open Personal Information Interface. Data appears on the light screen. Host, Wu. Divine Blade Mantis. Race, Mantis species. Attribute, Lightning. Lifespan, less than 300 years. Aptitude 5.21. Skills, Inspect skill, Berserk skill, Phantom speed skill, Inventory, Regeneration passive, God level contract, Slow ray, Hardened, Execution, Mana recovery, Spiritual perception, Space wormhole, Fire evasion technique, Lightning evasion technique, Disguise, Shattering sonic wave, Language of all things, Shrink, Earth walking technique, Instant strike, Thunderball critical hit, Armor breaking technique, High grade mana stone fusion. Evolution count, 13. Evolution EXP, 262356445 million. Grade, Tier 6 Heaven Stage Grade 3 Low Tier Tier 6 Heaven Stage. Mana, 8.86985 billion plus. Attack power, 735 billion. Defense, 725 billion. Agility, 735 billion. Speed, 725 billion. Stat points, 2365423361. Kill points, 5368923361. Tier 6 Heaven Stage Level 3 kill points inspection has risen to requiring 2 billion kill points for a single draw. His current base attack power is 735 billion. If using the execution skill, attack power 10, he can achieve a maximum attack power of 7.35 trillion. This is approximately double the attack power when at the King tier level 1. It can be said that his current strength completely surpasses any existence at the King tier level 1. Unfortunately, any existing King tier has the mana shield skill. Hunting a King tier level 1 is nearly impossible, because the defense of the mana shield is 10 times that of the defense inherent to a King tier being. Even if a King tier level 1 being has 20 trillion in defense, tenfold defense means it has 200 trillion in defensive properties. To shatter a 200 trillion defense mana shield, an attack power twice that of the mana shield is required. In other words, he needs to have 40 billion in attack power to break the mana shield of a King tier level 1 in one hit. By the way, my armor breaking technique skill consumes 500 million mana when attacking and can ignore 75% of the opponent's defensive properties. I wonder if it works on the mana shield? Gwat asks about the Slaughter Evolution System. Ding! Slaughter Evolution System response: the armor breaking technique is still effective against the mana shield. That's good to hear. Guo was delighted. Even if the King tier level 1's mana shield has 200 trillion defense, after removing 75% of the defensive properties, it effectively only retains 25% of its defensive properties. A defense of 200 trillion in front of him equates to just 50 trillion in defensive properties. With an attack power of 73.5 billion, he could injure a being at King tier level 1, or even kill them. When you think about it, being at King tier is not that terrifying. Wei was in a great mood as he pushed the door and walked into the courtyard. Standing at the courtyard gate, Chuanxia and Xiudong sensed the change in his aura and immediately said, "Congratulations, young master. You've evolved to tier 6 heaven stage level 3, making progress towards King tier and Emperor level." These two certainly know how to flatter. He is only at tier 6 heaven stage level 3, and they say he is getting closer to King tier and Emperor level. In a good mood, Guo rewarded each of them with 1,000,000 low-grade high-grade mana stones, equivalent to 10 months of their salary. "Come on, let's go take a bath," Guo said, spreading his two scythe-like forelimbs to the sides and putting his arms around their shoulders as he led them to the bathroom. Guo boldly stepped into the bath, and seeing that Chuanxia and Xiudong had yet to take off their clothes, he said, "Don't just stand there, get undressed and come in to scrub my back." Chuanxia and Xiudong replied, "Young master, this bath belongs to the lord of the city. We don't have the qualifications to enter and bathe." Guo thought they were just shy, so he said, "If I allow you in, then you are qualified. Hurry up, stop talking, and come over to scrub my back." Chuanxia and Xiudong exchanged glances, then, in a flash, walked into the bath wearing the emperor's new clothes. Guo stared with his big compound eyes, wishing he could see Chuanxia and Xiudong from every angle without missing a detail. 2 hours later, Guo left the bath with Chuanxia and Xiudong, feeling very good. The only regret was that his entire body was covered in scales, and the sensation was not as sharp as his skin had been when he was human. His two scythe-like forelimbs didn't feel as comfortable as hands when touching certain things. The difference in sensation was quite pronounced. After enjoying a hearty dinner at the Lord's mansion, Guo, along with Chuanxia and Xiudong, returned to the gladiator arena they had visited during the day. He had a prestigious silver token for advanced matches at this arena, something hard-earned that he couldn't waste. Before long, he was assigned to an advanced arena, facing an opponent that was a tier 6 heaven stage level 9 monster. As soon as the barrier separating them disappeared, Guo didn't hesitate. With his data surpassing 700 billion, he instantly killed his opponent and received 100 times the data. Just as Guo happily slays tier 6 heaven stage 9th and 10th grade monsters in the high-level arena, the arena manager, with a frustrated expression, tells his boss about Guo. The owner of this arena is the captain of a guard team in the Lord's mansion, responsible for maintaining security in the Western District, managing over 3,000 tier 6 heaven stage Azura warriors. "Boss, if we don't find a way to stop the Lord's contracted demon monster, our arena won't last long," the arena manager expressed his deep concerns. The arena owner, however, has a significant perspective and said, "The young master can play in the arena for as long as he wants, just make sure he enjoys himself, and you needn't worry about it. By the way, prepare 20 trillion low-grade high-grade mana stones and 1 million mid-grade high-grade mana stones for me. We will go visit the young master later." The arena manager was shocked, saying, "Boss, 20 trillion low-grade high-grade mana stones, plus 1 million mid-grade high-grade mana stones, that's almost half of our arena's assets." The arena owner replied, "It's not just half of the arena's assets. If the young master desires it, I wouldn't even mind giving the entire arena to him." The arena manager was puzzled and asked, "Boss, why is that?" The arena owner said, "Our Loaza city belongs to the Lord, and the Lord is the king here. He decides who lives and who dies. In the city, there are at least 300 if not 500 captains like me at the Tier 6 Heaven Stage 10th grade level, and taking a step further seems almost impossible. The young master is the Lord's contracted pet demon monster. His status in this city is second only to the Lord, above all others. The young master is destined to become a king-tier presence in the future. By now presenting a lavish gift to the young master and becoming his trusted aide, the benefits I can gain from befriending him, especially concerning this arena, can't be compared to anything else. In the future, if the young master can obtain high-grade mana stones from the Lord and grant me some in my lifetime, I might still have a chance to break through to a king-tier presence. This is the true goal of the arena owner in the demon realm. Any creature aiming to reach king-tier existence cannot do so without high-grade mana stones. The high-grade mana stone is an absolutely precious resource in the demon realm, and it is very difficult to acquire. In the demon realm, most of the high-grade mana stone mines are held by royal tier beings, and even king tier beings are not qualified to touch them. Time flies. Gua has achieved 30 consecutive victories in the advanced arena of this Colosseum, earning a gold medal, qualifying him for participation in the top tier arena. If I can kill 2 more Tier 6 Heaven Stage 9th grade monsters, or take down 1 Tier 6 Heaven Stage 10th grade monster, I will evolve to Tier 6 Heaven Stage 4th grade. Gua thought, "This Colosseum is my paradise. Not only can I elevate my evolution level, but I've also made 150 billion from high-grade mana stones in just a short while. Well, I can't always exploit one place after I evolve to Tier 6 Heaven Stage 5th grade in this Colosseum. I'll go to other Colosseums to exploit. With so many Colosseums in the city, if I exploit for a year or two, I'll almost reach king tier." He was mentally calculating, and just then, the Colosseum owner, along with the Colosseum manager, found him. Gua thought the Colosseum owner was afraid he was exploiting them, but unexpectedly, they were there to present him with a gift. Gua gladly accepted and indicated he wanted the Colosseum owner as his trusted aide. The next moment, the Tier 6 Heaven Stage 10th grade Colosseum owner knelt down, bowing his head and expressing his willingness to pledge lifelong loyalty to him. Gua immediately gave him an order to take people outside the city to capture as many Tier 6 Heaven Stage 10th and 9th grade monsters as possible. With this Colosseum owner now being his subordinate, Gua felt there was no need to exploit his own subordinate's resources. After casually killing a Tier 6 Heaven Stage 10th grade monster in the top tier arena, he returned to the Lord's Manor to prepare for his evolution to Tier 6 Heaven Stage 5th grade. Before the evolution, Gua opened his individual information interface and began the kill points lottery. First time. He obtained a God tier master servant contract. Gua was overjoyed. No matter what, he planned to wait until he reached king tier to forcibly sign a royal tier servant. P.S. If it's convenient for all the readers, please watch the video and send some love to power it. Thank you very much for the support from every single reader. Chapter 69, The 100 Pairs of Twin Beauty Sisters. The kill points lottery has concluded. Gua begins adding stat points. The attack power cap is 74 billion. The defense cap is 74 billion. The agility cap is 74 billion. The speed cap is 74 billion. Once all 4 attributes reach the cap of 74 billion. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the Evolution Tier 6 Heaven Stage standard for Tier 4 monsters. Evolution is starting now and is expected to complete in 5 minutes. Slaughter evolution system. The pleasant female voice ended. Gua was enveloped by countless green lights. Soon, he was surrounded by so many green lights that he turned into a spherical green cocoon. Just as Gua was undergoing evolution, an uninvited guest arrived at the City Lord's Manor. She is none other than the City Lord's younger sister, Balapan Na. The new maidservants and servants that have come to the City Lord's Manor in the past 200 years do not know Balapan Na. However, no maidservants and servants who have been in the city lord's manor for over 200 years do not recognize the city lord's sister Balapan Na, nor are there any who are not afraid of her. 200 years ago, Balapan Na only stayed in the city lord's manor for less than a month. The servants, maidservants, and guards killed by her due to a bad mood, poor food, or other various baseless reasons totaled over 200, averaging about 10 people killed per day. At that time, no servants or maidservants in the city lord's manor were willing to serve this master. They were all scared for their lives. Now, the city lord's sister Balapan Na has come back again. The maidservants and servants who once lived in her shadow quickly hid far away in silence. They directed the new maidservants and servants who arrived within the last 200 years, who had never seen Balapan Na, to serve this fierce person. Some of the veteran maidservants and servants, afraid of Balapan Na's unreasonable killing spree, requested leave to go home and rest for a while. They would come back to work once this fierce god leaves the city lord's manor. Currently, there are matters to attend to, so let those new maidservants and servants take care of it. Sister is in seclusion, what bad luck that is. The stunningly beautiful Balapan Na's face was filled with displeasure. She did not come this time to play, but to fight and seize this city. Among the Azura clan, nothing is off limits when it comes to fighting for what one wants. Although this city was founded by her sister. However, as long as she can defeat her sister, this city, which has already taken shape and has a lot of valuable resources, would become her private property. After all, they share the same parents, the same grandparents, and great-grandparents. Bullying a bit her own sister, her elders would not say anything. Though she was born 300 years after her sister, her aptitude is better, and she is favored more by the elders in the family. Now that she is here. Otherwise, Grandma wouldn't possibly lend the king-tier high-quality weapon, the Rakshasa Spear, to her. The king-tier high-quality Rakshasa Spear can approximately double her attack power. It allows her to reach King Tier level 5 and be able to fight against the King Tier level 6 Azura. Since my sister is in seclusion, I am now the strongest being in this city. No, even if my sister is not in seclusion, I am still the strongest in this city. Balapan Na's mood instantly improved a lot, no longer feeling gloomy because her sister is in seclusion and she has no one to spar with. At this moment, she acted as if she were the master, instructing the maids in the city lord's residence to prepare a lavish dinner for her. Crack! Crack! In the room, Hua completed the evolution to Tier 6 Heaven Stage Level 4, and his body was surrounded by a green eggshell-like cocoon that appeared with countless small cracks. The cocoon finally shattered with a sound, transforming into countless green lights that vanished. As Hua's body came into contact with the air, there was a mirror in the room, and he walked up to it to look at his reflection. His humanoid body was covered in metallic armor on both the front and back, with razor-sharp forelimbs resembling scythes. His appearance now strongly resembled that of a mantis mech warrior from a mecha anime. After observing his appearance, Hua opened his personal information interface to check his main stats. Aptitude, 5.541. Mana, 47 billion plus. Evolution EXP, 965836473 300 million. Attack power, 399.5 billion. Defense, 398.5 billion. Agility, 399.5 billion. Speed, 398.5 billion. This evolution did not grant him any new skills. The number of skills remains the same as before. Hua pushed open the door and stepped out of the room. In the courtyard, Chun Xia and Xiao Dong saw him come out. They did not notice that he had evolved to Tier 6 Heaven Stage Level 4. Because he obtained a token from the owner of the gladiatorial arena that could hide his true evolutionary level, both Chun Xia and Xiao Dong did not notice his evolution. Otherwise, evolving twice in 2 days. This speed is terrifying and frightening. Come on, accompany me to take a bath. Hua was in a good mood and took the two of them to the bathhouse for a wash. Young master, young master. Just as he came out of the bathing room, the head maid of the residence approached him. Do you need something? Hua asked the head maid. The head maid bowed respectfully and whispered, Lady Balapan Na, the city lord's sister, has arrived. She is known for her unpredictable temperament and is at the king tier level. I hope that when you meet her, you can let her be if possible, and endure if you can, and definitely avoid conflict with her before the city lord's seclusion ends. While speaking, the headmaid's voice trembled slightly, clearly terrified of the city lord's sister, Biolopan Na. Guo listened and did not take this matter to heart. The most important thing he needs to do now is to go to the city gladiatorial arena to find the Tier 6 heaven stage monsters at grades 9 and 10, possibly to deal with that younger sister of Porna. Just as Gui was leaving the city lord's mansion with the two girls, spring, summer, and autumn, winter, the housekeeper of the city lord happened to return with 100 pairs of beautiful young twins, among which 5 pairs were triplets, and there was even 1 pair of quadruplets. Seeing so many young and beautiful twin ladies, Guo felt overwhelmed with excitement. Women of the Azura race are naturally beautiful. Any one of them has a look score of over 8 out of 10. Furthermore, the Azura women have impressive figures, each having slender waists and long legs. Due to practicing combat skills from a young age, Azura women have very tight skin, full of elasticity, with not an ounce of excess fat. Thank you, housekeeper Mu, for all your hard work on my behalf. Quickly bring all these twins into my courtyard. The more Guo looked at the housekeeper of the city lord's mansion, the more he found him pleasing. He merely asked the other party to find him 10 pairs of young and beautiful twin sisters, yet the response was 100 pairs, which was 10 times his satisfaction. Soon, all 100 pairs of twins were brought to Guo's courtyard. His courtyard was actually a villa area within the city lord's mansion, with hundreds of rooms and gardens in the front and back. At this moment, Guo was looking at the 100 young and beautiful twin ladies standing respectfully in front of him. He felt so happy, so elated. He said, "When you arrived, housekeeper Mu must have explained to you about the specific salary and the tasks you need to perform, right?" "The housekeeper has informed us that our task is to serve the young master specifically," answered the 100 pairs of young and beautiful twins, their voices sweet and melodious. "Since you all understand, I will divide you into 10 groups, and based on each group's performance, I will select a leader for each group later on." Guo quickly divided them into 10 groups, with 10 pairs of twin sisters in each group, some of which included triplets and quadruplets. "Today the first group will start by giving me a bath, tomorrow the second group, the day after tomorrow the third group, and so on." After dividing the 100 pairs of twin sisters into 10 groups, Guo asked the housekeeper of the city lord's mansion to build a larger bathroom in his courtyard, capable of accommodating hundreds of people bathing at the same time. After arranging for the 100 pairs of beautiful young twins to go to the gladiatorial arena, he temporarily set that aside. Guo eagerly took the first group of 10 pairs of twin beauties to the bathhouse. Chapter 70, Porana suddenly comes to cause trouble. In the bath. 10 pairs of twin Azura beauties. None of them regarded Gui as a man. They all treated him as a regular monster. Everyone is wearing the emperor's new clothes. Having fun in the bath is quite liberating. You splash me with water using your hands. I throw water at you, splashing your face with it. Gua also joined in, playing with 10 pairs of beautiful twins while having a great time. I really want to evolve to the king tier level and become a human soon. Gua's biggest wish now is to transform into a human and start the wedding night as soon as possible. The steward of the Lord's mansion found these 100 pairs of twin beauties for him. Now they are considered his personal maids. No one in the mansion can command them except for him. These 100 pairs of twins also understand that Gui is their only master and they only need to obey him. Of course, the Lord is the exception. The Lord is the true master of this city. Everyone unconditionally obeys the Lord. After taking a shower, I walked out of the bathroom. Gui said to these 100 twins, "Starting tonight, your room doors can only be locked when you are breaking through a realm. At any other time, you are not allowed to lock the doors from inside. Because every night when I sleep, I randomly enter the rooms of any of you, cuddling with anyone to sleep. Do you all understand?" "We understand, young master." 100 pairs of twins replied in unison. In their eyes and hearts, Guo was just a childish and playful little monster. They didn't see him as a man. Guo glanced at the few beautiful triplets and then at the quadruplets, and finally decided to sleep in the quadruple beauties room that night. As the saying goes, if you want beautiful women to willingly serve you, it must involve financial support. Guo was very generous, giving each of them 10 million low-grade high-grade mana stones on the spot, plus 100 medium-grade high-grade mana stones each. This made the 100 pairs of beautiful twins squeal with joy, bouncing with excitement, all very happy. These 100 pairs of twin beauties were from small families in the city. Although their aptitude wasn't top-notch, they were all quite good. However, because their families were not large, the resources of high-grade mana stones they could receive each month were limited. Having over 1,000 low-grade high-grade mana stones in a month would already be quite good. Among these 100 pairs of young and beautiful twin sisters, they all appeared to be 17 or 18 years old, exuding a youthful and lively aura. Their levels varied, with the highest being at the ordinary Asura's 8th tier warrior level, and the lowest at the ordinary Asura's 5th tier warrior level, with none being at tier 6 heaven stage Asura warriors. With these 10 million low-grade high-grade mana stones and 100 medium-grade high-grade mana stones, it wouldn't take long before someone among these 100 pairs of twin beauties would break through to tier 6 heaven stage. If they were still within their respective families, it would take at least 200 to 300 years for them to think of breaking through to the tier 6 heaven stage Asura warrior level. In fact, among the Asura clan in the demon realm, regardless of gender, as long as they can cultivate, their aptitude isn't too poor. Compared to other races, warriors from the Asura clan generally have at least moderately above average aptitude. However, the resources for high-grade mana stones in the demon realm are not very abundant, and the Asura clan cannot provide a sufficient supply of high-grade mana stones. Only those Asuras with better aptitude can obtain more resources, while the others with average aptitude can only fall to the lowest tier and receive very little. As long as you serve this young master well, various cultivation resources will flow in endlessly, in an unending stream. Who said to them, "If I spend the night in someone's room, that person will receive an additional reward of 10 million low-grade high-grade mana stones and 100 mid-grade high-grade mana stones." Oh my gosh, young master, is what you said true? Spending the night with you, I can receive 10 million low-grade high-grade mana stones and 100 mid-grade high-grade mana stones as a reward? The 100 pairs of Asura twin beauties all looked at him with fiery eyes, as if gazing at a high-grade mana stone mine. Of course it's true. Hua said, "Once I reach King Tier and can transform into a human form, if you can make me happy at night while I sleep, not only will there be rewards of low-grade high-grade mana stones and mid-grade high-grade mana stones, but also high-grade mana stones as rewards." Wow, high-grade mana stone. I really hope the young master can become a King Tier existence right now. If I could have high-grade mana stones, wouldn't my cultivation speed increase tremendously? At this moment, the 100 pairs of twin beauties were already fantasizing about obtaining high-grade mana stones, increasing their cultivation speed tremendously, becoming tier 6 heaven stage 10 tier Asura warriors, returning to their clan, and being treated with the utmost respect by everyone. After Gua painted them a beautiful dream, that night he slept soundly in the room of the quadruplet beauties. True to his promise, he gave each of the beautiful quadruplets 10 million low-grade high-grade mana stones and 100 mid-grade high-grade mana stones. During the day, when the beautiful quadruplet sisters talked about things, all the twin beauty sisters waited eagerly at night, hoping that Gua would come to their room to spend the night. In the following days, Gua lived a very carefree and disciplined life. During the day, he went to the arena in the city to fight and slay tier 6 heaven stage monsters. Returning to the Lord's mansion at night, he would take a bath with different pairs of twin beauties. When it was time to sleep, he would just sneak into whichever twin beauty's room he fancied. Life was as enjoyable as one wanted it to be. As time passed day by day, after less than half a month, Hua had already evolved to tier 6 heaven stage. The reason he could evolve so quickly was thanks to the tier 6 heaven stage 9th and 10th rank monsters in the arena. After evolving to tier 6 heaven stage, there were no longer 100 times the rewards for killing tier 6 heaven stage 10th rank monsters, which made Guo lose interest in hunting tier 6 heaven stage monsters. Guo planned to wait for Pona to finish her retreat and then take his king tier 5th rank bodyguard to hunt down king tier monsters in the demon realm or other king tier beings from different races. During this more than half a month, Guo encountered Pona's younger sister, Poralana, once, and she truly was a little firecracker who didn't play by the rules. Because the food didn't suit her taste, she had the chef and over 100 servants responsible for her served that day whipped and hung in the mansion's woods for 3 days and nights. Only after that were they let down. Hua also wanted to intervene, but when he used inspect skill and saw the terrifying data of Poralana at king tier 5th rank, he immediately shrank back and didn't meddle any further. After all, he wasn't too close to those servants and maids serving poor Alana, and there was no need to provoke a madwoman he couldn't defeat for someone unrelated. Gua thought he would coexist with poor Alana like water and fire until Pona came out of her retreat. However, poor Alana seemed to have caught some strange wind today. She suddenly came into his courtyard to cause trouble, saying to everyone, "From now on, this courtyard belongs to me. Everything here, down to the smallest blade of grass and the tiniest tree, belongs to me. And these 100 pairs of twins also belong to me. Oh, and that includes you too, you belong to me now. If you disobey, I'll have you all killed." Biolopanna smiled and walked up to Gua, saying, "You see, if I challenge my sister and suddenly kill you before the challenge, it would injure her soul. Wouldn't my chances of winning be greater?" Chapter 71, Pervert, truly a damn pervert. Biolopanna's slender fingers made the gentlest gesture as they brushed against Gua's face, yet she spoke words that sent a shiver down his spine. "You fighting with your sister has nothing to do with me," Gua thought inwardly. "If it weren't for leaving the god-level master-servant contract for the royal ones, I'd let you spend the night with me tonight." In fact, he is now at heaven grade level 6, and when all his stats are combined, they are not worse than those of Biolopanna at king tier level 5, and may even be slightly higher. However, Biolopanna's king tier high grade weapon, the Rakshasa Spear, can give her an almost double boost to her stats, plus the king tier exclusive skill, Demon God Incantation, multiplying attack power, defense, agility, and speed by 15 times. Gua simply cannot win. Not only can he not win, but the gap is also incredibly vast. It's better to avoid trouble since this crazy woman wants to take over here, Gua thought. I might as well tolerate her for a few days. What kind of monster are you? I've read countless books since childhood, and in the past few hundred years, I've had at least 100,000 books, yet I have no impression of a monster like you? Biolopanna became increasingly curious about him. Come on, turn around a few times for me, let me see carefully what makes you so special that you could contract with my sister, who has always been my role model with her remarkable talent. Gua moved his feet, turning around twice in front of Biolopanna. He may not be able to win, but it's not certain who would turn for whom. Biolopanna held her left arm across her body, supporting her right elbow. Her right hand rested on her chin, in a thinking pose. Then she began to speak to herself. "The first time I saw you was in the intermediate arena, watching you win 20 times in a row before entering the advanced arena. A heaven-grade monster could never catch my attention. You caught it because you are a tier 6 heaven stage second-class monster. A tier 6 heaven stage second-class monster, yet able to defeat tier 6 heaven stage 7th and 8th class monsters in an instant. That's simply impossible. And then those two girls called you young master, as if you were their master and they were your servants. Our Azura clan would rather die than become the servants of another clan. I became curious about you at that moment. Later, after I heard that you are my sister's contracted monster pet, I sent my useless subordinates to buy you and forced my sister to come out and play with me for a while. I didn't expect my useless subordinates to mess this up and let you get away. Then, on my way to the Lord's mansion, I was distracted by the street food and completely forgot about you, little guy. When I saw you again in the arena, you had already become a tier 6 heaven stage 3rd rank monster. I thought at that time you were close to evolving into a tier 6 heaven stage 3rd rank, so I didn't think much of it, and then I got distracted by the food again and forgot about you. When I saw you a few days ago, you were already a tier 6 heaven stage 5th rank. What was I busy with back then? Oh, look at my memory. A few days ago when I saw you, I was happily punishing those servants and maidens, so I couldn't spare any effort to pay attention to you. Today I'm extremely bored, and suddenly I remembered you, so I came to take a look. Oh dear, you little monster are having so much fun playing blindfolded with 100 pairs of twins. I've never been as happy as you, a monster, so why are you so joyful, huh? This courtyard is mine, 100 pairs of twins are mine, and you have to be mine too, along with that happiness and joy. Oh, I got sidetracked there. Where was I? Right, I was just about to ask what kind of monster you are and why my sister signed a master-servant contract with you. Indeed, when I saw you a few days ago, I was shocked to see you evolve to tier 6 heaven stage 5th rank. I've never heard of a monster that can evolve in just a few days. Sure enough, in just a few days without seeing you, you've evolved again. Now you've reached the tier 6 heaven stage level. As she muttered to herself, The beautiful eyes of Polonium brightened, and she said with excitement, I get it, you are a mutated monster, that's why I can't identify your species, right? It must be right. This crazy woman is not just a chatterbox, but also a brainy fantasizer, who had a new understanding of Polonium. In the next moment, he had an even deeper understanding of this eccentric woman. Suddenly, a small vial appeared in Polonium's hand. She grinned and asked him, do you know what this is? No idea. Guo shook his head. Paloma licked her lips and looked at him with eager anticipation, introducing, what's inside is the regeneration passive elixir. If you lose a limb and consume it, new limbs will grow back quickly. In my life, I've tasted countless delicacies and encountered many monsters that I absolutely love to eat, but there are times when a particular monster is quite rare. So, I would chop off a leg or two from the monster, or specifically take the parts one enjoy, and then have the monster consume the regeneration passive elixir. Just as I finish eating the monster's meat, new flesh will grow back on it. By fostering the monster, I end up with an endless supply of rare monster meat that I can never finish eating. Would you say I'm clever? Paloma said excitedly as she looked at him. Creepiness. It's truly disturbing. Guo felt a chill run down his spine, but he nodded and said, you're smart, really smart. Paloma happily exclaimed, I've never tasted the meat of a mutated monster before, so hurry up and return to your original size. Let me chop off a leg to cook, roast, stir-fry, or steam. Don't worry, I have over 200 regeneration passive elixirs in this bottle. You won't lose any arms, legs, or parts at all. While speaking, Paloma already had a battle knife in her hand, urging, you better return to your original size, or I won't hold back. Swish. Before Guo could speak, she swung her knife toward Guo's left thigh, as if unable to wait to eat his roasted thigh meat. Although it was just a casual swipe from Paloma, the speed was incomparably faster than lightning. Even at the king tier top level, one would find it impossible to dodge without prior preparation. However, what surprised Paloma was that her sister's contracted monster not only dodged her casual strike but appeared to do so effortlessly. Wow, interesting. A mere tier 6 heaven stage monster can actually evade my casual strike. I thought I held you in high regard, but it seems I underestimated you. Paloma laughed like a madwoman, her eyes filled with excitement and madness. You are so unique, you must be incredibly delicious. I'm going to eat you up, roasting every inch from head to toe, wah. A wave of extreme madness and a terrifying aura suddenly radiated from Paloma. Her previously bright eyes turned crimson like blood diamonds, brimming with demonic energy. Guo felt a dense murderous intent emanating from Parolin Na, as palpable as if it were a physical substance. Without a second thought, he activated the Phantom Speed skill, multiplying his speed by 10, and flew upwards into the sky. Run, do you think you can escape from me, my delicious meal? Parolin Na's stunning beauty burst into mad laughter, her mind slightly unhinged as she pursued him into the sky. Chapter 72, The Great Showdown Above the Void, King Tier. In the blink of an eye, Guo and the relentless Parolin Na soared hundreds of thousands of meters into the sky. The massive Rose City far below diminished in size to the point of disappearing from view. What a surprise! I never expected you to be this fast. If I hadn't activated the Demon God transformation, boosting my speed by 15 times, you might have actually gotten away from me. In the void, Parolin Na radiated a blinding white light, looking like a great sun standing there. After using the Demon God transformation, her appearance changed dramatically. Her body expanded to over 1,000 meters, and she sprouted a massive pair of black and red wings. Not only that, but 2 additional pairs of arms also grew beneath her existing arms, bringing the total to 6 pairs. She looked just like the 6-armed demon gods from temples. Boom! Parolin Na raised one immaculate white arm and, across a distance of several miles, swung it towards Guo. In the blink of an eye, a massive hand formed from white mana appeared out of nowhere, obscuring the sky as it followed Parolin Na's arm motion, aiming directly at Guo. This hand was truly enormous, as if it covered the entire world, leaving Guo no chance to evade, forcing him to confront it head-on. He was currently at Tier 6 Heaven stage. His base stats were as follows. Mana capacity was 150 trillion. Attack power was 127,585 billion. Defense was 127,575 billion. Agility was 127,585 billion. Speed was 127,575 billion. Mana was sufficient. Gui rapidly recited the ultimate killing skill, steel tempering skill, and instant strike skill in his mind. At this moment, his attack power reached 127,850 billion. His defense reached 127,750 billion. His agility reached 127,850 billion. His speed reached 127,750 billion. Facing that massive mana hand, Guo raised his divine blade and swung it with all his might. Boom! In the next instant, his divine blade pierced through the enormous mana hand, which then shattered into countless light particles, dissipating between heaven and earth. To break through a casual strike while I was in the demon god transformation state, impressive. Truly remarkable. Now this is interesting, this kind of fight is truly worth having. The woman known as Palapana laughed wildly, appearing completely deranged, resembling a true madman, no, even crazier than a real madman. Little monster, since you're so powerful, don't blame me for being cruel, Palapana said as she stepped forward, and the space tens of kilometers in front of her and was suddenly folded in on itself. The layered space before her looked like thin mirrors that a rampaging bull had shattered. Palapana's figure suddenly appeared right in front of Gua, as three pristine white arms on her right side lifted simultaneously, slapping toward Gua. Ranked as a king tier, Palapana's attack, defense, agility, and speed all surpassed 100 trillion. In the state of the demon goddess Dharma, her attack, defense, agility, and speed were all multiplied by 15, resulting in overall stats about 40% higher than Gua's at that moment. Gua raised his divine blade swiftly to collide with Palapana's three right arms, but ultimately, due to a significant disparity in strength, he was quickly sent flying hundreds of kilometers away by her palm, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Gua's mana circulated slightly within him, instantly alleviating his injuries. Palapana hadn't even used her king-tier top-grade weapon, the Rakshasa spear, yet if she did and her power doubled, Gua would be killed in no time. Sister! My dear sister, my biological sister, my contracted demon has already been injured by me, why are you still in closed cultivation? Hurry up and come out to fight with me. While saying this, Palapana attacked Gui with a crazed expression. Gua wasn't a pushover, although there was a gap between them. It wasn't enough for him to be completely overpowered without a chance to fight back. But in reality, the gap was still significant. In the blink of an eye, that madwoman had struck him repeatedly with her fists or palms, leaving several bloody holes in his body. This blood tastes really fresh, Palapana exclaimed after tasting the blood flowing from Gua's hand, praising, "This is the most delicious blood I've ever tasted." In the next moment, her blood-red eyes, like a demon, fixed on Gua as she excitedly said, "I want to keep you locked up, to raise you, so I can drink this sweet blood every day, and make every meal some of your roasted meat." Madwoman! She really is a madwoman. Gua felt a chill in his heart under Palapana's gaze. This was not the mindset of a normal person. If I can't win, I should call for help, Gua urged the divine-level master-servant contract imprint in his soul. Come quickly. In the Lord's mansion, Pona, who was in seclusion in the basement, suddenly opened her eyes. In the next instant, her figure vanished from the layered restrictions of the basement. High above hundreds of thousands of meters in the air, the figure of Pana appeared next to Gua, raising her hand to block her sister Paluo Panna's attack. Sister, you're finally out of seclusion, that's great. That means I can defeat you directly, your city will become mine, your contracted magic monster will be mine too, everything you have is mine, mine, mine. Paluo Panna's state became increasingly frenzied, as if her mind was not quite clear. Young master, I apologize for scaring you. Pana bowed to Gua, then looked at her younger sister, born 300 years after her, who shares the same parents. She furrowed her brows, her sexy red lips slightly parted, as if talking to herself or perhaps addressing Wei. After my sister was born, she has been a bit mentally unstable, often talking nonsense, and attacks anyone when she is in a bad mood. But my sister's aptitude is very high, and the elders dote on her, leading to her increasingly mad character. Pana turned to her master and pleaded, "Please, my lord, on behalf of this servant, spare her life." After all, they were sisters born of the same parents, and Gua understood he hadn't suffered any substantial harm, so he nodded in agreement. "Thank you for your kindness, my lord." Pana's body surged with blue light as she faced her younger sister Paluo Pan-na. Boom! In the next moment, the two sisters of the same parentage and realm began to battle in the sky. The two sisters resembled each other remarkably, both equally beautiful. One has an ice mana attribute, ice blue mana. The other has a wind mana attribute, white and misty mana. Both of them were surrounded by dazzling light. One looked like a blue ice sun. The other looked like a white sun. In the void, they continuously collided, the sound deafening. In terms of strength, the elder sister ultimately had the upper hand before long. The younger sister was struck several times, spitting blood. The magical form of the younger sister was also left maimed by the elder sister, looking quite tragic. "Woo, sister, you helped the monster attack me, you two ganged up on me, I will kill you, I will kill you." Just moments ago, the younger sister who seemed crying suddenly exuded a killing intent and pulled out the king-tier high-grade weapon, the Rakshasa Spear. Chapter 73, Even Azuras Can Have Split Personalities. Its grandmother's king-tier high-grade weapon, the Rakshasa Spear. Pana's expression grew serious. Her strength was greater than that of her sister, but not overly so. And the king-tier high-grade weapon, the Rakshasa Spear, could nearly double her sister Paluo Pan-na's strength. It wouldn't just double her attack power, but enhance attack power, speed, defense, and agility all by one-fold. At the moment her sister, Boranana, wielded the king-tier high-quality weapon, the Azura Spear, she gained the strength of king-tier level 6 due to her exceptional aptitude. Her sister is now at the king-tier level 6, and her power is also among the very best. "I'm going to kill you all, I'm going to kill every last one of you, leave none alive." Boranana muttered to herself, her expression frenzied, her cold eyes devoid of any emotion. Buzz! Boranana's spear trembled in her hand. A beam of energy shot out from the tip of the spear. Bona swiftly dodged the energy beam. To Gua, she said, "Master, you return to the city first, there's a defensive array in the city. I'll hold her off here, the Wind Azura Spear will deplete her mana, and then I'll capture her." "All right." Gua understood that staying here would do no good and might even make him a burden. He flapped his wings behind him and soared towards the city several 100,000 meters below. Food, don't run. In a daze, Boranana abandoned the fight with her sister and sped after Gua. Brush! The king-tier high-quality weapon, the Azura Spear, came crashing down. Gua raised his two divine blades, crossing them over his head. Boom! The instant the spear collided with the divine blades, Gua felt as if he were an ordinary person struck by a truck, his body involuntarily plummeting down rapidly, finally experiencing what being crushed felt like. An attack comparable to King Tier level 6 is truly not easy to bear. Gua's two divine blades showed numerous cracks, with blood seeping out. Fortunately, his mana was abundant in an instant, his divine blades healed completely, the cracks vanishing as if no injury had occurred. Food, don't run. Stay, let me eat you. Boranana chased downwards. Just as she was about to catch up to Gua again, the void between her and Gua suddenly warped into a space rift. Bona's figure flew out from the rift, using her king-tier middle-quality longsword to deflect the Azura Spear aimed at Gua. Sister, Boranana, wake up, I'm your sister. Bona swiftly waved her longsword, sending dozens of thousands of meters long ice blue sword lights attacking towards her sister Boranana. Sister? Right, I came to defeat you, you have to be defeated. Boranana showed a brief moment of clarity, but soon, ruthlessness overtook her again. I'm going to kill you. Kill you all. Wipe you out. Boranana appeared mad. The king-tier high-quality weapon, the Azura Spear, in her hand was like a laser weapon, launching terrifying beams of energy from the Azura Spear. Puff! Faced with a torrent of energy beams, Pona's magic form was caught off guard, and one of her arms was blown apart by the energy beams. Fortunately, the limbs in her magic form are not made of real flesh and blood. Having one arm shattered was enough, as the immense ice blue mana allowed her magic form to regenerate a new arm. Die! 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 You all are going to die. Everyone is going to die. Her sister, Polona, had completely gone mad. The attacks were getting faster. And the power was increasing too. Pona unleashed various Azura clan skills. But still, she could only defend against her sister Polona's attacks, unable to counter with any strength. The mana was too late to repair the blasted magic form. Soon, Pona's magic form was battered and riddled with holes, having 3 of its 6 arms blown apart, and one of the massive energy wings on her back was also destroyed. At this moment, Pona looked utterly bloodied and battered, more tragic than one could imagine. How could my sister have so much mana? Why hasn't her Rakshasa spear consumed all of it yet? Pona felt she was on the verge of collapsing. It wasn't that she wasn't strong enough, the gap between her and her sister Polona was just too vast. Having returned to the Lord's mansion and activated the city's defensive formation, Gwa saw that Pona was no match for her sister, and immediately flew up high into the sky. He couldn't just watch his King Tier 5th grade Azura servant die like this. Master, hurry back into the city. My sister has lost her mind and is completely insane. Under the Divine Grade Master Servant contract, Pona was the most loyal servant. Even if it cost her life, she would protect her master. Pona used her incomplete magic form to shield Gwa, preventing her sister Polona's attack from hitting him. A few days ago, when Gwa was drawing lots for kill points, he received another Divine Grade Master Servant contract. He intended to forcibly sign a Royal Grade Servant when he advanced to King Tier. Now, he can only use it on this Polona in advance. The Divine Grade Master Servant contract required the host to be within 100 kilometers, and he needed to be able to see the target for it to be effective. At that moment, he had dashed into the void within Polona's range, and Gwa decisively used the Divine Grade Master Servant contract, and the pleasant voice of the Slaughter Evolution system echoed in his mind. Ding! The Divine Grade Master Servant contract has been completed with the target Polona. Ding! Detecting that the host's servant Polona has congenital mental disorders and personality disorder, it will require 50 million kill points to cure her. Do you wish to proceed with the treatment? Gwa was taken aback, not expecting the Slaughter Evolution system to have healing capabilities. The next moment, he immediately said, "Treat her." Ding! Treatment has begun and will soon be completed. A green light flew from Gwa's forehead and entered the mind of Polona. At that moment, Polona had regained some clarity, retracting her demon-like form and returning to normal human size. However, she was now in a daze, like someone who had just woken up and didn't remember anything. Ha! When did I get a master? How come I don't remember? Oh my god! How is my master a demon monster? Why does my sister's demon form look so incomplete? Did she fight and lose to someone? Oh, I have so many questions. But first, I should greet my master. At this moment, Polona acted like a well-behaved girl, completely different from her previous manic state, floating in front of Gwa, bowing and saying, "I, Polona, pay my respects to my master." Do you remember what just happened? Gwa asked her. Replying to my master, "I don't remember," Polona shook her head, confusion etched on her face. What happened just now? Why did I suddenly appear here? Gwa looked at her innocent expression, speechless. Could this personality disorder really cause someone to lose their memory? If it weren't for the fact that under the Divine Master Servant contract, servants couldn't lie to their masters, Gwa would truly suspect she was pretending. Polona retracted her damaged demon form and returned to normal human size. She wasn't healing well from this injury. Her face was as pale as paper, and she had several noticeable blood holes in her armor as she flew to Gwa's side. Sister, what happened to you? Where's the enemy? Polona appeared vigilant, constantly turning her head to scan the surroundings for traces of the enemy. Bang! Polona directly gave her a hit on the head. The enemy is you. Hurry up and put away the Rakshasa spear. Oh, Polona obediently put away the Rakshasa spear, mumbling to herself, could it be that I split personalities again and ended up beating up my sister? It must be that way, otherwise, why would I suddenly appear here and suddenly have a master? Polona, are you okay? Gwa wanted to take out a healing potion from his inventory, but he didn't have one, so he could only verbally express his concern for his subordinate. Replying to my master, "I'm fine, just mana heavily depleted." "A year and a half of rest should suffice," Porona said. Only then did Guo feel relieved, and the three of them returned to the Lord's mansion together. According to Porona, her sister, Porona, has had a mental illness since birth, possessing two distinct personalities. One is obedient and sensible, while the other is aggressive and prone to losing control. Porona's injury was serious. This time she went back to the basement to meditate and recover the next day. Porona, however, acted like a little shadow, following Guo wherever he went, even into the bath, showing no hesitation. Moreover, during bath time, she loved to compare sizes with those twins. That night, just as Guo was about to sleep, a sudden spiritual wave from Lin came through the contract mark. "We are under attack, help me fight." Chapter 74, I'm not sad, you are my pride. Earth. Northeast territory of the new Dragon Kingdom. On a plain 300 kilometers south of Qingyang City. A spatial rift stretching 300 to 400 miles lay there like a huge black python. Formation Master, quickly strengthen the space. The space we just managed to open up must be reinforced into a directional passage. Warriors of the 8th Legion, charge. The Beast Emperor has decreed that whatever territory any legion occupies, belongs to that legion. Warriors of the 16th Legion, we are the strongest warriors of the orc world. That green vegetated world ahead will be crawling at our feet, charge. Countless orcs rushed out from the spatial rift, stepping onto this land of Earth. There are many types of orcs, including pig-headed, dog-headed, sheep-headed, wolf-headed, tiger-headed, leopard-headed, wild boar men, elephant men, and so on. A wolf-headed man, just stepping onto this land, let out a long howl towards the sky, and his body began to swell, growing from a little over 1 person tall to a height of 70 or 80 meters. "Come forth, my dear partner." With a wave of the wolf-headed man, who had transformed into a 70 or 80 meter tall being, a brilliant light appeared beside him, and a massive grey wolf over 200 meters long emerged. This wolf-headed man was very ordinary among countless orcs, merely an 8th level high-tier orc warrior, and the grey wolf he summoned was his contracted partner, an 8th level grey wolf. The werewolf mounted the grey wolf, pointing his huge wolf tooth club towards Qingyang City. "Buddy, charge." The opportunity to achieve greatness for the Beast Emperor has arrived. Kill all the humans in the city, kill. At the same time, all kinds of orcs pouring out from the spatial rift hundreds of miles long grew in size instantly, summoning their contracted partners and continuously charging towards Qingyang City. The mount summoned by the pig-headed man is a wild boar. The mount summoned by the dog-headed man is a dog. The mount summoned by the bull-headed man is an old bull. The mount summoned by the horse-headed man is a large horse. This spatial rift, 200 miles south of Qingyang City, suddenly appeared this morning, connecting to the orc world among the 9 realms. The sudden influx of a large orc army put Qingyang City into the highest state of combat readiness, with thousands of human warriors surging onto the city walls to resist the orc assault. The war raged from morning until noon, then from noon to afternoon, and from the afternoon to dusk. The ground outside the city was littered with the bodies of human warriors and orcs, as blood flowed like rain, staining the earth red. Qingyang City is a large city with a population of over 40 million, and nearly 1 million warriors, but compared to the orc army attacking the city, it seems somewhat insufficient. From morning until dusk, after more than 10 hours of battle, the number of warriors in Qingyang City had already decreased by more than half. The southern and western city walls have been breached and occupied by orcs 3 or 4 times, only to be reclaimed by human warriors who drove the ugly orcs out. When will the reinforcements arrive? If they don't get here soon, our Qingyang City will be destroyed, the anxious deputy city lord asked the administrative officer. We have already sent out the rescue message. Several nearby cities reported that their support teams were ambushed and surrounded by orcs on their way here. They are currently trying to save themselves and cannot provide assistance to us in Qingyang City for the time being. Let's hold on a little longer. The Dragon City has already dispatched members of the King Tier Action Group to assist, and they are on their way, an administrative officer said. Hearing that the members of the King Tier Action Group were on their way, the deputy city lord, Li Chang, relaxed slightly. Established for 100 years, the King Tier Action Group is the most powerful war machine in the new Dragon Kingdom, with each member being an embodiment of King Tier. They are equipped with the best weapons and gear, learn the most powerful martial arts techniques, and enjoy the highest level of training resources. Each of them possesses strength capable of crushing others of the same level and rank. Each one can take on 3 or 4 ordinary opponents of the same level at the same time. At that moment, a Tier 6 Heaven Stage 9th level martial artist suddenly rushed in and said very quickly, "Lord Deputy City Master, the eastern city wall has been breached by orcs, and we request reinforcements for the eastern city wall." This Tier 6 Heaven Stage 9th grade martial artist was covered in blood, with half of his left arm missing, blood gushing down in torrents. The long sword in his other hand was riddled with numerous dents, clearly showing the signs of an arduous battle. At this moment, within Xingyang City, there were no more warriors available to reinforce the northern city wall. The Deputy City Lord Li Cheng decisively ordered, "Let all the high school teachers and students fully support the northern city wall. As long as the city stands, the people remain. If the city falls, the people perish. Under a collapsed nest, how can there be intact eggs?" A command was given, and all high school martial artists and teachers in Xingyang City grabbed their weapons, summoned their contract monsters, and ascended to the battlefield on the northern city wall. In the new Dragon Country, every high school teacher in any city is at least at Tier 6 Heaven Stage, intermediate level, and each teacher is a master. And the students who can attend high school are all martial artists. There isn't a single ordinary person among them. Unless absolutely necessary, students who have not yet graduated from high school will not be allowed to participate in battles, as their martial artist levels are generally not very high. However, at this moment, Xingyang City has reached a desperate point. There is no time to worry about so much. Every moment they can hold on is valuable. Perhaps if I just hold on a moment longer, I will be able to wait for the Dragon City Supports King Tier action team. Boom! At that moment, a huge explosion suddenly rang out from over 500 miles above the eastern edge of Xingyang City. Whether it's the orcs attacking the city walls or the human warriors defending them, they all instinctively looked towards the exploding sky. It was as if there was an additional sun there, illuminating the night sky that was about to be engulfed in darkness. On a battlefield atop the northern city wall, a tear involuntarily trickled from Lin's eye as she gazed at the light in the sky, bright as the sun. She was all too familiar with it. It was the same light that appeared when her great-grandfather and grandfather revealed themselves. In Xingyang City, there are only 2 King Tier beings. One is her father Lin Feng, and the other is Deputy City Lord Li Cheng. During the Orc clan siege in the morning, her father was lured away by 2 beings of King Tier among the orcs. Vice City Lord Li Cheng is stationed at the City Lord's mansion, directing the city defense and operations, to prevent any new King Tier orcs from attacking. Jingwei, my condolences. Uncle Lin sacrificed himself for countless people in Xingyang City. He is a great and noble person. Gu quickly comforted his friend. I'm not sad, I'm happy for my father. Lin beheaded a level 7 high-stage pig-headed man, turning sorrow into motivation, and declared, "Father said, to protect the family and the country, is to die gloriously. Father, grandfather, great-grandfather, you all make me proud." At that moment, 2 beams of light appeared next to Lin and Gu, and 2 identical Gua contract clones emerged beside the 2 women. Chapter 75, The Doppelganger Kills, surprisingly offers rewards. Looking at the corpses strewn all over the ground beneath the city wall, Gua's 2 avatars were also taken aback. This isn't just an ambush, it's clearly a siege. You two, get on my back, Gua's 2 avatars said to Lin and Gu. At the same time, his 2 clones began to shine, growing over 1,000 meters tall. When Lin and Gu were free, they would chat with him using their contract marks, knowing that Gua had already reached Tier 6 Heaven Stage. But he didn't know Gua's strength, which could be compared to the 5th tier level of King Tier, and he didn't have a profound understanding of Gua's power. In the next moment, Lin and Gu climbed onto Gua's 2 avatars, which had transformed into more than 1,000 meters high. The clone possesses 60% of the original body's strength, along with all its skills. Gua's 2 avatars, each over 1,000 meters tall, were quite prominent on the entire northern city wall battlefield. In terms of height, his 2 avatars could rank in the top 10 in this area. Just then, a pig-headed giant, towering at 500 to 600 meters, rode on a wild boar over 1,000 years old, leaping from below the city wall to the top, less than 2,000 meters away from Gua. The pig-headed man wielded a gigantic bone club, and it was unclear what beast's bones it was made from. As the wild boar charged, the pig-headed man raised the bone club high and aimed it at a clone of Gua. Gua, with his massive body, swung his over 1,000-meter-long divine blade and instantly killed the pig-headed man, cleaving his giant wild boar mount in two with one stroke. Ding! Your avatar killed a Tier 6 Heaven Stage Level 2 pig-headed man. Stat points plus 3425663, Evolution EXP plus 39426554, kill points plus 412354111. Ding! Your avatar killed a Tier 6 Heaven Stage 2nd Class Orc Wild Boar. Stat points plus 3,125,422, Evolution EXP plus 3,724,123, kill points plus 39,142,365. Can creating clones to defeat enemies also yield data rewards? Gua was shocked and instinctively asked about the Slaughter Evolution System. Ding! Slaughter Evolution System replied, whether it's the main host killing beings or an avatar doing the same, as long as a being is killed, data will be obtained. Upon hearing this, Gua's eyes immediately lit up. His two clones looked towards the wall below, where the endless stream of orcs appeared. They were all moving data, all food for his path of evolution. In the next instant, he left a clone to carry Gu, swiftly eliminating the incoming orcs at the northern city wall. Another clone carrying Lin jumped off the city wall, charging into the orc army. Gua's primary body possesses attributes of attack power, defense, agility, and speed, all exceeding 127 trillion. The clone had 60% of the primary body's data. In other words, the attack power, defense, agility, and speed of his two avatars all exceeded 760 trillion. As for the orcs attacking Qinyang City, Gua did not detect the presence of King Tier. The highest level was Tier 6 Heaven Stage 10 rank orcs. The strength of Tier 6 Heaven Stage 10 rank beastmen is not as powerful as that of Tier 6 Heaven Stage 10 rank warriors from the demon realm. Overall, the strength gap between the two is at least a 35% difference. Tier 6 Heaven Stage among the Tier 6 Heaven Stage 10 ranked orcs, the strongest in defense are the Tier 6 Heaven Stage 10 ranking turtle shell people. They have human bodies, heads, hands, and feet, but their chests and backs are covered by turtle shells. Tier 6 Heaven Stage of the 10-tier turtle shell man's defense has reached 250 billion, and with its skill effects, the highest defense can exceed 1.5 trillion. Even the Tier 6 Heaven Stage 10 grade tortoise shell with a maximum defense of over 150 trillion is as fragile as paper against the Gua clone with over 76 trillion attack power, easily being killed with just a single strike. As for those Tier 6 Heaven Stage 1st and 2nd rank orcs with defenses of only 100 million or 200 million, they aren't even worth mentioning. In front of him with a single step, he could crush more than 10 of them. Gua's two avatars are invincible in front of those Tier 6 Heaven Stage orcs and those who are not yet at Tier 6 Heaven Stage. No orc could withstand his clone's attack without dying. It wasn't long after Gua's two clones joined the battlefield that all the Tier 6 Heaven Stage orcs on the northern wall were slaughtered. It was amidst the endless orc army under the north city wall, stretching as far as the eye could see, that the orcs of Tier 6 Heaven Stage were killed off one after another by him. It can be said that in less than 10 minutes, the orc crisis on this side of the north city wall was resolved by his two avatars. As for those ordinary orc warriors who haven't reached Tier 6 Heaven Stage, Gua's two clones couldn't be bothered to waste their time on killing them. Because killing a being that is one realm lower than oneself yields very little data. After dealing with the Tier 6 Heaven Stage orcs on the north city wall, Gua's two avatars separated to the left and right. Carrying Lin's avatar, go to the west city wall to slay the Tier 6 Heaven Stage orcs there. Dragging Gu's avatar, head to the east city wall to slay the Tier 6 Heaven Stage orcs there. At this moment, here by the north city wall, Gu and Lin's classmate was left speechless with shock. Until their class leader and vice class leader rode off, the silhouette of the monsters at over 1,000 meters disappeared from view. Then a classmate exclaimed, "Oh my gosh, is that the contract monsters of class leader Lin and vice class leader Gu? They are truly amazing." In just under 10 minutes, they have wiped out all the Tier 6 Heaven Stage orcs from North City. With Tier 6 Heaven Stage teachers, they looked fearfully in the direction where Gua's two avatars had left, thinking to themselves, "At least it's on our side. If it were on the orc side, countless lives would surely be lost in Qinyang City today." On the North City wall, after there were no Tier 6 Heaven Stage orcs left in the orc army, the human Tier 6 Heaven Stage warriors on the city wall rushed down, actively launching an attack against the orcs. An ordinary orc warrior, in the presence of the human Tier 6 Heaven Stage, is akin to a 2-year-old child. They are beings of completely different levels. Before long, the orc army besieging the northern city wall was utterly defeated by the human warriors, fleeing desperately towards the space rift. Li Chang, the deputy city lord of Qingyang City, breathed a sigh of relief upon learning about the situation at the northern city wall, and he also understood why the northern city wall was able to win. It's all because of the contract pets of Lin and Gu, easily slaying Tier 6 Heaven Stage 10th grade orc warriors as if they were cutting through cucumbers. Brother Lin, I raise a glass to you. Not only did you sacrifice yourself for the country with great valor, but you also raised such an outstanding daughter. I cannot compare to you. You are a true hero. Li Cheng took out a bottle of liquor and poured it on the ground, gazing toward the direction where Lin's father had previously revealed himself, showing a deep admiration. Among the human race, not every king-tier entity possesses the courage to self-disclose, nor can all king-tier entities sacrifice themselves for their country and perish alongside their enemies. Report. At that moment, an official fixed his terrified gaze on a device and said, Deputy City Lord, over by the Orc Space Rift, 5 new king-tier auras have suddenly appeared, in addition to the 2 existing king-tier auras. Now there are 7 king-tier presences at the Orc Space Rift. It's bad, my lord. The presence of 5 king-tier beasts from the Orc Rift has suddenly appeared and is moving towards Qingyang City. Without needing a report from this administrative officer, when 5 king-tier auras suddenly emerged from the Orc Space Rift, Li Chang, a 3rd-tier king-tier warrior, already knew. Brother Lin, just now I admired your sacrifice for the country and your willingness to die together with the enemy. I didn't expect that so soon it would be my turn to make a sacrifice for the country as well. But it's better to die fighting on the battlefield than to die of old age in a hospital bed. Deputy City Lord Li Chang soared into the sky with a determination to face death, flying towards the direction of the 5 king-tier auras. Chapter 76. Taking good care of yourself means considering the bigger picture. Because the 2 avatars in Qingyang City on Earth killed countless Tier 6 Heaven Stage orcs. The Gui entity's current data has already reached the requirements of Evolution Tier 6 Heaven Stage at the 7th grade level. This gave Gui a new idea. Divine level contract skill. With each evolution, you can proactively force 2 humans to sign an equal contract. He has now evolved 16 times and can enter into contracts with a total of 32 human warriors. Remove the 2 spots of Lin and Gu, in other words. He can now casually find 30 human warriors and sign a divine level contract. Each contractor can summon one of their avatars. 32 contractors, which means 32 avatars. With these 32 clones helping him, he can defeat enemies in farm data. Isn't it 32 times faster than doing it alone? With 32 clones working, my main body will just be sleeping with beautiful women every day. Bathing with twins every moment, his data is constantly improving. The only downside of the legendary contract skill is that the avatar cannot be too far from the contractor. Because after exceeding a certain distance, the clone will autonomously disappear. Ding! Your avatar has killed a Tier 6 Heaven Stage Level 7 null, but since you have not evolved to Tier 6 Heaven Stage Level 7, you cannot obtain any data. Please evolve to Tier 6 Heaven Stage Level 7 as soon as possible. If we don't evolve, it's just a waste of data. Gui is still doing the kill points lottery. Now, each draw requires consuming 10 billion kill points, and you can't pull that many times in total. The first time. Hit the 200 million mana cap. The second time. There is no reward. The third time. There is no reward. The 14th time. Hit the 200 million mana cap. The 16th time. I have again reached a maximum of 200 million mana. Until the kill points are insufficient for a draw. I couldn't draw any new skills either. Slightly disappointed, Gui added the final attribute to the limit and began his evolution. Evolution takes 5 minutes, during which his body is enveloped by a green luminous sphere. At this moment, Earth. On the east and west city walls of Qingyang City. Was two avatars seemed to sense something. At the same time, look up and gaze towards the southern direction of Qingyang City. Did 5 king-tier powerful auras come over? Was two doppelgangers simultaneously thought, that direction is where the orc spatial rift is. It should be the presence of a king-tier among the orcs, not reinforcement from the new dragon kingdom. Just then, Li Chang, the deputy city lord of Qingyang City, soared into the sky, flying towards the 5 king-tier beings in the direction of the orcs. Uncle Li, you are a hero too. On the shoulders of the clone, Lin tightly grasped the corner of his clothing. She understood, and at that moment, Deputy City Lord Li Chang rushed over. That's going to be a self-destructive act, taking the enemy down with you. Although Gua has never been to Qingyang City. However, I often chat with Gu and Lin through the contract mark and know that there are 2 king-tier beings in Qingyang City. One is Lin's father, Lin Feng, a warrior of king-tier, 4th rank. He had already exposed himself before his 2 avatars appeared. One is the city Lord Li Chang, a king-tier of the 3rd grade. Gui is very curious about the strength of the king-tier in humanity. In the next moment, he used the inspect skill on Li Chang. Target, Li Chang. Race, human. Aptitude, 2.241. Grade, king-tier 3rd class low king-tier. Mana, 50.8 billion plus. Attack power, 343.659 billion plus. Defense, 20.3658 trillion. Agile, 34.3452 trillion. Speed, 204.365 trillion. Skills, 1 Spirit Law Aspect, 2 Mana Shield, 3 Golden Shield Passive, 493 Transformation Golden Body Decision Level 1, with a total of 9 levels. 5. Note, the data for this target is related to the weapons and equipment worn, and is not actual individual data. Li Chang has dozens of martial arts skills, and the most useful ones are the first 4. The function of the primordial spirit law forms is to multiply attack power, defense, agility, and speed by 12 times. The number of demonic forms of the king-tier Azura is far greater. The role of the mana shield is to provide 10 times the defense for oneself. The effect of the golden shield passive is to increase defense by 20 times for a short period, but it consumes mana very quickly. The effect of the triple transformation golden body technique is that each layer doubles the attack power. It can stack its power with other martial arts abilities, totaling 9 layers. Unfortunately, Li Chang only managed to cultivate the golden body technique to the 1st level. If this could be cultivated to the 9th level, it would increase the attack power by 9 times. Adding to its own attack power, that means an increase of a full 10 times the attack power. Both of my duplicates have over 76 trillion data, and mana has over 900 billion. That's enough to sustain my use of Severing Strike, Steel Defense, Phantom Speed skill, and Quick Strike skills for days and nights on end. How about we go back and take a look? If we can hunt down a king-tier orc, it would be a massive achievement, and we'd get a reward of 1,000 times. Thinking of this, Gu's heart raced instantly. Even if the clone dies, the original body will only suffer significant mana loss at most. After a few days of rest, it will be fine. There's no real danger to the life of the original body. This is equivalent to being immortal. Gui instantly gained confidence. Even if there were 10 or 100 king-tiers among the orcs, he was not afraid. However, considering that Lin and Gu are incapable of surviving in a battle at the king-tier level, even the slightest energy ripple from a king-tier could potentially kill the 2 of them. Gu's 2 clones flew toward the city center with a sense of connection. Soon, the 2 clones would meet. One of them said to Lin and Gu, "There is no orc attack at the city center. You 2 should protect yourselves while I'll go help your king-tier vice city lord. Remember, if you 2 die, my clone will immediately disappear, and this city may never have anyone capable of resisting the orc king-tier level again. Do not go to the city walls to join the fight. Taking care of yourselves is the greatest help you can provide in this battle." After saying this, Gu's 2 clones left Qingyang City, quickly heading towards Li Chang and the 5 orc king-tier entities. Gu watched the direction in which Gu's clones vanished, recalling how he almost severed their contract back then simply because he found Gu's appearance unappealing, feeling grateful he had changed his mind. "Jingwan, I know you really want to rush to the city walls and kill all the orcs. But right now, it's most important that we protect ourselves and ensure that that Lecher's clone doesn't disappear. We must keep the bigger picture in mind. Gu patted Lin's shoulder, afraid she would act impulsively. I know. Lin sat on the ground, took out a bottle of elixir, swallowed a pill to restore her internal mana, and muttered to herself, I never expected him to get so strong so quickly, easily slaughtering tier 6 heaven stage level 10 orcs like cutting grass, and still daring to participate in battles against king tier entities. Yeah, that Lecher's growth is terrifyingly fast, Gu replied, sitting next to her. Luckily, he is not our enemy, otherwise I'd wake up scared in my sleep. I just wonder how my parents are doing. I hope they don't run into any unexpected trouble, Gu said, her face filled with worry. Both her parents are martial artists. Her father is a tier 6 heaven stage level 7, serving as a captain of a tier 6 heaven stage squad in the city guard, leading over 2,000 martial artists. Her mother is a tier 6 heaven stage level 3 martial artist, also in the city guard, working under her father as his assistant. At the moment the orc began their siege, the squad her parents were part of was sent to the city walls to participate in the battle against the orcs. After more than 10 hours have passed, Gu has no idea whether her parents are still alive. Lin grasped Gu's hand and comforted him firmly, saying, Don't worry, Uncle Gu and Aunt Gu will be just fine. At this moment, two avatars had already flown to a height of hundreds of thousands of meters above the ground. About 50 kilometers in front of the two avatars, a battle of the king tier level was taking place in the void. Chapter 77, I'm talking about you, come here for a duel. A king tier battle in mid-air. One side features Li Chang, the deputy mayor of Qingyang City. He used the spiritual transformation technique. Standing 1,000 meters tall, he treads upon the void. Each punch creates distortions in the air, resembling shattered spider webs, with countless small space cracks appearing. He is clad in green battle armor, shining brilliantly. And his opponent is a king tier existence in the form of 5-meter-tall orc. One of them is a king tier powerhouse with a pig-headed appearance, at the second tier of king tier. His mount is a wild boar of the second tier of king tier. There is also a wolf-headed king tier powerhouse at the first tier, whose mount is a black wolf of the first tier of king tier. The last king tier existence is a lion-headed creature at the third tier of king tier. It has no mount, or it may have one but hasn't summoned it. In a fight at the king tier level, unless there is a particularly huge gap in strength, victory and defeat can only be decided gradually, determining life and death. Otherwise, both sides are simply competing on consumption, seeing who uses up their mana faster and who collapses first. Li Chang, the deputy mayor of Qingyang City, not only used the spiritual transformation technique but also simultaneously activated the Grand Golden Shield passive skill, increasing his defense by 20 times. With a defensive boost of 20 times, his defense reached over 400 trillion. The attacks of the 5 orc king tier existences hit him, producing the sound of metal hammering against a drum, without causing any harm to Li Chang, the deputy mayor of Qingyang City. Facing the siege of the 5 orc king tier existences, although he did not sustain any injuries, Li Chang, the deputy mayor of Qingyang City, was not happy. The attacks of those 5 king tier orc powerhouses caused his mana to drop rapidly while the mana of king tier existences is in the tens of billions. How long could he hold out? I need to seize an opportunity to let the 5 orc king tier existences gather together so I can self-destruct and take them down. I am the only king tier existence in Qingyang City. If I self-destruct, the orcs will have no further concerns, and Qingyang City will surely fall. I hope the king tier action team from Dragon City arrives quickly, at least before I self-destruct. The vice city lord of Qingyang City, Li Chang, executed his moves with great vigor, growing increasingly fierce, hoping to slay an orc of king tier status. Vice city lord, don't worry, we're here to assist you. Two clones flew over. Vice city lord Li Chang was taken aback, not sensing the presence of king tier aura from two clones. However, that didn't mean he underestimated two clones. He expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, fellow beast kings, for supporting me in the new dragon kingdom, Qingyang City. This kindness will be cherished by me, Li Chang, forever. If Qingyang City overcomes this crisis, you too will be its benefactors, and statues will be erected in your honor to commemorate this act of aid." Although Li Chang knew that the situation at the North City Wall had stabilized because of Lin and Gua's contract monsters, he hadn't been to that side and had not seen Gua's two clones. He mistakenly identified Gua's two clones as king-tier entities among the monsters, thus referring to them as beast kings. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy 500 years ago, when the earth expanded manifold, the relationship between humans and monsters has become quite delicate. They are both natural enemies and natural allies. The reason they are natural enemies is that humans and monsters inhabit the same region, inevitably leading to instances of mutual hunting and disputes over territory and cultivation resources. For example, some weapons and equipment used by human martial artists are obtained from crafting materials acquired by killing monsters, as well as materials for refining certain elixirs. Monsters, in turn, obtain elixirs for enhancing their cultivation by killing human martial artists and ordinary people to harvest their souls. Thus, this is a naturally adversarial relationship. However, once monsters evolve to king tier, their intelligence is on par with humans. They can also take on human forms, create a monster's empire, and occupy vast territories. To resist human martial artists, king tier monsters have formed an alliance known as the Monsters' Empire. And the reason why humans view evolved monsters as natural allies. This is because beings from other worlds have invaded, treating both Earth as human martial artists and native monsters equally as prey and resources for cultivation. This has led to the Earth as human martial artists and monsters uniting to fend off incursions from beings from other worlds. The relationship between humans and king-tier monsters is one of mutual non-aggression, with very few conflicts occurring. Moreover, some king-tier monsters have good relations with humans, and some have even signed equal partnership contracts. When unknown human king-tier warriors meet king-tier monsters, they call each other friend as per ancient custom. With the support of a king-tier beast warrior, the vice mayor of Qingyang City, Li Chang, doesn't need to waste mana while being surrounded by 5 king-tier beast warriors. He shouted loudly, striking the mana shield surrounding the king-tier rank 2 pig king with a punch, sending it flying hundreds of meters and breaking out of the encirclement to join Gua's two clones. The king-tier rank 2 pig king that was sent flying by Li Chang did not sustain any injuries. As Li Chang's attack failed to break its mana shield, it simply took a punch, which consumed a bit too much mana. In the next moment, both sides stood frozen in the void, separated by a few kilometers, neither taking the initiative to attack the other. Gua's two clones were waiting for the main body in the demon world to finish its evolution, otherwise, killing the king-tier beast would yield no data, which would be counterproductive. Vice Mayor of Qingyang City, Li Chang, preferred to wait. The longer the time dragged on, the better, especially if he could hold out until the arrival of the Dragon Kingdom's king-tier action team, so he wouldn't have to sacrifice himself. Staying alive is ultimately better than dying. The reason the 5 king-tier beast warriors on the opposite side were hesitant to take action is due to 3 reasons. First, they couldn't perceive the cultivation levels of Gua's two clones. If they were actually 2 king-tier rank 3 entities, they might not be their opponents. Second, 5 against 1 is called an overwhelming advantage, but 5 against 3 would only give them the upper hand. Wanting to win without any cost is simply impossible. Third, they rushed over from the beast world not to destroy Qingyang City, but to protect the stability of the array at the spatial rift, ensuring it could function smoothly without being damaged. If a rift is destroyed by those on this side, creating a stable rift that connects to Earth would be quite challenging. 2 minutes passed just like that, and the bloodthirsty and irritable wolf head king couldn't restrain his itchiness and said, "Lion head king, pig head king, I just feel those 2 big bugs across the way are only bluffing. They don't seem like a king-tier presence and don't emit any king-tier aura at all. You guys distract them, while I and my buddy go have a chat with those 2 big bugs. Someone will take the lead," and the lion head king nods to the pig head king. "Wolf head king, you go ahead, we'll back you up." The wolf head king, riding his king-tier top-grade grey wolf mount, took a few steps forward, listening, and called out, "You 2 big bugs, come over for a one-on-one." Gua's 2 avatars exchanged glances. Such a king-tier top-grade existence, yet it was foolish enough to want to challenge them one-on-one. Isn't this like the birthday star eating arsenic, asking for trouble? Should you go, or should I? What's the difference? It doesn't matter who goes. Didn't the other side say for both of us to go and challenge him together? That's true, then let's go together. A one-on-one challenge with him is fine by us. Ha ha ha. Gua's 2 avatars laughed in unison and casually flew towards the wolf head king. Take this. The Wolf Head King, wielding a wolf fawn club, hurled it towards the left Gui avatar from a distance of 2 kilometers. Boom! In an instant, the wolf fawn club's mana surged, transforming into a gigantic shadow of a wolf fawn club, descending with immense force. This strike was powerful enough to split mountains and crack the earth. Even a 10,000-meter high mountain would be flattened. Chapter 78, Lottery Win Merit Cloud Cauldron. Was Avatar. Earlier, he had used the Inspect skill to check the data of this King Tier top grade wolf head. Its attack power exceeds 5 trillion, defense over 4 trillion, agility over 4 trillion, and speed over 4 trillion. This is still with the weapon equipment bonus. Without it, the stats would drop by at least 50%. His mount, a King Tier top grade black wolf, has stats similar to his. Orcs in the orc world all possess a natural skill riding the world, which can stack with their bonded beast family's strength, increasing it by 50%. This riding the world skill consumes a lot of mana during the strength stacking period. It's considered a desperate skill. After use, there are significant side effects, resulting in a 1-hour period of weakness where all stats drop tenfold. Only after this hour of weakness passes can all stats return to normal. This King Tier top grade wolf head king is currently over 1,000 meters tall. It has used the orc transformation skill, multiplying all stats except mana by 10. It's not as good as the human spirit transformation, because human spirit transformation multiplies all attributes by 12, excluding mana. At this moment, this King Tier top grade wolf head king's agility attribute is at most 40 trillion. In the eyes of Gui's 2 avatars, with over 7.6 billion agility, the wolf head king's movements appear to be in slow motion, especially as they face the incoming shadow of the wolf fawn club. Gui's doppelganger raised the divine blade's front paw, effortlessly blocking the shadow of the opponent's spiked club, then began to spar back and forth in the void with this wolf-headed king. In any world, there is no cross-tier combat. Tier 6 heaven stage cannot battle against King Tier, and King Tier cannot face the Emperor Tier. This concept has been engraved in the marrow of evolved beings at this moment. No one doubts that Gui's 2 doppelgangers are not of King Tier. Legendary mutated evolutionary beings and those who have awakened the ancient demon god bloodline both possess the strength to fight across tiers. However, at this very moment, no one is thinking in that direction. Of course, it wouldn't matter if they did think about it, as Gui is neither a mutated being nor in a situation of awakening an ancient demon god bloodline. Because he is part of the slaughter evolution system. Those 2 big bugs, don't just rely on speed to dodge. If you have the ability, then fight me fairly. The wolf-headed king, unaware of the gap between himself and Gui's doppelgangers, thought they were similar, swinging his spiked club and shouting. Gui's 2 doppelgangers were waiting for the body to complete its evolution. How could they strike first? Regardless of the wolf-headed king's shouts, they opted not to engage him. If they could dodge, they would, and if they couldn't, they would use the divine blade's front paw to block. As the minutes and seconds ticked by. At this moment, Demon World Rose City. In a palace bedroom of the Lord's mansion. A green orb of light burst into rain of light and dissipated. Gui completed his Tier 6 Heaven Stage 7th tier evolution. He walked in front of the mirror. He turned around in circles, examining himself. Wearing green and gold patterned armor, with scythe-like front paws. His appearance was increasingly resembling that of a robot, specifically a humanoid mantis. Open the individual information interface. He focused his thoughts. A light curtain appeared before him. Host, Gui. Divine Blade Mantis. Race, Mantis species. Attribute, Lightning. Lifespan, less than 700 years. Aptitude, 5.873. Skills, Inspect skill, Berserk skill, Phantom speed skill, Inventory, Regeneration passive, God level contract, Deceleration ray, Steel harden, Sure kill, Mana recovery, Spirit source perception, Spatial wormhole, Fire avoidance formula, Lightning avoidance formula, Disguise, Sonic shatter, Universal tongue, Shrink, Earth movement technique, Instant strike, Armor break technique, Lightning sphere critical strike, High grade mana stone fusion. Evolution count, 17. Evolution EXP, 2355425 million. Grade, Tier 6 Heaven Stage Grade 7 High Tier Tier 6 Heaven Stage. Mana, 7858500 million plus. Attack power, 750 trillion plus. Defense, 749.5 trillion plus. Agility, 750 trillion plus. Speed, 749.5 trillion plus. Stat points, 423156. Kill points, 42.57 2600 million plus. With these stats, now, if Punna were holding a king tier high grade weapon, the Rakshasa spear, Wo would also have the confidence to easily handle Punna. Pan-na. This is the abbreviated name that Gua gave to the compass Pan-na. The two sisters. The elder sister is named Panna. The younger sister is named Pan-na. It's pleasant to hear and easy to remember, making it convenient to call. The main body and the doppelganger are interconnected. The main body can actively shield its connection with the doppelganger. It can also share a single consciousness with multiple doppelgangers at the same time. With the main body's evolution complete, it learned everything that happened with the doppelganger through soul sharing. The main body has finished evolving, and the doppelganger is no longer holding back. Because the main body has completed its evolution, its power has surged 5 to 6 times. The power of the two doppelgangers has also increased by 5 to 6 times, each possessing a foundational data of 450 trillion. The King tier first rank Wolf Head King now has a maximum data of around 40 trillion, which is more than 10 times less. With a puff, the King tier first rank Wolf Headman fell dead alongside its mount, the King tier first rank Black Wolf, splitting into two on the spot. On the main body's side in the demon realm, a notification from the Slaughter evolution system immediately arrived. Ding! Your doppelganger killed a King tier first rank Wolf Head King, which is one major level higher than itself. Reward 1000. Stat points plus 124.53 billion, evolution EXP plus 132.45 billion, kill points plus 1421.32 billion. Ding! Your doppelganger killed a King tier first rank Black Wolf, which is one major level higher than itself. Reward 1000. Stat points have reached the limit, evolution EXP has reached the limit, kill points plus 1321.32 billion. Ding! Special note, your stat points are already sufficient for attack power, defense, speed, and agility to reach tier 6 heaven stage maximum of the 7th rank. Please max out these 4 attributes and start your evolution to tier 6 heaven stage 8th rank. Wow, I just evolved to tier 6 heaven stage 7th rank, and I can immediately evolve to tier 6 heaven stage 8th rank? That's too fast. Wo was taken aback, somewhat surprised. But this is also somewhat expected. Killing King tier greatly exceeds realms. Reward 1000. Being able to evolve is entirely different. After feeling happy, Gua instead felt a bit down. Before evolving, it makes more sense to try the lottery with the kill points before considering anything else. Tier 6 Heaven Stage Rank 7, one draw requires 50 billion kill points. 132 trillion kill points, enough for him to draw 264 times. First time. Nothing drawn. The 8th time. Nothing drawn. The 16th time. He drew plus 10 billion mana limit. The 23rd attempt. He obtained an item, the Merit Cloud Cauldron. Wei immediately stopped the lottery interface, opened his backpack, and saw the Merit Cloud Cauldron. This was the first time he had drawn something like a weapon after so many draws. His gaze fell on the Merit Cloud Cauldron, and lines of golden text appeared on the screen introducing it. Chapter 79, there is a royal level presence beyond the rift in space. Merit Cloud Cauldron, Introduction: a treasure for collecting merit. When the accumulated merit reaches a certain level, a merit treasure will condense within the Merit Cloud Cauldron. Hint: with the aura of spiritual energy reviving on Earth, the new Dragon Nation's human race will become the overlords of the 9 realms, and protecting the new Dragon Nation's human race will gain infinite merit. I wonder if solving the crisis in Xingyang City counts as protecting the new Dragon Nation? Wo closed the backpack interface and continued the lottery. Not long after, Wo finished drawing, allocated his stat points, and began the evolution to Tier 6 Heaven Stage Rank 8. At the same time, Earth. On Gua's 2 avatars. Because the Wolf King and its mount were killed. The Pighead King and its mount. And the Lionhead King. All surged in with fury. It's not that they had a good relationship with the Wolf King and wanted to avenge it. Rather, they received orders to ensure that the reinforced rift in space was not compromised, even if it meant death. Was two avatars now had the ability to easily kill them. But since the main body evolved, they could only wait until the main body finished evolving to kill the three. Was two avatars were now unconcerned with killing, focusing on dealing with the King Tier Rank 2 Pighead King and its King Tier Rank 2 mount, the Boar. They left the King Tier Rank 3 Lionhead King to the Deputy City Lord Li Cheng of Qingyang City. Logically, the King Tier Rank 3 Lionhead King should have summoned a lion mount, but he had never seen it called forth. But even so, the Lionhead King's strength was still much stronger than Li Cheng, the Deputy City Lord of Qingyang City. However, it wasn't an overwhelming difference. They were evenly matched, and it would take at least 3 days and nights to determine their fates. At this moment, a King Tier aura suddenly emanated from the rift in the orc space, flying towards Qingyang City. I'll go intercept that King Tier presence. One of Guo's avatars spoke, moving faster than lightning, and in an instant, it intercepted the King Tier presence. That was a King Tier warrior from the dog-headed orc race, clad in golden battle armor and wielding a huge pair of bronze hammers. Inspect skill. Guo's clone possesses all the skills of the main body. In the next moment, confidence data appears on the light screen. Target, dog-headed king. Race, orc world dog people. Aptitude, 2.178. Grade, King Tier 2 lower King Tier. Mana, 43.6 billion plus. Attack power, 14 trillion plus. Defense, 10 trillion plus. Agility, 13 trillion plus. Speed, 12 trillion plus. Skills, 1 Blessing of the Beast God, 2 Mana Shield, 3. There are no particularly impressive skills, and the data exceeds 10 trillion mainly due to weaponry. With such data, Guo's clone could easily kill without using any skills. Even devouring the orcs of King Tier level 5 or 6, Guo's clone isn't afraid at all and doesn't think much of this King Tier 2 dog-headed creature. Just because he can see the opponent's strength doesn't mean the opponent can perceive his strength. The King Tier 2 dog-headed creature instantly grew to 1,000 meters, swinging the massive bronze hammer in its hand to attack Guo's clone. Guo's clone was waiting for the main body to finish its evolution, so it didn't rush to kill the opponent, engaging in a back-and-forth battle that seemed evenly matched. As time passed, Guo's clone sensed that the main body had completed the evolution of Tier 6 Heaven Stage Level 8. No longer playing cat and mouse, it struck with one divine blade to kill the King Tier 2 dog-headed creature. By killing this one King Tier 2 dog-headed creature, Guo's main body from the outer demonic realm once again reached the standards for evolving to Tier 6 Heaven Stage Level 9. After finishing the kill points and adding attribute points, the main body began the evolution to Tier 6 Heaven Stage Level 9. Guo's clone stared at the space rift of the orc race, thinking, could it be that I can evolve to King Tier level today? Killing a King Tier being is equivalent to slaying 1,000 King Tier entities. This rapid evolution is directly related to the 1,000-fold reward. Better to be safe and take things step by step. I can't be too hasty. What if I anger the orcs and another high-level King Tier orc is sent over? That wouldn't be cost-effective. Guo's clone was determined to pretend to be not very strong, just enough to barely kill a King Tier 2nd rank. At this moment, on the other side of the spatial rift, in the orc world, a tiger-headed orc dressed in an imperial robe asked an older-looking dog-headed orc, strategist, when will the spatial rift be reinforced? When can I enter the Earth world? This tiger-headed orc was of royal caliber, ruling over vast territories in the orc world, exuding power without anger. The dog-headed elder who was questioned was his dog-headed strategist, possessing a King Tier 10th rank level. The dog-headed strategist replied, reporting to your majesty, if nothing goes wrong, in about half an hour, the spatial rift will be fortified enough for you to pass through. Report. Just then, a King Tier 1st rank dog-headed orc came over, knelt on both knees, and spoke rapidly, reporting to your majesty, another of our King Tier orcs sent to Earth has died. The King Tier orc in charge of guarding the spatial rift to Earth is requesting reinforcements. Useless, a bunch of useless ones. The tiger-headed emperor above cursed a couple of times, then looked towards a nearby elephant-headed orc. You go over there with some men. Yes, your majesty. The elephant-headed orc took the order and brought more than 20 king-tier orcs to the spatial rift. The elephant-headed orc, who was at king-tier 8th rank, was told by an orc responsible for reinforcing the spatial rift, for the time being, only 2 king-tier 4th rank entities or 10 king-tier 3rd rank entities can pass through the spatial rift. As the elephant-headed orc couldn't go himself, he arranged for 2 king-tier 4th rank orcs to go. The 2 king-tier 4th rank orcs passed through the spatial rift and immediately flew towards the king-tier battlefield in midair. Was 2 clones in Li Chang, the vice city lord of Qingyang City, all felt it and saw these 2 king-tier 4th rank orcs across a distance of over 200 kilometers. One was a rhino-headed orc. The other was a bull-headed orc. Upon sensing their king-tier 4th rank aura, Li Chang's expression changed dramatically as he said to his 2 clones, "Friends, I will self-detonate and perish together with those 2 king-tier 4th rank orcs. If my self-detonation does not kill them and only injures me, I kindly ask the 2 of you to deal with them if you can. If you also can't, then it seems that fate has doomed Qingyang City. You 2 friends should leave quickly to save yourselves." One of Guo's clones said, "There is no need for you to be so downcast, Daoist. We can handle those 2 king-tier 4 orcs, you don't need to expose yourself." The next moment, Guo's 2 clones shot forward like those 2 king-tier 4 orcs. Their true bodies are in the demon realm and have already evolved to tier 6 heaven stage 9th rank. Killing these 2 king-tier 4 orcs will be just enough for the true body to evolve to tier 6 heaven stage 10th rank. Chapter 80, All Data Reaches a Trillion. Demon Realm. In the room. Hua has already evolved to tier 6 heaven stage 9th rank. He stands in front of the mirror. Golden patterns are scattered all over his green skin. It is also becoming increasingly metallic in texture. His appearance is also starting to resemble that of a mech robot. Open the personal information interface. He mumbles aloud. A transparent light screen suddenly appeared before him. Host, Hua. Divine Blade Mantis. Race, Mantis species. Attribute, Lightning. Lifespan, less than 900 years. Aptitude 5.923. Skills, Inspect skill, Berserk skill, Phantom speed skill, Inventory, Regeneration passive, God level contract, Deceleration ray, Steel harden, Sure kill, Mana recovery, Spirit source perception, Spatial wormhole, Fire avoidance formula, Lightning avoidance formula, Disguise, Sonic shatter, Universal tongue, Shrink, Earth movement technique, Instant strike, Armor break technique, Lightning sphere critical strike, High grade mana stone fusion. Evolution count, 19. Evolution EXP 243554252 50 million. Grade, Tier 6 Heaven Stage. Grade 9 High Tier. Tier 6 Heaven Stage. Mana, 288 trillion plus. Attack power, 27 trillion plus. Defense, 26,999,950 billion plus. Agility, 27 trillion plus. Speed, 26,999,950 billion plus. Stat points, 423156255. Kill points, 142.57 2600 million plus. His current aptitude is 5.923. Every evolution nearly increases his data by 6 times. The 4 attributes attack power, defense, speed, and agility now all exceed 2 trillion, which amounts to 200 billion in data. According to the aptitude above 2.5, she calculates King Tier 5's attack power at 200 trillion. When she reaches King Tier 6, her attack power will be 500 trillion. When she reaches King Tier 7, her attack power will be 1250 trillion. When she reaches King Tier 8, her attack power will be 3125 trillion. When she reaches King Tier 9, her attack power will be 7182 trillion. When she reaches King Tier 10, her attack power will be 1,800 trillion. This calculates the attack power when Bona is equipped with weapons, but in reality, Bona could never reach such a high combat power. If Bona could have a King Tier high-quality weapon, her attack power in various stats would double. When she reaches King Tier level 10, she could possess over 3 trillion in attack power. If Bona were to have a king tier top grade weapon, her combat power could potentially double again, meaning her attack power could reach around 5 trillion. As for the Azura warriors, among all beings, their stats are incredibly powerful, making them among the top creatures in the 9 realms. It can be said that, with the enhancement of a king tier top grade weapon, an Azura warrior of king tier level 10 with good aptitude could have around 5 trillion in attack power. Using the demonic goddess formula to multiply attack power and other stats by 15 times, one could reach a maximum of 75 trillion in attack power. 75 trillion in attack power is nearly the upper limit for king tier level 10. Wei calculated that he could currently possess up to 27 trillion in attack power. This is enough to kill any existence at king tier level 9, including those at king tier level 10 who do not have king tier top grade weapons. After all, according to what Bone and Pan said, within their entire Azura clan, there are fewer than 10 king tier top grade weapons, and only about 100 king tier high quality weapons. Within their Azura clan, the number of existences at king tier level is not in the hundreds of thousands, but there are at least tens of thousands. Just under the royal lineage of her great-grandmother, there are nearly 10,000 king tier existences. With over 90 royal existences among the Azura clan, it's easy to imagine how many king tier exist. With nearly 1 million king tier Azura warriors, yet only fewer than 10 king tier top grade weapons, on average, 1 king tier top grade weapon exists for every 100,000 king tier Azura warriors. It's easy to imagine how slim the chances are of encountering an entity equipped with a king tier top grade weapon. And for the king tier level 10 Azura warriors without a king tier top grade weapon, even with the demonic goddess formula, their attack power tops out at around 25 trillion, and their defense at around 12 to 13 trillion. So, based on the calculations, his current strength is sufficient to kill any existence at king tier level 10. As long as the opponent doesn't possess king tier top tier weapon equipment or king tier high quality weapon equipment. Currently, he is at tier 6 heaven stage, 9th grade, and if he can evolve to tier 6 heaven stage, 10th grade, he would be a Azura warrior at king tier 10th grade level, equipped with top tier weapons, and he could easily kill. At that time, he would be unbeatable below the Emperor level. As for the data power of the Emperor level existence, Hua has never seen it and expressed that he doesn't know. But he is definitely no match for an Emperor. According to Bona and Punna, the Emperor level is divided into 4 tiers. Emperor Initial Stage, Emperor Middle Stage, Emperor High Stage, Emperor Top Stage. Above the Emperor top level is the half-step Emperor realm. In fact, the half-step Emperor exists at the peak of the Emperor level, having failed to cross into the Emperor realm but surviving without dying. To say it's the Emperor realm isn't completely accurate. To say it's the Emperor level, it's many times stronger than an Emperor level, able to fight against a true Emperor. Although he would definitely be killed by the Emperor in the end, he could indeed engage in a fight. Legend has it that there are extremely powerful half-step Emperors who fought against real Emperors for over half a month before being killed by the Emperor, illustrating the might of half-step Emperors. As for whether there are higher realms above the Emperor, the answer is yes, but Bona and Punna also do not know exactly what those realms are. There are rumors that above the Emperor is the demon god level, which will enter a realm that is higher than the 9 realms. There are also rumors that above the Emperor is the Holy Realm, which will enter a realm that is at a higher level than the 9 realms. No matter what the legend is, there are realms above the Emperor, but for billions of years in the demon realm, not to mention realms above the Emperor, not a single Emperor has appeared, and only 2 or 3 half-step Emperors have appeared. The gap between the Emperor Initial Stage and King Tier 10th grade is at least 10 times, just like the gap between Tier 6 Heaven Stage 10th grade and King Tier 1st grade. At this moment, through his avatar on Earth, Will learned that there were 2 King Tier 4th grade existences among the orcs that passed, and his avatar used the Inspect skill on one of the King Tier 4th grade Minotaurs. Target, Minotaur. Race, Orc World Minotaur Clan. Aptitude 2.378. Grade, King Tier 4th grade Middle Stage King Tier. Mana, 20,1500 million plus. Attack power, 590 trillion plus. Defense, 390 trillion plus. Agility, 420 trillion plus. Speed, 410 trillion plus. In terms of skills, it's not much different from other Orc King tier existences, capable of boosting stats by up to 10 times. A 10-fold increase still translates to just 590 trillion attack power. Such an attack power can't even break through the defenses of his two clones. After all, their defenses are also at 1.5 trillion. Just then, his two clones killed the two King tier 4th rank beings from the Orc world. Killing the first King tier 4th rank Orc allowed him to evolve to the tier 6 heaven stage 10th rank level. The second was an absolute accidental kill. Had they not acted so quickly, they would have definitely saved it for later. Chapter 81, Drawn a Heavenly Herb. This is on the Earth clone side. The two clones killed two King tier 4th rank Orcs. This shocked Li Chang, the deputy city lord of Qingyang City, as well as the King tier 3rd rank lion-headed being who was battling Li Chang. It also shocked the King tier beings from the Orc world on the other side of the spatial rift. This is a 3rd rank King tier formation master, responsible for both guarding against human destruction and commanding the reinforcement of the spatial rift formation. With two 4th rank beast kings killed, this 3rd rank King tier formation master immediately reported the news to the other side of the spatial rift. The 8th rank King tier elephant-headed Orc dared not slack off and immediately returned to report to the tiger-headed Emperor. It's not that they aren't trying hard, it's just that they can't pass through, as the spatial rift can't currently handle the passage of King tier 5th rank beings. The spatial rift leading to the Earth world must not suffer any losses. The tiger-headed Emperor pondered for a moment and called over several King tier 7th and 8th rank Orcs, using means to seal their realms to King tier 4th rank. Then he said to them, "Your realms have now been sealed. After you pass through for half an hour, the seal will automatically lift. Go, you do not need to kill the humans on the other side, just guard the spatial rift well. Once I pass through, countless territories on Earth will belong to us." The great battle that occurred billions of years ago on Earth almost caused its collapse. Countless powerful ancestors sealed Earth and it slowly recovered. Now, after billions of years, the seal on the Earth world has been lifted and it has fully restored. The Earth's billion years of recuperation, in terms of spirit veins or high-grade mana stone, or even rare treasures, it cannot be compared to any of the other 8 great worlds. As long as we enter the Earth world, we will have a continuous supply of cultivation resources. It won't be long before you evolve to the royal level. The Tigerhead monarch drew a large cake for the King tier subordinates and spoke of them dancing enthusiastically, gazing at the spatial rift leading to Earth, filled with greed and desire. Before long, over a dozen King tier entities sealed at the 7th and 8th ranks by the Tigerhead monarch entered Earth. They are all at the 4th rank of King tier now and do not dare to attack the humans of Qingyang City, each of them using secret techniques to suppress their auras, waiting for the seal placed by the Tigerhead monarch to be automatically lifted. They thought they arrived silently and suppressed their auras. No one knew they had reached Earth. In fact, two avatars discovered them while using spiritual energy perception skills. However, the main body in the demon realm has not completed its evolution yet, and Gua's two avatars were too lazy to kill them. At this moment, one of Gua's avatars hovered in the sky while another returned to Qingyang City, killing the attacking Orcs at its fastest speed. It is not easy for King tier Orcs to come through the spatial rift, but Orcs below King tier can come over easily. Every moment, countless Orcs are coming through the spatial rift, launching attacks on Qingyang City. In the blink of an eye, Gui in the demon realm completed his evolution and has now become a level 10 heaven stage monster at tier 6. Next, the goal is to evolve to the 1st rank of King tier. Now, he possesses 17.28 trillion mana. The author clarifies that here, 100 billion is counted as 1 trillion. His attack power has reached 16.5 trillion. His defense reached 16.499995 trillion. His agility reached 16.5 trillion. His speed reached 16.499995 trillion. If he uses absolute kill skills, phantom speed skill, instant strike skills, and hardening skills, his 4 attributes of attack power can increase by 10 times, reaching 160 trillion, which is 16 billion billion. Such data can easily kill any King tier entity at the 10th rank. Even if the opponent possesses King tier top grade weapons and equipment, they can be easily killed. Now, when he kills King tier entities, he still gets 1,000 times the reward for crossing the major boundary. Just by casually killing 2 King tier entities at the 6th rank, he can evolve to the 1st rank of King tier. By the way, I got a soul-searching skill after drawing kill points previously. For the beings I have killed, I can use the soul-searching skill on them once. I need to let one of the avatars search the soul of an orc to see what the situation is in the orc world beyond the spatial rift. Was suddenly recalled this matter and immediately used soul-searching on the corpse of a tier 6 heaven stage orc that he had killed, while his avatar was guarding the city in Xingyang City on Earth. He was shocked not by the search, but by what he discovered during it. So it turns out there is a royal-level entity on the other side of the spatial rift that intends to enter Earth through the rift. Guai's main body was astonished. He was confident he could kill an existence at the King Tier 10th level. But he lacked confidence in dealing with a royal-level existence. Pana and Panna guessed that the power of a royal-level entity was at least 10 times greater than that of a King Tier 10th level, but they had no idea of the exact figure. Gua felt that a royal-level existence not only had basic attributes higher than those of a King Tier, but also possessed exclusive skills for royal-level entities, which could surpass King Tier by an unknown number of times. We absolutely cannot let a royal-level entity come to Earth, otherwise, it would be a disaster for the new dragon country, which lacks royal-level presences. It's time to destroy the spatial rift. If that royal-level tiger-headed person comes over, it would be troublesome. One of Guai's avatars was already in motion, flying toward the spatial rift. He left another avatar to guard Xingyang City, to prevent attacks from a King Tier existence that might occur here. A distance of over 200 kilometers was nothing more than a blink of an eye for Guai's avatar. In the next instant, Guai's avatar appeared at the orc spatial rift, which wound for hundreds of kilometers. As soon as Guai arrived, the 10 or so King Tier orcs whose realms had been sealed immediately sensed it. Vroom vroom vroom. In less than 2 seconds, Guai's avatar was surrounded by several King Tier orcs. Kill! Guai's avatar let out a low shout, and the two scythe-like front legs over 2,000 meters long began to swing. Upon killing the first King Tier orc, his main body was taken aback, because he had effortlessly slain a King Tier 8 tier orc king. Even though the opponent's realm was sealed to King Tier 4, their actual realm was still King Tier 8. And the data rewards were calculated based on King Tier 8. In that moment, he had already advanced to King Tier 1 data. Guai's avatar killed 3 King Tier entities but did not continue the attack. Instead, he held off, waiting until his main body evolved to King Tier before resuming the fight. After all, evolution only took 5 minutes, and he could afford the wait. Meanwhile, on the other side of the demonic realm, Guai still uses kill points for the lottery. To draw in the King Tier, it costs 100 billion kill points for each attempt. And by killing the King Tier 8th grade existence across the major realms, he received a 1,000-fold reward, gaining 52 trillion kill points at once, allowing him to draw rewards 520 times. The first time. Did not get anything. The second time. Obtained 0.888 aptitude. However, the kill point system indicated that the aptitude of 6 has reached its limit and cannot be increased any further. The 37th time. He gained a maximum of 10 trillion mana. The 88th time. Acquired 10,000 pieces high-grade mana stone. This was still the first time he obtained a high-grade mana stone after so many lottery draws, and it was also a 10,000 unit high-grade mana stone. At the 322nd time. He received a King Tier evolution pill. Its effect is that after a being below King Tier consumes it, they can instantly become a King Tier 1st grade existence. The side effect is that they cannot evolve for 100 years. Only after 100 years can they evolve to King Tier 2nd grade. This King Tier evolution pill is undoubtedly an incredibly powerful item. Chapter 82, the Royal class makes a move and instantly explodes. Looking at the King Tier transformation pill displayed in the backpack interface, the first thing Guai thought of was the 9-tailed demon fox, Wu Meier, from the Divine Level Master Servant contract space. Although Wu Meier has excellent aptitude and is currently at Tier 6 Heaven stage, being a beast entails that even with high-grade mana stones for cultivation, it will take 200 to 300 years to evolve to King Tier. If Wu Meier uses this King Tier evolution pill, she can directly become a King Tier being, and she can transform into a human form. Wu Meier possesses the skill of transformative beauty, allowing her to take on the appearance of any woman, perfectly mirroring every hair on her body. At that point, wouldn't he be extremely happy, filled with limitless joy? Thinking of this, Wu chuckled. Next, Wu finished drawing the remaining kill points, maxed out his attack, defense, agility, and speed attributes, and began the King tier evolution. This time, he was no longer surrounded solely by green light, there was also a coexistence of gold and green light. A few seconds later, he was enveloped in a golden and green light ball, with his body's cells continuously reorganizing and evolving inside. At the same time, both of his clones on Earth had arrived at the space rift. In any case, we must destroy the spatial rift as quickly as possible. We cannot let the Orc World's Tigerhead King come through. While the main body is evolving to the King tier level, the two clones also do not immediately kill those King tier orcs, and at this moment, 1/3 of the spatial rift has already been destroyed. The battles happening here reached the Tigerhead King, enraging him to the point of fury, and a terrifying royal pressure seeped through the spatial rift to Earth. In the next moment, Wu's two clones felt as if their bodies were crushed by countless mountains, and their movements became particularly slow and laborious. And far away, over 200 kilometers from the battlefield in Xinjiang City, all humans sensed a terrifying aura like divine power, causing ordinary people to pass out. As for the warriors, they all felt as if their bodies were embedded in iron and stone, unable to muster the strength to move even a finger. It wasn't just humans, even the orcs were immobilized by the royal pressure. With the royal pressure coming from the spatial rift, those dozen or so King tier orcs, previously sealed, found their seals lifted and returned to their original levels. Kill. Annihilate all living beings on Earth within 100 billion miles. The cold and furious voice of the Tigerhead King echoed from the spatial rift. In the next moment, the royal pressure of the Tigerhead King suddenly disappeared. After all, conveying pressure to the Earth world across a spatial rift is not an easy task for a royal level. For a royal level being, it is indeed no small feat. With the royal aura pressure gone, Wu's two clones, which had felt as if weighed down by thousands of mountains, immediately felt a sense of lightness. Kill. Several orc kings at the 7th and 8th tiers brandished their sharp great swords, huge wolf tooth clubs, and massive bronze axes, alternating in attacking Wu's two clones. However, even though they had lifted their seals and returned to their original levels, the gap in strength between them and Wu's two clones was far too vast. Their attacks were easily dodged and blocked. Because Wu's clones continuously destroyed the space rifts, causing them to shrink ever more. On the orc side of the rift, the tiger-headed emperor shone with blinding brilliance, and a terrifying aura spread in all directions like a tidal wave. Open! 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 The tiger-headed emperor relentlessly attacked the spatial rift, which had grown larger on the orc world side, expanding to nearly 100,000 miles. However, the spatial rift on the Earth side remained unaffected, gradually getting smaller and slowly healing. Damn little bug, die for me! Seeing that the spatial rift on Earth was about to heal, the tiger-headed emperor was furious and stretched out a terrifyingly large energy hand into the rift, reaching towards Earth. In the next moment, a giant hand emerged from the spatial rift on the Earth side, creating an endless suction. Wu's two avatars, each over 2,000 meters tall, along with the dozen or so king-tier beast kings towering over 10 kilometers that were besieging him, were all gripped tightly in the energy palm of the tiger-headed emperor. No! No! Under the royal energy hand, everyone's bodies exploded into a mist of blood and flesh. This tiger-headed emperor is really ruthless, even killing his own kind. Although Wu's two avatars had 100 million defense, under the royal tier energy palm, they crumbled and shattered like bubbles. Wu's two avatars are composed of energy, not real flesh and blood. Their destruction means a significant drop in Wu's mana, but it doesn't cause any substantial damage. Boom! At that moment, the spatial rift could no longer withstand the royal level energy, began to collapse, and ultimately disappeared without a trace. On the orc world side, the tiger-headed emperor roared in anger and frustration. He had paid a great price to establish a spatial rift to Earth. Now that the spatial rift to Earth has collapsed and disappeared, he has lost all his investment. With his fortune reduced by 80 to 90%, he ended up losing more than he gained. Li Chang, the deputy city lord of Xinjiang City, was far from the spatial rift and was not caught by the tiger-headed emperor's massive hand from the orc world, thus avoiding a disaster. Coincidentally, right after the King Tier battle ended, those from the King Tier Special Operations team sent by the new Dragon Kingdom arrived in Xinjiang City. In total, there were 50 king-tier beings, led by an 8th-tier king-tier existence, while many lower-tier orc warriors continued attacking Xingyang City. These 50 king-tier beings didn't take long. They slaughtered all the orcs with overwhelming force. Lin and Gu summoned their contracted evolved beasts, saving Xingyang City and achieving great merit, earning a special honor from the new Dragon Kingdom. Lin's father, Lin Feng, was posthumously awarded the title of Special Merit for sacrificing himself for the country, as Lin's grandfather and great-grandfather had also sacrificed themselves. The Lin family, where Lin resides, has also become one of the few noble families in the New Long Kingdom. Each year, the family has 2 slots that allow entry into well-known universities without taking exams, enjoying the training benefits of reaching King Tier. Gu's parents were all killed during the defense against the Beastmen in a city battle. Additionally, due to her merit in summoning Gu's avatar, she also gained the privilege of attending a prestigious university without taking exams, receiving training to reach King Tier. At this moment, in the demon realm, inside the palace where Gu resides, he was enveloped in golden and green orbs of light, which suddenly emitted cracking sounds as fissures began to appear. Boom! The golden and green orbs shattered into a rain of light and disappeared. Gu's figure appeared in the room, having evolved to the first level of King Tier, with a completely transformed appearance. P.S. The author is suffering from severe aftereffects of a serious ailment, with muscle soreness all over and lacking any strength, making it impossible to concentrate on writing. Really doesn't want to write a single word, it's too hard. Chapter 83, Gu evolves to King Tier. The image in the mirror. His body has transformed into a humanoid golden battle mech appearance, with 2 glaring golden scythe-like forelegs, giving him a mighty and imposing look. Gu looked in the mirror for a while and silently thought, "Open personal information interface." In the next moment, data appeared on the screen. Host, Gu. Golden King Mantis. Race, Mantis species. Attribute, Lightning. Lifespan, less than 2,000 years. Aptitude, 6. Skills, Inspect skill, Berserk skill, Phantom speed skill, Inventory, Regeneration passive, God level contract, Slow ray, Steelification, Fatal strike, Mana recovery, Spiritual source perception, Spatial wormhole, Fire evasion, Lightning evasion, Camouflage, Sonic fracture, Language of all things, Shrink, Earth technique, Instant strike, Armor breaking technique, Lightning ball critical strike, High grade Mana stone fusion, Soul search, Mana shield, Law manifestation, Thunder strike. Transformation. Number of evolutions, 21. Evolution EXP 9114355421100 Rank, King Tier, first level low tier King Tier. Mana, 10.548 trillion plus. Attack power, 240 trillion 50 billion plus. Defense, 240 trillion 49,999,950 billion plus. Agility, 240 trillion 50 billion plus. Speed, 240 trillion 49,999,950 billion plus. Stat points 993156255. Kill points 89600 million plus. After being promoted to King Tier first level, drawing a prize requires 20 billion kill points. Having evolved to King Tier, 4 new skills were added. Mana Barrier consumes a certain amount of mana, creating a mana shield around the user that offers 10 times their defense. Aspect of Heaven and Earth consumes a large amount of mana, summoning a massive aspect. Laws of nature formed from the energy of one's primordial spiritual essence around the body, with an attack power of 20, defense 20, agility 20, and speed 20. Thunderbolt consumes a large amount of mana, unleashing countless lightning strikes centered around oneself, with both the range and power of the lightning influenced by the amount of mana, making this a lightning-type area attack skill. Transformation, essential skill for King Tier evolved beings, allowing transformation into a human form, except for otherworldly humans. In the next moment, Gu activated the transformation skill, a flash of golden light enveloping him as he morphed from a golden armored mantis into the appearance of a true man from the Dragon Kingdom on Earth. In the mirror, after he transformed into a human, he still looked like the same person he was before, not having reincarnated as a mantis, but rather resembling his high school self. His appearance may not be exceptionally handsome, but he definitely falls under the category of a refined school heartthrob, in no way resembling the ugly or ordinary. In the next moment, he summoned the nine-tailed magic fox, dance charm, from the divine-level master-servant contract mark space. Master. The snow-white fox paw immediately covered its eyes. Guo took out a king-tier evolution pill from the backpack on the screen and spoke of its effects. The nine-tailed magic fox dance charm seemed afraid he might go back on his word, and hurriedly snatched the king-tier evolution pill and swallowed it. 3 to 5 seconds later, the snow-white nine-tailed magic fox dance charm burst forth with a soft white light all over, condensing into a white light ball in the room. Master, I feel that this evolution to king tier will take about a year to complete. This was something Dance Charm said to him through the contract mark before her consciousness fell asleep. A year to complete? Guo felt a bit disappointed. He had thought that after consuming the king tier evolution pill, the evolution to king tier would take at most 5 or 6 minutes. With a thought, Guo stored Dance Charm's evolution light ball in the contract mark space, allowing her to evolve within. Guo's biggest wish is to be a groom. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, the stunningly beautiful Punna suddenly knocked on the palace door. Young master, I suddenly sensed the presence of king tier energy. Have you evolved to king tier? Thinking of Punna's breathtaking beauty, Guo immediately invited Punna in. Once Punna entered, she saw Guo transformed into a human. Punna, come here. Guo became excited. Punna seemed to understand what was about to happen. Guo wasn't shy, they were on familiar terms, so why be bashful? Here the winning rate is in the millions of words. Next, Guo did not leave this palace for 3 days and 3 nights. Every day was filled with joy. Pona, how is your injury recovering? Guo inquired about Pona, who was still in seclusion, through the contract mark. Replying to the young master, the injury is almost healed. Thank you for your concern, young master. Pona's voice came through the contract mark. Since you're almost healed, Guo said, come to my palace for a moment, I need your help with something. Before long, the equally beautiful Pona arrived. Guo didn't hold back with her. The next 5 days and nights, Guo did not leave the palace. Pona resembled her sister Punna quite a lot, but they were not identical. As the saying goes, happy events can make people forget their troubles. After Pona and Punna left, spring and summer, and autumn and winter entered the palace. Guo felt particularly satisfied with the strength of his king tier body. In the days that followed, 100 pairs of beautiful twins gradually entered the palace. For the next 100 days, Guo was extremely happy every day. On this day, Guo had the steward of the city lord's mansion hold a citywide selection for beautiful Azura women. It is said that the emperor's harem consists of 3,000 beauties. Guo believed that given his lifespan, 3,000 beauties would not be enough. At least 300,000 beauties would be necessary. On this day, the steward of the city lord's mansion came to report. Young master, I have found out where there is a passage to the earth world in the demon realm. The steward of the city lord's mansion appeared to be around 28 or 29 years old. She was also particularly beautiful. Unfortunately, the steward of the city lord's mansion was married. Guo asked the steward, do you know where that passage to the earth leads to? The steward replied, young master, according to the information I gathered, that passage to the earth leads to a place called New Dragon Country. New Dragon Country. Guo immediately became interested and said, arrange for someone to take me to that place. The steward replied, yes, young master. Half a month later, Guo, under the guidance of the people arranged by the steward of the city lord's mansion, arrived at the entrance to the passage leading to the earth. The demon realm is vast, with many entrances and exits to the earth. This is just one of them. People in the demon realm all know that the earth has been sealed, resting for billions of years. The spiritual energy has only recently begun to revive and possesses countless spiritual veins, high-grade mana stones, and rare treasures. This spatial passage leading to the Earth's New Dragon Country is owned by another Azura King Tier City Lord, who has set up an array at the entrance. To go to the Earth, one must pay. Gua came here just to have a look and did not immediately go to the earth. He pondered whether to take this place down. After all, it was normal for the Azura clan to fight and seize territory from each other. Punna still didn't have her own city, so directly seizing a territory was quite normal. Chapter 84, Punna wins a city in a bet. In the territory of the Azura, capturing a city is not an easy task. Because it's not something that can be resolved with sheer strength. To be a city lord in the Azura territory, a king-tier Azura warrior must have an emperor-tier Azura backing them. However, the Azura tribe is inherently warlike, and as long as they can present an equal bet and get the city lord's consent, they can engage in a duel. In this spatial channel leading to Earth, the king-tier Azura named Ro Ieyasu has some blood relation to Punna, and Punna he is considered a cousin and is a 6th grade king-tier. Gui gave Punna 20 million high-grade mana stones, allowing her to bet with Ro Ieyasu for the city. 20 million high-grade mana stones is an extraordinarily large sum for any king-tier being. It is enough for them to elevate their cultivation level to king-tier 9th grade in the shortest time, and those with higher aptitude can even reach king-tier 10th grade. It's important to note that although the demon realm is vast, cultivation resources are limited. Ro Ieyasu, a 6th grade king-tier, agreed to the duel with Punna for 20 million high-grade mana stones, given that his level is one rank higher than hers. Even considering that Punna possesses high-grade king-tier weapons, her strength might only match that of a high-grade king-tier at best, but her mana isn't as abundant. On the day of the duel, both parties called on a few friends to act as witnesses. The witnesses were also king-tier beings from the Azura tribe, some of whom even had blood relations. Punna, since you gave me 20 million high-grade mana stones, I'll be showing no mercy, so if I injure you later, don't blame me for being ruthless, said Ro Ieyasu. In the high sky, Ro Ieyasu let out a long howl and unleashed his demonic form skill, causing his body to glow and expand to a height of 1,500 to 1,600 meters, resembling a mountain standing in the void. Boom! He wielded his spear and chopped down, with terrifying energy creating a weapon shadow thousands of meters long, tearing the void and producing spatial cracks. Punna had already been locked onto by the opponent's aura. There was nowhere to hide, and she could only face it head-on. In her hand, the high-grade weapon, the Rakshasa spear, buzzed with a sound like a dragon roaring and a tiger howling, and she too used the demonic form skill, reaching a height of 1,500 to 1,600 meters. Boom! In the next moment, two energy spears, each tens of thousands of meters long, collided in the void, producing a deafening sound. Waves of energy rippled outwards like water, creating a dense network of spatial cracks that looked like a spider's web. Such a level of energy collision occurs at altitudes of hundreds of thousands of meters. If it happened on the ground, who knows how many miles of mountains and earth would be shattered. When a king-tier is enraged, a blood-drenched land spanning 1,000,000 miles is not just a joke. Gua stood beside Punna, watching Punna battle against Ro Ieyasu, feeling completely unconcerned. Why isn't he worried? Because a month ago, Punna had already broken through to king-tier rank 6. She is currently only exhibiting the cultivation level of king-tier rank 5. Because he possesses the top-grade weapon, the Rakshasa spear, his strength is comparable to king-tier rank 7, allowing him to naturally defeat Ro Ieyasu at king-tier rank 6. Not only did Punna break through to king-tier rank 6, but her sister Punna also made the same breakthrough over a month ago. The reason both of them could break through to king-tier rank 6 is, of course, thanks to Gua's support in resources. The resources Gua provided for their cultivation are not merely high-grade mana stones, but top-grade high-grade mana stone. To be clear, the energy in a premium high-grade mana stone is 10,000 times that of a regular high-grade mana stone. This massively accelerates their cultivation speed by thousands of times and also facilitates the quicker evolution of their bodies. Thus, Punna and Punna could break through to king-tier rank 6 so quickly. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, without 100 years' time, they would find it impossible to reach king-tier rank 6. To create high-grade mana stones and premium high-grade mana stones, Gua's skill in merging high-grade mana stones makes it quite convenient. However, producing high-grade mana stones and premium high-grade mana stones requires a massive quantity of low-grade and mid-grade high-grade mana stones, which means needing a much larger territory. It takes 100 million low-grade high-grade mana stones to create one high-grade mana stone. 10 trillion low-grade high-grade mana stones are required to craft a premium high-grade mana stone. Wei used his spiritual sensing skill to mark all the large and small spiritual veins in the territory of Bona on the map. In the Bona city, the Azura warriors have already dispatched people to mine high-grade mana stones. It is estimated that within 300 years at most, the high-grade mana stones in the spiritual veins of the Bona territory will be nearly exhausted. If Punna controlled a city and a territory of 1,000,000 miles, the high-grade mana stones he could obtain would increase significantly. Wei not only wants to cultivate Bona and Punna to imperial level, but he also aims to nurture more king-tier entities. Such as those. The twins who have a marital relationship with him. For example, the beautiful young women selected by the city lord's steward from the entire city. He plans to cultivate all of them into king-tier. By then, he will have hundreds or even thousands of king-tier subordinates, and his strength will continue to grow. Boom! Just then, the outcome was decided in the air. Luizu was defeated, with the king-tier high-grade weapon, the Rakshasa spear, piercing through an inch of his throat. As long as the spear tip advanced a bit more, Luizu's head would fall from his neck. I lost, the city is yours now, Luizu said reluctantly, feeling that his defeat was due to lacking a king-tier high-grade weapon, rather than being inferior in cultivation. You have 1 hour to take your things, Punna said, putting away the king-tier high-grade weapon Rakshasa spear, happily returning to Guo and the others. Because in front of outsiders, Wei is Bona's contracted pet beast, Punna did not show excessive familiarity towards Guo upon returning. An hour later, the king-tier 6th grade Luizu left the city, which held over 20 billion living beings, accompanied by 50,000 tier 6 heaven stage subordinates and over 300,000 Azura tribe members, along with a heap of rare treasures from the city lord's manor. The 50,000 tier 6 heaven stage warriors and over 300,000 Azura tribe members he took away are all part of his own power. Punna has now become the city lord, the master of this city with a population of 20 billion, with the help of her sister Bona. The city quickly restored its previous order. Punna is very clever and understands Guo's preferences well. On her first day as city lord, she organized a citywide selection of 3,000 pairs of twin beauties, all young and lovely. They were assigned to serve as maids for Guo. Guo wasn't in a hurry to go to Earth. She spent 3 happy months in this city of Pan Na before finally arriving at the entrance to the passage that leads to the Earth world. At the entrance here, Pan Na has arranged a fee-collecting unit of 2,000 Azura Tier 6 Heaven Stage warriors. Many beings from the demon realm want to enter the Earth world to make money, not just the Azura clan, but various kinds of demonic beings. This passage can accommodate those at the King Tier 6 level. At most exceeding this level will prevent entry into the Earth world. Just a reminder to everyone, although the beings in the Earth world are quite weak, there are still many King Tiers present. An Azura warrior gave a long series of warnings, and many people began lining up to pay and enter the spatial passage to the Earth world. Before long, it was Guo's turn, and since he was wearing a mask, no one recognized him. After paying with a high-grade mana stone, Guo stepped into the spatial passage, and perhaps 3 to 5 minutes later, or maybe just a few seconds, he passed through the passage and returned to the Earth world. Don't block the way. A Tier 6 Heaven Stage Azura warrior shouted as he soared into the sky, flying off into the distance. Ha ha ha, the air in the Earth world is indeed refreshing, much better than the demon realm. Weak Earth beings, tremble before me. I am the sky, I am the Earth, I am the myth of this place. A King Tier 4 Azura man laughed a few times and said to the other Azura Tier 6 Heaven Stage warriors, "Is there anyone willing to follow me?" "I do. I am willing too." Many Tier 6 Heaven Stage Azura warriors who came over immediately gathered around and then left with the King Tier 4 Azura. Chapter 85, Back to Earth, Entering Human Cities. In the Demon Realm, although there are King Tiers of the Azura clan, it is quite challenging to become a city lord and have one's own territory. Some King Tiers of the Azura clan without any background do not want to serve others and instead become loose King Tier beings. They have no fixed residence, going wherever as they please, and sometimes engage in highway robbery. Most of the King Tiers coming to the Earth world are looking to seize resources, especially after that King Tier 4 Azura left with dozens of Tier 6 Heaven Stage Azuras. 2 more King Tier entities have come from the Demon Realm, but they are not from the Azura clan. Rather, they are beings from other races of the Demon Realm, accompanied by some Tier 6 Heaven Stage subordinates, flying towards the distance. Gua has spent a considerable amount of time in the demon realm and has read many Azura clan classics. Among the 9 great worlds, the Earth is the center of the 9 realms. The other 8 great worlds are connected to the Earth through numerous spatial channels. In the face of billions, the Earth is the center of the 9 realms, the most prosperous and flourishing. Currently, the Earth doesn't even have any royal-level beings. It is absolutely the weakest world among the 9 realms. Moreover, even some medium-level inventory worlds have royal-level beings, which the Earth lacks. For the king-tier beings in the other 8 great worlds, the current Earth is just a plump lamb. As long as they can come to Earth, they would become dominators, exceedingly powerful. Since the sealing of the Earth disappeared 500 years ago, the spiritual energy of heaven and Earth has revived, the area of the Earth has expanded millions of times, and many ancient ruins and new regions have emerged. The vastness of the Earth is now beyond anyone's comprehension. Gui used his spiritual perception ability to memorize the entrance and exit of the spatial channel that leads back to the demon realm's Punna territory, while also taking a look at the cities detected by his spiritual perception skill. In the next moment, he ascended into the sky, arriving at an altitude of several 100,000 meters. His gaze fell upon an area densely packed with light points on the screen, and he activated his spatial wormhole skill, traversing millions of kilometers, repeating it dozens of times, until he finally spotted a magnificent grand city. The scale of this city, although incomparable to the cities of Punna and Punna, is still much larger. However, compared to the only Qingyang city that Gua has seen, it is more than 10 times larger. On the city walls, many human warriors are stationed. Gua descended from the sky into the woods outside the city, then walked step by step towards the city gate like an ordinary person. Above the city gate, a large mirror hangs, radiating beams of purple light. Anyone entering the city will be illuminated by the purple light from the mirror. If they are humans from Earth, the mirror shows no reaction. When an Azura from the demon realm stands under the purple light of the mirror's glow suddenly turns blood red. Then, a human warrior of Tier 6 Heaven Stage approached, taking the Azura Tier 6 Heaven Stage warrior to process a family identity token from the demon realm. He also explained to him that it is not allowed to use force against ordinary people in the city, and if any issues arise, they can report to the security office in the city. If someone kills or injures another person in the city, they will face the severe punishment of being executed on the spot, as there are many Tier 6 Heaven Stage beings, as well as King Tier beings, present in the city. The other 8 great worlds have many spatial passages leading to the Earth world, as well as occasional spatial rifts that appear leading to the Earth world. At first, when human warriors encountered beings from other worlds, they approached them with the attitude of killing any they saw. But as time went on, more and more beings from the other 8 worlds appeared, and their levels continued to rise. To avoid greater conflicts, the new Dragon Country implemented a regulatory approach towards the evolved beings from other worlds. As long as they do not commit any acts of murder or injury, they have the same rights as ordinary people to reside in the city. The new Dragon Country will also engage in exchanges with the beings from the other 8 worlds, trading resources and rare treasures. This reflects the attitude of the new Dragon Country towards those alien races that do not harbor ill intentions towards humanity. However, for those alien races that cultivate using human flesh and souls, the attitude is to kill them on sight. The human cities are under siege by alien races from other realms because these alien beings can enhance their cultivation by consuming humans and harvesting human souls. The Ashura clan from the demon realm is warlike but does not view Earth as humans as food for cultivation, and they are allowed to enter human cities. That Tier 6 Heaven Stage Ashura warrior received a special token and entered the city. As long as he does not violate the laws of the city and does not kill or injure anyone, he will also receive protection under human law. This is the attitude of humanity towards alien races. At this moment, Gua walked to the city gate, and the purple light emitted from the mirror hanging there fell upon him, creating the illusion of a golden armored mantis above his head. In the next moment, a Tier 6 Heaven Stage guard dressed in city guard attire approached respectfully and said, "Welcome, Lord Beast King, to the provincial city of the new Dragon Country. Please state your origin, so I can register you and allow you entry into the city." The mirror hanging at the city gate is a spiritual artifact known as the prototype mirror. The emitted purple light can distinguish whether a being is from the Earth world or from the other 8 worlds. Beings from the Earth world, such as those of King Tyr among the monsters, will also exhibit the same purple light under the mirror, but their true form will be displayed as an illusion above their heads. Its capabilities are similar to those of the legendary demon revealing mirror. The new dragon country maintains a friendly relationship with the monsters of King Tyr as long as they are not enemies of the new dragon country, they are treated with courtesy. Thus, after Gua's inner demon appeared above his head, the city guards at the city gate showed him great respect. Gua introduced himself under his human name, Gua, and briefly recounted his origins, after which he was gifted a golden token. As long as one doesn't randomly kill people in the city or break the law, the golden token allows them to enjoy special privileges within the city. For example, staying at a hotel arranged by the official, all meals and accommodations are free. For example, you can easily find official staff in the city to arrange for tours or take advantage of benefits like shopping and sightseeing. It can be said that on Earth, King Tyr monsters, as long as they do not kill people in the city, are the honored guests of the new Dragon Kingdom, enjoying the highest level of treatment. Such treatment. First, it allows one to build good relations with King Tyr monsters, avoiding some unnecessary wars. After all, if King Tyr monsters were to run rampant in the city, the casualties caused would be a terrifying disaster. Second, the new dragon country needs allies, and the King Tyr monsters native to Earth are natural allies, providing mutual support. Gua entered the provincial city in the northern province of the new dragon country, and according to his psychic sensing skills, there are 23 King Tyr entities within this city. This is significantly stronger than Xingyang City, which has only 2 King Tyr entities. It's no wonder it's the provincial capital. Not long after Gua entered the city, a cheerful 5th-rank human martial artist from the King Tyr approached him, saying, "My name is Wang Longfei, one of the vice city masters here. It's a pleasure to meet you, friend Gua." Whenever a King Tyr entity enters a city, there must be a King Tyr present to engage in conversation. 1. To make friends. 2. To oversee the situation. Gua also enjoys making friends, so he walked alongside Wang Longfei, chatting and getting to know more about the new dragon country. Chapter 86. Before forming an alliance, it's necessary to display one's strength. Friend named Gua, I am Wang Longfei. We truly are fated to meet. In the 10-star hotel, Wang Longfei warmly hosted Gua. Among the cities in the new dragon country, the 10-star hotel is the highest standard hotel. Only those of King Tyr or above are qualified to dine and stay there. The 10-star hotel, commonly known as the King Tyr exclusive hotel. Wang Longfei has a bold personality and is warm-hearted, great at conversation, and is one of the 5 vice city masters in the northern province, mainly responsible for diplomacy, namely dealing with King Tyr entities from various races. After a few rounds of drinks and various dishes, this King Tyr entity, Wang Longfei, at his level of cultivation, began to treat Gua like a brother, with an attitude as if saying, "Whatever happens in the future, just tell brother, I'll take care of it," showcasing his amiable character. Although Gua has reincarnated as a mantis, belonging to the monsters, he has always considered himself human, and he got along quite well with Wang Longfei. Gua returned to Earth in his original form, not for leisure or tourism at this moment. His expression became serious, and he said, "Brother Wang, I have something to discuss with you." Wang Longfei's heart tightened, but on the surface, he responded generously, "Brother, if there's anything you need help with, just tell me. Even if it's going through fire and water, I'll do my utmost to assist you." Gua knew that such words were straightforward and not to be taken seriously, but he appeared touched and said, "Brother, you truly are my dear brother. Just hearing this from you is enough. What I want to say is not difficult at all. I want to form an alliance with the new Dragon Kingdom and also with the northern provincial city." An alliance? Wang Longfei was taken aback. "Yes, an alliance." Gua said, "A few days ago when I broke through, I awakened a skill. As long as the human race builds temples and erects statues for me, on the 1st and 15th of every month, there will be worshippers for me. I can then gain the power of incense to cultivate. In return, when this city is attacked by foreign races, I can help guard the city and also help you kill enemies. As for my strength right now..." Having said that, Gua deliberately paused. He then smiled and said, "I'm not bragging. With just one slap, I could flatten this city and all the King Tyr beings within it." Wang Longfei was stunned and, feeling a bit dry in his throat, asked, "Brother, is this true? Do you really want to ally with our human race?" What he wanted to say earlier was, can you really destroy this city with one slap? But he changed his words to ask if it's true about the alliance. Gua smiled and said, of course it's true. We form an alliance, and you, the human race, build temples and erect statues for me. I will absorb the strength of incense to raise my cultivation level and protect your human race's safety. This benefits us both. Wang Longfei was somewhat unsure whether he was telling the truth or not. Hearing Gua's very confident words made him afraid that he genuinely had the power to destroy a city, so he didn't dare to offend him. However, Wang Longfei had lived for over 300 years and was responsible for diplomatic matters. He was very thoughtful. At this moment, he showed an extremely excited expression, saying, brother, I'm more than willing to ally with you. I have 100 wishes to form an alliance with you. Although I can't make a decision by myself on this matter, what concerns you is also my concern, so please wait a moment. I will go find the city lord and the other vice city lords to discuss this. Don't worry, brother, I will definitely help you build temples and erect statues. Gua clasped his fists and said, then I'll trouble you, brother. It's no trouble at all. We're brothers, your matters are my matters. Come, let's have a drink. Wang Longfei filled their cups and downed his drink in one go, then hurriedly left the 10-star hotel and rushed to the city lord's mansion. The city lord of the northern provincial city of the New Dragon Kingdom appeared to be a middle-aged man in his 40s, named Zhou Yun. He was slim, with a pale face and no beard, looking quite friendly, possessing an 8th-tier king-tier realm, and was among those who had survived since the revival of spiritual energy in the world 500 years ago. After listening to Vice City Lord Wang Longfei's words, City Lord Zhou Yun of the northern province furrowed his brow and said, this matter is not trivial, I need to report it to the dragon head first. Then, City Lord Zhou Yun of the northern province took out a very ordinary-looking bronze mirror. However, once the mana was infused into the copper mirror. Before long, an image appeared within the mirror. It was an office, and sitting in a chair was a man in his 30s, looking like a middle-aged young person. He was the New Dragon Nation leader. 500 years after the spiritual energy of heaven and earth revived, he was the first martial artist of the New Dragon Nation to reach King Tier, and he was also the founder of the New Dragon Nation's first city. It was also he who helped the people of the New Dragon Nation endure the most difficult years in the Dragon Nation, leading them to become more prosperous and thriving. At the same time, he was currently the only King Tier level 10 warrior in the New Dragon Nation, publicly claiming to be a King Tier level 9. Only the true high-ranking officials of the New Dragon Nation knew the real level of the leader. After listening to the words of Zhou Yun, the lord of the northern provincial capital, the New Dragon Nation leader asked Wang Longfei a few questions in the mirror, fell silent for a few seconds, and then said, he claims he can destroy the northern provincial capital with one slap and simultaneously eliminate all King Tier existences in the city. Although I can also do that, I would need to use the National Protection Artifact. If he truly possesses such strength, forming an alliance with him and building temples and statues for him would not be out of the question. After all, having such a presence guarding our New Dragon Nation would be a blessing for us.